Chapter 1. The Qingxian Sacred Land, within the Grand Hall of the Sect. The atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. Sect leader. Today, all the immortal spirit cranes of the Zhuo Peak have perished. It was Gu Xiu who deliberately mixed in bone-dissolving powder. I witnessed it with my own eyes and can testify. Master, I have also investigated the immortal spirit cranes indeed died from the bone-dissolving powder. I even found this vial of it in Gu Xiu's residence. The accusations ringing in his ears jolted Gu Xiu back to reality from his earlier stupor. Gu Xiu, tell me, is what they said true? A breathtakingly beautiful woman, adorned in a phoenix robe and exuding an air of authority, sat with a solemn expression in the position of sect leader, gazing intently at Gu Xiu. Was I just trapped in an illusion? A dream that spanned millennia? Gu Xiu murmured to himself, surveying the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien, his eyes filled with shock. Just moments ago, he had been passionately defending himself in the Grand Hall regarding whether he had poisoned the immortal spirit cranes. Yet he was suddenly dragged into an illusion. In that realm, he became a mere observer, witnessing the entirety of his life unfold before him. Gu Xiu, now that the evidence is irrefutable, what further excuses can you muster? You must believe that the sect's request for you to care for spiritual beasts was an affront to your dignity, thus resorting to such desperate measures to vent your frustrations. Is that not so? Master, I have previously stated that Gu Xiu is unworthy of remaining at Zhuo Peak, and even less so of nurturing spiritual beasts. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, berated him vehemently, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, shook her head in disapproval. Gu Xiu, over 500 years ago, you were once a paragon of virtue. Who would have thought you would end up like this? If you are unwilling to remain at Zhuo Peak to tend to the spiritual beasts, you could have simply voiced your discontent instead of resorting to such extreme measures. I had thought that in the past 500 years, you had merely lost your power and innate talent, but it seems you have even forsaken your original resolve. Both of these women were Gu Xiu's senior sisters. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, was a renowned beast tamer, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, stood as the foremost alchemist of the Qingxian Sacred Land. As for the one seated in the position of sect leader, she was Gu Xiu's master, the esteemed Guanyue, the sect leader of the Qingxian Sacred Land, known for her cold demeanor and lack of humor. At this moment, the gazes of all three were strikingly uniform. Contempt. Their eyes, fixed upon Gu Xiu, seemed to reflect not the visage of a once heroic figure who had endured 500 years of self-imposed confinement for the sect, but rather that of a wretched being who ought to perish at once, unworthy of mingling with the sacred aura of the sect. These glances stirred within Gu Xiu memories of the visions he had witnessed in the illusion. What transpired in the outside world was but a fleeting moment. However, the realm within the illusion had traversed eons. In that vision, Gu Xiu became a mere spectator, or perhaps a listener, absorbing the tales of events that unfolded over millennia in this world. The current predicament was but a trivial segment of that grand narrative. The demise of the immortal spirit cranes was, in actuality, orchestrated by the third sister, who had poisoned them with the junior sister's assistance. Their ulterior motive was to expel him from his residence at Zhuo Peak, for they intended to construct a beast enclosure there for their junior brother, Jiang Sun, to cultivate his path as a beast tamer. As direct disciples of the Qingxian Sacred Land, they could not simply seize another disciple's quarters without justification. At the very least, they required a seemingly legitimate reason. Whether that reason was flimsy or if the victim would protest was of no consequence. After all, Gu Xiu's powers were entirely depleted, rendering him a powerless wretch. According to the subsequent developments in the illusion, Gu Xiu would certainly not concede to the framing, but rather seek to gather evidence to exonerate himself. Yet unexpectedly, when he finally managed to procure evidence and presented it to his master, Guanyue, in hopes of proving his innocence, he discovered that she had already discerned the truth. Even the poisoning of the immortal spirit cranes had been at her behest. She was the mastermind behind it all. Although these revelations were gleaned from the vision that spanned a myriad of years, Gu Xiu understood at this moment, through Guanyu's indifferent gaze, that this was likely not an illusion, but rather a grim reality. a reality that evoked profound sorrow. Master Gu Xiu has always been responsible for nurturing the spiritual beasts should any misfortune befall them. It is his duty, according to sect regulations, not to mention. He has actively poisoned and harmed them. He must be severely punished. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, proclaimed with righteous indignation. Master Guanyue furrowed her brow. Gu Xiu, you have previously rendered great service to the sect. Speak honestly, and I shall not impose undue punishment upon you. This time, Gu Xiu fell silent. Gu Xiu, Guanyue was about to continue, when Gu Xiu suddenly lifted his head. It is the disciple who has erred. Oh, Guanyue was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward admission from Gu Xiu, but she nodded. Then tell me, why did you poison the immortal spirit cranes? I did not poison the immortal spirit cranes. Have you changed your tune? It is not a change of tune, Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head and speaking calmly. I have always been responsible for feeding the immortal birds. This incident involving the poisoning of the immortal spirit cranes does indeed reflect my dereliction of duty. Upon hearing this, Guanyue appeared as if mocked, her countenance darkening in fury. You dare to toy with me. Since you are so obstinate, you shall be imprisoned in the water dungeon as punishment. I hereby sentence you to 7 days in the water dungeon. Furthermore, you are to vacate Zhuo Peak immediately and are forbidden from approaching the spiritual beasts ever again. These words elicited relieved smiles from Su Wanxing and Lu Qingyao, who stood nearby. Gu Xiu cast a glance at them. Ultimately, he said nothing more, merely withdrew his gaze and turned to exit the grand hall of the sect. In his heart, there was no sense of injustice for being wronged, nor was there any indignation at the slander. He simply found it somewhat absurd. For the years he had spent meticulously safeguarding the sect, treating his master and senior sisters with utmost caution, now seemed laughable. He was an orphan taken in by the previous sect leader of the Qingxian sect. Upon arriving at the Qingxian sect, the old leader entrusted the young Gu Xiu to Guanyu's care. That period had been the happiest of his life. He became the beloved disciple of the sect leader's successor, cherished by his master and doted upon by his 7 senior sisters. At that time, Gu Xiu was the favored child of destiny, a beacon of hope for the sect. However, 500 years ago, when the forbidden land of fortune emerged, the Qingxian sect faced annihilation. Someone needed to represent the sect, enduring the torment of the forbidden land for 5 centuries to seize the immense fortune for the sect. As the sect's holy son, Gu Xiu stepped forth. He offered himself as a sacrifice, binding himself within the forbidden land. For 500 years, Gu Xiu suffered unimaginable torment, enduring hardship to snatch the fortune for the sect, resolutely persevering. In the end, he succeeded. The fortune was entirely seized by Gu Xiu, and the Qingxian sect transformed from an inconsequential third-rate sect into a first-rate sacred land within a mere 500 years. Yet Gu Xiu paid a tremendous price. The battles and bloodshed over 500 years left him with countless wounds. His spirit was nearly shattered, although he barely retained his life. His cultivation was entirely lost, and his innate talent obliterated. The lingering injuries caused him constant, excruciating pain, an agony he could scarcely endure. To Gu Xiu, all of this had seemed worthwhile at the time, for this was his sect, a place filled with individuals he cherished and cared for. But 500 years is but a fleeting moment. 500 years can also witness the tides of change. The Qingxian sect had transformed into the Qingxian sacred land. Guanyue had become the supreme Guanyue, and even his senior sisters had each gained immense prestige in alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. Everything had changed. Upon his return, the anticipated accolades and applause were absent. Instead, he was met with a single statement. Gu Xiu, your dantian has been completely destroyed. Your innate talent and roots have been rendered useless, and you can no longer cultivate. The position of holy son has been given to another. He is your junior brother. Jiang Sun. His cultivation is still modest, yet his innate talent is not inferior to your former self. He possesses remarkable potential and could become a second you, leading the Qingxian sacred land to greater heights. In the future, you may reside within the sect at ease. Rest assured, the sect will take care of you in your old age. Those words had caused Gu Xiu great distress at the time. It was not the attitude of his master and senior sisters that troubled him, but rather the realization that he could no longer contribute to the sect. Yet at that moment, he could never have imagined that he himself had become the most superfluous burden of the sect. Aside from the initial civility upon his return, it was not long before he became a figure of neglect, loathed and detested by all. This alone was already sufficiently tragic. Yet from the glimpses of the future he had witnessed in the illusion, it seemed he would become even more pitiable. Even in such a dire state, he ultimately sacrificed his life for the sect. Ironically, despite his selfless dedication, not a single member of the entire sect mourned him. Instead, they erupted in cheers for the little junior brother, Jiang Sun, who had achieved a breakthrough. Not one soul shed even a single tear for him. It was only when that young disciple revealed his fangs, turning merciless, and the Qingxian sacred land faced utter annihilation, with no one left to offer salvation, that they finally felt regret. Yet what use was that? If that illusion is a glimpse of the future, then upon reflection, my life has indeed been tragic. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu gathered his thoughts. Had it not been for this fleeting dream, I might have unwittingly followed the path to my demise, just as depicted in that vision. But now that I have caught a glimpse of the heavenly secrets, I cannot allow myself to tread the same path once more. As for this sect, let it be. Once a man of blind loyalty, Gu Xiu, having attained sudden enlightenment, yearned to alter everything. If that fleeting glimpse was a remnant of a past life, then in this lifetime, he would no longer live for the Qingxian sacred land. He desired to live for himself. With this thought, Gu Xiu hastened towards his abode. To live for himself, the first step was to sever ties with the Qingxian sacred land. Yet before he could break free from its grasp, two treasures awaited his retrieval. Two opportunities that rightfully belonged to him. As he sprinted back, Gu Xiu encountered numerous disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, yet all chose to willfully ignore him, pretending he was invisible. This was the norm. By seniority, he was considered a granduncle, yet it was evident that these inner disciples, at least at the foundational stage, were reluctant to acknowledge a mere mortal whose cultivation had been rendered null and void as their senior. Gu Xiu paid them no heed. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on reclaiming his two treasures, especially one of them. For according to the timeline presented in the illusion, that particular treasure would be seized by someone else today. He had to safeguard his opportunity. In a fervent rush, Gu Xiu finally reached his residence on Zhua Peak, but upon arriving at the entrance, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Although he had exerted every effort to return, that opportunity of his had already fallen into another's grasp. The individual holding his chance noticed Gu Xiu's hurried return and immediately donned a F.A. odd A of concern, saying, "Senior brother, are you all right? I heard you were punished by the master." The junior brother was quite worried and came to check on you. This person, clad in a blue robe, with a face as exquisite as jade, though his cultivation level was not particularly high at the moment, exuded an innate aura of Tao as he stood there. He was none other than Gu Xiu's deeply hidden, profoundly insightful junior brother, Jiang Sun. Seeing this seemingly harmless junior brother, it was difficult to fathom that he was the very one in the illusion who had usurped Gu Xiu's opportunity, deceived the entire Qingxian sacred land, and ultimately, to achieve his goals, ruthlessly forced or sacrificed all the senior sisters and the master in succession. Yet, Gu Xiu understood that everything within that vision was likely true. For according to the later developments in the illusion, upon his return to the sect, he would continuously clash with the master and senior sisters. The torment he endured every night, as his injuries flared up painfully, was indeed the machinations of this very junior brother. From the moment he had yet to return, he had already been plotting. "Why concern ourselves with him, little junior brother?" Before Gu Xiu could respond, an impolite voice interjected from the side. "Such a useless person, remaining in our Qingxian sacred land, is nothing but a disgrace to our sect and a hindrance to our development. If I were him, I would not only consider self-termination for the sake of the sect, but at the very least, depart and fend for myself." The speaker was none other than the seventh senior sister, Lu Qingyao, who had previously conspired against Gu Xiu in the grand hall of the sect. in the absence of Guan Xuan. Lu Qingyao did not bother to conceal her disdain for Gu Xiu, as if she were looking at a formidable enemy rather than the brother who had once cared for her deeply. Zhang Jun, however, spoke up for Gu Xiu. Senior sister, although Gu Shixiang's cultivation is ruined, he is still my senior brother. Such a person is not worthy of being your senior brother. Lu Qingyao interrupted Zhang Jun. Junior brother, you are simply too kind-hearted. You must remember that kindness should be reserved for the good. For a worthless scoundrel like Gu Xiu, one must never display even a hint of goodwill. Otherwise, it will only lead to one's own ruin. But senior sister Zhang Jun seemed intent on persuading her further. Yet he could only let out a sigh of resignation and apologetically said to Gu Xiu, Senior brother, please do not take offense. Gu Xiu had heard such words countless times before, and to be honest, he had previously thought Zhang Jun to be quite a decent fellow. However, hearing it now, Gu Xiu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. For all of this was merely Zhang Jun's act. Ignoring the two who were engaging in their back and forth, Gu Xiu's gaze fell upon an object in Zhang Jun's hand. Are you holding my belongings? Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Gu Xiu's sudden cold demeanor, but he quickly smiled and replied, I found this bamboo stick of yours quite unique, so I took it to play with. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Have you played with it enough? If you have had enough, may I have it back? Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned, looking down at the bamboo stick he was holding. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary green bamboo stick, entirely emerald in HU, like a T first glance. It seemed unremarkable. However, in truth, this bamboo stick was an item that Gu Xiu had brought back from forbidden area he had once guarded. It seemed to possess the power of regulation, capable of restoring itself no matter how much it was damaged. After Gu Xiu returned to the sect, it was studied for a long time. And eventually, it was discovered that aside from its self-restoration, it had no other efficacy, leading to it being returned to Gu Xiu that time. Gu Xiu had been unaware of its true use. Coincidentally, as he was responsible for raising celestial birds, he had simply used the stick as a tool to herd them, finding it convenient that it could restore itself even if broken. Only after witnessing the illusion did Gu Xiu realize that its true purpose was not to drive away poultry, but was in fact an unresolved divine artifact. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun seemed somewhat reluctant. I have heard that this item was brought back from that terrifying forbidden area by you, senior brother. It is quite remarkable, so I dare to request to borrow it for a while. I wonder if you would allow me to. No, Gu Xiu shook his head without hesitation. I do not like others touching my belongings. I have developed feelings for this bamboo stick over time. But Zhang Jun still seemed reluctant, casting a pleading glance towards Lu Qingyao beside him. Lu Qingyao did not disappoint him, immediately rebuking. Gu Xiu, is it not just a broken bamboo stick? It is a blessing for this junior brother to take an interest in it. Do not be so ungrateful. Whether it is a broken stick or a fine one, it is still my property. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, ignoring Lu Qingyao and instead fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Jun. If I were to give it to you, you may take it. But if I do not wish to give it, you cannot seize it. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent erupted suddenly from Gu Xiu's eyes, although his cultivation had indeed been completely scattered. The 500 years spent in the forbidden area had immersed him in slaughter daily. Even without any trace of cultivation, this killing intent was something that could never vanish, etched deeply into his soul. At this moment, it burst forth unabashedly. Even someone as gifted as Zhang Jun, who was accompanied by the aura of Tao, found himself momentarily entranced. Seizing the moment of Zhang Jun's distraction, Gu Xiu swiftly snatched the bamboo stick back. Gu Xiu, what are you doing? Lu Qingyao was the first to react, glaring at Gu Xiu with fury. How dare you? You actually dare to use killing intent against a junior brother. You actually dare to see something that a junior brother cherishes. Lu Qingyao's words were laden with murderous intent, and her terrifying pressure as a golden core practitioner was laid bare, as if she intended to engulf Gu Xiu entirely. However, regrettably, Gu Xiu feared no one's killing intent. As for the pressure, to be honest, even though his cultivation was gone, the mere pressure from a golden core practitioner was nothing to him. Confronting the furious Lu Qingyao, Gu Xiu held the green bamboo stick tightly. His gaze calm, unabashedly meeting Lu Qingyao's glare. "This is my possession." "Your possession? Do you not know that throughout the entire sect, everything must be devoted to fulfilling all of Junior Brother Zhang's needs and resources? He is currently reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him. Do you intend to harm our sect's prodigy?" Lu Qingyao questioned. The weight of such an accusation made Gu Xiu furrow his brow. Nevertheless, even so, Gu Xiu remained steadfast. "I shall not part with this bamboo stick, nor will I give it to him. Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Qingyao spat venomously. Ji Xiu responded undaunted. "Do you dare to kill me?" Lu Qingyao was about to retort, but Jiang Jun interjected. "Senior sister, let it be that I am merely curious about that bamboo stick. I have no intentions of forcing anyone. Since senior brother cherishes it, I shall not pursue it any further. Let's not damage the bond of our brotherhood." This statement provided Lu Qingyao with a way out. She indeed did not dare to kill Gu Xiu. Harming a fellow disciple was a grave taboo, especially since Gu Xiu could be considered a contributor to the Qingxian sacred land. A slight disregard would cause no issue, but should she truly slay him on the spot, the reputation of the Qingxian sacred land would be irreparably tarnished. "Humph. Gu Xiu, look at you, then look at Jiang Jun. The difference is clear." Gritting her teeth, Lu Qingyao scolded before turning to Jiang Jun. "Junior brother, do not fret. I will go find our master right now. With Master S' decree, not only will that broken bamboo stick be returned, but should you wish for the entire bamboo grove of Gu Xiu." "He would not dare to object," Jiang Jun replied. "This is very kind of you, senior sister. The bamboo stick is no longer needed." Lu Qingyao scoffed. "No longer needed? Some people lack manners. I must teach him a lesson." With that, she summoned a cloud and turned to leave, evidently to seek permission from Guan Xuelan. Jiang Jun, not daring to delay, quickly produced a flying sword and called out to Gu Xiu. "Senior brother, I apologize sincerely. I shall go persuade senior sister Lu right away. Please do not take offense." With that, he rode his flying sword and hurried after her. Watching Jiang Jun disappear entirely, Gu Xiu could not help but exclaim in wonder. How impressive! Such remarkable acting! Had he not been keenly observant, he might have genuinely believed that this junior brother was a decent person. However, as the two figures faded from sight, Gu Xiu returned his attention to the green bamboo stick in his hand. This bamboo stick, within the illusion, had revealed a terrifying ability to fish through the heavens. This was indeed a chance that belonged solely to Gu Xiu, which he had later given to Jiang Jun. And now, this opportunity had returned to him. However, this was not the time to ponder the green bamboo staff. He hurried into the room and immediately spotted an ancient tome resting upon the desk. Swiftly, he tucked it into his bosom. This marked the second significant opportunity for Gu Xiu, similarly acquired from the Forbidden Realm. Upon his return to the sect, he promptly surrendered it to the authorities. Yet, much like before, after a thorough examination, it was dismissed as worthless and returned to him. Now, with two major opportunities at hand, Gu Xiu finally took up pen and paper, inscribing his thoughts with deliberate slowness. Each word meticulously crafted, taking a full cup of tea's worth of time before completing his final character. Meanwhile, a formidable pressure began to envelop the room, followed by the cold, detached voice of Guan Xuelan. "Gu Xiu, are you aware of your transgressions?" Under normal circumstances, Gu Xiu might have been flustered and anxious. However, upon hearing those words, he felt no tremor of emotion. Instead, he calmly grasped the paper and stepped out of his wooden abode. There, he beheld Guan Xuelan standing at the entrance of his courtyard, her brow furrowed. Behind her stood Jiang Sun and Lu Qingyao. Jiang Sun maintained his perpetually apologetic demeanor, which was utterly nauseating, while Lu Qingyao regarded him with a smug, mocking expression, as if to say, "Look, you've crossed me. Now you shall pay." Yet, Gu Xiu felt no anger. Instead, he was mildly amused by the thought of Lu Qingyao's dismal fate within the illusions. The cycle of heaven truly is a remarkable thing. "Gu Xiu, you dare to laugh," Lu Qingyao declared, feeling uneasy at the sight of his smile. She turned to Guan Xuelan, saying, "Master, Gu Xiu is envious of the junior disciple. He is an excessively jealous person and deserves severe punishment." Jealous? Gu Xiu found this notion amusing. Since returning from the Forbidden Realm 3 years ago, he had never harbored jealousy toward his junior, but had instead sought to selflessly assist him. Now, merely refusing to hand over the green bamboo staff was labeled as jealousy. Nevertheless, Guxiu remained silent, directing his gaze towards Guan Xuelan, eager to discern how his esteemed master would resolve this matter. After all, she was his mentor, and a claim he held no expectations would be disingenuous. Guxiu, as your senior brother, you ought to support your junior, yet you have chosen to envy Jiang Sun, even deliberately causing this incident. That I am quite disappointed in you. Disappointed? The words from his master elicited an involuntary smile from Guxiu, tinged with a hint of bitterness and a semblance of relief. Ah, Guxiu, even under interrogation from your master, you managed to smile. Lu Qingyao exclaimed indignantly. Master, Guxiu is provoking you. He must be severely punished. Guan Xuelan frowned, hesitating before she inquired. Guxiu, why do you laugh? I recalled something amusing, Guxiu replied. Guan Xuelan's expression turned icy. At such a moment, you still have the leisure to indulge in frivolities. Do you truly feel no remorse? Master, may I ask why I should feel remorse? Guxiu queried. I es it because I did not provide the junior disciple with this wretched bamboo staff? Or is it because my continued presence in the sect obstructs his future ascension to the position of sect leader? What did you just say? Guan Xuelan gasped, staring at Guxiu in disbelief, while Lu Qingyao next recovered her mouth in shock. They had not anticipated Guxiu would bring this matter to the forefront. Before entering the Forbidden Realm, Master, you promised that if I returned safely, the position of sect leader would be passed to me. Guxiu spoke slowly, retrieving a jade token from his robe and tea that time. You even entrusted me with the sect leader's token to signify your intent. Guan Xuelan replied coolly. Indeed, you once had the potential to assume the role of sect leader, but the current situation, am I now rendered useless? Guxiu questioned with a smile. Guan Xuelan frowned slightly. You are aware of your own limitations. What face do you have to cling to this sect leader's token? Lu Qingyao, lacking any reservations, interjected. You are no different from a shameless stray dog. Qingyao, be silent, Guan Xuelan rebuked immediately. Master, if you scold me, I too must speak. Lu Qingyao retorted, continuing her tirade against Guxiu. Guxiu, do you think the current Qingxian sacred land is still the same as the Qingxian sect of your? Do you believe you still possess the qualifications to inherit the Qingxian sacred land? You are nothing but a waste, devoid of cultivation, talent, and roots. Even a lowly rogue cultivator could easily slay you. Can you truly not see the reality? Do you genuinely not understand that your best fate would be to perish in the Forbidden Realm, becoming a hero remembered by others? I said, be silent. Guan Xuelan could no longer contain her frustration and reprimanded once more. This time, she unleashed the oppressive aura of a great ascension stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao, a mere golden core disciple, was instantly rendered speechless under the overwhelming pressure. Her furious gaze still fixed on Guxiu. Faced with her glare, Guxiu suddenly comprehended, oh, that was it. Guan Xuelan cast a glance at Guxiu, hesitating before softly stating, Guxiu, what your junior sister said may indeed be rather harsh. Master, I find her words resonate profoundly, akin to the resounding clang of a great bell, stirring one's thoughts. Guxiu gently remarked. He then lifted his gaze, scanning the three individuals present. Jiang Sun still wore that painfully contrite expression. While Lu Qingyao did not shy away from meeting his eyes, her resentment glaringly evident. As for Guan Xuelan, her eyes were as indifferent as still water. Guxiu chuckled softly. The last remnants of his lingering attachment had completely vanished. He spoke softly. In truth, I had initially planned to sacrifice myself once junior brother Jiang achieved the golden core stage and qualified for the sect leader succession, thereby forcibly severing the ties of the sect leader's token. This revelation took Guan Xuelan by surprise. That Lu Qingyao scoffed, her expression one of disbelief at Guxiu's claims that Guxiu did not expect them to believe him. He merely smiled again and said, however, my thoughts have changed. I now value my life. This statement caused Guan Xuelan to furrow her brow instantly. Even Jiang Sun momentarily revealed a hint of resentful fury that Guxiu paid no mind to their gazes. Instead, he extended the already prepared piece of paper towards them. What is this? Guan Xuelan frowned. Guxiu replied, the abandonment of sect oath. At this proclamation, Guan Shuolan's outstretched hand trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Xiao, her eyes for the first time reflecting emotions beyond mere indifference. You wish to abandon the sect? Indeed, Gu Xiao nodded. Once this abandonment of sect oath is signed, I shall automatically sever ties with the sect and the Qingxian sacred land, henceforth having no further connection. Naturally, the ties established with the sect leader's token will also be completely severed, thus relieving you, Master Guan, of any further concerns regarding the sect leader's token at this moment. All three of them bore expressions of incredulity. The abandonment of sect oath was typically employed when disciples chose to withdraw from their sect, yet it was rare for anyone to resort to such measures. For once signed, it signified a complete severance of all ties and grievances with the sect, leaving no lingering attachments, even extinguishing the bonds of kinship. Even if a common person were to leave a sect, they would seldom sign such a document, usually preserving some semblance of affection and camaraderie. After the astonishment faded, Lu Qingyao was the first to exhibit excitement, while Jiang Sun concealed his emotions a bit more, yet still could not suppress a glimmer of joy. Finally, this eyesore was about to depart. Yet, Guan Shuolan furrowed her brows, casting a discontented glance at Gu Xiao. Is this your method of resistance? Resistance, Gu Xiao responded, perplexed. Knowing full well that I would never agree. You present such a thing. What else could it be but defiance? Guan Shuolan coldly interrogated. Do you believe that my punishment was excessively harsh? Or do you feel that the sect has wronged you? I must admit, your tactic of retreating to advance is quite formidable. Gu Xiao, still bewildered, inquired, retreating to advance. Is it not so? Have you taken me for a fool or a blind person? Guan Shuolan scoffed. As a core disciple of our sect, and a hero renowned in the outside world as the champion of the Qingshan sacred land, you are fully aware that should you withdraw from the sect, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread criticism, accusing our Qingshan sacred land of abandoning its OWNB. Why presenting this abandonment spirit contract now? What else could it signify but a threat to me? The words incited an increasing disdain in Lu Qingyao's gaze towards Gu Xiao. Initially, she had thought her junior brother was perceptive, but unexpectedly, his cunning ran so deep. To think he would resort to such means to intimidate the sect, simply outrageous. As for Gu Xiao, he too felt somewhat astonished. Although he had ceased to harbor any expectations from Guan Shuolan since her inquiry, he had not anticipated that after producing the abandonment spirit contract, her first thought would be this. Truly, his master was astutely perceptive. He could not help but sigh. Humph. Guan Shuolan snorted coldly. Though your actions over the past 3 years have profoundly disappointed me, I still held a sliver of hope for you. I never imagined your jealousy would run so deep. Given this, you need not suffer in the water prison any longer. Instead, go to the cliff of reflection and contemplate your transgression for the next 3 years. Ji Yuxiu remained unmoved. Guan Shuolan frowned. Do you have any grievances? I wish to leave the Qingshan sacred land and hope that Sect Master Guan will grant my request. Seeing Gu Xiao's unwavering stance, Guan Shuolan's eyes glinted with intensity. Do you still wish to threaten me? A terrifying pressure from the ascendant stage bore down upon him. Even Gu Xiao could not help but stagger, nearly kneeling to the ground. Yet Gu Xiao did not kneel. Instead, he bore this overwhelming pressure, slowly bowing in respect. I hope Sect Master Guan will grant my request. Do you think I am someone you can manipulate at will? Guan Shuolan's fury escalated, her oppressive force intensifying. The sheer strength caused Gu Xiao's bones to creak, a heaviness weighing upon his chest, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. If that were not sufficient, Guan Shuolan let out another furious snort. Ji Yuxiu felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. His once flowing white hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet he still did not kneel. Merely taking a half step back, his posture remained as rigid as a spear. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he raised his voice once more. I hope Sect Master Guan will grant my request. You in Guan Shuolan's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfaced, but ultimately, she emitted a cold snort. Very well. Excellent. With that, the immense pressure dissipated, allowing Gu Xiao to breathe more easily, though he could not suppress another spurt of blood. However, Gu Xiao could not afford to dwell on that now. for he saw that Guan Shuolan had truly picked up the abandonment spirit contract. Then, using her qi to form a shape, she inscribed her name upon it. She was about to complete the final stroke. Guan Shuolan glanced at Gu Xiao, her expression icy. If you believe that I am someone who can be schemed against and threatened, you are gravely mistaken. I shall ask you once more. Are you truly intent on abandoning the sect? What is there to hesitate about? According to the evolution within that illusion, this sect is a prison that confines him, a den that drains his essence. In this moment, he felt no hesitation, and he loudly proclaimed again, I hope Sect Master Guan will grant my request. This time, it was Guan Shuolan who hesitated. But upon seeing the hopeful expression on Gu Xiao's face, she steeled her resolve and completed the final stroke. In an instant, what had merely been an ordinary piece of white paper inscribed with the abandonment spirit contract erupted with a golden light upon Guan Shuolan's signature. It then slowly ascended into the skies above the Qingshan sacred land, where a manifestation of heavenly rules emerged. Gu Xiao could feel as if something was being stripped away from him. That was the power of the sect's fortune bestowed upon him. And as the sect's fortune was severed, the jade token of the sect master in Gu Xiao's hand soared forth, landing in Guan Shuolan's grasp. Having abandoned the sect, Gu Xiao naturally lost all qualifications to inherit its legacy to the other disciples. This scene represented a monumental loss. Yet to Gu Xiao, it was a liberation from shackles. He felt not a shred of reluctance. Rather, he experienced an unprecedented lightness. The tiger crouches in the deep mountains, listening to the wind howl. The dragon lies in the shallows, awaiting the tides. Now, the wind has come. The tide has arrived. The tiger returns to the forest. The dragon enters the sea. Ahead lies nothing but a smooth path. Thank you, Sect Master Guan, for your understanding. Gu Xiao immediately bowed once more, proclaiming loudly, according to sect rules, those who abandon the sect must return the sect's treasures and abandon its heart methods. Fortunately, I returned all the treasures given to me by the sect 3 years ago, and my cultivation has long been nullified. Thus, we are even. Today we bid farewell. With that, Gu Xiao turned and departed, leaving not a trace of longing behind. As Gu Xiao left, Lu Qingyao and Jiang Qinxin finally reacted. Liu Qingyao's face was filled with exhilaration as she watched Gu Xiao's departing figure with great excitement. Jiang Qinxin, however, understood the need for restraint. Bearing a troubled expression, Master, Brother Gu is merely confused for the moment. Let us not speak of this matter again. Guan Shuolan waved her hand, her attitude exceedingly stern. He wishes to threaten me. Then let him understand the consequences that I am never one to be intimidated. Send out the orders. From this day forth, Gu Xiao and my Qingshan sacred land shall have no further ties. All disciples are forbidden from providing any form of aid or protection to Gu Xiao. I shall see how he survives without the protection of the Qingshan sacred land. These words were spoken loudly enough for Gu Xiao, who had just reached the mountain gate, to hear clearly. However, he merely smiled faintly. Turning back for a final glance at the mountain gate of the Qingshan sacred land, he ultimately withdrew his gaze. This farewell may well be eternal as for the path ahead. There is nothing to it. Merely cross over. As Gu Xiao completely departed from the mountain gate, in the Qingshan sacred lands Weniansh, a stunning woman clad in a dark robe, with features as picturesque as a painting, suddenly spat out blood. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What has transpired? The blessings that have nurtured the sect for 500 years. Why have they suddenly dissipated? Has the sect committed some act that has drawn the wrath of heaven? This woman was the esteemed leader of the Wenianj of the Qingshan sacred land, Gu Xiao's senior sister, Nian Chaoshi. She was adept in divination and had often foretold the sect's fortunes, earning great reverence. Even the sect master, Guan Shuolan, treated this rarely seen senior disciple with utmost respect. Yet now, this esteemed leader of the Wenianj wore a face of fear and unease. This cannot be. There must be some mistake. Nian Chaoshi murmured softly to herself, hastily producing 6 copper coins. Yet, just as the hexagram technique reached its midpoint, the coins shattered into dust, as if crushed by an unseen hand. Frustrated, Nian Chaoshi took out a tortoise shell, But no sooner had she begun her divination than the shell suddenly collapsed, as if struck by a powerful fist. Gritting her teeth, she then retrieved a star-patterned chessboard. This time, the horror escalated. The board had barely materialized when abruptly fractured, resembling something cleaved by a sharp blade. These items were the very essence of Nian Chaoxi's life, and their destruction one after another made her involuntarily spit blood, a backlash of fate. At that moment, however, she could not afford to dwell on her injuries, but a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. She swiftly pulled out an ancient copper mirror. While the mirror remained intact, her life force continued to ebb away. She dared not delay and invoked the art of foresight once more. This time, she succeeded. On the surface of the mirror appeared a figure clad in white, with white hair turned away from her, emanating an aura of solitude and transcendence. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the figure turned to glance at the mirror. In that fleeting moment, the mirror shattered with a deafening crash. Nian Chaoxi coughed up a mouthful of vital blood and collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by the mirror's backlash. Time passed, and a voice filled with urgency broke through the haze. Senior sister, how are you? Please wake up." Upon opening her eyes, Nian Chaoxi saw her third junior sister, Su Wanqing, gazing at her with concern. As soon as she awoke, Su Wanqing anxiously said, "Senior sister, the art of divine inquiry is inherently defiant against fate. If you had not halted at a critical moment, you would have likely been drained of your lifespan and perished. What could possibly compel you to risk so much?" Nian Chaoxi hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Merely attempting the divination had nearly cost her life. If the hexagram's meaning were revealed, not only would she suffer, but Su Wanqing might also face divine retribution. Yet, recalling that fleeting glimpse from the final hexagram, Nian Chaoxi suddenly regained her senses and hastily rose to her feet, preparing to leave. "Senior sister, your lifespan has been severely depleted today. You need to recuperate." "I have no time. I must see him." "What do you mean you have no time? Who do you wish to see?" "I can help you find him. I need to find my junior brother." "Your junior brother has entered the sword pavilion for cultivation. You won't find him there now. Jiu Xiu has gone to the sword pavilion." Nian Chaoxi furrowed her brow. Jiu Xiu? "He is no longer our junior brother. I am referring to Jiang's son. He is now our only junior brother." "What do you mean he is not my junior brother?" Nian Chaoxi asked, puzzled. Su Wanqing explained, "Senior sister, you were in seclusion and unaware, but Gu Xiu has signed a severance contract with Master today and has left the sect." "What did you say?" Nian Chaoxi exclaimed. Taken aback, Su Wanqing continued, "Gu Xiu, consumed by jealousy towards Jiang's son, believed Master favored our junior brother. He threatened to leave the sect, and Master, incensed, agreed to his severance. Thus, he is no longer considered a disciple of Qingxian's sect, nor our junior brother." The following words faded from Nian Chaoxi's hearing. That moment, her mind involuntarily revisited the figure she had seen during the divination, followed by thoughts of the sect's dissipating fortunes. She promptly inquired, "When did Gu Xiu leave the sect?" "It seems to be around the SI hour." Nian Chaoxi calculated the time, realizing it coincided with the sect's fortunes departing, her conviction strengthening. "Where is Gu Xiu now?" "Where did he go?" "Senior sister." Su Wanqing was taken aback, but seeing the urgency in Nian Chaoxi's demeanor, she answered, "Gu Xiu used the severance contract. We can no longer trace his whereabouts within the sect. And likely no one is paying attention to where he went after leaving." Nian Chaoxi's anger flared. "Gu Xiu has endured 500 years of torment for the sect. Now, to let him leave without sending anyone to protect him? This is..." Su Wanqing hesitated. Jiu Xiu just left today. Without cultivation, he is merely immortal and cannot go far. His only possible destination is the Qingxian city at the foot of the mountain. If you... Before she could finish, Nian Chaoxi had already vanished, soaring away from the asking heaven pavilion. She needed to find Gu Xiu, regardless of why the figure in the mirror resembled Gu Xiu, or why the sect's fortunes had suddenly forsaken them. Everything clearly related to him. She had to locate Gu Xiu and bring him back to the sect. Unfortunately, this journey was destined to be in vain. For Gu Xiu, after leaving the Qingxian sacred land, did not head towards Qingxian city as expected. Instead, he turned towards the opposite direction, towards the perilous Tianqi mountain range. rife with dangers and ferocious beasts. Having glimpsed the future in the illusion, Gushio would not underestimate his junior brother. In that vision, he had been oppressed within the sect, with Jiang Sun persistently seeking to end his life. Fearing his resurgence, now that he had exited the sect, Gushio was even less assured that he would be spared. Thus, for the sake of caution, Gushio preferred to venture into the seemingly more perilous Tianqi mountain range. In truth, while it was deemed dangerous, this only applied to outsiders. 500 years ago, Gushio had traversed the Tianqi mountain range numerous times, becoming intimately familiar with its terrain, though 500 years could change hearts. The perilous mountain range had not transformed significantly at this moment. Gushio was nestled in an exceedingly concealed cave, kindling a fire and preparing food. This refuge had been established by him 500 years prior. Chosen for its seclusion, as he frequently trained and occasionally entered seclusion there, he had even set up several formations to protect it. Additionally, considering the possibility that someone from Qingxian sacred land might inadvertently stumble upon it, Gushio had left behind some spirit stones for the convenience of his fellow disciples. Little did he expect that 5 centuries later, aside from a nest of snakes and insects making their home there, no one else had set foot in this cave, and even the spirit stones he had stored were still intact. After driving away the snakes and insects, he activated the concealment formation with the spirit stones and tidied up the area, rendering it a relatively safe hiding spot. While waiting for the food to cook, Gushio did not idle, but instead, by the firelight, gazed at 2 objects before him: a green bamboo pole and a nameless ancient tome. These were items he had brought out from the forbidden area, though he had yet to learn how to use them, leaving them neglected until now. Even the sect had abandoned their research on them after a time. However, today, having witnessed countless changes in the illusion, Gushio finally saw the true nature of these 2 treasures and realized they represented a significant opportunity for him. First, the green bamboo pole. This object was said to be capable of fishing from the heavens. Usable once every 10 days. However, to employ it, one needed a special technique, which Gushio could not execute at present due to his lost cultivation. Skipping over this item, he picked up the ancient tome. This tome was nameless, and upon opening the first page, he read, "By aligning with the principles of heaven and earth, one can weave the essence of the universe into matter, transforming souls and shifting forms." Thus, one understands the sentiments of spirits and deities. The words were already deeply ingrained in Gushio's mind over the past 3 years. Previously, he had only grasped them superficially, yielding no results in the illusion. This ancient tome had been held by Jiang Sun for years, yet it too had borne no fruit until Gushio's near-death experience led to a sudden enlightenment, allowing him to begin cultivating anew and nearly ascend to immortality. Regrettably, later, when the Qingxian sacred land faced calamity, he had emerged early from seclusion to aid the sect, forcibly tapping into powers he could not control, ultimately leading to a mutual demise with a formidable foe. The nature of that illusion remained a mystery. If it were a complete narrative, he would be but a tragic supporting character destined for sorrow from the moment of his birth. Fortunately, I need no longer follow that tragic path as depicted in the illusion. Gushio murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the ancient tome. Ultimately, he managed to shake off his distractions, retrieving a dagger. After a moment of hesitation, he plunged it into his own heart. He was but a mortal in that instant. The fleeting remnants of his lifespan vanished, and the excruciating pain left Gushio gasping for breath. Yet he dared not falter. Instead, he dipped another finger into the blood pooling at his heart, and, gritting his teeth, began to inscribe upon the blank cover page of the nameless ancient text. Within the realm of illusions, he had undertaken this act to relinquish the sect leader's jade token. With his heart's blood, he inscribed 2 characters upon the ancient tome: "No regrets." His intention was to convey to others that he did not lament his actions. Yet upon reflection, how utterly laughable it seemed. However, this time, after the characters were etched, Gushio felt a surge of inspiration and revised his intended inscription from regret to shamed in "Oh shame." At the moment the final stroke was completed, Gushio's vitality was extinguished, and his hands fell limply to his sides. Just then, the 2 characters he had inscribed on the tome erupted into a dazzling golden light. Following this, as if drawn by an unseen force, The nameless tome began to rise slowly, hovering above Gu Xiu's head. Gradually, it began to disintegrate from one corner of the first page, shards swirling like countless butterflies, settling around Gu Xiu. When the last page of the tome shattered completely, those butterfly-like fragments seemed to respond to some call, gradually infiltrating Gu Xiu's very being. Upon entering his body, the ancient tome's fragments began to traverse his meridians, where they revitalized the withered channels as if spring had arrived to parched earth. The once broken meridians rapidly mended, and astonishingly, they not only restored but grew even stronger. His veins expanded, and intricate patterns began to emerge upon them. This was the innate Tao rhythm, a rare and exceptional cultivation physique. Seldom seen in eons, Gu Xiu's junior brother possessed an innate Tao rhythm, granting him superior cultivation speed and potential compared to ordinary individuals. Yet, even Jiang Sun merely had the Tao rhythm cloaked upon him. Unlike Gu Xiu, whose rhythm was deeply embedded within his meridians, strictly speaking, this was no longer merely an innate Tao rhythm. It was the sacred rhythm of innateness. After the restoration of Gu Xiu's meridians, the ancient tome's fragments continued their journey, now penetrating into Gu Xiu's bones. 5 centuries of torment in the Forbidden Land had left his battle-worn bones riddled with cracks and scars. Yet, amidst the fluttering of the tome's fragments, those fissures and scars transformed into markings as the fragments danced. These markings gradually coalesced into intricate patterns. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in awe. This was the supreme Tao bone. For an ordinary person, possessing even a single piece would ensure their ascendance to supremacy in their lifetime. Yet Gu Xiu, with a total of 206 bones, now found them all transformed into supreme Tao bones. More astonishingly, after reconstructing Gu Xiu's entire skeletal structure and meridians, the ancient tome's fragments did not cease, but instead floated towards Gu Xiu's dantian, the reservoir of vital energy. The dantian is the foundation of a cultivator's practice. For a mortal to embark on the path of cultivation, it is imperative to open the dantian. Should one fail to do so, the possibility of cultivation in this lifetime is extinguished. Gu Xiu's dantian was the most severely injured area, completely destroyed. After returning from the Forbidden Land, he had attempted multiple times to restore it, but alas, the injuries proved too grave, and even Guan Xuelan, a supreme being of the Great Ascension stage, had examined it 3 years prior, ultimately declaring it beyond salvation. But now, as the ancient tome's fragments arrived, the dantian, once utterly desolate, began to mend little by little under this mysterious power. Not only was it restored, but the fragments, like expanding territory, not only repaired all that they touched, but rapidly expanded their reach. The dantian of an ordinary person resembles a small pond, while those with exceptional talent can cultivate theirs into vast rivers. Yet in this moment, Gu Xiu's dantian was expanding towards the vastness of the ocean, and it seemed there was no end to its growth. Awakening, Gu Xiu was engulfed in ecstasy. However, before long, the smile on his face began to freeze, replaced by a sense of trepidation, for his dantian was expanding infinitely, rivaling the ocean, and yet it showed no signs of halting. A larger dantian is naturally better, for it forms the foundation of cultivation. The greater the dantian, the denser the spiritual energy, enabling one to overpower others of the same rank in both consumption and combat. However, a dantian that is too vast also raises the difficulty of cultivation. Or rather, the requirements for advancement correspondingly increase. Without top-tier techniques to support it, the speed of cultivation could become excruciatingly slow. This concept is easily understood. If an ordinary person's dantian is likened to a cup, the process of cultivation involves filling that cup drop by drop. Once filled, one enters the realm of great perfection and can then strive to break through to the next level. But if the dantian is transformed from a cup into a barrel, and the rate of water entering the barrel remains unchanged, the time required to reach great perfection will naturally increase significantly. The only variable is the cultivation technique. The higher the quality of the technique, the faster the water fills the vessel, akin to an open sluice gate. However, even with a top-tier technique that allows spiritual energy to converge as if from an open sluice, if the dantian is too large, The accumulation required at each stage remains equally monumental. Fortunately, as the Danteon expanded to an unfathomably vast ocean, the ancient tome's fragments finally paused their efforts to carve out the Danteon, instead gathering towards its center. Gradually, they began to reassemble, taking on the form of that enigmatic tome once more, hovering above the Danteon. Guccio waited for a moment, somewhat puzzled. What about the technique? According to the visions he had witnessed within the realm of illusions, this tome should transform into a remarkably profound celestial-level technique. Once opened, it should contain detailed instructions for cultivation. Yet now, while the character's no shame remained, upon opening it, all the text had vanished, replaced by blank pages. What could this mean? Had the celestial technique simply vanished? Was it because I wrote no shame instead of no regrets that this change occurred? But if there were no techniques, why did the tome continue to hover in the Danteon? Were these blank pages writable? With a thought, Guccio decided to test it. Immediately, he focused his intent and began to inscribe upon the nameless tome. Ancient sages, breathing in yin and yang, all beings revered their virtue. One character after another began to materialize upon the nameless tome. Guccio's eyes sparkled. He could indeed write techniques upon this tome. Moreover, as he completed the first paragraph, a gentle breeze stirred within his Danteon. Guccio felt a profound sense of enlightenment wash over him, causing his eyes to shine even brighter as he resumed his writing. In ancient times, individuals would let their hair flow freely without the restraint of a collar, ruling the world with virtue that flourished without resorting to violence. The sagacious sovereigns drew inspiration from the heavens above and measured their deeds against the earth below. This text is known as the Tong Xianjing, a manual of cultivation believed to have been authored by an ancient sage that serves not only as a guide for personal cultivation, but also as a beacon of enlightenment, thus gaining widespread acclaim. Many have inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation through this very tome. Guccio, having distanced himself from his sect, now faces the risk of karmic entanglement and possible divine retribution should he continue to practice the techniques of the Qingxian sect. Although the Tong Xianjing may not rival the methods of the Qingxian sect, it suffices as a transitional tool until he encounters more formidable practices in the future. Initially, Guccio held this thought. Yet at this moment, as each character inscribed upon the nameless ancient text fell into place, an overwhelming clarity surged within him. His prior comprehension of the Tong Xianjing, which he had believed to be thorough, now seemed rather superficial. As these realizations blossomed, Guccio instinctively closed his eyes, attuning to the scattered spiritual energy of the external world, which he gradually began to absorb into his being, allowing it to flow naturally through his meridians. With a thunderous resonance, as the final character of the Tong Xianjing was inscribed, the first wisp of spiritual energy completed a full circuit through his meridians, surging into his Danteon, transforming into a vital force for his own use. Guccio opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment dancing within them. That he could cultivate. In the realm of cultivation, one's prowess is paramount. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an eternal truth. This notion had become deeply ingrained in Guccio during the 3 years since his return from the Forbidden Grounds, during which he had often felt despondent over his inability to progress. Now, he had finally re-entered the realm of cultivation. Even though it was merely a single wisp of spiritual energy, insufficient to perform even the simplest of spells, it was enough to fill Guccio's heart with unbridled joy. Suddenly, amidst his elation, Guccio let out a soft exclamation of surprise as he noticed that the pages upon which the Tong Xianjing had been inscribed began to detach themselves, transforming into a brand new manual that floated beside the nameless text. Emblazoned with 4 grand characters, Tong Xian Dao Jing. What could this mean? Why had the Tong Xianjing morphed into the Tong Xian Dao Jing? As he turned the pages, he was taken aback by the alterations in content. The Tong Xian Dao Jing was more concise and direct than its predecessor. Guccio resumed his cultivation according to the methods outlined in the Tong Xian Dao Jing, only to discover that the previously sluggish pace of his cultivation had accelerated considerably. The Tong Xianjing, devoid of any rank, had now seemingly reached the threshold of a yellow tier technique. Could it be that this nameless manual has the ability to automatically elevate the rank of techniques? Gu Xiu speculated inwardly. He promptly began transcribing the words from the Tong, Xianjin Jing, onto the nameless manual. However, upon completion, the characters vanished as if they could not be inscribed upon its pages. Was it because the technique had already been elevated in rank, rendering it incapable of further enhancement through the nameless manual? Perhaps I should try a different book? With this thought, Gu Xiu began to mentally inscribe another technique. There is existence in non-existence. Transformation in non-transformation. The non-existent can give rise to existence. The non-transformative can transform. This was another technique akin to the Tong Xian Jing, known as the Chong Su Jing, and like the former, it was widely disseminated and accessible to all. As he completed the Chong Su Jing, to his astonishment, the pages began to float, transforming into a manual titled Chong Su Dao Jing. Upon perusal, he found it to be as refined and powerful as the Tong Xian Dao Jing. Building upon his previous understanding, Gu Xiu felt a profound sense of enlightenment wash over him. Just as he fully grasped the essence of the Chong Su Dao Jing, he observed it gradually gravitating towards the Tong Xian Dao Jing. To his amazement, the two manuals began to merge. Ultimately, they coalesced into a brand new technique. Xian Su Jing. Could techniques truly be fused together? Gu Xiu's eyes widened in shock. Each technique that emerged required a profound understanding of the path of cultivation to create. Even post-creation, countless trials and modifications were necessary. A single misstep could lead one astray into madness. The fusion of two techniques appeared deceptively simple, yet the challenge was even greater, as it demanded an intimate familiarity and comprehension of both texts. And now, under the aegis of the nameless manual, these two techniques had merged. If fusion were possible, could it be that if I combined all techniques, they would ultimately culminate in something even more powerful? Gu Xiu speculated. He opened the nameless manual once more, and to his surprise, the previously inscribed pages had miraculously replenished, appearing ready to be written upon once again, and no longer concerned about depleting the pages. Gu Xiu retrieved another technique known as the Huang Ting Jing, also a widely known method of cultivation. After transcribing it, the Huang Ting Jing transformed into the Huang Ting Dao Jing. However, this time, the two techniques did not merge. In an instant, Gu Xiu grasped the reason. He had not yet comprehended both new techniques, thus preventing their fusion. Subsequently, Gu Xiu began to delve into the Huang Ting Dao Jing. Just a single reading brought him to a state of comprehension, illuminating him with a golden glow. He then turned his attention to the Xian Su Jing, which was even more potent than the previous three techniques. Yet its core remained similar. In a mere tea's worth of time, he completely understood it, and a golden light emanated from the tea that moment. The two techniques began to merge once more. Soon, they transformed into a brand new technique, Xian Ting Su Jing. As Gu Xiu perused it, he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This technique was of the Xian tier. It was noteworthy that even the Qing Xian sect's teachings, imparted to inner disciples, were merely Xian tier techniques. Yet here he was, possessing a technique that rivaled the Qing Xian Ju. More importantly, this was merely a fusion of three widely circulated techniques. What might happen if he were to continue merging even more powerful techniques in the future? Furthermore, if cultivation techniques could be fused, could other sword techniques and methods be merged as well? Gu Xiu ventured a bold hypothesis. Unfortunately, he had no such materials at hand. Previously, he had learned numerous sword techniques, all from the Qing Xian sect, which were considered closely guarded secrets. Now, having signed the abandonment sect spirit agreement, any further practice or leakage would invite divine retribution. For the time being, he could not afford to experiment further. However, Gu Xiu remained unperturbed. His immediate priority was to cultivate, at the very least, to the third layer of qi refinement. His gaze turned towards the azure bamboo staff beside him. This staff required special means to wield. Yet such means necessitated reaching at least the third layer of qi refinement. Thus, it was imperative that he first attain that level. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Qing Xian sect, the sect leader Guan Shuelan sat in her position. Her expression grave and her mood somewhat irritable. There's still no news of Gu Xiu. Replying to the sect leader, there's no news yet. What about Qing Xian City? Qingxian City has conducted a thorough investigation. Within the past 5 days, Gu Xiu did not enter the city. What about the more distant towns? Currently, both Chuashi City and Datan City have confirmed that there are no traces of Gu Xiu. Where could a mere mortal, stripped of his cultivation, go after leaving the sect? Guan Shuelan's voice rose in anger, causing the elders present in the hall to fall silent. Guan Shuelan, feeling vexed, asked, "What of Zhao Yang? What is the situation now?" Su Feng, the sect leader, has just conveyed a message. Although Master Nian has suffered a backlash from the heavenly machinations, she has fortunately received timely medical attention. While she remains in a state of unconsciousness, her condition is no longer critical. The reporting elder hesitated momentarily. "That is, what do you mean by that?" It is as Su Feng stated. Ever since Master Nian fell into a coma, she has incessantly called out for junior brother Gu Xiu. Humph. Guan Shuelan was instantly filled with rage that it has been 5 days since Gu Xiu signed the abandonment contract with the sect. Initially, Guan Shuelan did not take this matter to heart. Not only did she disregard herself, but she also ordered her disciples not to assist Gu Xiu. In her view, Gu Xiu's abandonment of the sect was merely a tactic to coerce her into submission. He could never truly wish to leave the sect. Once he experienced hardship outside, he would naturally return obediently. However, 2 days after Gu Xiu's departure, Nian Xiaoxi suddenly encountered misfortune, nearly losing her life. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the eldest disciple, Nian Xiaoxi, had suffered a backlash from the heavens due to her excessive searching for Gu Xiu. Had it not been for the timely medical assistance from the third disciple, Su Wanqing, she would have perished. This incident finally prompted Guan Shuelan to remember her disciple who had abandoned the sect. Considering the time, she realized she had sufficiently chastised him and could now allow him to return. At that point, she would reinstate him into the sect, annul the abandonment contract, and confine him to the cliff of reflection for 3 years for introspection, serving as a punishment. Yet Guan Shuelan never anticipated that finding the person she thought would be easily located would take the sect 3 whole days. And still, there was no news. This was the first time in 500 years that Guan Shuelan felt a sense of losing control. This feeling was quite ominous. After much contemplation, Guan Shuelan commanded, "Where is Imo Ran? I recall she is still in the sect. Summon her." Qin Moran, Guan Shuelan's 5th disciple, though not highly skilled, is the chief elder of the sect's talisman division, exceptionally adept at crafting talismans. Shortly after, Qin Moran, dressed in a gray and white plain dress, approached gracefully, performing a perfectly executed bow before speaking gently. "Master, you called for me. Do you have any news of Gu Xiu?" "Gu Xiu," Qin Moran replied. Puzzled, "I have no news of him." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, and moreover, I've had no interaction with Gu Xiu. Master, you should be aware of this." Guan Shuelan remained skeptical, staring fixedly at Qin Moran. "I recall that in the past, you greatly admired Gu Xiu's literary talent and calligraphy, even lingering by his side for quite some time. That was merely the innocence of a disciple 500 years ago," Qin Moran replied candidly, shaking her head. "Since Gu Xiu's self-imposed exile, he has been enveloped in a sinister aura. Devoid of the talent he once possessed, I have avoided him at all costs. Why would I still maintain contact? When he departed from the sect, did you provide him with any talismans, such as a concealment talisman or a disguise talisman?" Guan Shuelan inquired, her brow furrowing. She suspected that Gu Xiu might have received assistance from someone to evade the disciple's search. Qin Moran shook her head. "For the past 3 years since Gu Xiu's return to the sect, he has repeatedly sabotaged my talisman crafting, and I have grown to despise him immensely. How could I possibly give him any talismans?" At this, Guan Shuelan's frown deepened. If Qin Moran did not lend assistance, then who could have? Qin Moran asked, "Is Master concerned for Gu Xiu's safety? Why would I worry about a discarded and useless member of the sect?" Guan Shuelan shook her head. Yet he was once a prodigy of the sect, and 500 years ago, even ventured into the forbidden grounds on behalf of the sect. If we were to neglect him now, how would the world perceive our Qingxian sacred land? Qin Moran fell silent, merely shaking her head slightly. "Oh, you hold a different opinion?" Guan Shuelan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, my thoughts diverge from those of Master." "Oh, pray tell. Though Gu Xiu was once a prodigy, he is now but a waste. The sect has already exhausted its resources in sustaining him for 3 years, which is more than sufficient as for Gushio's foray into the forbidden grounds 500 years ago. Qin Moran shook her head. Forgive me, but that forbidden ground, though reputed to be a source of fortune for the sect, remains shrouded in mystery. Who can truly ascertain its nature? In truth, the prosperity of the sect over these 500 years has been due to the guidance of our master and the diligent efforts of our senior and junior sisters. As for the so-called fortune, I have yet to witness it, so to label Gushio as a hero of the sect is rather hasty. This, Guan Shuolan hesitated. Indeed, this topic had arisen more than once since Gushio's return. So your stance is... My stance is singular. What is it? Guan Shuolan inquired with intrigue. However, Qin Moran pondered for a moment before speaking softly. To draw a line and sever ties, never to reunite. Would that not be excessively heartless? Guan Shuolan hesitated. Qin Moran shook her head. Gushio's talents have been squandered. He is no longer capable of cultivation. This signifies that he and we inhabit two entirely different worlds. Departing from his sect, he should fend for himself. That is the fate befitting a mortal. Moreover, Master, you have also stated that Gushio threatened the sect with the abandonment contract. This is indeed a grave taboo for our sect. If that is the case, let him be. The sect owes him nothing and has no need to trouble itself. Furthermore, I believe Gushio will soon seek to return. Oh, Guan Shuolan raised an eyebrow. Having grown up in the Qingxian sacred land, Gushio has no relatives or acquaintances in the outside world. Now, as a forsaken man with little time left, the sect's support for him is already a significant kindness. His current venture is one of overreaching ambition, and he will inevitably face the harshness of life. When he can no longer endure, he will find a way to seek the sect's forgiveness. Qin Moran articulated her analysis. She was well-versed in the classics and had previously served as the sect strategist. Her words now resonated deeply with Guan Shuolan. Indeed, Gushio is merely inviting suffering upon himself. If he truly cannot survive outside and seeks to return, I shall relish the opportunity to discipline him. Guan Shuolan declared indignantly. Issue a decree. From this day forth, recall all those searching for him. No longer shall we expend the sect's resources on this individual. This cold pronouncement caused the elder to hesitate slightly. Guan Shuolan frowned. Elder Chun, do you have any further matters to discuss? Elder Chen hesitated briefly, ultimately shaking his head. I shall comply. Though he was an elder responsible for managing a few inner disciples' resources, he was merely a minor figure, lacking the authority to voice dissent. However, as he exited the sect's grand hall and glanced at the humble peak from which Gushio had departed, Elder Chen couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems Master Gu will not be returning this time. Gushio, at the Dan Peak of Qingxian sacred land, a startled exclamation rang out as Nian Chaoshi, who had been in a coma for several days, awoke in a cold sweat, sitting upright. Senior sister, you have finally awakened. The third sister, Su Wanqing, rushed over, immediately grasping Nian Chaoshi's wrist to take her pulse. After a moment, her brow relaxed somewhat. Thank goodness, although you are still quite weak, your injuries have healed, and you have not been left with any lasting afflictions. Senior sister, you must take good care of yourself in the coming days, and remember not to engage in divination again. Nian Chaoshi ignored her advice, urgently asking, What of Gushio? Has he returned? Ah, Su Wanqing smiled wryly. Senior sister, why are you still concerned about Gushio? He has been away from his sect for half a month, and the sect leader has already commanded that we cease searching for him. Why do you still cling to this matter? What? How long have I been unconscious? Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in shock that it had already been 13 days. So long? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, and her expression turned cold. Then why hasn't Gushio sought us out? Did I not say that it was imperative to bring him back to the sect? Well, never mind. I will seek out the master. Seeing Su Wanqing hesitate, Nian Chaoshi tossed out the words and hurriedly made her way towards the main peak. Today, Guan Shuolan was engaged in sect affairs. Upon seeing her eldest disciple awaken, a warm smile instantly graced her face. Chaoshi has awakened. How do you feel now? Thank you for your concern, master. I am now quite well, Nian Chaoshi replied, then eagerly inquired. Master, I wish to know why the sect is no longer searching for Guxiu. Upon hearing Guxiu's name, Guan Shuolan's brow furrowed. The time has come. He has suffered enough. He will return on his own accord. What is there to seek? But what if he does not return? Nian Chaoshi inquired. That if he does not respond, would that not be just as well? Guan Shuolan replied coldly. In any case, he is merely a burden to the sect, an unnecessary drain on its resources. This indifferent response left Nian Chaoshi momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at her master. She excelled in the art of divination, having devoted herself to the path of heavenly secrets, which destined her to a life of solitude due to the entanglements of causality that harm both the seer and others. Thus, for several centuries, she had rarely ventured outside, seldom interacting even with her own master or fellow disciples. She had indeed heard that her master and the other sisters were not particularly fond of Guxiu, but she had not anticipated such a callous statement from her master. It was unfathomable, and she found it hard to believe. But he is Guxiu, Nian Chaoshi exclaimed, unable to contain herself. 500 years ago, Yet, as she began to speak, Guan Shuolan interrupted with a frigid tone. Do not dwell on the past. The path of cultivation concerns the present and the future. Becoming mired in the past ultimately leads to self-entrapment and is of no benefit to one's practice. Nian Chaoshi felt as if struck by lightning, staring at her master, who had changed little over the past 5 centuries, momentarily lost in a daze of no benefit to one's practice, echoed in her mind. 500 years ago, you and Guxiu were not particularly close, so there is little karmic connection. Although I do not comprehend why you suddenly care so much for Guxiu, one must move forward. If someone lingers in place, they will inevitably be forsaken. This is not cruelty on my part, but simply the nature of this world. Guan Shuolan spoke plainly, her demeanor still as cold as ever. Seeing that Nian Chaoshi remained unable to comprehend, she sighed. As the leader of the Qingxian sect, I must consider more than just personal feelings. I must take the entire sect into account, that Guxiu's cultivation has been rendered useless. He consumes a significant amount of the sect's resources monthly for healing and sustaining his life. Many disciples have already expressed their discontent regarding this matter. His departure, from the perspective of the sect, is actually a favorable development. This was the truth. Since Guxiu returned from the forbidden area, burdened with grievous injuries and lingering wounds, he had suffered immensely, necessitating a substantial drain on the sect's resources for his survival and recuperation. Many of the younger sisters had voiced their grievances about this, and though Nian Chaoshi had heard whispers of it, she had never given it much thought. Yet now, she was taken aback that Guan Shuolan would bring it up. Growing somewhat incensed, Nian Chaoshi summoned her courage to challenge. But he is a disciple of our sect, your direct disciple. He entered the forbidden area for the sake of the sect, striving to secure blessings for us. In such a grand sect as Qingxian, is it not disheartening to deny even a modicum of resources to someone who nearly lost his life for the sect? A modicum of resources? Guan Shuolan retorted, displeased. Do you know how much Guxiu's monthly stipend is? This, Elder Chun, the steward, hesitated. Speak plainly, Guan Shuolan coldly urged, directing her gaze at the elder. Elder Chun, glancing between the master and Nian Chaoshi, lowered his head and finally admitted, Gushi Shu receives 10 low-grade spirit stones as his monthly stipend. Did you hear that? Guxiu consumes 10 spirit stones each month. Guan Shuolan was about to elaborate, when she abruptly froze, staring at Elder Chun. What did you say his monthly stipend is? 10 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Chun stammered, of course. Sometimes it can be even less. At the very least, Gushi Xiang has only received 3 low-grade spirit stones on occasion. Upon hearing this, Guan Shuolan stood rooted to the spot, while Nian Chaoshi gasped in disbelief. Disciples at the lowest tier of the intersect receive a stipend of 200 spirit stones monthly. Ordinary elders receive thousands, and direct disciples are guaranteed at least 10,000. How could it be so little for Guxiu? Facing Nian Chaoshi's inquiry, Elder Chen glanced at the master, then down at the ground, struggling to find his words. What is going on? Guan Shuolan pressed, her brows furrowing. Though Guxiu is rendered useless, he is still a direct disciple. Such a meager stipend. Are you all embezzling funds? Elder Chun, terrified, immediately knelt and exclaimed, I assure you, I have never embezzled. Even if I had the intent, I would not dare. Please, master, judge me fairly. Then explain why Gushio's stipend is so low, Guan Shulan insisted. This, Elder Chun hesitated before finally admitting. It was set by you, master. This revelation caused Guan Shulan to shudder, and Nian Chaoxi's brows furrowed with intensity. Nonsense. When did I ever? She began to refute. But as she continued, words failed her. As a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage, she had long since attained a level of memory retention that made her recall certain events. Until now, she had not fully remembered. But Elder Chun's reminder sparked a vague recollection that rendered her momentarily speechless. Yet that infuriating Elder Chun, in his bid to clear his own name, continued. 2 years ago, Gu Shu was penalized for damaging spirit stones. And you have his stipend. Even halved, how could it only amount to 10 spirit stones? Nian Chaoxi frowned. This, Elder Chen glanced at Guan Shulan, hesitating before explaining, 3 years ago, when Gu Shu returned to the sect. The stewards did not recognize him. Seeing him sweeping the Great Hall daily and noting his lack of cultivation, they classified him as a menial disciple, assigning him the monthly stipend for such roles. Which is 20 spirit stones, have to 10, such a significant matter. And you didn't question it? Nian Chaoxi questioned through gritted teeth. Elder Chen looked at Guan Shulan and, in a hushed tone, added, I did inquire about this matter with you. Master and 7th Shu Lu Qingyao was present. She stated that Gu Shu was merely a menial disciple, and you did not refute her at the time as, what? Nian Chaoxi erupted in fury, glaring at Guan Shulan before turning her ire on Elder Chen. In more than 3 years since, did you not learn of Gu Shio's true identity? Of course we knew, Elder Chen stammered, but once the sect stipends are set, changing them requires the master's decree. The master said, Gu Shixiang is but a waste. There is no need to waste too many spirit stones on him. A modest amount will suffice. No need for special adjustments. What? Nian Chaoxi could no longer contain herself. Her gaze at her master now frosty. The master believed that at the time, Gu Shio's stipend should align with those of ordinary inner disciples. How could one know he was treated as a menial disciple? Guan Shulan's eyes shifted uncomfortably, and after a moment, she attempted to justify. Moreover, Gu Shio is merely a waste without cultivation. He has all necessities provided by the sect. Spirit stones are of no use to him. This argument, while reasonable, did not alleviate Nian Chaoxi's frustration that he is your direct disciple. She asserted that a dignified direct disciple, though his cultivation is lost, receives a monthly stipend that is even less than that of a menial disciple. While it is true that in Qingxian, daily needs do not require spirit stones, those are merely basic necessities. Should he require anything else, even for medicine when ill, spirit stones are necessary, or he must trade with other disciples. Nian Chaoxi questioned pointedly, her heart already ice-cold, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Deep down, she had always known Gu Shio was not favored within the Qingxian sect. Her master and the other disciples regarded him with disdain. Yet she had never fathomed that Gu Shio led such a life within the sect. A direct disciple, reduced to a status beneath that of a menial disciple. Why did he receive only 10 spirit stones each month? And could that be altered? Suddenly, Nian Chaoxi recalled Elder Lu's earlier words. Gu Shio's stipend could indeed be even lower. This, Elder Lu hesitated once more, and no need to ask. It was the master's decree. At this moment, Guan Shulan reluctantly acknowledged. Gu Shio's actions are indeed reckless, and he often makes mistakes, which is why I frequently impose a penalty of having his monthly stipend that I in that instant. Nian Chaoxi felt a chilling wave of frost. He is your direct disciple, the one you personally nurtured from the very beginning. I am too preoccupied with my duties to dwell on such trivial matters. Guan Shulan, feeling somewhat uneasy, continued, moreover, as a mere mortal, if he does not seek indulgence, what use are spirit stones to him? Not to mention, when he first returned to the sect, he consumed a considerable amount of our resources for his healing, which depleted quite a few spirit stones. Elder Chen hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his head, saying, actually, the resources consumed by Master Gu during his healing amounted to at most 1,000 spirit stones. What? Nian Chaoxi was taken aback. Guan Shulan frowned even more. Nonsense. How could that be? You, the sect master, personally treated Master Gu, and after realizing he had no potential for cultivation, you abandoned him, though you did indeed instruct the use of medicinal stones for his recovery. But, Nian Chaoshi interjected, at that time, Junior Master Jiang Sun was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, and many of the resources overlapped with those used by Master Gu. For this reason, Senior Master Su Wanqing specifically approached Master Gu to discuss the matter. But what was said remains unknown. Ever since then, Master Gu has ceased to request any medicinal stones. Actually, Elder Chen added, the amount of spirit stones was indeed exaggerated. In that moment, Nian Chaoshi stood in the main hall of the sect. Yet she felt an icy chill envelop her, leaving her back completely cold. Anger followed swiftly. Master, Gu Xiao is your cherished disciple, a hero of the sect. Do you not fear that such treatment will chill the hearts of the disciples? Faced with her inquiry, Guan Shuolan felt a surge of dissatisfaction and coldly retorted, Are we really going to discuss this again? Gu Xiao is merely a useless mortal, his injuries irreversible. Does not conserving sect resources indicate his own self-awareness? The sect has provided him refuge, a privilege beyond the reach of many. Nian Chaoshi was momentarily stunned and, gritting her teeth, demanded, but what about his status as a hero of the sect? 500 years ago, Gu Xiao ventured into forbidden grounds for the sake of the sect, to seek blessings for us. Blessings? Can you clearly articulate the existence of these blessings? Guan Shuolan frowned. Of course they exist. Ever since Gu Xiao entered the forbidden grounds, our sect's fortunes have flourished, serving as the best proof that you still refuse to acknowledge this. This matter, I believe, is unrelated to the so-called blessings, Guan Shuolan countered. Master, Nian Chaoshi was utterly bewildered. Do you not even trust your own disciple? Nian Chaoshi, I naturally trust your words, for you have divined the future of our sect on more than one occasion. However, the existence of blessings is too ethereal, and to this day, no one can substantiate their reality. They remain an exceedingly mysterious enigma. Even the most accomplished cultivators cannot ascertain what these blessings truly are, nor can anyone explain their arrival or departure. Seeing that Guan Shuolan still harbored doubts, Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Master, I cannot convince you of the existence of these blessings. However, I wish to remind you of something. When Junior Master Gu left the Qingxian sacred land, the blessings accumulated over 500 years began to dissipate. She had refrained from saying this earlier due to the nature of the prophecy, which should not be divulged. But now, in her desperation to awaken her master, she could no longer hold back. Yet, Guan Shuolan dismissed her concerns, saying, Since you claim these blessings have dissipated, let us observe how the Qingxian sacred land fares in their absence. I am curious to see what these so-called blessings truly are. Master, blessings endure and can accumulate over time to fortify the sect's fortune. If they dissipate, calamities will befall the sect. This is not a jest, Nian Chaoshi cautioned. You should never have been allowed to cultivate the art of prophecy. Guan Shuolan replied, seemingly unperturbed by Nian Chaoshi's earnestness, shaking her head instead. You must understand, cultivators defy the heavens. Relying solely on these so-called blessings is ultimately akin to grasping at flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. You must believe that human effort can triumph over destiny. Her words brimmed with confidence. Nian Chaoshi hesitated, wanting to respond, but ultimately shook her head, saying, I take my leave, Master. She understood that her master was beyond the reach of her words now, and further argument would be futile. Stumbling out of the main hall, she cast a glance at the sky above. The blessings were rapidly dissipating, and at this rate, it would not be long before the accumulated blessings of 500 years vanished entirely. But what was to be done next? Senior sister, how are you holding up? I heard you had a quarrel with the master. Are you all right? Gu Xiao is truly despicable. Even in leaving, he has caused discord within our Qingxian sacred land. How can such a person escape divine retribution? Indeed, that wretched Gu Xiao. At that moment, several junior sisters approached. The warmth that had just begun to blossom within Nian Chaoshi was extinguished by their disparaging remarks about Gu Xiao, leaving her feeling as though ice had seeped into her bones. Junior sisters, when did you develop such animosity towards Gu Xiao? Her words took them by surprise, but they quickly dismissed her concern. Gu Xiao is inherently contemptible. Is it wrong to harbor animosity towards him? We were simply too naive 500 years ago. Exactly, senior sister, you failed to discern Gu Xiao's malevolence. A chorus of voices echoed in agreement, painting Gu Xiao as a villain of the highest order. Nian Chaoshi felt a wave of disorientation. She realized that her master and junior sisters held a significant bias against Gu Xiao, and if she wished to persuade her master, she must first find a way to convince her junior sisters, or at least help them understand that Gu Xiao is not as vile as they claim. The question remained, how could she prove this? As Nian Chaoshi pondered how to vindicate Gu Xiao, a faint ripple of spiritual energy suddenly flickered across the desolate region of the Tianqi Mountains, vanishing in an instant. Inside the cave, Gu Xiao opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. I have broken through. After a month of arduous effort, he had successfully ascended to the third level of qi refinement. Admittedly, if one were to gauge the speed of his breakthrough alone, it might not seem particularly swift. However, this was merely due to the vastness of his dantian and qi si, which had delayed his ascension. In truth, the spiritual energy now accumulated in his dantian was no less potent than that of a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement. Level 7. Viewed from that perspective, Gu Xiao's cultivation speed could be considered remarkable. Nevertheless, Gu Xiao did not become overly exhilarated. After all, he had previously achieved the third level of qi refinement with ease, and this minor increase warranted no celebration. What truly mattered to him was that he could now utilize his Qingzhu rod. The qi refinement stage marks the dividing line between mortals and cultivators. Before reaching the third level, the differences between cultivators and ordinary people are minimal. At most, cultivators possess slightly greater strength, stamina, and recovery capabilities, making them less susceptible to illness. At this stage, a cultivator's dantian and qi si have just begun to form, and their spiritual energy reserves are insufficient for conscious manipulation. They rely solely on passive cultivation to nurture their bodies. However, upon reaching the third level, everything changes. This stage signifies that the dantian and qi si have fully taken shape, and the cultivator's spiritual energy has begun to accumulate. They can now actively manipulate the spiritual energy within their bodies to perform simple spells, and this is precisely the kind of minor spells Gu Xiao requires. At this moment, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged, with a green bamboo rod positioned horizontally before him. He executed a series of intricate hand seals, causing the spiritual energy within his body to begin circulating through his meridians. Moments later, Gu Xiao opened his eyes, a flash of brown light shimmering within them. Vine control. Accompanied by a whispered incantation, Gu Xiao continued to form seals with his left hand while positioning his right fingers together on the bamboo rod. An extraordinary scene unfolded instantly. The once motionless green bamboo rod began to tremble violently as Gu Xiao's two fingers made contact, but a surge of rule-based power continuously operated, fiercely resisting Gu Xiao's spell. This was the vine control technique, a wood-based spell that allowed for the rudimentary manipulation of ordinary plants. However, its speed was slow, and its control was extremely limited. It was considered a rather mundane and impractical spell, seldom utilized by practitioners. Yet at this moment, as Gu Xiao employed this technique with his right hand, his left hand swiftly formed another hand seal, spirit thread. In an instant, a thread of spiritual energy slowly materialized above Gu Xiao's left hand. Without hesitation, he wielded both hands. The right continued to manipulate the bamboo rod, while the left wrapped the spirit thread around it repeatedly, each twist at a fixed position. However, the bamboo rod did not idly submit to Gu Xiao's control. In fact, the laws governing it flickered incessantly, struggling and snapping the spirit thread time and again. Gu Xiao remained unperturbed. Each time the thread broke, he promptly started anew, engaging in a tug-of-war with the bamboo rod. Finally, just as Gu Xiao's internal spiritual energy was nearing depletion, the spirit thread successfully coiled around the end of the bamboo rod. Now is the moment. Gu Xiao hesitated no longer. He flicked his right fingers sharply just as the bamboo rod was about to break free. A drop of his blood fell precisely at the 7-inch mark on the ROT. In an instant, the bamboo struggles began to wane, and shortly thereafter, it became compliant once more. Success. With blood, he recognized the rod as his own. The spirit thread, which had previously required Gu Xiu's continuous energy to sustain, now seemed to have merged with the bamboo rod. Even when Gu Xiu released his hand seals, the spirit thread remained entwined, transforming into fishing line. The bamboo rod had thus transformed into a fishing rod. Upon picking up the rod and inspecting it closely, Gu Xiu noticed that it maintained its simplicity, yet when held, it imparted an enigmatic and indescribable sensation. Fishing the heavens, perhaps? Let me give it a try. Gu Xiu murmured to himself, then deftly flicked the fishing rod, causing the line to immediately droop, with its end mysteriously vanishing. At first glance, it appeared as though Gu Xiu was fishing in mid-air within the cave. As he waited, he muttered to himself, I wonder if this method is correct, and whether the bamboo rod requires any bait. The method of using this bamboo rod was something Gu Xiu had witnessed as an observer in a vision, a millennium after Jiang Sun had taken the rod from him. It was during this time that the correct method of using the bamboo rod was inadvertently discovered. Gu Xiu was uncertain whether it was indeed accurate. Just as he was feeling anxious, the fishing rod suddenly felt heavier, reminiscent of the tug of a fish biting the hook. Gu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he lifted the rod. To his surprise, he found that he could not pull it up. A tremendous force emanated from the other end of the rod, as if a large fish were thrashing about. Gu Xiu pulled several times, but to little avail. Fishing primarily requires patience, a contest of wits against the great fish. Gu Xiu silently reminded himself, choosing not to rush. Instead, he engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish, relaxing when it was vigorous and pulling more forcefully when it eased. Time slipped by, and before long, half an hour had passed. After such a prolonged struggle, it was evident that the fish was beginning to tire. Just as it had made a last-ditch effort, Gu Xiu seized the opportunity. Now, with a sudden, forceful lift of the rod, he could almost hear an ancient divine roar echoing in the distance. However, as the fishing rod was fully raised, the roar was abruptly silenced. Gu Xiu looked toward the fishing line and was astonished to find a tome with a dark cover. A skill manual? Gu Xiu's eyes sparkled. The ancient book in his dantian had long been devoid of worthy texts, and now he desperately needed various skill manuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the tome, but upon closer inspection, he froze, for on the dark cover were inscribed 4 large characters. Heavenly Book of Talismans. Is this real or a mere illusion? Could it truly be this heavenly book? Hadn't it vanished eons ago? Gu Xiu was filled with disbelief. The world of talismans was one of the 6 paths within the realm of cultivation. Talismans masters could inscribe symbols that served myriad purposes. Within the cultivation community, talisman masters were highly revered, as the talismans they crafted could be utilized not only by themselves, but also by ordinary cultivators for protection and survival. Their utility was boundless. Moreover, powerful talisman masters could be called talisman sages, and it was said that the most elite among them could inscribe supreme power within the smallest of spaces, that a single talisman could conquer a city or annihilate a nation. Gu Xiu's former senior sister, Qin Moran, was a formidable talisman sage. 500 years ago, she and Gu Xiu shared a close bond, and she had once imparted much knowledge regarding the path of talismans. Among the tales she recounted was a legend. Those who possessed the heavenly book of talismans could ascend to the pinnacle of talisman mastery, for it was rumored that the heavenly book contained the essence of the talisman path, encapsulating the truths of the art and chronicling all talismanic patterns in existence. Throughout history, there have been numerous conflicts over the heavenly book of talismans, leading to catastrophic battles between heaven and earth. Alas, the heavenly book had vanished after the ascension of the talisman sage Su Maji a millennium ago. Some claimed he had taken it to the celestial realm, while others asserted that he had concealed it with powerful seals. Regardless of the rumors, the heavenly book had indeed disappeared, and the path of talismans had not seen a sage in millennia. When Qin Moran had spoken of this, she had expressed her own lamentation. Gu Xiu had once vowed to devote his life to helping her locate the heavenly book of talismans. Little did he expect that now, having severed all ties with his sect and renounced his oaths, he would come into possession of this very tome. Qin Moran, it seems you are fated to remain apart from this book in this lifetime. Yushio shook his head, opening the heavenly book of talismans to peruse its contents. Upon doing so, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. This heavenly book of talismans was immensely powerful, yet exceedingly complex. Its contents extended beyond merely instructing on the crafting of talismans. It delved into the very roots of talisman creation, starting from the origins of all things in heaven and earth. The material was dense and difficult to comprehend, and to fully grasp and apply its teachings would require an immense investment of time. It was no wonder that those who had attained the heavenly book historically had taken hundreds of years to achieve any significant progress. Merely deciphering the contents of this tome would likely demand considerable time and effort. Gushio sighed, feeling a sense of regret. His current situation necessitated rapid cultivation, as his lifespan was dwindling. Only through swift advancement could he extend his years. He could not afford to dedicate extensive time to the study of talisman mastery. Just as he was lamenting, a thought struck him. Could my ancient tome in the Dantian be capable of inscribing this heavenly book of talismans? Gushio had witnessed the formidable nature of the ancient tome. Inscribing cultivation techniques upon it not only advanced those techniques, but also accelerated comprehension, that if he were to inscribe the heavenly book of talismans upon it, even if it did not simplify or enhance its content, shortening the time needed for understanding would be a remarkable boon. Upon inspiration, Gushio promptly set his plans into motion. He turned inward to his Dantian and unfurled a page from the ancient tome of invincibility, following which he began to channel his thoughts into writing. Yushio's intentions were quite simple. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to at least give it a try. However, unbeknownst to him, as he meticulously transcribed the celestial script upon the revered pages of the ancient text, monumental changes were unfolding in the outside world. The Qingxian sacred ground. Atop Mo Shu Peak, Qin Mo Ran, the esteemed chief talisman master of the sect, was presently adorned in her elegant black and white attire. Elucidating the principles of talisman, crafting to a gathering of disciples below. The essence of the path of talismans lies in utilizing the spirit to draw upon the resonances of heaven and earth. Inscribing the resultant laws onto the talisman paper, she explained, the resonances of heaven and earth are the inherent forces of order that exist within the cosmos. As a talisman master, one must comprehend these resonances and transcribe them. Employing various techniques to harness their boundless applications to become a talisman master, one must first attain proficiency in the art of calligraphy, followed by a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy, and ultimately, a deep understanding of the resonances of heaven and earth. The Qingxian sacred ground placed immense emphasis on the cultivation of its disciples. The chief talisman master, Qin Mo Ran, was tasked not only with crafting potent talismans for the sect, but also with imparting the knowledge of talisman crafting to her students. As she spoke, she reviewed the writings of her disciples on paper, only to find herself shaking her head in dismay. This cohort of students was truly dismal. Their handwriting was abysmal, lacking even the most fundamental elegance of brushwork. Reflecting on her experiences, the only individual whose handwriting had ever impressed her was Gu Xiud. It struck her as peculiar that he had suddenly crossed her mind. Such a useless individual should have long been forgotten after leaving the sect. Surely it was due to her senior sister's frequent mention of him lately. Perhaps it was time to help her senior sister sever that attachment and move on. Regaining her focus, Qin Mo Ran resumed her guidance of the disciples, commencing the instruction on inscribing their first talisman. Yet, the more she taught, the more her expression soured. Not a single disciple succeeded in producing a complete talisman. Even 500 years ago, when Gushio first ventured into the realm of talismans, the situation had not been this dire. Shaking her head, she forced herself to dismiss thoughts of Gushio and retrieved her colorful glazed pen. Pay close attention, she instructed. The most critical aspect of crafting a talisman is the comprehension of the resonances. With each stroke, you must channel your spiritual energy to harmonize with the resonances of heaven and earth. As she spoke, Qin Mo Ran began to write. Her innate talent and extraordinary gifts in the realm of talismans allowed her to effortlessly evoke the resonances of heaven and earth, which began to manifest and gradually drew closer to the talisman. The sight left her disciples in awe, exclaiming, "How fluid is her writing! Elder Qin is indeed a rare talent in talisman crafting." This is astonishing. So this is how talismans are made. These exclamations caused Qin Mo Ran to shake her head once more. The path of talismans required a tranquil mind, for a chaotic spirit would ultimately yield no accomplishments. As her thoughts coalesced, she completed her final stroke. The talisman was formed. In an instant, the cosmic rules surged forth, and the resonances that had been drawn in began to settle upon the talisman. The moment of fusion marked the completion of the talisman, a moment she was all too familiar with, eagerly awaiting its fruition. However, just as the talisman was about to be completed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The resonance that was on the verge of descending upon the talisman suddenly trembled violently, and to Qin Mo Ran's astonishment, it broke free, soaring upward before redirecting itself toward a particular location. What could this mean? Qin Mo Ran was left bewildered. Yet, even more perplexing was that not only this one resonance, but also a multitude of new resonances began to emerge in rapid succession. Resonances of heaven and earth are, by nature, the forces of cosmic order. As long as the cosmos remains unchanged, these rules remain constant. Theoretically, these resonances should be inexhaustible, yet they are typically invisible to ordinary individuals. And even the most skilled talisman masters require specialized methods to summon and connect with them. But what was happening now? Why were the resonances manifesting autonomously? Why this sudden anomaly? Qin Mo Ran felt a wave of panic wash over her, her gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. The scene before her transcended her understanding to her greater alarm. As the multitude of resonances materialized, they all simultaneously turned toward a specific direction, and then, astonishingly, they bowed slightly, as if welcoming an esteemed old friend. This is a manifestation of universal homage. Qin Mo Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling slightly. The resonances seemed eager to be inscribed, releasing their goodwill and gravitating towards the source. But how could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be that the supreme master of talisman crafting had appeared? This was inconceivable. Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy had been born? A natural talisman master? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, spiraling into chaos. She felt an overwhelming sense of inexplicable fear. Many believe that talisman masters control the resonances of heaven and earth, yet only those who truly became talisman masters understood that they did not merely exert control, but rather collaborated with the resonances. It was the talisman master who summoned the resonances, which in turn recognized the master and willingly assisted in the crafting of talismans. Thus, the measure of a talisman master's potential lay primarily in their affinity with the resonances. Qin Mo Ran possessed remarkable talent and a strong affinity for the resonances. Years of diligent cultivation had allowed her to rapidly advance in the craft of talismans. Yet, even she could not achieve such a harmonious connection with so many resonances, let alone witness the phenomenon of universal homage in the annals of talisman crafting. Since its establishment as one of the 6 great paths, no record had ever documented such an occurrence. Even the notion of universal homage had merely been speculative among talisman masters, a concept never substantiated. Now, however, it had manifested. What did this signify? It indicated a transformation within the cosmos, an alteration in the resonances of heaven and earth, or perhaps a change within a certain individual. Who could it be? Where were they? Why was this happening? All these questions eluded Qin Mo Ran, yet her emotions were a tempest of complexity. 3 parts fear, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts reverence. Many others shared her sentiments. The phenomenon of universal homage was indeed extraordinary. They needed to investigate immediately. They must ascertain the source of this disturbance. Was a terrifying presence descending upon the world? She felt a shiver of fear. If this was the work of a person, could that individual render her incapable of inscribing even a single talisman? Unbelievable. If it truly was a person, what would their affinity be like? On this day, countless talisman masters set aside their pressing matters, stepping outside to gaze towards the east. All understood that a monumental event had transpired. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the forbidden zone of Zhongxian Valley in the central continent, within an ancient hall that had stood for countless years, an elder, seemingly long since in a state of meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing intently towards the east as though attempting to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Moments later, the elder erupted into fits of wild laughter. "They have come. He has arrived. After 3,000 years of waiting, the old man has finally awaited the appearance of the destined one from Mohan Tower." At this moment, Gushio remains oblivious to the changes occurring outside. He is still immersed in the transcription of this ancient tome of talismans. Though it is termed transcription, it is more accurately an act of profound comprehension. The power of this nameless ancient text transcends mere advancement techniques and the amalgamation of martial arts. It possesses another function: rapid insight. This aspect was previously discerned by Gushio while transcribing the three scriptures. As long as he inscribed the methods contained within this ancient tome, he could achieve deeper realizations. However, having meticulously studied those three scriptures beforehand, the effect was not particularly pronounced. Yet, with this current tome of talismans, the effects are markedly evident. To attain even a cursory understanding of this tome would typically require at least a year. To fully master would demand even more time. But at this moment, aided by the ancient text, every character he inscribes deepens his connection to the tome before him. In merely a day and a night, Gushio inscribed the final character. In an instant, the ancient text within his dantian erupted with brilliant light. Subsequently, several pages of paper began to float and ultimately coalesced into a complete book, suspended beside him. However, the cover bore only two words: Talisman Book. As Gushio opened it, a wave of astonishment washed over him. For the Talisman Book, at this moment, was even more formidable than the already potent tome of talismans. A cursory glance revealed to Gushio that the path of conventional talismans involves awakening the rhythms of heaven and earth, collaborating with them to gain their assistance. In contrast, the tome of talismans not only awakens these rhythms, but also allows them to autonomously harmonize, even actively becoming an ally to the talisman master, embedding a portion of the understanding of the rhythms within. Though Gushio merely skimmed through the Talisman Book, he discerned that its contents extend far beyond the existing rhythms of heaven and earth. It encompassed knowledge on how to construct these rhythms. This revelation left Gushio profoundly shocked. The rhythms of heaven and earth are the very forces of cosmic law. Even the mightiest of great ascension-level sovereigns would not dare to fabricate such power out of thin air. The techniques inscribed within this Talisman Book were nothing short of divine. However, Gushio soon shook his head and closed the Talisman Book, not out of the belief that it lacked strength, but rather due to the fact that the difficulty of comprehension was significantly higher than that of the Tome of Talismans. Having once reached the pinnacle himself, he understood that for a cultivator, the self remains paramount. At present, he is far too weak, as merely a nascent cultivator at the third level of chi refinement. It is impossible for him to forcibly comprehend something of this caliber. The more he reads, the more it would hinder his current progress. Exiting his introspection, Gushio glanced at the nearby green bamboo rod, a sense of reflection flickering in his gaze. This bamboo rod is undeniably powerful. According to his observations within the dreamscape, this bamboo rod had been employed multiple times by Jiang Exen, successfully reeling in numerous treasures and spiritual herbs, yet it often yielded a plethora of useless debris. This time, Gushio had not held out much hope. He merely wished to catch some resources for cultivation. Yet unexpectedly, on his very first attempt, he managed to fish up such a tome. He was inclined to try fishing again. However, upon his attempt, the bamboo rod did not activate any effects, evidently adhering to the limitations observed in the dream. It could only be used once every 10 days. Gushio bore no regrets about this. For a cultivator who might spend months in seclusion, 10 days is but a fleeting moment. With his thoughts collected, Gushio began to pack his belongings. It was time for him to depart. For an entire month, he had diligently honed his skills, striving to break through to the third level of chi refinement. Now that he had succeeded, he could no longer remain in this cave. Not to mention that its proximity to the Qingxian sacred land posed a risk of being discovered. The cave's spiritual energy was too sparse, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation in the realm of cultivation. The essence lies in spiritual energy. In areas rich in spiritual energy, progress is naturally more efficient. This cave, however, was too thin in this regard. During the past month, Gushio had relied on the spiritual stones he had previously stored to assist in his cultivation. Now that those stones were exhausted, he could no longer stay. After restoring the cave to its original state, Gushio cautiously stepped outside. Yet, as he emerged, he could not help but furrow his brow. Above the heavens, a radiant arc flashed by. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Gushio recognized the figure as his former senior sister, Nian Xiaoxi. What could she possibly be doing here? Gushio frowned. He did not believe Nian Xiaoxi was searching for him. His impression of her had always been rather shallow, as she had been reclusive 500 years ago, and they had never been particularly close. After 5 centuries upon his return from the sect, their interactions had dwindled even further. Nevertheless, although puzzled by Nian Xiaoxi's presence, Gushio pondered for a moment and decided to rearrange the cave's inner layout before cautiously making his way through the forest. Striving to avoid an encounter with her to prevent unnecessary trouble, he had his own objective this time. Yinshao City. This city lay far from the Qingxian sacred land and was an independent haven for wandering cultivators. Upon departing from the Qingxian sacred land, Gushio had resolved to live as a wandering cultivator, unburdened by excessive responsibilities, living solely for himself. This place seemed ideal. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, if the vision he had witnessed, a vision that spanned a millennium, was not mistaken, Yinshao City would soon present a significant opportunity, an opportunity that, within the dreamscape, ultimately became a boon for Jiang Exine. But now, as a wandering cultivator, Gushio yearned to strive for it. And half a day after Gushio left the cave, the entrance that had remained undisturbed for 500 years welcomed its second visitor, none other than Nian Xiaoxi. It had been an entire month since Gushio had departed the sect, and Nian Xiaoxi had spent the same duration searching for him. Although she often succumbed to unconsciousness due to the backlash from her divination techniques, and her injuries had yet to heal, her efforts had finally borne fruit. Now, gazing at the cave before her, Nian Xiaoxi was filled with excitement. There are traces of formations here. My divination did not mislead me. Gushio did not venture to Qingxian City, but has come here instead. Confirming her thoughts, Nian Xiaoxi took a deep breath, refraining from recklessly entering the cave, and instead called out softly, "Little junior brother." Silence enveloped the cave, with no response. Unable to contain herself, Nian Xiaoxi called out again, "Little junior brother, it is I, your senior sister, Nian Xiaoxi." Yet the cave remained silent. "I have something to discuss with you. May I enter?" As she spoke, Nian Xiaoxi's voice trembled slightly, but the eerie stillness of the cave tightened her heart. Could it be that her little junior brother has encountered misfortune? With this thought, Nian Xiaoxi hurriedly dashed into the cave. However, there was no sign of her little junior brother. The cave lay shrouded in dust, devoid of any evidence of recent habitation. How is this possible? The cave bore the unmistakable mark of her little junior brother's handiwork, and her divination had indicated that he was indeed within this cave. Could it be that the divination technique had malfunctioned? Nian Xiaoxi found this hard to believe. She had always held confidence in her divination skills. Yet throughout this past month, each attempt to divine Gushio's whereabouts had resulted in backlash, sowing seeds of doubt in her mind. No, wait. There is something amiss with this cave. The air was thick with dust, yet after such prolonged neglect, not even a snake, insect, mouse, or ant could be found. Moreover, there were signs that this formation had been activated recently. Suddenly, a realization struck Nian Xiaoxi, her eyes alight with renewed excitement. It is my junior disciple. Her junior disciple, known for his caution, had taken special measures to avoid being tracked before departing, but he must be nearby. Having cultivated the art of celestial secrets, she rarely formed close bonds with others to avoid causing harm to herself or others. Yet, she had always possessed a deeper understanding of Gushio. He had been a careful and prudent individual for the past 5 centuries, so his actions were not entirely surprising. With her suspicions confirmed, Nian Xiaoxi began a meticulous search within the cave. To her delight, she uncovered a few items. A green powder nestled in the corner, mingled with dust. This spiritual stone, a spiritual stone that had been completely drained. Nian Chaoshi was astonished. Spiritual stones could be directly utilized for cultivation. And once their spiritual energy was entirely absorbed, they would shatter on their own. This was not unusual. What was truly perplexing was the reason behind the stone's transformation into this powdery form. Typically, when used to power magical artifacts or activate formations, spiritual stones would fracture into chunks due to the rapid depletion of their energy. However, if a cultivator absorbed the spiritual energy slowly until it was entirely exhausted, such a result was indeed possible. Could it be that the junior disciple had regained his cultivation? Had he resumed his training? Nian Chaoshi felt a pang of sorrow. When cultivators absorb the energy from spiritual stones, they often discarded the stones when only the last trace of energy remained, fearing that the stones would shatter and soil their garments. It was usually the case that only those lacking sufficient spiritual stones would resort to such measures. Considering Gu Xiao's monthly stipend at Qingxian sect, Nian Chaoshi's heart ached for him. Junior disciple, I will find you. I will make amends. Resolute, she left the cave and soared into the air, convinced he had not been gone for long. Just as she prepared to track him again, however, the sect token hanging at her waist suddenly emitted a resonant sound. Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow. The master summoned her urgently. Upon reading the message, she found it to contain but one command: return swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed, casting one last glance at the seemingly endless Tianqi mountain range, before turning towards the Qingxian sacred land. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao, who had halted in a certain part of the forest, suddenly sensed something. He glanced back, but quickly withdrew his focus, narrowing his brows as he faced forward. Ahead, a malevolent creature blocked his path. Before him stood a one-eyed wolf demon, its limbs robust and strong, a grotesque wound marring its face, from which blood dripped. It clearly regarded Gu Xiao as prey, drooling and fixating its solitary eye upon him. Upon sighting this wolf demon, Gu Xiao could not help but frown. It was not uncommon to encounter beasts in the Tianqi mountain range, as ferocious creatures roamed freely. Yet this area belonged to the outskirts, where ordinary beasts were generally not too formidable. However, the wolf demon before him exuded the aura of a second-tier beast. The cultivation levels of human practitioners could be broadly categorized into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, void refinement, and great ascension. The methods of cultivation varied between the demon and human races, leading to different classifications in the early stages. Nonetheless, a second-tier demon strength was comparable to that of a late-stage qi refining practitioner. Judging by the pressure emanating from this beast, its power rivaled that of an 8th-layer qi refining cultivator. Yet, Gu Xiao did not flinch in the face of the wolf demon's fierce gaze. Instead, he shook his head and spoke softly. Your cultivation has not been easy, and you are of no use to me that I do not wish to kill you. Unfortunately, the wolf demon's intelligence was evidently low. Its eyes gleamed with cold light as it lunged towards Gu Xiao. Observing this, Gu Xiao shook his head and produced a wooden stick he had picked up along the way. Focusing his energy, he steadied himself. The bloodthirsty aura from his 5 centuries of battles began to subtly manifest. Though his cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of qi refining, the countless experiences gained from relentless warfare over 5 centuries had equipped him with formidable prowess. What did it matter that this was a second-tier demon? If it obstructed his path, he would cleave it. However, just as the wolf demon was about to close in, Gu Xiao's aura suddenly retracted. In the next moment, a red-tasseled spear flew in from a distance, landing directly before the wolf demon. Had the beast not sensed the danger and halted in time, it would have been skewered to the ground. Gu Xiao turned his head to see a woman in a red battle robe appear not far away. Her beauty was striking, with a hint of heroism in her brow. Her black hair, tied in a ponytail, danced in the wind, adding to her commanding presence. After tossing the spear, she swiftly advanced, almost reaching Gu Xiao the moment he laid eyes on her. She raised her hand with a flourish, and the red-tasseled spear, accompanied by a resonant hum, leaped into her grasp. With a deft motion, she positioned the spear to block the path between Gu Xiao and the wolf demon. Having accomplished this, the woman nodded gracefully at Gu Xiao, apologizing. I beg your pardon. I was pursuing this demon and did not intend to drive it to the outskirts of the mountain range. Are you injured? Fellow cultivator? Gu Xiao shook his head, glancing at the ancient and intricate identity token hanging at her waist. I bore the two archaic characters. Tian Su. As Gu Xiao assessed her, the woman likewise scrutinized him, though she was primarily taken aback by a shock of white hair. Just then, Gu Xiao suddenly remarked, "The wolf demon is about to launch a surprise attack." The woman blinked in surprise, turning her head just in time to see the wolf demon, previously on high alert due to her arrival, quietly gathering strength to unleash a powerful wind blade. Realizing this was the demon's full-force attack, the woman prepared to dodge, but thinking of Gu Xiao's presence beside her, she gritted her teeth and braced herself to withstand the wind blade with her spear. She managed to block it. But upon glancing back, she found Gu Xiao had already positioned himself beyond the reach of the wind blade's assault. Was this mere coincidence? As she was still in shock, Gu Xiao cautioned again. It is attempting to flee. The woman turned her head to see that the wolf demon, sensing it had failed to launch a surprise attack, was indeed attempting to escape. Humph. Having let you flee once, do you think you can escape a second time? With a cold huff, she launched her spear, and in an instant, her figure flashed, appearing before the wolf demon. 3 strikes. In just 3 strikes, the wolf demon fell to the ground with a resounding crash, its eyes wide open in death. Seeing this, the woman instinctively turned to gauge Gu Xiao's reaction. However, she found that her exquisite battle had seemingly failed to garner even a fraction of the white-haired man's attention. He had already turned and walked away, having covered some distance in the meantime. Such an odd individual. Yi Hongling felt a strange sensation and hesitated for a moment before deciding to temporarily abandon her spoils to pursue him. I am Yi Hongling, from the Tian Su Manor. May I ask your name? Fellow cultivator? A wandering cultivator. A wandering cultivator? Yi Hongling was somewhat taken aback. Gu Xiao had faced the wolf demon with such composure, even appearing at ease. This hardly seemed characteristic of a wandering cultivator. Yet, given the eccentricities of practitioners, she did not press further, simply stating, "The wolf demon disturbed you due to my pursuit. As an apology, I offer you the demon's corpse." Gu Xiao was surprised, but ultimately shook his head. "I appreciate the kind gesture, but this wolf demon holds no benefit for me. Since it was slain by you, it rightfully belongs to you." "In that case," she replied, "if there is nothing else, we shall part ways here." "All right, then." Yi Hongling instinctively stepped back, allowing Gu Xiao to pass, who nodded slightly at her before continuing on his way. Surprised, Yi Hongling cast a deep glance at Gu Xiao's retreating figure, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary, despite possessing merely a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. His demeanor exuded an unusual aura. In contrast, Gu Xiao was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon noticing Yi Hongling retract her gaze, he quickened his pace, weaving through the forest. After several hours of relentless running, he ensured that no one was pursuing him and finally allowed himself to relax a little. It wasn't that he harbored doubts about the renowned Tiansa mansion. Rather, in such a desolate wilderness, the greatest peril often stemmed not from formidable beasts, but from humans. As a loose cultivator, one must possess the awareness that comes with the title, distrustful of others, especially when one's safety cannot be assured. And remaining vigilant of the surroundings is the wisest course of action. Resolute in his direction, Gu Xiao's journey continued. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiao pressed onward toward Yinshao City, at the Qingxian sacred ground, Nian Chaoshi raced back to the sect. "Master, what urgent matter compels you to summon your disciple so hastily?" "Chaoshi, you have finally returned. I worried for your well-being during your absence from the sect," Guan Shuolan expressed with concern. "Thank you for your care." "Master," Nian Chaoshi replied, then inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Please feel free to speak candidly." She was eager to return to the Tianqi mountain range in pursuit of Gu Xiao. "There is indeed an important matter that requires your assistance," Guan Shuolan stated. "Please, Master, go on. Your junior brother has just returned from the sword pavilion. After a month of training there, he has made significant progress in his swordsmanship. That I intend to give him a sword and hope you can use your celestial techniques to empower it." Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. "Did I ask that all? Is there a problem?" Guan Shuolan asked, perplexed that of course there is a problem to summon the sect leader for merely bestowing a sword. Master, I recall that the sect leader's urgent summons is reserved for the most critical matters within the sect. You summoned me for this? Nian Chaoxi's expression darkened. Guan Shuolan frowned in response. What do you mean? Merely this. Your junior brother is currently one of the most vital figures in our sect and the future of Qingxian sacred ground. His advancements in swordsmanship necessitate careful consideration regarding his sword. This is indeed a matter of utmost importance for our sect. Nian Chaoxi took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She longed to admonish her master, questioning why there was no concern for the safety of another disciple who had gone missing for a month. He had once been a pride of the sect, a future hope, and had contributed greatly to it. Yet, ultimately, those words remained unvoiced. She understood that in her master's eyes, Gu Xiao and Jiang Qian were worlds apart, especially since Jiang Qian was currently a key focus for cultivation within Qingxian sacred ground. Guan Shuolan's words left her with no room for rebuttal. After a moment of silence, she finally acquiesced softly. I accept the order. Master, I am unaware of where the sword is, but I can assist my junior brother with the empowerment at this very moment. There's no rush. Your second junior sister is still crafting IT. IT should be completed soon. Not completed yet. It can't be that simple. Your junior brother's sword is made from countless precious materials collected by me and your junior sisters. Even though your second junior sister's skills in artifact forging are advanced, it still requires considerable time and effort. This revelation once again rendered Nian Chaoxi silent. Return to your asking heaven pavilion for now. I will summon you once your second junior sister has finished crafting Dado. And remember, do not leave the sect. You should know better than I that the empowerment of magical artifacts must occur immediately upon completion. Otherwise, the effectiveness will diminish significantly. After giving her a few more instructions, Guan Shuolan waved her off. Nian Chaoxi hesitated. She had urgent matters to attend to and was on the verge of locating Gu Xiao. However, she ultimately sighed, bowed, and departed from the main hall of the sect. Perhaps it was the glaring sunlight outside that made her feel uncomfortable. As she stepped out of the hall, the intense rays of the sun struck her, causing her eyes to sting. Junior brother, it is not that your sister does not wish to seek you out, but rather that she fears a dispute with master over your affairs that IT is not due to self-concern, but rather a worry that master might misdirect her ire toward you. Since the last theoretical discussion with Guan Shuolan, Nian Chaoxi had contemplated how to persuade her master. Yet ultimately, she realized that her master was quite stubborn and not easily swayed by mere words. To speak in favor of Gu Xiao might only deepen her master's disdain for him. Gu Xiao, wait for me. Once I have completed this matter, I will immediately set out to find you. Nian Chaoxi murmured to herself, striving to regain her composure when she suddenly overheard a conversation among a few disciples nearby, which reignited the turmoil within her heart. Have you heard? The house at Zhuo Peak has been demolished. Zhuo Peak, isn't that where Gu Shu resided? Gu Shu has already left the sect using the abandoned sect spirit contract. We can no longer refer to him as Shu. We must call him by name. I think Gu Shu was quite kind. Even if he's left, there is no need to tear down Zhuo Peak, is there? Sigh, do you not understand? When a person departs, the tea cools. Besides, this matter is not for us to decide. We must not speak carelessly. The group of disciples gradually moved away. However, upon hearing this, Nian Chaoxi froze in place. The residence of Gu Xiao at Zhuo Peak was to be demolished. Coming back to her senses, she swiftly intercepted two ordinary inner disciples. Master Shu, Nian Pavilion Master. The two disciples were startled, quickly bowing in respect, puzzled by Nian Shu's unusual approach, as she typically refrained from engaging closely with others. In the past, even when encountering someone, she would not initiate conversation. So what had prompted her now? Yet just as they were pondering this, they heard Nian Chaoxi's voice, cold as frost, inquiring, "Did you say that the house at Zhuo Peak is to be demolished?" Ah, the two disciples were momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Yes, indeed." Who is responsible for the demolition of Gu Xiao's residence? Nian Chaoxi questioned icily. The two disciples hesitated before finally admitting it was 5th Shu and 7th Shu, Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Nian Chaoxi's brows knitted tightly as she observed the two disciples' fearful expressions. She pressed on. Why would they wish to demolish Shua Peak when they have their own residences? The disciples hesitated, but under Nian Chaoxi's unwavering gaze, they ultimately confessed. It was 7th Shirshu who said she needed a place to teach Jiang Shirshu the beast mastery technique, and Shua Peak was conveniently vacant. So they decided to use it. 5th Shirshu also mentioned wanting to utilize talismanic power to assist Jiang Shirshu in constructing an ideal beast mastery space. The weight of their words bore heavily upon them, as they sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Nian Chaoxi, nearly compelling them to kneel in that moment. The two disciples could no longer maintain their composure and immediately fell to their knees, pleading, "Master Shirshu, spare us. We do not dare to speak further on matters concerning you. We shall never again mention Gu Xiu's name." Realizing that Nian Chaoxi was incensed, they quickly sought to appease her, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them suddenly dissipated. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude, but after a long silence, when they looked up again, they found that Nian Chaoxi's figure had vanished without a trace. The moment of departure remains a mystery. Meanwhile, at this instant, Nian Chaoxi is wholly absorbed in her thoughts, with no inclination to engage with these two ordinary disciples. She is making haste towards Shua Peak. Although Gu Xiu has already left the sect, Nian Chaoxi's mind is persistently occupied with the hope of locating him and bringing him back to the sect. Now, with Shua Peak itself dismantled, how will she account for this to Gu Xiu? How will she face him? It is a pity that despite her rapid journey, employing all her cultivation and moving with extraordinary speed, she ultimately arrives at Shua Peak just a moment too late. With a thunderous roar, the modest wooden house atop Shua Peak collapses, disintegrating into ruins in the blink of an eye in front of the fallen structure. Gu Xiu's junior sister, Lu Qingyao, is joyfully dancing and leaping about, while Qin Moran, standing beside her, displays a more subdued demeanor, yet a smile graces her face. "Sister, now that this dilapidated house has been torn down, can we proceed to prepare the beast enclosure for our junior brother, as we envisioned? We must first destroy these filthy remnants. The beast enclosure for our junior brother must be meticulously crafted, leaving no room for error." "You are right, sister. I will now obliterate all the debris. Why go through such trouble? Allow me to use a fire talisman. It will incinerate everything here effortlessly," asked the two converse. Qin Moran produces a talisman from her robes and, with a casual gesture, unleashes a relentless inferno aimed at the wooden ruins. Witnessing this scene, Nian Chaoxi, who had been standing there in a daze, snaps back to reality and immediately steps in front of the ruins, exclaiming, "Stop!" Startled by her sudden intervention, both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao are taken aback. Qin Moran hastily redirects the talisman, diverting the flames from the wooden house to an empty patch of ground. "Sister, why did you suddenly appear?" "Sister, fortunately, I just used the talisman. Otherwise, you could have been harmed." Both express their concern, albeit their tone grows weaker as they observe Nian Chaoxi's frost-laden expression. "Apologies, sister. We did not see you, and thus nearly caused you harm." They both hastily apologized, as the eldest sister. Nian Chaoxi holds a reputation second only to their master, Guan Xuelan, and her penetrating gaze instills fear in both Qin and Lu. In response to their apologies, Nian Chaoxi icily inquires, "What are you two doing?" Startled, they exchange glances. Nian Chaoxi presses on, "Are you unaware that Shua Peak belongs to Gu Shidi, and that wooden house was his abode?" The two are momentarily speechless, but Qin Moran is the first to recover, stating, "Sister, Gu Xiu has already signed the abandonment pact. He is no longer one of us from Qingxian sacred ground. Indeed, sister, since Gu Xiu has departed, it is unreasonable for him to continue occupying this space." Lu Qingyao adds, nodding in agreement. Nian Chaoxi's voice turns cold. "The fact that Gu Shidi signed the abandonment pact stems from a misunderstanding with our master. He will undoubtedly return to be. Why destroying his abode now? Where do you intend for him to reside upon his return? If he truly has the audacity to return, he can simply stay in the outer sect." Lu Qingyao mutters, "What did you say?" Nian Chaoxi exclaims, incredulous. Qin Moran interjects, "Sister, you may not be aware, but our master has already decreed that if Gu Xiu wishes to rejoin the sect, he will be relegated to the outer sect as an ordinary disciple." Yes, he thinks that by brandishing the abandonment pact as a threat, the sect would treat him with greater regard. That is merely a delusion. Upon his return, he won't even qualify for the inner sect. Lu Qingyao nods emphatically. As the two exchange their thoughts, Nian Chaoshi stands frozen, grappling with disbelief. She can somewhat comprehend her master's bias against Gu Xiao, stemming from her master's unwavering nature and strictness. However, this is Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Weren't you two once the closest to Gu Xiao? Moran, weren't you always pestering Gu Xiao to practice calligraphy with you? Qingyao, didn't you always cling to Gu Xiao? Seeking solace from him even after being reprimanded by our master, and even asking for his help to subdue beasts. Nian Chaoshi's incredulity mounts as she inquires, when did you both become so heartless? Unfortunately, faced with her questions, Qin and Lu merely furrow their brows. Sister, you speak of events from 500 years ago. Why bring them up now? Indeed, sister, we were young and naive back then, unable to see through Gu Xiao's facade. How can you still hold on to such memories? 500 years. A facade. Nian Chaoshi finds it hard to believe. Having spent most of her time in the Weniange, she had previously sensed some discord between her junior sisters and Gu Xiao. However, she never anticipated that the shift in their attitudes could reach such an extent. Sister, you rarely leave Weniange, so you might not be aware that Jiyu Xiao is no longer the person he was 500 years ago. Qin Moran remarks, noticing Nian Chaoshi's expression. Yes, sister, you must be unaware of the current circumstances, which is why you say such things. Lu Qingyao concurs. Ever since Gu Xiao returned, he has committed countless vile deeds. Not only did he harm my newly tamed spirit beast, but he also sabotaged the profound talisman that fifth senior sister had comprehended, wasting her moment of enlightenment. The misdeeds attributed to him could fill volumes. And such a person is nothing short of a villainous scoundrel. Secretly speaking, we junior sisters would be better off if Gu Xiao were to perish. What? Nian Chaoshi's eyes widen in disbelief as she looks at Qin Moran, hoping for a different perspective from someone so well-read. However, to her astonishment, Qin Moran nods in agreement. While Lu's words may be a bit extreme, we have indeed long harbored discontent towards Gu Xiao. In that moment, Nian Chaoshi finds herself at a loss for words that as she struggles to formulate a response. Lu Qingyao suddenly exclaims and rushes towards the ruins of the wooden house. With a swift motion, she clears away some debris, revealing the foundation beneath. There a multitude of blood-red runes emerges, appearing exceedingly sinister. Even under the blazing sun, these markings evoke a chilling sensation. Look, sisters, Gu Xiao must have employed some wicked sorcery to endanger our Qingxian sacred ground. This formation is evidently malevolent. Lu Qingyao, though lacking knowledge of formations, feels an ominous energy emanating from the markings, sending shivers down her spine. However, upon seeing the runes, both Qin Moran and Nian Chaoshi furrow their brows in unison. This formation is the Earth Fiend Soul Binding Array. It is indeed the Earth Fiend Soul Binding Array. Gu Xiao has set such a malevolent formation within the sect. As a talisman practitioner, Qin Moran has profound knowledge of formations, and upon merely glimpsing a fragment of this array, she immediately deduces its nature. Her expression one of shock. Lu Qingyao curiously inquires, fifth senior sister, what is the Earth Fiend Soul Binding Array? It is a wicked formation. A wicked formation? Yes, it is an exceptionally vile and malicious formation. The Earth Fiend Soul Binding Array is a formation commonly employed by demonic sections. The two characters Mo, Zone, escape from her lips. And Lu Qingyao immediately felt a sense of foreboding that as expected. Qin Muran continued. This earthly fiend soul binding formation, as the name suggests, is an insidious array established in the position of the earthly fiend to bind souls and disperse spirits. This formation is exceedingly malevolent. Any wandering soul in this vicinity will be instantly absorbed into the array and refined into nourishment to sustain itself. What? Lu Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment. Why would Gu Xiao possess such a formation? And why would he set it up within the sect? He must be unwilling to resign himself to a life of uselessness. He desires to cultivate. Qin Muran's expression darkened like water. Our disciples from the Qingxian sacred land have actually learned the formation of the Mo zone. Lu Qingyao was filled with indignation. Moreover, this is the sect. Does he intend to bind the souls of our disciples and use our people as his sustenance? Qi Muran did not respond, merely turning to Nian Chaoshi. Senior sister, if previously it was mere speculation, then at this moment, you must discern Gu Xiu's character from this formation, correct? This matter requires no further elaboration. Setting such a malicious formation within the sect inevitably raises suspicions about its true intentions. Faced with Qi Muran's words, Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow, rendered speechless. Her intuition told her that this could not possibly be set up by Gu Xiu. He could not truly wish harm upon the sect. Yet, what was the meaning of this formation? Especially when she recalled the spirit stone powder she had seen in that cave. Yu Xiu likely had already regained his cultivation. Why, when Xuelan had previously asserted that Gu Xiu had no chance to restore his powers? Had he suddenly done so? And why was this formation precisely located here? Could it be that he truly employed some nefarious means? I refuse to believe that Gu Xiu would commit such an act. Nian Chaoshi finally spoke. Although she had not been particularly close to Gu Xiu, she had always harbored a fondness for this junior disciple. Moreover, she had consulted him on multiple occasions, while she could not ascertain the truth of other matters. Gu Xiu's destiny had consistently indicated respect for his masters. She could not believe that someone with such a fate would perpetrate such deeds within the sect, seeing Nian Chaoshi's unwavering conviction. Both Qi Muran and Lu Qingyao felt somewhat helpless. Senior sister, this formation has already revealed everything. Indeed, senior sister, we are well aware of the kind of person Gu Xiu is. This is merely a fragment of the array. How can you assert that you can fully perceive it? Nian Chaoshi queried Qi Muran. Qi Muran hesitated momentarily. I possess some knowledge of formations. Many arrays share commonalities that to deduce the entire array from just a fragment seems rather hasty. Does it not? Nian Chaoshi replied. Is there even a need to deliberate further? Although it may be just the tip of the iceberg, it is evident that this formation is undoubtedly related to the 7 souls and 6 spirits. Placed in such a location, it is fundamentally unsettling. Nian Chaoshi was well aware of this principle, yet she remained obstinate. Since this formation has already been exposed, why should we not seek to understand it thoroughly? As she spoke, Nian Chaoshi approached the remnants of the wooden hut, meticulously collecting the debris into her storage ring, as if intent on excavating the entirety of the grand formation. Qi Muran and Lu Qingyao exchanged glances, both feeling exasperated. Why must our senior sister be so stubborn? It's all Gu Xiu's fault. His acting must have been too convincing, even fooling the senior sister, they thought. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable to allow Nian Chaoshi to labor alone. So they also joined in the clearing of the wooden hut's ruins in truth, both of them believed that simply setting it ablaze would suffice, without the need for such meticulous effort. However, Nian Chaoshi would not permit it. Thus, they were compelled to imitate her, carefully gathering each piece of debris into their storage rings. In the process, they uncovered numerous items. I wondered why my talisman book was missing. It turns out Gu Xiu had stolen it. Qi Muran said, her brows knitted tightly. Beside her, Lu Qingyao fumed. Senior sister, look, is this not the horn of my deceased spirit beast? He had the audacity to deny any involvement. Both of them discovered various items, some even related to other senior sisters, igniting their anger further. Listening to their accounting, Nian Chaoshi felt increasingly unable to accept the situation. Junior brother Gu would never do this. He could not possibly act in such a manner. Clenching her teeth, Nian Chaoshi found herself powerless to refute their claims. She chose to dismiss these chaotic thoughts, opting instead to hastily collect everything in sight. As she gathered, the grand formation gradually began to take shape. When 3/10 of the array was revealed, Qi Muran shook her head. Senior sister, I believe we need not continue our examination. This formation is evidently the soul binding formation, a complete soul binding formation. I refuse to believe it, Nian Chaoshi retorted, continuing her task. Before long, 6/10 of the entire array was visible, prompting Qi Muran to speak again. Senior sister, this is indeed the earthly fiend soul binding formation. This section goes beyond mere soul binding. It involves the fusion of souls and spirits. Once a soul is ensnared by this formation, it will be directly transformed into nourishment. Nian Chaoshi felt uncertain, yet gritted her teeth. I refused to believe it. However, when 90% of the formation became apparent, Nian Chaoshi's heart plummeted to despair. Senior sister, this portion is designed to convert the refined souls into nourishment. The one who sets this array has ensured that the souls used as sustenance are deprived of any chance of reincarnation. I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue our efforts. Such a malevolent array ought to be destroyed outright. Qin Muron stated. Liu Qingyao, nearby, was already vehemently cursing. Jiu Xiu is utterly ruthless. We have catered to him hand and foot. And the sect has expended resources to nurture him, yet he shows no gratitude and resorts to this sort of behavior. This is the sect. Establishing such an array here is clearly intended to harm others. Such a person deserves death. Hearing these words, Nian Chaoshi's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, struggling to refute Gu Xiu's actions. Gazing at the final fragment of the formation, she gritted her teeth. I still do not believe it. I will see it through to the end. Her words elicited vigorous shakes of the head from Qin Muron and Liu Qingyao. Nevertheless, they refrained from further persuasion. The truth may be harsh, but it would be better for the senior sister to grasp Gu Xiu's true nature. However, as the remnants of the wooden hut were entirely collected and the full formation was unveiled, Nian Chaoshi suddenly burst into tears. Senior sister, do not be distressed. It is not worth it to grieve for someone like Gu Xiu. Liu Qingyao quickly attempted to console her, her disdain for Gu Xiu only deepening. If not for him, how could the senior sister be so heartbroken? It is not true. Nian Chaoshi insisted that Jiu Xiu never intended to harm anyone. He has always cared for the sect. I know he does. She shook her head repeatedly, and, as she spoke, she could not help but cover her face and weep, her anguish palpable, leaving Liu Qingyao utterly bewildered. Given the circumstances, why does the senior sister still refuse to believe? What sort of enchantment has Gu Xiu cast upon her? Just then, a voice filled with disbelief reached their ears. How is this possible? How can this be? This is clearly the earthly fiend gathering spirit formation. Why is it transformed? Is it a fabrication? Liu Qingyao, confused, turned to see Qin Muron staring incredulously at the formation. Transformed? What does that mean? Is this not the earthly fiend soul binding formation? What has it become? She was about to inquire further when she saw Nian Chaoshi. Her eyes reddened, asking, Qin Junior sister, can you now discern what kind of formation this is? Qin Muron glanced between the array and Nian Chaoshi, ultimately murmuring, this is the dispersing power and transforming soul formation. The dispersing power and transforming soul formation. Liu Qingyao was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of this formation. Just then, Nian Chaoshi had already spoken. Disperse my martial arts. Transform my spirit, solely for the sake of blessing one region. This is not some earth-shattering soul confinement. This is not an evil formation. This is a grand array devoted to the sect, willing to face death, willing to allow their souls to become a part of the sect, aiding in the continuation of its blessings. Those soul confinements and soul-refining formations are aimed solely at oneself. He contemplates, upon his demise, to bind his own soul, to dissipate it, paying the price of not reincarnating, of having his essence scattered, to sacrifice his soul for the path, to pray for the sect's fortune. After uttering these words, Nian Chaoshi could no longer contain his sorrow. Bursting into tears once more, Liu Qingyao stood there, stunned, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Well, what? This malevolent formation targets none other than Gu Xiu himself. How was that even possible? A person like him, how could he possess such enlightenment? After reading, do remember to bookmark for easier access next time. My spirit's injuries, alas, are still grievously severe. Meanwhile, within a cave nestled among the woods, Gu Xiu murmured to himself, his complexion as pale as death. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his robes soaked with sweat, his aura dangerously weakened. He had just endured a torment of spiritual injuries. 5 centuries of battles in forbidden lands had inflicted upon Gu Xiu a spiritual damage from which he found it difficult to recover. After returning for 3 years, he occasionally suffered from the resurgence of these injuries, each bout of suffering leaving him gritting his teeth in agony. Although an ancient tome had transformed into a butterfly to mend his physical wounds, it had done little to restore his spirit. Just moments ago, while traversing the forest, the injuries had flared up once more, forcing him to seek refuge in a cave to endure the pain. Although the worst of the agony had passed, Gu Xiu still felt a lingering dread. Thankfully, since leaving the sect, he had only experienced 2 flare-ups over this extended period, unlike during his time at Jua Peak, where they occurred every few days. My junior brother is truly formidable. Yu Xiu's spiritual injuries were difficult to heal, but with a modicum of caution, he could avoid the frequent flare-ups. All of this was due to Jiang Sun's meddling at Gu Xiu's dwelling. This enmity Gu Xiu had not forgotten. Reigning in his thoughts, Gu Xiu donned a fresh set of robes. I must hasten to Yunshao City, for that opportunity awaits. Having set forth once again, it had now been 5 days since Gu Xiu encountered Yi Hongling. During these 5 days, he had been traversing the edge of the forest at this pace. With a bit more swiftness, he should reach Yunshao City within a month at the latest. However, after walking for half a day, Gu Xiu suddenly furrowed his brow. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Countless trees and shrubs had been destroyed, even the stones bore marks of destruction, while a faint aura of spiritual energy lingered in the air. The ground was stained with blood and scattered footprints that was evident that a highly skilled practitioner had been ambushed, and the assailants had likely employed poison. Appeared that the formidable practitioner had managed to escape. Analyzing the scene, Gu Xiu made his deductions. For a wandering cultivator, this sort of conflict was decidedly ill-fated. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xiu resolved to take a detour, opting for a longer but safer path. The cultivation world was replete with dangers. As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness of their status. Meddling in others' affairs would only lead to one's own demise in times of insufficient strength. Stepping forward could result in becoming mere dust. Yet, sometimes, despite one's desire to evade trouble, it seems to follow like a shadow. Not long after, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a whiff of blood. This caused Gu Xiu to frown. Just as he contemplated changing direction, a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. "Wait! Help me!" Turning his head, he saw the valiant female warrior from Tiansa Mansion, Yi Hongling, bloodied and hidden within a thicket. After a few days apart, Yi Hongling's condition was evidently dire. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her complexion was as pale as parchment, her internal energy in utter disarray. Upon noticing Gu Xiu's presence, Yi Hongling exclaimed, "You truly found me, fellow cultivator. Could I trouble you for assistance?" "I cannot assist," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Why Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback before asking, "Why not? I am merely an ordinary wandering cultivator, unacquainted with you, and I have no desire to involve myself, lest I attract unwarranted calamity." Gu Xiu answered with forthrightness. Why Yi Hongling, somewhat bewildered, found herself at a loss for words. With a resigned smile, she said, "Since you are a wandering cultivator, you must surely lack resources that, if you help me, I can offer you a reward." Gu Xiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "That is not feasible. Why? Your strength far exceeds mine, and if you cannot resolve your predicament, my attempt to assist would be foolhardy." Gu Xiu shook his head again and turned to leave. Why Yi Hongling watched his retreating figure, biting her lip, but ultimately could only stand there as disappointment welled within her. Though she understood, his cultivation was indeed not high. It was reasonable for him to avoid trouble. However, just as despair threatened to engulf Yi Hongling, Gu Xiu returned, disregarding her surprised gaze as he directly inquired, "What benefits can you offer me?" 800 spirit stones, along with pills. That won't suffice. The risk is too great. Is your life worth only this much spirit stones? I only possess this much, Yi Hongling replied, somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, I merely need you to protect me. I've been poisoned and must detoxify quickly. During this process, I require someone to safeguard me. If you find this insufficient, you may name your price, and once I am safe, I shall repay you with spirit stones. Meeting Yi Hongling's hopeful gaze, Gu Xiu nodded. Very well, 800 spirit stones. Now, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. When she first encountered this white-haired wandering cultivator, she thought him rather unique, possessing an air of ethereal elegance, like a sage from the world beyond. Yet, she never imagined he would act thus, though she found herself wanting to voice her grievances. Yi Hongling swiftly retrieved a storage ring and tossed it to him. "All my spirit stones are within." Gu Xiu accepted it, probing with a spiritual sense. Indeed, there lay 800 spirit stones, along with 2 vials of basic recovery pills. Observing his serious demeanor, Yi Hongling asked, "Didn't you previously wish to avoid trouble? Why the sudden change of heart?" "Because I'm already embroiled in trouble." Gu Xiu shook his head and added, "Those pursuing you have already arrived. Why, Yi Hongling?" Gu Xiu continued, "I can either kill my way out or press forward. Either way, I will inevitably be discovered, and the trouble will not dissipate. Why, Yi Hongling? So, you're not acting out of kindness, but rather because you see no way to extricate yourself from his predicament. Hence your return?" "Wait," Yi Hongling suddenly realized, "then why do you still want my spirit stones?" One should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. If trouble cannot be avoided, one might as well profit from it. Gu Xiu replied candidly, without a hint of deceit. Yet, as Yi Hongling listened, she felt a twinge of hurt. This fellow, so he is merely taking advantage of the chaos. While Yi Hongling mulled over these thoughts, Gu Xiu had already approached her. "Can you walk? If so, we must hurry and leave that I can." Yi Hongling refocused her thoughts. Though somewhat disheartened by Gu Xiu's opportunism, the urgency of their situation left no room for such considerations. Thus, the two began to weave through the forest. Why Yi Hongling found herself puzzled, as Gu Xiu led her through a seemingly erratic path, despite not encountering anyone or sensing any presence. Yet, Gu Xiu would periodically call for a halt, only to change direction, continuing to traverse the woods in circles for 2 hours. "What are we doing?" Yi Hongling, perplexed, inquired. Gu Xiu did not spare her a glance, remaining vigilant of their surroundings as he replied, "Those pursuing you have drawn near. We must exercise caution to evade them." This left Yi Hongling bewildered. Glancing around, she found herself surrounded by dense foliage, devoid of any presence, even the faintest hint of another's aura. How could Gu Xiu perceive the presence of others? Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiu, though equally oblivious to their presence, had his own methods. His greatest asset lay in his innate affinity for the rhythms of the world around him, a gift bestowed upon him after comprehending the celestial script of talismans. While primarily utilized in the art of talismans, it also allowed him to sense potential dangers in the vicinity to a certain extent. This explained why he had traversed the forest for 5 days without incident. His initial failure to notice Yi Hongling was due to her employing a unique method to conceal her presence, compounded by Gu Xiu's constant vigilance against greater threats. They journeyed together until midnight, at which point Gu Xiu halted. "We are surrounded. Unless we break through, we cannot escape. How much time do we have?" Yi Hongling inquired. Gu Xiu attuned himself to the rhythms of the world. "Here, we have at most 2 hours before we encounter them." 2 hours? Yi Hongling inhaled deeply. "I wish to tend to my wounds and treat the poison first." "Very well." Gu Xiu nodded, leading her into a relatively concealed cave. "This will suffice." "All right," Yi Hongling agreed, although she was still unaware of how Gu Xiu could be so certain. Now was not the time for such considerations. The fact that they had not encountered danger during their half-day journey was proof enough. The priority was to heal. Yi Hongling began to sit cross-legged, consuming medicine and methodically expelling the poison. Gu Xiu produced 2 spirit stones, cradling them in his palm, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy within. Compared to 5 days prior, Gu Xiu had made discernible progress in his cultivation. Though on the road, he had not neglected his practice during moments of respite. A tranquil silence enveloped the cave. This stillness lasted for less than 2 hours, when both suddenly opened their eyes, locking gazes before turning towards the entrance of the cave. Someone was approaching. Indeed, shortly thereafter, voices could be heard from outside. "What happened? Where did that woman go?" "I don't know. She must have fled this way." "And there's evidence of another person's trail. They should be nearby. Search thoroughly." After a brief discussion, 3 cultivators dispersed, commencing a meticulous search of the area. Why, Yi Hongling's expression darkened. She had underestimated the poison within her. Despite her utmost efforts to expel it over the past 2 hours, it clung to her like a parasite, proving impossible to detoxify in such a short span. At that moment, an aura gradually drew closer, causing Hongling to hold her breath in fright as she cast a furtive glance at Gu Xiao, who remained seated, expressionless, a wooden stick resting on his lap. The footsteps grew nearer. She quietly gripped her spear, readying herself for a desperate fight. Just as the figure was about to approach the cave, they abruptly halted and then turned to leave. That why Yi Hongling exhaled silently in relief, glancing at Gu Xiao once more, only to find him still unmoving, his countenance devoid of emotion. This person exuded an air of remarkable composure. Just then, Gu Xiao's voice broke the silence. Can you still fight at full strength? If I disregard the consequences, I can unleash my full power twice at most. Yi Hongling replied. Gu Xiao pondered. Twice, is it? One should suffice. Huh. Yi Hongling was taken aback, wondering why Gu Xiao would ask such a question when the person had already left. But then, Gu Xiao suddenly stood up and strode toward the cave entrance. Gu Xiao's movements were remarkably light. In just a few steps, he reached the cave's mouth, yet he did not step outside immediately. Instead, he stood quietly, still grasping the wooden stick he had picked up earlier. With his back to Yi Hongling, his disheveled white hair gleamed in the moonlight, exuding an air of aloofness, for reasons unknown. The term proud surged unbidden into Yi Hongling's mind, deepening her curiosity about Gu Xiao. Despite their limited interactions, even their second meeting felt imbued with an unusual aura. I recall your name is Yi Hongling, correct? Gu Xiao suddenly spoke. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, only to hear Gu Xiao continue. When I call your name, strike towards me with all your might. Huh? Yi Hongling was bewildered. Strike at you? Yes, but just do as I say. Do you understand? I understand. Though still somewhat hesitant, she felt an inexplicable trust bloom within her under Gu Xiao's steady demeanor. It was rather odd. Despite Gu Xiao being merely a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator, she instinctively overlooked his cultivation level in his presence. Since the three have arrived, let them come in. Gu Xiao suddenly called out. Huh. Yi Hongling was taken aback, her heart racing with alarm. Only then did she realize that the three faint auras she had sensed earlier were now outside the cave. The earlier figure had evidently discerned something amiss, but had retreated without raising alarm, likely to summon companions. Unable to suppress her astonishment, Yi Hongling cast another incredulous look at Gu Xiao. How had he accomplished that? At that moment, voices from outside the cave reached them. So, there really is another person who is paired with that wretched woman. You all are quite adept at hiding, making us search for so long. Kid, you possess some skill, managing to conceal yourself for so long as a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. But alas, now that you've encountered this woman, you cannot escape death. You can only blame your misfortune. Though Yi Hongling could not see the three outside, she felt the imminent danger, acutely aware that their strength was formidable. One was at the peak of Qi refinement, with two others at the 7th layer. And Gu Xiao, merely a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. This was not only a numerical disadvantage, but also an overwhelming disparity in strength. Yet in the face of these clearly superior opponents, Gu Xiao remained calm. Seemingly unaffected by their presence, he simply asked, which one of you will enter first, or shall you all come together? His words, devoid of any discernible emotion, left the three outside in a state of uncertainty. They were not intimidated by Gu Xiao. Rather, the true reason for their hesitation lay in the presence of Yi Hongling within the cave. This woman possessed considerable strength. Had she not been poisoned, she would easily have dispatched them. Even now, in her weakened state, the three were unsure of their advantage. However, those who dared to hunt Yi Hongling could not afford to remain indecisive for long. Soon, footsteps echoed as one of the 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivators approached, cautious with every step. Why, Yi Hongling's heart sank as she gripped her spear tightly, ready to strike as soon as the intruder entered the cave. Closer, closer. She could even see the figure's shadow. Yet, it appeared the intruder remained wary, hesitating at the entrance in the next moment, they suddenly accelerated, rushing into the cave at a swift pace. Yi Hongling was on the brink of panic, hastily preparing to strike. However, in the next instant, a sudden thud echoed as a figure collapsed to the ground, rolling forward twice due to the momentum from their earlier sprint as the body came to a stop. Yi Hongling gasped in shock. This person was dead. A gaping hole had appeared in their heart, pierced by a sword. Life had been extinguished on the spot. Abruptly, Yi Hongling lifted her gaze towards Gu Xiao, only to find him standing silently at the cave entrance, motionless with a wooden stick in hand. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the stick, she might have doubted his involvement. After all, she had not clearly seen how Gu Xiao had executed this feat. Moreover, she hadn't sensed the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from him at the moment of the strike. This was a practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, a late-stage cultivator, while Gu Xiao was merely a novice at the initial stage, only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Logically, the opponent should have been able to crush Gu Xiao in an instant. How could this white-haired rogue have killed him so inexplicably? How had he accomplished such a thing? As Yi Hongling was engulfed in disbelief, the two individuals outside the cave also sensed that their companion had encountered trouble, their breathing growing erratic. The woman is indeed inside. She must have made her move. You go in. Her injuries won't allow her to strike again. Go in and kill her. Their conversation reached Yi Hongling's ears. And soon after, another practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement stepped cautiously into the cave. Yi Hongling steeled herself once more, but this time her gaze was fixed on Gu Xiao, still trying to comprehend how he had managed to do what he did. The second practitioner moved even slower. However, despite the sluggish pace, he ultimately reached the cave entrance. Yi Hongling couldn't help but focus intently once again. At that moment, the second individual suddenly accelerated towards the cave. Yi Hongling held her breath, eager to witness Gu Xiao in action. But just then, Gu Xiao called out, Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling was puzzled as to why Gu Xiao was summoning her to act at that moment. Yet she also understood that her opportunities were dwindling, and without hesitation, she hurled her spear towards Gu Xiao. In that instant, the purpose of Gu Xiao's call became clear to her. The practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement was merely a decoy. Another practitioner, a fully realized cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement, had seized a moment to dash in while the 7th layer cultivator drew attention. As the latter entered the cave, Gu Xiao had already stepped back a pace. When the spear reached its destination, the peak Qi refinement cultivator seemed to charge towards Yi Hongling's spear. Yi Hongling's strength was indeed formidable. The peak cultivator's face flashed with shock and fear, leaving him with no chance to counter. Bang! In the next moment, he was pinned to the cave wall by Yi Hongling's spear. What kind of calculation was this? How could it have been so precise? Yi Hongling was incredulous, but her gaze shifted abruptly. Where was Gu Xiao? Just moments ago, he had merely stepped back, not making a move, yet now he had vanished without a trace. When Yi Hongling finally realized what had transpired, she saw Gu Xiao re-entering the cave, a bloodied wooden stick still in hand. Had the 7th layer cultivator outside been slain? As this question surged in her mind, Yi Hongling's pupils contracted. She noticed that Gu Xiao was holding a strange storage bag in his other hand. Moreover, upon entering the cave, he had immediately begun to rummage through the storage bags of the two corpses. Had just killed them? He had gone outside and effortlessly dispatched the 7th layer cultivator? Was that not absurd? How could he have done so without a sound? Yi Hongling's astonishment reached its peak. A talented individual from the Tiansa mansion, she had witnessed the underdog triumph over the strong before. But to achieve such a feat so effortlessly was utterly unprecedented. Don't be dazed. This is merely one team of people that if we wish to break out, we must leave immediately. Gu Xiao's voice cut through her thoughts. Yi Hongling snapped back to reality and, despite her weakened state, rose with determination. Grasping her spear, she observed the 7th layer cultivator outside, who had not even had time to enter the cave, like the first. He had a gaping hole in his heart. Turning to glance at the two corpses within the cave, Yi Hongling suddenly felt an absurd sense of incredulity. When had these practitioners become so easy to kill? In that moment, Yi Hongling's gaze towards Gu Xiao shifted dramatically. However, in response to her look, Gu Xiao quickly guarded the storage bag in his hand, saying, "Let me make it clear. While you may have killed this person, I played a part in luring him in that I deserve at least half of what's in this storage bag." Yi Hongling replied, "It's fine. I don't need the storage bag. If you require it, take it. Gu Xiao smiled at her response. The Tiansa mansion is indeed wealthy. I shan't be too polite then. With that, he proceeded to claim all 3 storage bags. Yi Hongling remarked, Good heavens, could you please refrain from speaking? Every time you open your mouth, I can't decide whether to regard you as a master or a petty rogue. Gu Xiao clearly misinterpreted her words and, noticing her gaze still on him, added, Don't look at me like that. This storage ring contains no antidote. The one who attempted to kill you is likely already concerned about you taking the antidote. I know, Yi Hongling replied with exasperation. Shifting the topic, what should we do next? This was, of course, a redundant question. The pursuit was far from over, and they had to continue their escape. Thus, the two once again plunged into the thicket, embarking on a new round of flight. However, this time, they quickened their pace. Occasionally, Gu Xiao would lead Yi Hongling in changing directions before they resumed their hurried escape. During this frantic flight, Yi Hongling noticed another peculiar aspect of Gu Xiao. He rarely employed spiritual energy. Or rather, whenever he did, it was in such minimal amounts that it was barely sufficient. He wasted not a single ounce. This discovery left Yi Hongling astounded. One should not underestimate this skill, in truth. The more profound one's cultivation, the more one understands that the most challenging aspect isn't merely cultivation itself, but the application and control of one's spiritual energy. This technique is often referred to as subtle mastery. Only those with extensive experience and an exquisite grasp of their spiritual energy can reach such heights. Recalling Gu Xiao's 2 previous actions within the cave, Yi Hongling had not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy from him. This could only imply one thing. It wasn't that Gu Xiao had failed to use spiritual energy, but rather that his control over it had reached a level of subtle mastery. With not a trace of energy leaking, unable to contain herself, Yi Hongling looked at Gu Xiao again. Who exactly was this person? Meanwhile, at the Qing Xian Sacred Land, on Mo Shu Peak, Qin Mo ran wore a helpless expression as she addressed her senior. Nian Chao Shi, senior sister, asking me to plead for Gu Xiao's forgiveness is something I simply cannot do. He has already departed, having signed the sect's spiritual contract, severing any ties with us at Qing Xian Sacred Land. Such a request is futile. Ever since she discovered that the formation surrounding Gu Xiao's residence was not the Earth Fiend's soul binding array, but rather the dissipation of power and solar ray. Nian Chao, she had persistently approached Qin Mo Ran. Her sole request was to seek out their master, Guan Xulan, to plead for Gu Xiao's return to the sect, and even to have the sect intervene to protect him. But how could Qin Mo Ran possibly agree to such a demand? Yet the eldest senior sister seemed resolute, persistently clinging to her without respite. She appeared determined to persuade her, just like now. In the face of Qin Moran's unequivocal refusal, Nian Chaoshi urged, 5th junior sister, among those who had the closest relationship with Gu Xiao back then, you were one of them. Moreover, you are well-versed in literature and possess profound understanding. When it comes to reasoning, the master will undoubtedly heed your words if you are willing to persuade the master. You will surely convince her. Even if a separation contract is signed, a reunion contract can still be established afterward. This was the solution Nian Chaoshi had conceived. She realized that her solitary strength was utterly insufficient to sway the master's decision. It was an arduous task to rely solely on her own words. However, if she could enlist others, particularly this junior sister, renowned for her adeptness in articulating grand principles, it would surely yield results. Unfortunately, Qin Moran ultimately shook her head, resolutely stating, Eldest sister, let me be clear. I cannot plead with the master on behalf of Gu Xiao. Why not? Because I, too, wish for Gu Xiao to leave the sect. I would be quite pleased if he no longer lingered in the Qing Xian Sacred Land. What? Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Finding it hard to believe, Qin Moran, however, gritted her teeth and decided to clarify her stance. I know you're going to say that my relationship with Gu Xiao was once very good, and now that he has departed, I should hope for his return. That not so. Of course it is, Nian Chaoshi retorted. Not at all. Qin Moran shook her head. I have previously mentioned that during that time, I was merely young and naive, deceived by Gu Xiao. Moreover, even if it were not deception, 500 years have passed. I have not changed, but Gu Xiao has long since transformed. He is no longer the person who was kind to everyone. treating us like family and willing to sacrifice everything for the sect. This statement caused Nian Chaoshi to frown in rebuttal. Junior sister, have you forgotten the dispersing power transformation formation set up by Gushio that we witnessed not long ago? Of course I have not forgotten, Qin Moran replied. Then that settles it, Nian Chaoshi argued. If Gushio had no loyalty to the sect, how could he possibly establish such a deadly formation in his own residence? He was even willing to forego reincarnation, sacrificing his soul for the sect. Such a person, how could he possibly change? Nian Chaoshi pressed her case. She could not fathom why her junior sisters harbored such animosity towards Gushio, and she hoped to persuade them with all her might. However, eldest sister, I do not deny that the dispersing power transformation formation exists, but there is indeed an issue with that formation, that if you look closely, one part has been deliberately damaged. If Gushio truly utilized this formation, the dispersing power transformation would be genuine, yet it would not benefit the sect. It would merely obliterate his own spirit. Qin Moran stated emphatically. Nian Chaoshi could not help but furrow her brow. Indeed, that formation had been deliberately sabotaged at a critical point, rendering it incapable of benefiting the sect. Do you not find this suspicious? Nian Chaoshi pondered aloud. If Gushio truly changed his mind, why would he retain the function of the formation to obliterate his spirit? Would he not simply destroy the formation altogether? Who knows? What if he wishes to die tragically within our sect, using his spiritual power to curse it? Qin Moran shook her head. Nian Chaoshi sought to argue, but heard Qin Moran continue. Eldest sister, you have no idea what Gushio has done to me. Otherwise, you would understand the depth of my resentment towards him. Nian Chaoshi was momentarily stunned, gazing at Qin Moran in disbelief, as she noticed that the current Qin Moran bore no trace of the graceful and cultured demeanor she once possessed. Instead, her eyes were filled with resentment, and her aura exuded a fierce intensity. Eldest sister, you spend every day in that lofty Tianwen pavilion, detached from worldly affairs, and now you come to blame me for not recalling our past bond. But have you ever considered that if Gushio had merely fallen from grace, how could I ever truly look down upon him? Am I that kind of person? Qin Moran articulated each word with clarity, and meeting her gaze, Nian Chaoshi felt somewhat uneasy. Fifth junior sister, eldest sister, do you know? Qin Moran interrupted Nian Chaoshi, her eyes burning with intensity. The junior brother you have been desperately searching for. The one willing to self-destruct for the sect? He once ruined me. What? Ruined Qin Moran. Nian Chaoshi was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, she recalled something. Are you referring to that incident from 3 years ago? So the eldest sister is aware? Qin Moran offered a cold smile, tinged with mockery. In response to her sardonic expression, Nian Chaoshi fell silent. Although she had seldom ventured out as the eldest sister of the sect, she was not entirely oblivious to its affairs. She had heard, to some extent, about the conflict between Gushio and Qin Moran, as it had indeed been quite significant. In fact, at one point, Qin Moran had nearly taken Gushio's life. 3 years ago, when Gushio returned from the Forbidden Area, the loss of his cultivation meant he could no longer tread the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, as a direct disciple of Guan Shulan, he could not be rendered utterly useless. Thus, Guan Shulan decided to have Gushio learn the 6 paths. The 6 paths refer to 6 special disciplines in the cultivation world beyond traditional cultivation, akin to secondary careers. These 6 paths are the way of alchemy, the way of weapon forging, the way of talismans, the way of beast taming, the way of puppet manipulation, and the most unique, the way of observing origins. To master these 6 paths, apart from the way of observing origins, the other 5 require cultivation as a foundation. However, this does not mean that one cannot learn without cultivation. In fact, even a mere mortal, if willing to endure hardship and possessing a measure of insight, could embark on the path of any of these 6 disciplines. Guan Shulan's intent was clear. Gushio could not cultivate, but he could not be rendered a useless person in the sect either. Coincidentally, several senior sisters specialized in their own fields. Guan Shulan arranged for Gushio to study under the other 6 senior sisters. Except for Nian Chaoshi, for a period of time in the 6 paths among them, Gushio had studied the way of talismans with Qin Moran for a time. The way of talismans is unique. It is based on the rhythms of heaven and earth. While sometimes it requires the support of cultivation, it is less dependent on it compared to the other paths. The main focus of the way of talismans is gaining the recognition of the rhythms of heaven and earth. These rhythms are divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the rarer and more difficult it is for a talisman master to gain recognition, and the more powerful the talisman becomes. The rank of a talisman master corresponds to the level of the rhythms of heaven and earth. The cultivation of a talisman master is fundamentally about continuously obtaining recognition from these rhythms, and only by achieving the corresponding level of recognition can they successfully ascend by drawing the corresponding talisman. Qin Moran is a formidable 6th-level talisman master, regarded as a pillar within the talisman community, capable of establishing her own sect. A step further would elevate her to an utterly extraordinary realm, placing her among the pinnacle of talisman masters. However, this step represents a chasm between heaven and earth. To advance further, she must earn the recognition of the 7th-tier, celestial, and earthly rhythms and successfully inscribe a divine talisman of the 7th tier. This is an arduous task. The celestial and earthly rhythms above the 7th tier are exceedingly rare, shrouded in mystery and immense power. Most importantly, these rhythms are seldom inclined to acknowledge talisman masters. There are many talisman masters, but those of the 6th tier are scarce. Beyond the 6th tier, the chances are almost non-existent. Before reaching the 6th tier, with sufficient effort, perseverance, and guidance, one could achieve this with great determination, a modicum of talent, and a stroke of luck. However, the situation changes dramatically after the 6th tier. The celestial and earthly rhythms beyond this level demand a price. At this rank, these rhythms cannot be subdued by mere tactics or tricks. They require recognition from the rhythms themselves. Some may ascend to the 6th tier within a decade, yet face centuries of hardship thereafter, ultimately dying without the chance to progress further. Others may toil for eons to barely reach the 6th tier, only to attract the affinity of the 7th tier, celestial, and earthly rhythms on the very night they achieve the 6th tier, stepping into the 7th tier overnight. This phenomenon is governed by fate. It hinges on whether the rhythms of the next 3 tiers are willing to be harmonized with the talisman master and serve their purpose. This rare event of divine affinity with celestial and earthly rhythms is referred to as drawing the divine. For an ordinary person, encountering such an opportunity even once in a lifetime is a stroke of immense fortune that a fortunate few may only have that singular chance in their entire lives. Qin Moran is among the fortunate. 3 years ago, she had the rare opportunity to draw the divine. Yet, she's also unfortunate, for she failed during that encounter. The act of drawing the divine can indeed end in failure, and the odds of such an outcome are substantial. The onset of drawing the divine merely indicates that the celestial and earthly rhythms acknowledge a particular talisman master and are willing to approach and understand them. However, this is merely an introduction. Ultimately, whether the divine, celestial, and earthly rhythms are willing to be utilized by this talisman master requires ongoing affinity and even a communion of souls. Following this, the master must inscribe the divine talisman corresponding to the rhythm on a pre-prepared blank talisman, thereby formalizing a contract. Only then can one declare the drawing of the divine a success. This path is undeniably arduous. I have indeed heard the sect leader speak of this. Nian Xiaoxi bit her lip and nodded in acknowledgement. 3 years ago, Qin Moran was graced with a fortuitous encounter with the divine. It occurred quite suddenly. Fortunately, after ascending to the 5th tier of talisman mastery, she had already made the necessary preparations for what was required at the 6th and 7th tiers. The sudden arrival of the opportunity to draw the divine caught her off guard, but she was well prepared and promptly began the process. It is said that the procedure went smoothly, and Qin Moran had even garnered the affinity of the celestial and earthly rhythms. Yet, just as she was poised to inscribe the divine talisman recognized by the celestial and earthly rhythms, binding herself to them, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nian Xiao, she sighed softly and murmured, "It is said that Gu Xiu unexpectedly intruded upon your divine drawing, inadvertently disturbing the rhythms and ultimately leading to your failure. Rand, isn't this something you already know well, senior sister?" Qin Rand scoffed repeatedly, her tone laced with deep resentment. She indeed had cause for grievance. inopportunity to draw the divine is something most people might not encounter even once in their lifetime. To have one such chance is a profound blessing. Yet, once missed, the likelihood of obtaining a second opportunity becomes nearly impossible. This implies that for Qin Mo Ran to advance to the 7th tier of talisman mastery is almost an unattainable endeavor. Effectively severing her path forward, I understand your hatred for Guxiao. Anyone in your position would surely harbor resentment and find it difficult to let go. Nian Xiaoxi sighed, hesitating before continuing. However, I have heard that this incident was not intentional on Guxiao's part. You mean to suggest that it was due to his Dao injury flaring up, causing his mind to be thrown into disarray, ultimately leading to the disruption of my divine drawing? Qin Mo Ran coldly interrupted Nian Xiaoxi. Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback, but eventually nodded. Yes, this is something my master has mentioned. Guxiao's Dao injury, as you know, can sometimes be unpredictable. That I understand that you feel anger and resentment. And as your senior sister, I empathize with your feelings. However, to place the entire blame on Guxiao is unjust. When his Dao injury manifested, he was not in control of himself, and I have heard that he even left deep claw marks on himself, indicating that he was making every effort to remain conscious. Nian Xiaoxi felt a bit hypocritical saying these words. Yet compared to Qin Mo Ran's lifelong hatred for Guxiao, she still hoped that Qin Mo Ran could gradually find peace. The drawing of the divine from celestial and earthly rhythms is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime event. However, Mo Ran, you are inherently attuned to these rhythms, and there will certainly be a second opportunity in the future. This is merely the darkness before dawn. You need only prepare yourself and await the arrival of daybreak. Senior sister, Qin Mo Ran once again interrupted Nian Xiaoxi's words, fixing her serious gaze upon her. Suddenly, a complex smile appeared on her face, tinged with self-mockery, pity, and a hint of hatred. Nian Xiaoxi sensed something amiss. Indeed, Qin Mo Ran then spoke. Everyone knows about Guxiao's Dao injury. But tell me, why did it have to flare up at such a critical moment? This condition is inherently unpredictable, Nian Xiaoxi instinctively replied. You are mistaken. Qin Mo Ran shook her head. Huh. What I mean, senior sister, is that you are mistaken. What do you mean? If it were truly due to his Dao injury, I might harbor resentment, but I would not hate him. At most, I would lament that fate was obstructing me. Your implication is, what I mean is Guxiao acted with intent, deliberately sabotaging my Dao affinity. What? Nian Xiaoxi was bewildered, but didn't you just say that Guxiao was in a state of mental disarray due to his Dao injury? What I said is that he indeed suffered from a Dao injury, and it was quite severe. Qin Mo Ran spoke softly, but in truth, before Guxiao destroyed my opportunity, he had already regained his clarity. He was not only aware, but also fully cognizant of how crucial that moment was for me. What? Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. How could that be? Didn't Master say? Master? Qin Mo Ran let out a bitter laugh. Master merely believes that Guxiao is a favored disciple, and during that period, he was indeed facing animosity from other senior sisters. He feared I would reveal the truth, leaving Guxiao with no refuge. But in reality, when Guxiao thwarted my drawing of the divine, he was completely lucid, perhaps even more so than ever before. From the very beginning, intended to ruin me. After reading, please remember to bookmark for easy access next time. Guxiao, you have severed my Dao affinity and obstructed my path. I wish to never see your face again. Today, I spare you only for the sake of our ties from 500 years ago. But in the future, I will harbor animosity towards you for eternity, cursing you to be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, forever without a grave to call your own. In the dead of night, within a cave in the forest, Guxiao suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright and wiping the sweat from his forehead, which was already drenched. Did he dream once more of the people from the Qing Xian sacred land? Guxiao let out a sigh, feeling a tumultuous unrest within his heart, and could only softly utter, in this lifetime, I bear no shame towards anyone. Shame lies only with oneself. Upon uttering these words, the turbulence within him gradually began to dissipate. However, despite regaining his composure, Guxiao could not help but recall Qin Mo Ran, who had delighted in composing poetry and transcribing prose alongside him 5 centuries ago. This thought was swiftly followed by reflections on Qin Mo Rant's various attitudes towards him over the past 3 years. Shaking his head, Gushio murmured, "Though I have ruined one of your opportunities, it was solely for your salvation. Our fates are now severed. From henceforth, we owe each other nothing." Upon expressing these sentiments, Gushio found his heart utterly at peace, with no further ripples of emotion. And even the thought of Chinamo Ren no longer stirred any distraction within him at that moment. Footsteps approached, and shortly thereafter, Yi Hongling returned, wielding her crimson spear, her face aglow with excitement as she proclaimed, "We have now completely shaken off our pursuers." 5 days had elapsed since the fateful night of the moonlit triple kill. During these 5 days, Gushio and Yi Hongling had been fleeing through the woods, encountering several foes along the way. Yet each time, they narrowly escaped without harm. As for the poison within Yi Hongling, it had been purged on the 3rd day of their escape, likely prompting the enemies to take notice, resulting in a noticeable decline in pursuit over the subsequent 2 days. Today, they had not encountered a single adversary. Just moments ago, Yi Hongling had ventured out to assess their surroundings and confirmed that no one was trailing them. This indicated that they had successfully broken free from their pursuers. A long sigh of relief escaped Yi Hongling, filling her with immense joy. However, upon glancing at Gushio, she noted that he remained as impassive as ever, his expression as tranquil as water, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace. To be candid, Yi Hongling had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Observing Gushio's continued aloofness, she felt no frustration. Instead, she produced several freshly caught wild rabbits and said, "Benefactor, I have specially caught a few rabbits for us to feast upon today, allowing you to savor my culinary skills." Throughout these 5 days of relentless flight, they had endured the elements, and merely having enough to eat was a blessing in itself. Gushio did not refuse, yet he remained ever vigilant, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature, ready for any impending danger. Unaware of Gushio's preoccupations, Yi Hongling busied herself with preparing the rabbits over the fire, taking out seasonings as she inquired, "Benefactor, do you have any particular preferences regarding taste? I am not picky. Anything will suffice," Gushio replied. Why, Yi Hongling nodded, and after a brief pause, she could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Benefactor, where are you headed on this journey?" "Nowhere in particular, just wandering about," came Gushio's response, prompting Yi Hongling to roll her eyes in exasperation. Despite having spent 5 days together, her understanding of Gushio remained at a standstill. This was evident from her continued address of him as benefactor. Without even knowing his name but as for his origins, destination, cultivation level, or sect, she was blissfully ignorant. She had attempted to inquire about his name, but all he had said was, "We are merely engaged in a transaction." There is nothing worth remembering. This had quelled her desire to pry further. Before long, the rabbits were cooked, and during the process, Yi Hongling suddenly asked, "Benefactor, you seem to have never inquired about who is pursuing me." "I have no interest," Gushio shook his head. "Why not?" she pressed. Gushio replied, "As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness that comes with it. Excessive curiosity is not advantageous. Oh, you have friends?" "I had some in the past." In the past? Gushio did not elaborate why Yi Hongling's curiosity was piqued. The more she interacted with Gushio over these days, the less she understood him, only deepening her intrigue. This white-haired wanderer seemed to be shrouded in countless mysteries. Yet, she was aware of propriety and refrained from further questioning. It was then that Gushio raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Someone is approaching." Yi Hongling's expression tightened, but moments later, upon hearing a somewhat muffled clatter of hooves, her face relaxed once more. It is the sound of the hooves of the barefooted Wuzue steeds. It must be my fellow disciples. Indeed, not long after, 3 riders arrived near the cave. Having followed the special markings Yi Hongling had left to guide them. Upon confirming their identities, Yi Hongling stepped forward, and the 3 riders rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Hongling, are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? We received word that the Chishui sect was pursuing you. What prompted them to act so suddenly?" The 3 individuals were formidable in strength, particularly a middle-aged man among them who emanated an unmatched, powerful aura. He was a golden core cultivator. The other two were equally strong, both at the foundation establishment level, on par with Yi Hongling. While the three engaged in conversation with Yi Hongling, Guxiu's focus did not rest on them. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the steeds they rode. The horses were entirely black, with flaming hooves that left a unique mark wherever they trod. These were the exclusive demonic beasts of the Tianxin Manor. Although Foundation establishment cultivators could fly with their magical tools and Golden Core cultivators could traverse the skies, the steeds of Tianxin Manor not only boasted remarkable speed, but also enhanced their combat capabilities through their unique techniques, rendering them truly exceptional. Master Uncle, two senior brothers, regarding the matter of the Qishui sect, allow Hongling to elaborate upon our return, Yi Hongling said, before recalling Guxiu's presence. This is the benefactor who rescued me. Had it not been for him, I would have likely perished in the Tianqi mountain range. Instantly, the three turned their attention to Guxiu. Although they were curious as to how a mere Foundation establishment cultivator could have saved Yi Hongling, they still greeted him with courtesy. However, one young rider, handsome and radiant, frowned slightly upon seeing the proximity between Yi Hongling and Guxiu, yet he said nothing further. Instead, he approached Yi Hongling with concern. "Junior sister, are you injured? Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhao. Hongling has already recovered quite a bit," she replied, instinctively stepping back to avoid giving him the chance to draw closer. This subconscious action caused senior brother Zhao to furrow his brow even more, especially as he observed Yi Hongling distancing herself from him while moving closer to Guxiu. "The Qishui sect is targeting us, and this matter is of great significance. We must return swiftly to report," interjected the Golden Core cultivator. The three immediately mounted their steeds, with senior brother Zhao inviting Yi Hongling, "Junior sister, ride with me. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall follow behind you all." She declined once more. Senior brother Zhao's expression stiffened, prompting another rider to intervene with a laugh. "After all, Hongling is a lady. How about this? Hongling, you can ride with me, and I will share my steed with senior brother Zhao." With that, he willingly offered up his Wizue steed. This time, Yi Hongling did not refuse. However, as she mounted the horse, she surprisingly extended an invitation to Guxiu. "Benefactor, please mount. I shall take you away from this place." This statement left the other three momentarily stunned, especially senior brother Zhao, whose gaze instantly shifted to Guxiu. Yet contrary to their expectations, Guxiu did not comply. Instead, he frowned and stated, "Do not ride the horse." The four were taken aback. Why Yi Hongling smiled and explained, "Benefactor, this is our Tianxin Manor's unique Wuzue steed. Its speed rivals that of flying magical tools, and it conserves spiritual energy." Guxiu shook his head, responding, "If our pursuers are aware of your identity and have yet to find us after all this time, they're likely anticipating reinforcements and are aware of your Wuzue steeds." Why Yi Hongling was taken aback. "Benefactor, are you suggesting that our pursuers have not given up? Those who dare to pursue you must have compelling reasons to do so. If that is the case, do you believe they would relent?" Guxiu countered with a question. This made Yi Hongling furrow her brows tightly. Yet, Guxiu spoke again. "If I were in their position, I would certainly lay an ambush against your barefoot black steed." This statement left Yi Hongling astounded. Lay an ambush? However, beside her, brother Zhao could not help but chuckle. "Do you think we're merely lowly qi refining cultivators?" The other two also struggled to suppress their amusement. They believed Guxiu might not even comprehend their true levels of cultivation. One golden core leading three Foundation establishment practitioners. Such strength was not something an ordinary person would dare to scheme against. Yi Hongling, too, felt a flicker of curiosity as she glanced at Guxiu, eager to discern his thoughts. Yet, unexpectedly, Guxiu directly proposed parting ways that he did not argue or dispute, but simply stated his intent to separate. "Benefactor," Yi Hongling was somewhat taken aback, but just as she began to speak, Guxiu interjected, "I promised to assist you once, and now that you are safely reunited with your companions, I have fulfilled my obligation. It is time for us to part." With that, Guxiu turned and walked away, his steps hurried. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Hongling wished to call out to him, but brother Zhao urged her, "Junior sister, the matters of Qishui sect are of great importance. We must leave swiftly." "Indeed, junior sister, Let us hurry. Despite his lack of high cultivation, this man was exceptionally alert. Accompanying us would only hinder his ease. The other two chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling hesitated but ultimately nodded, calling out to Gu Xiao's back. I'm deeply grateful to you, benefactor, for your assistance these past few days. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at Tiansa Mansion. I shall do my utmost to help. With that, the three of them urged their barefoot black steed forward, quickly departing amidst the sound of pounding hooves. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao, once certain that the trio had ventured far, unexpectedly altered his course and proceeded forward again. As a loose cultivator, one must possess the awareness of being a loose cultivator. To remain self-sufficient is always the wisest choice. In a similar situation 500 years ago, Gu Xiao might have argued his case, attempting to persuade the other party, or perhaps even finding himself embroiled in a baseless conflict with Brother Zhao. However, now, Gu Xiao's mindset had shifted. He mentioned it out of regard for Yi Hongling, who was rather decent, but beyond that, there was no need for further persuasion. Furthermore, considering the impending darkness of the sky, Gu Xiao promptly sought a concealed cave to take refuge, and soon after, he produced a green bamboo fishing rod. This rod could be used for fishing once every 10 days. And now, 10 days had passed. What would he catch this time? He was indeed in dire need of many things, whether it be spirit stones or various cultivation resources. Acquiring a technique would also be splendid. Inside the cave, as Gu Xiao continued to fish, he silently contemplated what he would require moving forward. While the life of a loose cultivator may appear carefree, this sense of freedom is merely superficial. In reality, the drawbacks of being a loose cultivator without the backing of a sect are glaringly apparent. Whether it be guidance from a master or cultivation resources, one must rely solely on oneself. Without the protection of a sect, one could be ambushed and killed without consequence. That Gu Xiao did not particularly require guidance from a sect. After all, he had once stood at the pinnacle. Now, starting anew, he possessed ample experience. Moreover, Gu Xiao had the ancient text residing in his Dantian Qi Si, allowing him to thoroughly comprehend any technique or secret without needing any further instruction as for the protection of his sect. As long as he remained cautious and prudent, it was manageable. What Gu Xiao truly lacked was one thing: cultivation resources. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, partners, techniques, and land were of paramount importance, with wealth taking precedence. An abundance of resources, particularly spirit stones, would enable rapid growth, even for those of lesser talent. For Gu Xiao to cultivate, he inevitably required resources. Relying solely on the scant spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be exceedingly difficult given the vastness of his Dantian's Qi Si. Thus, his need for resources was even greater than that of others. Holding the green bamboo rod, Gu Xiao earnestly hoped to acquire a significant amount of cultivation resources, preferably spirit stones or spirit pills. Here it comes. Just then, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled, and Gu Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly focused his mind and attempted to lift the rod, expecting a struggle akin to his last experience. He was pleasantly surprised to find it much easier this time, despite some resistance. Before long, Gu Xiao raised the rod, and the object at the other end of the fishing line gradually emerged, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? Contrary to his expectations of catching spirit stones or elixirs, what appeared was a segment of a finger bone. Had he caught refuse, disappointment washed over Gu Xiao. Recalling how Jiang Sun had often caught odd and bizarre scraps during his fishing escapades and the illusion that he had thought his luck would be good with his first catch of a heavenly text talisman. But now this finger bone made him realize the green bamboo rod was indiscriminate. This finger bone, was it absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? Just as Gu Xiao was about to discard the finger bone, he froze, staring at it in astonishment. He observed that at the end of the green bamboo rod's spiritual thread, this seemingly unremarkable finger bone was slowly drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. This spectacle was faint. Even a powerful talisman master well-versed in talismanic arts might not notice it without close inspection. However, Gu Xiao, having long comprehended the heavenly text talismans, was exceptionally attuned and sensitive to the essence of heaven and earth. He distinctly sensed that the essence, which had been exceedingly harmonious with him, began to slowly gravitate towards the finger bone's presence. It is worth noting that even many talisman masters struggle to attract the essence of heaven and earth, let alone a mere finger bone. Yet this very phenomenon unfolded before Gushio's eyes. His curiosity piqued. He decided to retrieve the finger bone from the spiritual thread for closer examination. Truth be told, to the naked eye, it appeared utterly ordinary. This was likely a segment of a human finger bone, presumably from the right hand's index finger, and it seemed quite ancient, as it bore signs of weathering. One glance was enough to make one doubt. A slight squeeze might reduce it to powder. However, at this moment, when using the heavenly text talismans for a more meticulous inspection, Gushio noticed some extraordinary features. It seemed to be imbued with the power of order. Gushio was astonished and hesitated momentarily before squeezing it firmly. Yet contrary to his expectations, the finger bone did not crumble into powder. On the contrary, it remained completely intact. It is essential to note that although Gushio was merely at the third layer of chi refining, his strength was considerable. He could easily deform a piece of iron. Yet against this seemingly weathered finger bone, he could not budge it in the slightest. Gushio pondered and attempted to burn it, submerge it in water, and even forcibly destroy it with spells, but all efforts were in vain. The finger bone remained undamaged. After several attempts, Gushio reached a conclusion. It was enshrouded in the power of order, making it susceptible only to the influence of time. Apart from the force of time, no other power could affect this finger bone. This conclusion left Gushio somewhat astonished. What kind of being did this finger bone belong to, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years? Even with the body long decayed, why could even this fragment of bone not be destroyed? A deity or demon, or perhaps an immortal? Gushio murmured to himself, reflecting on the time he once stood at the pinnacle. Possessing a profound understanding of the strength of cultivators, based on his insights, such power was utterly unattainable for an ordinary practitioner, even if the great Tao were to shatter and the sun and moon were to revolve. He would remain unvanquished. Gushio's heart was profoundly shaken by the sheer magnitude of this power, which could only be described as transcendent. Yet he was equally astonished by the force of time. Realizing that even such an extraordinary individual had not escaped its relentless erasure. How lamentable, how unfortunate, that moment. Gushio made a sudden discovery. Oh, this fragment of a finger bone could absorb spiritual energy? Despite being an inanimate object, when Gushio activated his spiritual energy for inspection, he found that the energy seamlessly vanished into the bone. Intrigued, he placed a spiritual stone beside the bone, yet it remained still. However, when he channeled the energy from the stone into the bone, it disappeared as if it had sunk into an abyss. Interesting. This finger bone, devoid of any vitality, exhibited the ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. What could it possibly desire with such energy? Gushio pondered, subsequently producing several more spiritual stones to explore the secrets of this bone. Yet as stone after stone was consumed, he began to feel a pang of regret. Alas, he was merely a wandering cultivator. Though he had recently acquired 800 spiritual stones from Yihongling, a modest windfall, he could not sustain such relentless consumption. 20 stones had been expended without so much as a ripple. The bone was akin to a bottomless pit, welcoming all offerings. Just as Gushio contemplated abandoning his endeavor, he suddenly sensed a shift in the cosmic resonance. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of intuition, and promptly pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Without waiting for the blood to touch the bone, he swiftly intercepted it with a finger, using it as a pen and the blood as ink, inscribing intricate runes upon the bone that in an instant. The atmosphere outside the cave transformed. Fierce winds surged as strange forces converged upon Gushio, seemingly intent on thwarting his inscription. This was the summoning of spirits. The interference he faced was a manifestation of that summoning. Had an ordinary talisman master been caught off guard, they might have missed their opportunity, but Gushio was no ordinary individual, having battled fiercely in a secret realm for 500 years. His aura was formidable. With a mere sweep of his gaze, he coldly snorted, "Humph." In that instant, the terrifying forces dissipated into nothingness, trembling in fear and refusing to advance. Witnessing this, Gu Xiu hesitated no longer and hastened his writing. Moments later, just as the strange forces stirred restlessly, he completed the final stroke, that a complete talisman had been inscribed. Yet Gu Xiu did not pause. He executed a series of hand gestures and commanded, "All." Instantly, the talisman enveloped the finger bone, erupting in a brilliant radiance before gradually sinking into the bone. In the next moment, the raging wind ceased and the torrential rain abated, while the talisman he inscribed with blood vanished entirely, leaving behind only fleeting glimmers. Concurrently, a connection began to form between Gu Xiu and the finger bone. This was a bond forged through the cosmic resonance he had just evoked. That resonance, known as all, had the power to perceive hearts, bind bodies, and control souls. In simpler terms, this was somewhat akin to a common recognition talisman. However, when recognizing a magical artifact, this talisman significantly increased the chances of success. Of course, the All rune was far more potent than any ordinary recognition talisman, even capable of forcibly binding an artifact to its master, though the finger bone was not an artifact. Under the influence of this rune, Gu Xiu had nonetheless established a connection with it. Upon further inspection, Gu Xiu swiftly grasped the secrets hidden within the bone. His eyes lit up with excitement as he realized that this bone was a formidable weapon, for within it resided the essence of its original owner's power, preserved over time. The reason it absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy was that once the energy entered the bone, it was immediately captured by that essence, stored within, and withheld from use, seemingly awaiting the accumulation of sufficient energy to be unleashed. Moreover, Gu Xiu discerned that the finger bone had already amassed a considerable reserve of spiritual energy. Clearly, over the lengthy passage of time, many individuals like Gu Xiu had discovered its uniqueness and deposited spiritual energy within, only to abandon their efforts after exhausting their resources with no reward. However, Gu Xiu was different. Empowered by the All rune, he had established a connection with the bone, enabling him not only to uncover its secrets, but also to harness the original owner's power. This power was enigmatic. He could not ascertain its full might, but it was likely to be formidable. Gu Xiu refrained from recklessly testing it, for the intensity of the latent energy was evident. Should this power be unleashed, it would likely be immensely powerful. More importantly, Gu Xiu realized that once this power was activated, the accumulated spiritual energy would be entirely expended. Should he wish to utilize it again, he would need to replenish the energy within the bone. This posed a significant challenge for Gu Xiu. The finger bone was a veritable beast of consumption. According to his estimations, even if he were to sacrifice all his remaining 700 spiritual stones, it would scarcely match the current reserve of energy. Nevertheless, Gu Xiu remained spirited, for while stones could be replenished, this object was a life-saving weapon. Remember to bookmark for easier access next time. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiu busied himself with the finger bone, Yi Hongling and her three companions swiftly traversed the forest. The other three seemed unfazed, but Yi Hongling frequently glanced back with a hint of concern in her eyes. Noticing this, a golden core cultivator inquired, "Junior sister, are you worried about that wandering cultivator?" "Yes," Yi Hongling nodded, then shook her head. "Not entirely though." The golden core cultivator, intrigued, observed as Yi Hongling continued, "Although that fellow's cultivation is modest, he possesses a unique ability to gauge his opponents. If he chooses to conceal himself, I believe he can do so quite effectively. I am merely contemplating whether we should heed his earlier advice regarding not riding the red-footed horse." Upon hearing this, the other three exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Junior sister Yi, you can't possibly have been fooled by that little wandering cultivator of the third layer of qi refining. Can you?" Zhao, the senior brother, was the first to chuckle. The other two remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. Why, Yi Hongling furrowed her brow and retorted, "Senior brothers, do not underestimate that white-haired wanderer. He is far from ordinary." "Far from ordinary? In what way?" "I cannot articulate it precisely, but I sense he possesses great strength. Even what? Even I feel that if I were to confront him, it is possible that—" "Possible what?" Yi Hongling pursed her lips, gazing seriously at her three senior brothers. "It is possible he would perish, and I would be gravely injured." "What?" The three senior brothers were taken aback. though Yi Hongling was the weakest among them. At the mere foundational stage, this is only due to Yi Hongling's relatively short cultivation period. In truth, Yi Hongling has been recognized as a genius of the Tianxin mansion, possessing remarkable innate talent. Furthermore, she has considerable combat experience, qualifying her as a warrior goddess. Even when facing ordinary mid-foundation cultivators, she has the strength to contend. Yet, such a prodigy of the sect, under circumstances where she could completely dominate Gu Xiu in cultivation, claims that battling him would yield such results? Hongling, you have already established your foundation. In your current state, a mere flick of your hand could utterly subdue that rogue cultivator. How could you possibly be his match? Indeed, you possess an indomitable heart, yet such a mindset is unacceptable. How could a trifling qi refining third layer cultivator possess such capabilities? Merely a rogue of the third layer, Hongling, even if you hold him in high regard. There is no need to lower your status to elevate his. The three brothers spoke out, believing that Yi Hongling was exaggerating Gu Xiu's strength. However, in the face of their words, Yi Hongling shook her head, her expression earnest. I understand that the three brothers do not believe me. To be honest, I find it hard to believe myself. Yet, this is indeed the feeling that arose within me when confronting that rogue. He is undeniably more complex than he appears. The three brothers felt somewhat helpless. Ultimately, it was Brother Zhao who cheerfully said, "All right, we believe you. However, Hongling, even if what you say is true, the rogue's claims cannot possibly be genuine. The crimson-hoofed black steed is a spirit beast unique to our Tianxin mansion. It cannot be easily outmaneuvered. Moreover, with Brother Chun, a golden core cultivator, stationed with us, the Qishui sect would not dare to act against us unless they were insane." Rest assured, this statement garnered nods of agreement from the other two brothers, leaving even Yi Hongling unable to refute it. Indeed, the crimson-hoofed black steed is a treasure exclusive to the Tianxin mansion. Nurtured through special secret techniques from a young age, its inherent strength already rivals that of a second-tier demon beast, and it harmonizes exceptionally well with the mansion's techniques. The synergy between rider and steed is flawless, enabling them to unleash power that surpasses their individual capabilities. Employing special tactics against them is nearly impossible, as precautions against poison and beast control techniques have been implemented throughout the steed's upbringing. Furthermore, they have a golden core expert in their midst. With 1 golden core and 3 foundation establishment cultivators, their strength is not something an ordinary person would dare provoke. However, despite these reassurances, a twinge of concern lingered in Yi Hongling's heart. The trio continued their swift journey for an entire day. The speed of the crimson-hoofed black steed was indeed remarkable. Night fell once more. The three arrived beside a small stream. "Let us rest for an hour. Once we have recuperated, we shall continue our journey, striving to depart from the Tianqi mountain range before dawn." The Tianxin mansion excels in military operations and understands the value of swift maneuvers. They had no intention of resting for the night, but only sought a brief respite before resuming their journey. Without hesitation, the four began to tend to their horses while simultaneously taking out spirit stones to restore their energy. They remained vigilant. While on the road, they would not allow the crimson-hoofed black steed to consume anything from the outside. All provisions came from their storage rings, and a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. "Sister Yi, do you still believe that what the rogue cultivator said is true?" Brother Zhao inquired with a smile. Yi Hongling furrowed her brows, but did not respond. Instead, Brother Zhao continued. "That rogue might possess some skills, but he is ultimately just a rogue cultivator. In terms of experience and cultivation, he is far too lacking that he felt uneasy about Yi Hongling's close association with a mere rogue and sought to diminish the latter's standing in her eyes." However, Yi Hongling merely shook her head. "Brother Zhao, I recall the commander stating that one should never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances." Just as Brother Zhao was about to retort, the golden core cultivator suddenly stood up. "Who goes there?" The other three were startled, and in the next moment, a flurry of arrows shot towards them. "Form up!" The golden core cultivator bellowed. Yi Hongling and the others immediately sprang into action, preparing for battle. Yet, as they rose, their expressions changed in unison. They held their breath. It was poison. Unfortunately, they realized too late. The toxins had already infiltrated their bodies, severely hampering their abilities. Fortunately, the golden core cultivator was still relatively powerful. With a swift wave of his hand, he managed to deflect the barrage of arrows. After fending off one wave, the golden core cultivator shouted, "Mount up! Prepare to break through!" Without hesitation, the three climbed onto their steeds. It was at this moment they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, they had been surrounded by a multitude of foes. The Qishui sect truly dared to strike against them. Moreover, after the volley of arrows, it appeared that one of the enemy cultivators had already taken to the air, heading straight for the golden core cultivator of the Tiansu mansion. This cultivator walking through the air was also at the golden core level. The two golden core cultivators clashed in an instant. "Thank goodness we brought the crimson hoofed black steed," Brother Zhao remarked, his meaning clear. Though they were now encircled with the crimson hoofed black steed, they could utilize their combat skills to break through and swiftly disperse the toxins. Yi Hongling frowned, instinctively glancing at the crimson hoofed black steed, yet concern still gnawed at her heart. However, this glance proved to be ill-timed. Upon seeing the steed, Yi Hongling suddenly sensed something amiss. "Brother." The crimson-hoofed black steed's demeanor seems off. Before she could finish her sentence, the steed beneath her erupted into a frenzy, uncontrollably bolting to the side. Caught off guard, Yi Hongling nearly fell from her mount. After managing to stabilize herself, she looked up only to witness a scene that made her heart race with dread. The steed beneath Brother Zhao had also gone wild, and he too was caught unprepared, almost thrown off. Yet, it seemed the encircling members of the Qishui sect had anticipated this. A poison arrow shot forth, piercing precisely into Brother Zhao's back. It pierced through his heart. When Yi Hongling turned her gaze toward him, he coincidentally looked up at her, his eyes filled with despair and regret. Alas, these expressions quickly morphed into the pallor of death. His heart, vein severed, even a foundation establishment cultivator, was doomed to perish. Meanwhile, as the Tiansu Mansion's party was ambushed, Gu Xiu found himself seated cross-legged within another cave. After a moment, he seemed to sense something, glancing in a certain direction before shaking his head. He felt the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao resonating unusually, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Although he did not know who was engaged, it was of no concern to him. Recalling his thoughts, Gu Xiu resumed absorbing the spiritual energy contained in his hand. After another spirit stone was consumed and transformed into fine powder, Gu Xiu's cultivation experienced a shift, fourth layer of qi refinement. He had advanced once again. While this speed was not particularly slow, the consumption of spirit stones was indeed substantial. Yu Xiu mused to himself. His Dantian's energy reservoir was exceedingly vast. Achieving such rapid cultivation advancement relied entirely on spirit stones. This method was certainly effective, yet it was undeniably costly. And this was merely the mid-stage of qi refinement. Should he progress further, the required resources would only increase, and at that point, Gu Xiu's current stock of spirit stones would surely prove insufficient. He must hasten his journey to Yunshao City. Having made a resolute decision in his heart, Gu Xiu did not rashly act, but rather spent the entire night consolidating his cultivation to the fourth level of qi refinement. The path of cultivation emphasizes taking one step at a time. Sometimes, haste is not an option. It was only by the dawn of the following day that Gu Xiu emerged from his cave. Having firmly established his cultivation, with his direction set, he embarked on his journey once more. He traveled for a full 7 days, having covered half the distance to his destination, Yunyao City. However, as he passed through a certain area, Gu Xiu suddenly halted, then swiftly turned, traversing a thicket to arrive at a narrow path. As he approached, the pungent scent of blood caused him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Before him lay numerous corpses scattered haphazardly. The work of an assailant who had been exceedingly ruthless and swift, with nearly all victims having been cleaved in half. The surroundings were in utter disarray, a scene drenched in blood. Yet, what captured Gu Xiu's attention was one particular corpse. For the individual clutched a wooden box tightly in their embrace. The box appeared exceptionally exquisite, adorned with intricate array patterns, clearly imbued with a restriction against theft. Upon sighting this box, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Gu Xiu's eyes. However, as he gazed at the box. An ominous arrow was aimed squarely at his back. Just a fourth-level chi refiner, and yet he dares to venture here alone. Truly courting death. Brother, shall we kill him? Not far from Guxiu, two figures concealed in the shadows, one of whom was drawing an arrow, targeting Guxiu's vulnerable spot. These two possessed formidable strength. One had reached the peak of chi refinement, while the other, though slightly weaker, had attained the 8th level of chi refinement. Both were powerful practitioners in the later stages of chi refinement. However, their auras were chaotic, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Indeed, the bloody scene Guxiu beheld was the result of their handiwork. These two were known as Qinshanshan and Qinshaoshan, infamous for their notorious title, the Spring and Autumn Twin Devils. They were notorious ruffians in the region, specializing in ambushing those of weaker cultivation, whether rogue cultivators or disciples of great sects, and occasionally even merchant caravans, though their cultivation was not particularly high. They were remarkably slippery, especially skilled in escape techniques. They always targeted the weak, and once formidable opponents arrived, they would flee without hesitation, leaving many to harbor deep-seated resentment, yet feeling utterly powerless today, having heard that a merchant caravan from Wanbao Tower was passing through. The two set in ambush, successfully slaying numerous individuals. Nonetheless, Wanbao Tower was indeed powerful. Although it was merely a small team, they had nonetheless included a foundation-building cultivator. Fortunately, the brothers had prepared in advance, and with their surprise attack and seamless coordination, they managed to slay the early-stage foundation-building cultivator. However, they were also wounded and had expended considerable energy, allowing several members of the caravan to escape. Knowing that lingering in this location was ill-advised, they were nonetheless drawn to the goods of Wanbao Tower, which were all contained within Wanbao boxes, impervious to touch by outsiders, much less being opened without secret methods. The brothers were preoccupied with how to break the restrictions on the Wanbao boxes. Guxiu arrived, already on high alert. The two swiftly concealed themselves. Upon Guxiu's appearance, they realized that he was not a member of Wanbao Tower, but rather a mere 4th-level chi refiner. Upon his brother's inquiry, Qinshanshan squinted and observed for a moment before nodding. Kill him! Qinshaoshan immediately prepared to take action, but Qinshanshan suddenly restrained him. Wait! Qinshaoshan, perplexed, watched as Qinshanshan pointed towards Guxiu. That lad seems to possess some skill. He appears to be unraveling the restriction. Qinshaoshan squinted, and indeed he saw Guxiu, oblivious to their presence, diligently scribbling as the Wanbao box emitted intermittent glimmers of light, which were gradually waning. Did I underestimate this lad? A mere 4th-level chi refiner, and yet he understands how to dismantle such restrictions. Could he perhaps be a talisman master, regardless of whether he is or not? This presents us with a golden opportunity to lay in wait. Indeed, I was just lamenting how to breach this restriction, and now we have encountered this fellow. Let him toil to unravel the restriction, and we shall swoop in like a mantis stalking a cicada. The two almost instantaneously devised their plan, opting to bide their time rather than rush into action, while they slowly recuperated from their wounds. However, after a considerable wait, Qinshaoshan, still aiming at Guxiu, could not help but frown. Is this kid even capable? Why is he taking so long? What if the people from Wanbao Tower arrive before he finishes? Brother, should we not just kill him and handle the unlocking ourselves? Otherwise, we will lose precious time because of this fool. Let's wait a bit longer. Qinshanshan shook his head. He too felt some impatience. But reflecting on how helpless they had been against the Wanbao box moments earlier, he doubted they could do any better than this 4th-level chi refiner. However, as they continued to wait, time dragged on. Brother, it's been ages. I suspect the people from Wanbao Tower are drawing closer. Qinshaoshan pressed again. If we let this fool waste any more time, we may miss our chance. Some from Wanbao Tower have already escaped. Once their reinforcements arrive, we will be in a precarious position. Enough waiting. This fool! Qinshanshan cursed under his breath, preparing to signal. Qinshaoshan immediately readied his arrow. But, wait! Qinshanshan suddenly halted Qinshaoshan again. Qinshaoshan looked back, only to see Guxiu once more unlocking a layer of restriction. He then murmured to himself, only 4 layers remain. Regrettably, my cultivation is insufficient. If only I had the strength of a late-stage chi refiner. I would not take this long. Gushio's words were spoken softly, and had it not been for the spring and autumn twinned devil's intense focus on him, they might have missed them entirely. The two exchanged glances, silently conveying the realization that this fourth-level chi refiner might indeed be capable of unraveling the restriction. But his cultivation was simply lacking. If only someone could assist him. They were uncertain how long it would be until help arrived. Gushio spoke again, his words prompting further hesitation in the brothers. Yet Gushio sighed, rising to his feet. Forget it. If it is meant to be, it will be. If not, so be it. I shall take my leave. With that, he prepared to depart, which sent the spring and autumn twin devils into a frenzy. After laboring for so long, they were entirely ignorant of the intricacies of the restriction. If Gushio left, how would they ever open the Wanbao box? Fellow cultivator, please wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Sin Chunshan leaped forth to block Gushio's path. This sudden appearance caught Gushio off guard, and he regarded Sin Chunshan with surprise, quickly adopting a wary stance. The expression amused Sin Chunshan. A mere fourth-level chi refiner. What good was vigilance? He had observed Gushio for quite some time. Had he not revealed himself, Gushio would have remained oblivious to his presence. However, Gushio's reaction confirmed to Sin Chunshan that he was indeed unaware of his existence. Fellow cultivator, I noticed you were attempting to unravel the restriction on this box. Sin Chunshan inquired with a smile. Yes, there's something you need? Gushio hesitated. Do not worry. I am merely passing by. However, I overheard your mutterings. You require a powerful cultivator's assistance to unlock the restriction? Time was of the essence. He did not wish to engage in prolonged discourse with Gushio and opted for a direct approach. However, upon his straightforwardness, Gushio furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. How do you intend to divide it? Divide? Sin Chunshan replied with a smile. You tell me how it should be divided. How about I take 70% and you take 30%? That is certainly agreeable, Sin Chunshan responded with a grin. You do not mind? Of course I do not mind. You possess genuine prowess, while I merely offer brute strength. Let us secure the prize swiftly, Sin Chunshan urged. Though inwardly he scoffed, 70-30, what a fantasy. Once this treasure chest is opened, he would not hesitate to eliminate this fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator on the spot. And share the spoils? He should seek the king of hell for that. Yet, Gushio seemed oblivious to Sin Chunshan's thoughts. Once the division was confirmed, he promptly said, Since you are here, please lend a hand. Your profound spiritual energy will surely suffice. What must I do? Sin Chunshan inquired. Quite simple. Gushio indicated a segment of a finger bone that had inexplicably appeared atop the box. You just need to pour all your spiritual energy into this segment of the finger bone. What is this finger bone? Sin Chunshan asked. Puzzled, he had previously studied the treasure chest and had not noticed this fragment. Gushio casually explained, pointing at it. It reveals itself after several layers of the restriction are unlocked. It is the focal point of this restriction. Sin Chunshan nodded. Although he found it strange that the focal point of the restriction was a segment of a finger bone, he did not hesitate any longer and immediately began to channel all his spiritual energy into it. However, Sin Chunshan was taken aback, for he discovered that as his spiritual energy was frantically infused into the finger bone, it was instantly absorbed as if it had vanished into the depths of the sea. Is it truly that terrifying? Is this thing genuinely part of the restriction? Do not lose focus, pour all your strength into it. I am about to commence the unlocking of the restriction, Gushio declared at that moment. Sin Chunshan felt helpless, but could only obediently channel his spiritual energy into the finger bone, fearful that his efforts might not be sufficient to aid Gushio. Yet, this reckless expenditure of spiritual energy caused Sin Chunshan's reserves, already dwindling, to diminish rapidly. Had it not been for Gushio persistently unlocking the restrictions right before his eyes, having already released 2 layers, Sin Chunshan might have doubted whether this fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator was merely toying with him. Nevertheless, even so, Sin Chunshan found himself unable to endure. Friend, is it not yet complete? Wait a moment. Your spiritual energy is still insufficient. Do not hesitate at this juncture. Otherwise, we risk failure, Gushio replied. This statement made Sin Chunshan grit his teeth. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Wait, Sin Chun Shan exclaimed, immediately retrieving a handful of spiritual stones from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth, he began to recover his energy and then swiftly took out a vial of pills, downing them in quick succession. The fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator had spoken. Even if he could not hold on, he had no choice but to persevere. After all, once the box opened, all resources would belong to him. It was a worthy investment. However, at that moment, Sin Chun Shan failed to notice that while he was preoccupied with his recovery, Gu Xiao cast a fleeting glance at his storage ring. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. As Sin Chun Shan's spiritual energy hit rock bottom once more, the shimmering restrictions of the treasure chest finally unraveled. At the moment the restrictions were lifted, a triumphant smile spread across Sin Chun Shan's face. His gaze towards Gu Xiao brimmed with derision. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Xiao happened to turn and look back at him, his own face adorned with a similar smile. Once this was over, do remember to bookmark for your convenience in future readings. In the Qingxian sacred land, within the Wenyange, a copper mirror levitated in the air, as waves of celestial harmonies and rich spiritual energy continuously converged upon its surface. Nian Chaoshi sat cross-legged beneath the mirror, her hands constantly weaving intricate hand seals. But in the next instant, puff, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and the floating copper mirror shattered instantly, leaving Nian Chaoshi feeling as though her very essence had been drained. Collapsing weakly to the ground, she had reached the brink of weakness, her face as pale as paper. Yet, after a brief respite, Nian Chaoshi pulled out a brand-new copper mirror, her eyes filled with determination. Junior brother Gu, I believe you are innocent. Wait for me. Wait for me. Once I successfully forge the wheel of reincarnation mirror, I will surely help you clear your name. I must. Wait for me. With that thought, Nian Chaoshi gritted her teeth and once more activated her hand seals, causing the copper mirror to rise into the air again as mysterious forces began to manifest. Before her lay a mountain of shattered copper mirror fragments, evidence of her previous failures. Yet she persisted, resolute. What she sought to forge was the immensely enigmatic wheel of reincarnation, capable of glimpsing the future and probing the past, a marvel beyond comprehension. Her sole purpose in crafting this was to vindicate Gu Xiao. Nian Chaoshi deeply empathized with the plight of Qin Madian, but could not bring herself to believe that Gu Xiao would be such a person. Yet she found herself unable to argue against it and could only place her hopes upon the wheel of reincarnation, yearning for its successful creation to help Gu Xiao clear his name. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi continued to expend her vitality in pursuit of that chance to vindicate Gu Xiao in another part of the Qingxian sacred land. Within the main hall of the sect leader, Guan Shuolan, who was immersed in administrative affairs, suddenly frowned and inquired, "Is your senior sister still busy crafting that wheel of reincarnation?" "Indeed, master. You must persuade her." Senior sister seems to be in a trance. She refuses to listen to anyone, insisting that we have misunderstood Gu Xiao, and nothing seems to change her mind. The crafting of the wheel of reincarnation not only consumes the cultivator's power, but also her lifespan. Each failure costs her 10 years of life. Hundreds of years, even thousands, can vanish in the blink of an eye. If she continues like this, she will ultimately be drained of her lifespan and perish. Standing beside Guan Shuolan were three of Gu Xiao's former senior sisters. The third sister, Su Wanqing, who excelled in alchemy. The fifth sister, Qin Madian, who specialized in talismans. And the youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, who was adept at beast taming. At that moment, the faces of all three were etched with worry, reflecting their concern for Nian Chaoshi's reckless fervor. Once again, it is Gu Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Guan Shuolan's expression darkened. Indeed, it was all Gu Xiao's fault. He had caused significant harm, leading many within the sect to their demise, and now he had driven senior sister into obsession. Lu Qingyao was the first to voice her anger, although Su Wanqing and Qin Madian remained silent. Their expressions spoke volumes. They shared Lu Qingyao's sentiments. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow and asked, "Where is Gu Xiao now?" The three senior sisters were momentarily taken aback. "What? You truly do not know?" Guan Shuolan expressed her astonishment. Lu Qingyao scoffed, "He has left the sect. I would celebrate with firecrackers if I could. Besides, I am busy preparing a training ground for the junior brother to practice beast taming. I have no time to concern myself with Guxiao. Guan Shulan then turned to Su Wanqing and Qin Madian. I have been preoccupied with alchemy for the junior brother, so I haven't been paying much attention. Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head. I have been focused on crafting talismans for the junior brother as well. Qin Madian added in agreement. Faced with such responses, Guan Shulan could not help but frown. After all, Guxiao was once your junior brother. I had thought you would secretly extend some assistance to him. Assist him with what? He has left. He has severed all ties with us. Why should we assist him? Lu Qingyao retorted, rolling her eyes to Su Wanqing and Qin Madian. Though silent, conveyed through their expressions that they shared Lu Qingyao's perspective. This posed quite a dilemma. Guan Shulan furrowed her brow and remarked, your senior sister has succumbed to her obsession. Break free from his fixation. It seems that only Guxiao can achieve it. Without any trace of Guxiao, even I would be incapable of persuading her. The three senior sisters exchanged troubled glances, their disdain for Guxiao intensifying that it was all his fault. He left and still caused harm. If Master wishes to find Guxiao, perhaps she can search the Tianqi mountain range, where senior sister previously utilized the art of divination to probe its depths, Su Wanqing suggested. Tianqi mountain range? Guan Shulan frowned. Isn't it tantamount to seeking death for Guxiao, given his lack of cultivation? Su Wanqing shook her head in uncertainty. It was Qin Moran who hesitated before speaking. I recall senior sister mentioning that she suspected Guxiao might still be cultivating. What? The revelation stunned the three women. Guxiao's cultivation. Has it been restored? How could that be? I'm not certain of the details. I merely heard senior sister mention it in passing. However, I believe that even if Guxiao is attempting to cultivate again, it is unlikely to be smooth sailing. Qin Moran clarified with a shake of her head. Su Wanqing speculated. Since Guxiao returned 3 years ago, he has been unable to cultivate again. Perhaps he is simply unwilling to accept his fate and continues to try. Guan Shulan nodded, finding this conjecture plausible. Then it is futile to search for him. He is surely beyond reach. Lu Qingyao interjected, shaking her head. The others looked on in confusion. Lu Qingyao continued, if Guxiao is content to live as an ordinary mortal, seeking a place in the human realm to grow old and die, he might still survive for a few more years. However, should he overestimate his capabilities and attempt to embark on the path of cultivation once more, his life will undoubtedly be short-lived. Seeing that Master and the two senior sisters remained perplexed, Lu Qingyao, with a hint of exasperation, added, consider who Guxiao is. How many years has it been since he roamed the martial world? Over 500 years, during which he was confined in the Forbidden Zone, and now 3 years have passed since his return. That a person like him is even less experienced than a novice cultivator. Should he encounter the formidable beasts of the Tianqi mountain range, he might meet a swift end. However, if he encounters other cultivators, his limited experience in the martial world could lead him to be easily deceived, ultimately resulting in a death without a grave. Her words prompted agreement from the three. The cultivation realm is not solely comprised of the Qingxian sacred land. Within sects, there may be a degree of tolerance. But outside, one encounters many cunning and treacherous individuals. Guxiao has not traversed the martial world for years, nor has he left the sect. Regardless of whether he has resumed his cultivation, the outcome will surely not be favorable. He may very well have already been slain. Meanwhile, at the Tianqi mountain range, before the Wanbao box, Xin Chunshan wore a broad smile and inquired, friend, the seals on this Wanbao box should have been completely lifted. Correct? Indeed, they have been removed, Guxiao affirmed with a nod. Xin Chunshan pressed on, oh, so now we can directly open it and take the contents within. Of course, Guxiao nodded, promptly opening the Wanbao box before him, revealing 3 storage rings inside. Xin Chunshan's eyes gleamed with fervor at the sight of the rings. Smack! The box suddenly closed again, causing Xin Chunshan to express his dissatisfaction. Turning his gaze, he found Guxiao looking at him with a smile. Friend, now that the Wanbao box is open, shall we proceed with the distribution as agreed? How would you like to divide it? Xin Chunshan asked, surprisingly unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Did we not agree beforehand? Guxiao stated. I take 7. You take 3. While the prior agreement was indeed in place, a small issue arose. Xin Chunshan remarked that, oh, what issue? I find 3 portions to be rather insufficient, he replied. Guxiao inquired then, How many portions does my friend desire? I am at the 9th level of qi refinement. Taking 9 portions should not be a problem, right? Qin Chunshan's aura surged dramatically as he spoke, enunciating each word correct. The final portion belongs to my younger brother. As for yours, he added, you will have to seek it from the king of hell. With that, Qin Chunshan had gathered his strength. He then raised a palm and aimed a lethal strike directly at Guxiu's face. This blow was that of a 9th level qi refinement cultivator. It could kill. On the other side, while Qin Chunshan and Guxiu were entangled in their confrontation and unsealing the restrictions, Qin Xiushan had been vigilantly guarding the perimeter, alert for any potential attackers from Wanbao building. The longer they waited, the more anxious he became. After all, his elder brother had been gone for a considerable time. If they delayed further, the arrival of Wanbao building's people would make it difficult for them to escape. As for that 4th level qi refinement white-haired, loose cultivator, that was hardly worth considering that a person of such meager cultivation could be crushed by a mere finger from his elder brother. Fortunately, just as Qin Xiushan was on the verge of losing patience, a sudden surge of qi refinement 9th level spiritual energy emanated. His elder brother had made a move. Qin Xiushan's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed toward his brother's location, intending to reunite and flee together. As he ran, Qin Xiushan contemplated that Wanbao building was renowned for its wealth. Their goods must contain many valuable items. If resources were abundant, perhaps there would be foundation establishment pills, enabling both brothers to advance into the foundation establishment realm. Imagining the prospect of becoming 2 foundation establishment thieves, the names Spring and Autumn Dual Scourge would surely instill fear in all. Perhaps in the future, they could even attain the Golden Core Tao. Life was full of promise. Elder brother. Just as he was lost in thoughts of the future, Qin Xiushan spotted his elder brother's figure, standing still and gazing down at something. He must be examining the spoils. However, upon glancing ahead at Qin Xiushan found it curious. Elder brother, where is that young man's corpse? You didn't reduce him to dust, did you? Your skills seem to have improved again. As he spoke, Qin Xiushan had already reached Qin Chunshan's side, that a sideways glance revealed his elder brother, holding the previously untouchable Wanbao box. The sight of this treasure ignited a fervor in Qin Xiushan's eyes. However, just then, drip, a drop of bright red blood suddenly fell from above, landing on the Wanbao box and instantly transforming into a beautiful blood blossom. This Qin Xiushan froze, his gaze lifting in an instant. A chill surged from his feet to the top of his head, causing his legs to buckle, and he collapsed to the ground. For he beheld his elder brother, the ruthless and infamous 9th level qi refinement cultivator of the Spring and Autumn Dual Scourge, lying lifeless. A gaping wound in his left chest revealed a shattered heart, with fragments still visible within. The drop of blood had fallen from that very wound. Elder brother, how could this happen? At that moment, Qin Xiushan felt his calves cramping, a wave of icy terror enveloping him. Who killed my elder brother? Was it that white-haired loose cultivator? But he was merely a 4th level qi refinement cultivator. Clack! Just then, a stone suddenly flew towards him, startling Qin Xiushan. He turned to look but saw no one who had thrown it. Instead, in the distance, he spotted a group of cultivators dressed in Wanbao building attire, hastily approaching. They had evidently noticed Qin Xiushan and immediately shouted, "Stop right there, thief! How dare you kill our Wanbao building's people? You are courting death!" Qin Xiushan was utterly terrified, his soul nearly escaping him, although he was baffled by the origin of the stone earlier. He could no longer afford to hesitate with a formidable enemy now upon him. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly fled in one direction. The members of Wanbao Tower, witnessing this, were quick to pursue him, yet the majority rushed towards the Wanbao box instead. The cargo was of utmost importance. However, upon arriving before Qin Chunshan's lifeless body and discovering the box's protective seals had been breached, along with the 3 storage rings having vanished, a grim realization dawned upon the group of cultivators. The Spring and Autumn twin fiends had turned against each other. Qin Xiushan had slain his own brother and made off with the goods we were tasked to transport. Chase him down, curse it, spread the word, and issue a bounty on his head. Regardless of where he escapes to, he must be eradicated. How dare he lay his hands on our possessions at Wanbao Tower? Soon, a chase ensued within the Tianqi mountain range. Yet, none of this concerned Gu Xiu that moment. He was traversing a forest path, unhidden and unashamed, resolutely making his way towards Yunshao City. Indeed, he had been trapped in the Forbidden Land for 500 years. Since returning from that place, he had remained at Qingxian's sacred land. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of any experience in the world of martial arts, foolish enough to be taken advantage of. After all, prior to entering the Forbidden Land, Gu Xiu had roamed extensively, accumulating a wealth of knowledge and experience. Not to mention, the visions he had witnessed in that dream spanning countless years had provided him with ample insight. Although merely a bystander in that dream, he had gleaned much, rendering it impossible for him to be entirely inexperienced. In fact, owing to his affinity for the essence of the Tao, Gu Xiu had immediately detected the presence of the spring and autumn twin fiends. Everything that followed was within Gu Xiu's calculations, from depleting Sun Xunshan's spiritual energy to seizing the opportune moment to strike him down, and ultimately framing Sun Xunshan. Stop! At that moment, a radiant beam shot towards him, prompting Gu Xiu to come to a halt, cautiously eyeing the approaching figure. The individual, riding a flying sword, alighted gracefully before Gu Xiu. The ability to wield a flying sword indicated that this person was a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he was adorned in the attire of Wanbao Tower. Yet, despite his vigilance, Gu Xiu remained composed and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to impede my path, esteemed senior?" The man did not respond, but instead began assessing Gu Xiu's cultivation level. Upon realizing that this solitary cultivator was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he visibly relaxed. Have you seen a Qi refinement 8th level cultivator fleeing using the wind escape technique? Gu Xiu shook his head, indicating he had not. Satisfied with the answer, the man lost interest and swiftly departed on his sword. Clearly, a Qi refinement 4th level cultivator, meandering along this path, held no relevance to the spring and autumn twin fiends, rendering it unnecessary to waste time on him. Gu Xiu, unperturbed, continued on his journey. He encountered several more inquiries, all from cultivators of Wanbao Tower, but uniformly, they abandoned any suspicion after assessing his cultivation level. However, just as night was about to fall and Gu Xiu intended to find a place to rest for the night, another radiant beam arrived. As with the previous encounters, upon receiving Gu Xiu's uninformed response and realizing he was merely a 4th level Qi refinement cultivator, the individual seemed ready to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly appeared to recall something. Whirling around, his gaze turned ominous as he fixed it upon Gu Xiu. "You possess a storage treasure, do you not?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, filled with caution. Nonetheless, he eventually nodded, pointing to the storage pouch at his waist. "Esteemed senior, this is my storage pouch. I wonder what you—" "Hand it over." The man extended his hand. "I suspect you may be in cahoots with that thief, Sun Xunshan. You must surrender your storage treasure now." His words were delivered with righteous indignation, yet a glint of greed flickered in his eyes, revealing his true intentions. Gu Xiu frowned, his hand discreetly gripping a fragment of bone. He had been reluctant to use this fragment, even against a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator like Sun Xunshan. After all, although it contained formidable techniques, employing it would require a significant expenditure of spirit stones to restore. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xiu was unwilling to resort to it. However, at this moment, it seemed he might have no choice but to wield it. Just as he pondered this, the Foundation establishment cultivator pressed further. "What? Am I correct in my assumptions? You truly are a conspirator with Sun Xunshan." Seeing Gu Xiu's silence, the man's eyes filled with menace as he stepped forward, clearly intent on making a move. Witnessing this, Gu Xiu sighed. Though reluctant, he prepared to unleash the power of the bone fragment. His combat experience was unparalleled, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow even to an unguarded Sun Xunshan. But this did not guarantee success against a well-resourced Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, just as Gu Xiu resolved to take the initiative, he suddenly sensed something, halting his movements. "That I shall give you one last chance." The Foundation establishment cultivator, oblivious to any change, repeated his inquiry. "Will you hand over the storage pouch or not?" Faced with the demand, Gu Xiu shook his head. Though I am but a humble 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, I refuse to be a mere lamb for slaughter. Yet, esteemed senior, as a member of Wanbao Tower, how can you engage in such brazen acts of murder and theft? Are you not afraid of tarnishing Wanbao Tower's reputation? The Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed. You certainly possess a silver tongue. However, how unfortunate for you. Should you perish here, who would know the reason behind her demise? With that, he ceased his words and thrust a finger towards Gu Xiu's forehead. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy locked onto Gu Xiu, rendering him immobile. Gu Xiu's expression darkened, yet he clutched the bone fragment tightly, refraining from unleashing its power. Finally, just as that finger was about to pierce his forehead, a commanding voice echoed, Ren Qing, halt. The words carried a force capable of subduing the soul, causing the Foundation establishment cultivator, poised to kill, to freeze in place. Simultaneously, a graceful figure swiftly appeared by Gu Xiu's side, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance, promptly pulling him away from the threatening cultivator. When Gu Xiu came to a stop, the Foundation establishment cultivator regained his senses, but upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. The visitor was a woman clad in a purple dress, her figure alluringly curvaceous, with a veil obscuring much of her face. Yet, the features that remained visible exuded an innate charm that captivated the heart, making it impossible to look away. Before this enchanting figure, Ren Qing was instantly filled with trepidation. As you, Surme? The woman raised an eyebrow, and Ren Qing hastily corrected himself. As you, Guanshi? Ren Qing, Surume inquired softly. What were you doing? I was following orders to search for Tsin Xiushan's whereabouts. What level of cultivation does Tsin Xiushan possess? Level 8 of Qi refinement, Surume, with a sudden coldness, inquired, since you're in search of cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Why have you taken action against a fellow cultivator at the 4th level? Ren Qing swallowed hard. I suspect that this person what? Before Ren Qing could finish, Surume coldly interrupted. Are you suggesting that this 4th-level cultivator has a connection to Tsin Xiushan? Or do you imply that the spring and autumn twin fiends are actually misrepresented, and they're in fact the spring and autumn triad? With another 4th-level assistant? Faced with the interrogation, Ren Qing stammered and struggled to respond. Humph. Surume let out a cold snort. Ren Qing, you are well aware of the rules of Wanbao Tower, that we shall not engage in acts of murder and robbery, yet you still choose to break the law. Therefore, in my capacity as the overseer, I hereby impose a penalty upon you. The penalty shall be 1 finger severed. What? Upon hearing this, Ren Qing immediately looked up, his face filled with disbelief. Sever a finger? Even Gu Xiu cast a surprised glance at Surume, since you knowingly committed a transgression, attempting to kill with your finger. You shall sever a finger as atonement. Oh, you have any objections? Surume spoke. Objections? Of course I do. Ren Qing immediately exclaimed. I admit I was momentarily blinded by desire, but he is merely a 4th-level cultivator, and I did not succeed. How could you possibly demand I sever a finger? Once a cultivator reaches the spirit transformation stage, they can regrow severed limbs. However, if one severs a limb before reaching the golden core stage, even attaining the spirit transformation later would not allow for regrowth. This punishment is indeed severe. It seems you still do not comprehend. Surume spoke coldly. Wanbao Tower gathers treasures from all directions and welcomes guests from afar. Whether cultivators or others, they are all guests of Wanbao Tower. You, relying on your cultivation, oppressed a guest and even attempted murder and robbery, tarnishing the reputation of Wanbao Tower, which is a grave offense. Severing a finger is merely a minor punishment. If you do not comply, the severing will not be limited to just a finger. As she spoke, an aura of terror emanated from Surume. Golden Core. She is a Golden Core cultivator. Faced with Surume's overwhelming presence, Ren Qing felt as if struck by lightning. His expression was complex. After much hesitation, he finally lowered his head. I, the subordinate, willingly accept the punishment. With that, Ren Qing gritted his teeth, transforming his qi into a blade, hesitating only briefly before slicing towards his left pinky finger. In an instant, his fingertip was severed. blood gushed forth. Yet Ren Qing did not dare to utter a sound, only casting a nervous glance at Su Rumei. Upon seeing her nod, he swiftly turned and flew away on his sword. Throughout the encounter, he never dared to show an ounce of resentment. Even in front of Gu Xiu's, Ren Qing departed. Su Rumei turned to Gu Xiu and offered an apologetic bow. She then produced a storage ring and handed it to him. My friend, I sincerely apologize. Wanbao Tower has failed in its duty to discipline, nearly causing a grave disaster. This storage ring is a token of goodwill. I hope you will not take offense. Ji Yuxiu was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of the esteemed reputation of Wanbao Tower 500 years ago, a time-honored establishment with an impeccable reputation. He anticipated that they would protect him, but he did not expect such strictness towards the assailant. Thank you, Senior Su, for your timely assistance. Wanbao Tower truly lives up to its name at AS for the storage ring. I must decline. Ultimately, Gu Xiu shook his head and refused the storage ring. However, Su Rumei remained courteous. Today, it is Wanbao Tower that has wronged you. That if we can amend your opinion of Wanbao Tower, it would be a significant achievement that I hope you will accept it without further modesty. Moreover, this mere storage ring is trivial compared to the danger you faced. I implore you to accept it. It must be said that Su Rumei's demeanor and actions left Gu Xiu in awe. Seeing her insistence, Gu Xiu finally nodded and accepted the storage ring. In truth, he had been concealing 3 storage rings he had seized earlier, but to avoid Wanbao Tower tracing him, he had refrained from taking them out. Now, with Su Rumei's offering, it suited him perfectly. As for the 3 storage rings he had hidden, there was no question of returning them. Not to mention the risk of drawing attention, they were hard-won treasures he had fought for. Thus, there was no reason to relinquish them. Observing Gu Xiu accept the storage ring, a smile graced Su Rumei's face as she inquired, "Are you heading towards Yunjiao City?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "And no need to be anxious, my friend. We are also bound for Yunjiao City. As a city of rogue cultivators, the journey is fraught with danger. In fact, Wanbao Tower often recruits cultivators to travel together. If you do not mind, you may accompany us. It would provide mutual protection. And there is also a reward, making it a win-win situation." Su Rumei extended the invitation. Her words stirred Gu Xiu's interest. His goal was to reach Yunjiao City, and he did not wish to waste time on the road. He had heard that the closer one got to Yunjiao City, the more frequent the occurrences of murder and robbery, that if he could travel with Wanbao Tower, it seemed a rather advantageous arrangement. With this in mind, Gu Xiu promptly ceased his hesitation. "If that is the case, then I shall accept your kind invitation." Gu Xiu joined the Wanbao Tower entourage and set off towards Yunjiao City. On the other side, at Qingxian Sacred Ground, Weniansh, a dazzling rainbow light shone, followed by a surge of natural Tao rhythms, converging toward a particularly exquisite copper mirror. Nian Xiaoxi's expression was one of exhilaration. It worked. The heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror has been completed. Junior brother, sister will seek justice for you. After witnessing this, Nian Xiaoxi rushed towards Ma Xiufeng, Team Ma Shufeng. Many disciples were still engrossed in their studies of talisman arts. Upon seeing Nian Xiaoxi, they all rose and called out to her respectfully. However, Nian Xiaoxi paid them no mind. Instead, she quickened her pace directly towards the main hall of Ma Shufeng. The timing was perfect. Not only was Qin Moran present, but Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao were also there. "Sister, your hair." "Senior sister, how could this happen to you?" "Senior sister, why is your hair turned white?" Upon catching sight of Nian Xiaoxi, the 3 women could not help but gasp in astonishment, with Lu Qingyao even breaking down in tears on the spot. For in a mere few days, the once flowing tresses of Nian Xiaoxi had transformed into a cascade of snow-white hair. Morning strands of ebony had turned to evening snow. This poignant scene left the 3 women feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Yet, Nian Xiaoxi merely smiled, remarking, "Whether black or white hair is inconsequential. Does Gu Xiu not also possess a head full of white hair? How can he be compared to you?" Lu Qingyao, ever straightforward, retorted. However, her words caused Nian Xiaoxi's smile to falter as she solemnly replied, "Junior sister, Gu Xiu's white hair was born out of his dedication to the sect. 3 years prior. When Gu Xiu returned from the Forbidden Land, his hair had already turned completely white." Reflecting on this, Nian Chaoshi realized that upon his return, no one among the junior sisters had discussed Gu Xiu's white hair or expressed any surprise. In light of this, her heart ached even more for her junior brother. With renewed determination, she spoke, "Now that all three of you are present, I know you may find it hard to believe in the sect's blessings and fortunes. Hence, I shall directly present the heavenly cycle mirror. I have successfully forged this mirror." Indeed, as the heavenly cycle mirror emerged, it immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the three junior sisters. But without exception, their exclamations were followed by furrowed brows. "If this mirror was crafted solely for Gu Xiu, then I would rather you had not forged it," they exclaimed. "The price is far too steep. Indeed, senior sister, is it truly worth it for someone like Gu Xiu?" The three spoke in unison. Yet, in the face of their concerns, Nian Chaoshi simply beamed. "It is worth it. Absolutely worth it." Her smile was radiant and sincere. "It is undoubtedly worth it. Junior Brother Gu has endured far too much suffering. Not only has he sacrificed 500 years of his life, but he has also forfeited all his cultivation, and now he has departed from the very place he once cherished most. In comparison to him, what do my few hundred years of lifespan amount to?" However, upon witnessing her fervent conviction, Qin Moran and the other two could not help but exchange glances and shake their heads in dismay. "Senior sister, this is an obsession." Nian Chaoshi, however, remained unfazed by their sentiments. After a few more words, she eagerly urged, "Since the mirror has been successfully forged, I hope all three of you will patiently observe the scenes that unfold within." The three women exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. The senior sister's fixation was too profound for them to dissuade. They could only acquiesce for the time being. Seeing them nod in agreement, Nian Chaoshi felt a surge of joy in her heart. And without hesitation, she activated the incantation that in an instant, the heavenly cycle mirror levitated into the air, devoid of any spiritual energy, yet waves of the essence of heaven and earth began to surge forth. The three women were left in awe. This artifact was indeed remarkable. Among them, Qin Moran was the most astonished. Being familiar with the essence of heaven and earth, she could not help but exclaim, "I have long heard of the heavenly cycle mirror being a divine object, and seeing it now, it truly possesses the power of time. It can trace back the past and reveal what needs to be seen." "But will this consume lifespan?" Su Wonking inquired. "Indeed it will," Qin Moran nodded. "However, viewing the past, unless obscured by heavenly secrets, does not consume an excessive amount of lifespan, should one wish to use this artifact to glimpse the future. The toll would be unimaginable." As she spoke, the incantation activated the mirror, and suddenly, images began to materialize upon its surface. It depicted a remarkably humble and simple sect nestled within towering mountains. "This is our sacred ground." "No, wait, this is our Qingxian sect. Over 500 years ago." The three women immediately recognized the scene within the mirror. That was the Qingxian sect of your. "Wow, has it truly been 500 years? The changes to our sect are indeed monumental." They exclaimed, "Oh, I was merely 3 years old back then." "Look, senior sister, you were only about 15 or 16, right?" "I see second senior sister. She was just as fiery-tempered as ever. Even wrestling a little pig." "Oh, and look, sixth senior sister adored playing with dolls from an early age. No wonder her puppetry skills are so exceptional now." Third senior sister, look at you. You were caught ruining the garden and got reprimanded by master." Lu Qingyao, the youngest, was exuberant and loud, exclaiming at every image that appeared in the mirror. Even Su Wonking and Qin Moran, who stood nearby, could not help but smile, filled with nostalgia. After all, each scene held countless cherished memories for them. Witnessing their smiles, Nian Chaoshi too felt a grin spread across her face. Those were truly delightful times. The images began to shift rapidly, soon revealing an infant cradled in the arms of the old sect leader. Handed over to Guan Xiulan, in a flurry of activity, Guan Xiulan became flustered, while the other 7 sisters expressed great curiosity towards the newcomer. Is Gu Xiu. He had just entered the sect then, Nian Chaoshi remarked with a smile. However, her words were met with silence from the 3 women. The earlier reminiscence and smiles dissipated as if they were reluctant to revisit that particular figure. Even from the past, Nian Chaoshi sighed, hastening the flow of images within the mirror. Within its depths, Gu Xiu began to grow, taking his first turns, his first steps, and uttering his first words. His very first utterance was sister. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the three women turned somewhat awkward, yet their gazes softened in unison. Observing this, Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of relief. She had hoped to evoke their fond memories of Gu Xiu, and it seemed that her efforts were bearing fruit. The images continued to play on Gu Xiu. Under their watchful eyes, grew day by day. The young Gu Xiu was utterly endearing, not only for his porcelain doll-like cuteness, but also for his exceptional cleverness. While other children were still babbling their first words, Gu Xiu spoke fluently. While other children wailed for their needs, Gu Xiu could articulate his desires with sincerity, even if his reasoning often left others in fits of laughter. Yet he was not prone to tears or tantrums. Rather, he could be described as remarkably composed. Moreover, his talent was extraordinary, though he did not quite match the legendary prodigies rumored to appear once in a millennium. His aptitude was indeed rare. He found the path of cultivation remarkably easy, eventually even guiding Lu Qingyao, who was merely 3 years his senior. Most importantly, Gu Xiu treated his senior sisters with great kindness. He remembered each of their birthdays and crafted gifts for them with his own hands. Even Nian Chaoshi, who had begun to distance herself from others after starting her cultivation of heavenly secrets, was not overlooked by him. When he was young, Gu Xiu loved to carve lotus flowers for me, saying I resembled the snow lotus upon the snowy mountains. Nian Chaoshi retrieved a wooden lotus carving, brimming with memories of this moment. Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, the 3 young women, each took out their own wooden carvings, becoming lost in contemplation. These images evoked a myriad of past experiences, even bringing to light memories long buried within their hearts, gradually clarifying what had been obscured. Back then, Gu Xiu was truly remarkable. He treated every senior sister with utmost sincerity, not only preparing gifts for them, but also remembering their individual preferences. He would stand up for them when they were reprimanded by their master, advocating on their behalf. Even as the years passed and the senior sisters developed their own hobbies, Gu Xiu accompanied each of them in their pursuits. He watched the sunrise and sunset with the eldest sister, clandestinely forged tools with the second sister, foraged for herbs and flowers with the third sister, studied peculiar stones with the fourth sister, composed poetry with the fifth sister, dismantled and examined various dolls and wooden figures with the sixth sister, and caught fish and shrimps by the creek with the seventh sister. This was the childhood shared by them all, as well as Gu Xiu's growth, of course, was not devoid of challenges. Laughter was often accompanied by tears, and surprises could just as easily incite anger. Yet, without fail, Gu Xiu would humbly admit his mistakes and help his senior sisters wipe away their tears. Observing these vivid recollections, the expressions of Qin Moran and the others softened, while Su Wanqing, the third sister, could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. They were inevitably reminded of the stories that belonged to themselves and Gu Xiu during their childhood, those tender moments they cherished. Furthermore, a thought unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Why, when everything was so wonderful back then, did things have to change? Was it Gu Xiu who had transformed, or was it they themselves? The carved railings and jade structures should still exist. Yet, Qin Moran murmured, the youthful visage has faded. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and shook her head. Sister, there's no need to dwell on these relics any longer. Why not? Nian Chaoshi inquired, only to see Qin Moran shake her head in response. Easily does one change the heart of an old friend, yet it is said that the heart of an old friend is fickle. The past is turned to smoke. These items should remain as memories. Why bring them forth at such a time? After all, she continued, I do not wish to recall the person from my childhood with malice when I think of him in the future. Her words brought Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao back to reality. Indeed, the memories of yesteryears were undeniably beautiful, and Gu Xiu had genuinely been a good person. However, memories are ultimately just that, memories. The Gu Xiu today was no longer the same individual as before. He had irrevocably changed. Gu Xiu had once been admirable, but 500 years within the Forbidden Grounds had transformed him completely. Su Wanqing sighed. Liu Qingyao, harboring a more malicious thought, added perhaps he was merely pretending 500 years ago. Such words pierced Nian Chaoxi's heart. Why? Why, even now, did they cling to such prejudice against Gu Xiu, even going so far as to dredge up the least favorable notions to speculate about Gu Xiu from 5 centuries ago? She understood Qin Moran's meaning. Their bias against Gu Xiu stemmed not from the past, but from the present, from a moment he returned from the forbidden grounds. Attempting to evoke memories of Gu Xiu from a century past to correct their perceptions of him was fundamentally flawed. With this in mind, Nian Chaoxi pressed her lips together and glanced once more into the mirror. Coincidentally, Gu Xiu, who was engrossed in carving the wooden sculpture, seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze toward the window as if locking eyes with Nian Chaoxi. His eyes were pure, innocent, and filled with expectation. Then he broke into a smile. That smile caused tears to stream down Nian Chaoxi's face, especially as she recalled the fleeting glimpse of his gaze when the white-haired Gu Xiu had turned to look back at her. It was a heart-wrenching sensation. With a wave of her hand, she ultimately dispersed the images of 500 years ago reflected in the mirror. Since her junior sisters believed Gu Xiu had changed during his 5 centuries in the Forbidden Grounds, why not see for themselves who he had become after 500 years? Let us uncover the truth, Nian Chaoxi declared, only to cough up a mouthful of blood as she activated the celestial cycle mirror. A droplet of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth due to the toll on her lifespan. Witnessing this, the 3 young women frowned, yet they ultimately shook their heads, refraining from dissuading her. The elder sister's obsession was Gu Xiu. Perhaps by witnessing the changes he underwent after 5 centuries, she could finally see him clearly. From then on, her fixation would dissipate. However, as they held onto this thought, the scene that reappeared in the mirror caused them to pause in surprise. The once warm yet slightly dilapidated Qingxian sect had transformed into the magnificent Qingxian Holy Land, bustling with disciples and a constant stream of visitors. Just then, fluctuations rippled through the fissure of the forbidden ground that had existed for 500 years. The forbidden ground was on the brink of closing point 500 years ago. They had eagerly anticipated the moment this fissure would vanish, allowing the person within the forbidden ground to emerge. Yet now, as the scene unfolded before them, no one was aware, no one cared, and no one paid attention. Even when Gu Xiu, now with hair as white as frost, wounded and devoid of spiritual energy, emerged, no one greeted him. Su Wanqing's expression faltered as she spoke first. I recall that I was concocting elixirs for the junior brother at that time, that it was a crucial moment. And I couldn't afford to be distracted. I was comprehending the principles of heaven and earth. I was experiencing inspiration and could not afford to lose focus. Qin Moran added, her gaze evasive, in an instant. The pressure shifted to Liu Qingyao. Stammering, she finally said, I was with the junior brother at that time, I was worried that if I left him to see Gu Xiu, it might make him uncomfortable. How was I to know that none of you went? Senior sister, you didn't go either. Liu Qingyao directed her accusation at Nian Chaoxi. Unfortunately, she had misfired. Nian Chaoxi merely sighed. On that day, I was not at the sect. When I learned of the news, I rushed back as swiftly as I could, only arriving that very night. You truly did not know this? Liu Qingyao stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Nian Chaoxi cast a glance at Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, who both felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid in truth, even if they had been busy. How could they have been unaware of the closing of the forbidden ground and Gu Xiu's return? The reason they had remained silent and had not welcomed Gu Xiu was that they still did not know how to face him. When Gu Xiu ventured into the forbidden ground, I had promised him that upon his return, I would prepare an endless supply of precious elixirs for him. However, Su Wanqing continued, her expression increasingly uneasy. When the junior brother arrived, I gave many of the elixirs to him. I had nothing of worth to present. So, Su Wanqing was the first to speak, her discomfort evident. I thought everyone had gone. I truly did not expect that none of you would go. Qin Moran stammered. I did not either. I had vowed to provide Gu Xiu with talismans that we merely did not welcome him at the first opportunity. What does that matter? Must he really hold such a trivial matter against us? Liu Qingyao retorted, her expression strained. Besides, we all gathered that evening, did we not? We shared a meal together. Does that not count as welcoming him? This statement prompted Su Wanqing and Qin Moran to nod in agreement. Yet Nian Chaoshi could only smile bitterly, shaking her head in resignation that in that case. Let us continue watching. In the scene, Guxiu finally encountered his first suitor, a disciple responsible for cleaning the sect. Shortly thereafter, Master Guan Xuelan arrived. After assessing Guxiu's injuries, she escorted him to Zhua Peak, and that very evening summoned the senior sisters from each peak to gather. Coincidentally, someone had previously inquired of Guan Xuelan about the formalities required for this banquet, to which she responded succinctly. Since Guxiu has returned, the bare minimum will suffice for a casual gathering. Her words brought an air of embarrassment to the three present. What further deepened their embarrassment was the nature of the banquet. The simplest form of gathering, it merely entailed meeting for a meal, devoid of any esteemed elders or disciples from the sect. Naturally, there was no grand celebration, no feast of sumptuous delicacies, and even the warmth typically found at such gatherings was absent. The atmosphere was starkly frigid. With Guxiu seated in what should have been the focal point, yet curiously, he found himself utterly alone. All the senior sisters chose to sit at a considerable distance, with the nearest being the junior disciple Jiang Sun. Yet even that proximity felt substantial. While they had initially felt no oddity, the sight before them now evoked a sense of discomfort. It seemed as though they had isolated Guxiu. Swiftly, the thought emerged in the minds of the three women. Had they not inadvertently ostracized Guxiu? Indeed, this was meant to be a lively, welcoming banquet. Yet the dishes were unremarkable, the wine uninspired, and everyone had deliberately distanced themselves from Guxiu. In that moment, Guxiu, the supposed guest of honor, appeared as though he had become a solitary island. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of seating. The conversations were scarce that Guxiu had eagerly attempted to engage with everyone, yet each overture was met with perfunctory replies. This scene did not resemble a warm welcome for a long-lost friend, but rather an avoidance of a loathed enemy. Yet, Guxiu had only just returned, 500 years prior, when he entered the Forbidden Zone. There had been no discord among them. The senior sisters, who once shared everything with Guxiu, now found themselves at a loss for words upon encountering him after half a millennium. Their exchanges paled in comparison even to those between Jiang Sun and Guxiu. It was not until the banquet was nearing its conclusion that Nian Chaoshi hurried back. That it was evident that she was profoundly moved by Guxiu's return, even embracing him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Despite the fact that their bond had been the most tenuous among the senior sisters 500 years ago, at this moment, Nian Chaoshi exhibited the most genuine joy and heartfelt emotion upon Guxiu's return. This scene rendered the three women speechless. Were it not for the sharp memories of cultivators, they might have believed this to be an illusion. Yet this was not a fade. They were indeed enacting their own isolation of Guxiu. Not only during this welcoming banquet, but subsequently, they would continue to ostracize him. When the banquet concluded, Guan Xuelan began to assess Guxiu's condition to provide him with healing. However, by midnight, merely a few hours later, she declared that Guxiu had irrevocably become a cripple. With no hope of further cultivation, she then turned and departed. In the subsequent 3 days, Guxiu remained quietly at Zhua Peak. Why Zhua Peak? Because the former residence at Chuyan Peak had been allocated to Jiang Sun. During these 3 days, apart from Nian Chaoshi, who visited Guxiu once before leaving the sect again, no one else came to see him, not even for a fleeting glance. Witnessing this, Nian Chaoshi became tearful, incredulously gazing at her 3 junior sisters. Why do you not go to see Guxiu? No one answered. The 3 lowered their heads in silence, as if Nian Chaoshi's question was one they could not bear to confront. In response to their silence, Nian Chaoshi could no longer contain her rising frustration, exclaiming, "He has returned. He is Guxiu. 500 years ago, we wept bitterly as we watched him bind himself to the Forbidden Zone, enduring torment for the sect. He has returned, yet why do you treat him thus? Why do you refuse even a single glance at him? Now you tell me, has Guxiu changed, or have you? The person you claim is transformed. Is it Guxiu, or is it you?" In the Tianqi mountain range, amidst the Wanbao building's caravan, the moonlight flowed like water. Guxiu, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and lifted his gaze to the sky. In that moment, he seemed to hear a woman's anguished roar. Yet, after a brief instant, Gu Xiu shook his head, averted his gaze, and closed his eyes once more, returning to his practice. Letting go meant truly releasing the past, relinquishing former attachments, and setting aside love and hatred. The highest virtue is akin to water. In an instant, a whirlpool of spiritual energy manifested around Gu Xiu. Vast quantities of natural spiritual essence began to converge uncontrollably toward him. Soon after, a second, a third, and a fourth whirlpool emerged, vigorously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Beyond mere spiritual essence, an enigmatic force continuously entered Gu Xiu's body, nourishing his soul. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of many fellow cultivators, sparking waves of astonishment. Is this the entry into the Tao? Indeed it was. How could someone merely at the fourth level of Qi refining possibly achieve such a breakthrough? This was the entry into the Tao, a rare opportunity that could not be sought after. Only those deeply attuned to the Tao could encounter it. An extraordinary chance indeed. The entry into the Tao not only greatly benefits one's cultivation level, but also enhances one's mindset and Tao heart. Such a commotion stirred the entire caravan. Some were envious, others contemplative, while some harbored jealousy, contemplating interference. However, before those with ill intentions could act, Wanbao Building's response was swift, immediately ordering the caravan to halt. Shortly thereafter, several Foundation establishment stewards appeared, standing guard by Gu Xiu's side. The individuals who had originally shared the same carriage with Gu Xiu were quietly dismissed. Steward Su's orders. The entry into the Tao is a monumental opportunity. No one may recklessly interfere with the Taoist. Otherwise, it will be considered a provocation against Wanbao Building. No one opposed this decree, and as they stabilized the situation, Su Rume approached, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at the carriage. Such a powerful entry into the Tao. Who is this person? She was unaware of the identity of the one entering the Tao. The order to protect him was merely a customary practice of Wanbao Building. For Wanbao Building, forming good relationships is always preferable to making enemies. Thus, as long as it does not harm their interests, they treat others with exceptional kindness, standing out from the rest. Reporting to Steward Su, it is said that the one entering the Tao is a rogue cultivator named Feng Bugui. A subordinate replied. Feng Bugui. Su Rume was taken aback, unable to contain her astonishment. Isn't he only at the fourth level of Qi refining? Indeed, the subordinate nodded. The cultivators from the same carriage have confirmed it is him. Su Rume nodded slightly, dismissing her subordinates. However, in her gaze directed towards the carriage, an undeniable look of astonishment surfaced. Feng Bugui was none other than Gu Xiu. This was the alias Gu Xiu had chosen to evade pursuit by the Qing Xian sacred land. The name carries a profound meaning. The wind does not return, nor must it. After reading, remember to bookmark for easier access next time. Come back. Not long after dismissing her subordinates, Su Rume beckoned them back again. Inquiring softly, have you uncovered the background of Feng Bugui? The subordinate hesitated as Su Rume raised an eyebrow. What? Still unable to find anything? Indeed, the subordinate replied with a bitter smile. Feng Bugui appears to have materialized from thin air. We could find no trace of his origins, affiliations, or acquaintances that we couldn't even glean any information about the name Feng Bugui itself. Cannot find anything. Su Rume furrowed her brow. The Wanbao Tower is not averse to doing good deeds and forming benevolent ties. Yet, having existed for so many years, it is evident that they could not solely rely on altruism, at the very least. Investigating individuals and uncovering their backgrounds is certainly within their purview. The fact that they could not ascertain Feng Bugui's identity is quite perplexing. Seeing her frown, the subordinate immediately lowered his head in shame. It is my incompetence. Please punish me. Manager Su, this is not your fault. As Su Rume shook her head, he claims to be a loose cultivator heading to Yuntian City, indicating that he has only recently become 1.as for the name Feng Bugui. It is likely a pseudonym he devised himself. Not returning. Free as the wind, yet unwilling to return. The implication is already quite clear. He must be a disciple of some faction who has severed ties with his sect, wishing to dissociate from his past. Given his intent to conceal his identity, it is only natural that we cannot uncover anything. Su Rumei's position as the manager of Wanbao Tower is not solely reliant on her cultivation. More importantly, it is her astute intellect that prevails. She quickly deduced numerous insights. However, her subordinate found it somewhat amusing. Manager Su, a mere fourth-tier Qi refining cultivator. Even if he has distanced himself from his sect, is it really such a significant matter? Does he truly need to adopt a pseudonym? Insignificant. Su Rumei shook her head again. If he were indeed a trivial character, it is improbable that he could stand firm against a foundation establishment cultivator like Ren Qing, that if he were truly inconsequential, he certainly would not be able to enter the Tao state at this realm. This individual is likely far from insignificant and is, in fact, quite extraordinary. This statement left the subordinate momentarily taken aback, prompting him to ask then, Manager Su, should we continue to escort him? Why not? Su Rumei countered. After all, his origins are unclear, and he may pose some trouble for us. Trouble? Su Rumei smiled. On the contrary, I believe we should not only escort him, but also treat him with great courtesy. Once he completes his entry into the Tao, we shall arrange for him to have a private carriage. The subordinate was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that a private carriage is reserved for those who have at least reached the pinnacle of Qi refining. Does a fourth-tier cultivator truly qualify for such privilege? Wanbao Tower is known for befriending the world's talents, not mere dregs. If he were a common mortal, perhaps he would not require special attention. Yet, this individual is so exceptional that even if he is not a hero, he is certainly no ordinary person, that if we do not seize the opportunity to befriend him before he rises, shall we wait until he becomes powerful and then struggle to forge connections? As for your concerns regarding his cultivation level, Su Rumei cast a glance at the carriage. Are you truly confident that he will remain merely a fourth-tier cultivator after entering the Tao? This remark left the subordinate momentarily speechless before suddenly realizing the implication. Indeed, while the primary benefit of entering the Tao lies in establishing one's Tao heart, the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy is continuously absorbing spiritual essence. With such a terrifying absorption rate, to what extent could Guxiu advance? Ascending to the Tao from the Qi refining stage is exceedingly rare, and particularly so from the fourth tier. Typically, practitioners of the foundation establishment and golden core stages can at least achieve a minor breakthrough upon entering the Tao. For a fourth-tier Qi refining cultivator with a small Dantian and Qi Si, the potential for improvement would be astounding. Meanwhile, at the Qing Xian Sacred Land, Imo Shu Peak, faced with Nian Shaoxi's desperate barrage of questions, the expressions of Qin Moran and her two companions had become exceedingly awkward. Each of the three bowed their heads, staring at their toes, unable to utter a single word. They had always believed that the one who had changed was Guxiu. Yet at this very moment, gazing at the scenes reflected in the heavenly machine reincarnation mirror, they understood that, in truth, it was they who had changed in relation to Guxiu. For a fleeting moment, a hint of doubt flickered in the hearts of the three. Is this truly myself? How have I transformed into this? 500 years ago, I was weeping, watching Guxiu enter the forbidden zone, praying for his safe return. But why, when Guxiu finally returns, has everything changed? Speak up. The three junior sisters, why have you suddenly fallen silent? After a piercing accusation, Nian Shaoxi had calmed slightly, yet her words still rendered the three speechless. At that time, ultimately, it was Su Wanqing who spoke first. This powerful alchemist now appeared flustered, unable to meet Nian Shaoxi's gaze. With her head lowered, she stammered for a moment before finally saying, I just did not want to make the junior brothers sad. Not want to make the junior brothers sad? Nian Shaoxi found it laughable. I asked that your reason? What could possibly make him sad? Why should he be sad? Senior sister, Qin Muron hesitated before speaking. This is actually Guxiu's fault. What? Blame Guxiu? Nian Shaoxi was taken aback, staring at Qin Muron as if she were a monster. She could not comprehend why Qin Muron would utter such words. The fault clearly lay with them. I understand that when Guxiu first returned, we did indeed neglect him and treated him coldly. But from another perspective, can we truly say that Guxiu is without fault? Qin Muron pursed her lips, continuing, Senior sister, Guxiu has been in the Forbidden Land for 500 years. A full 500 years. During that time, whenever we sisters spoke of Gushio, we would weep uncontrollably and be consumed by sorrow. Day in and day out, we could hardly eat or sleep, our hearts heavy with longing. In the end, we could only convince ourselves that Gushio was dead, just so we wouldn't collapse under the weight of despair. This declaration prompted Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao beside her to nod in agreement. Even Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of empathy. Then, when the junior brother arrived, Qin Muron continued, we projected all our yearning for Gu Xiao onto the junior brother. Giving him everything we wished to offer Gu X Iudet I. In essence, we treated the junior brother as a substitute for Gu Xiao. This is in fact quite selfish. Senior sister, have you ever considered what it feels like to be treated as a substitute? If Gu Xiao were to return, what a tremendous blow it would be for the junior brother. Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow, beginning to grasp Qin Muron's meaning. They had treated Jiang Qian as a stand-in for Gu Xiao. Yet they feared that Jiang Qian might discover that he was merely a replacement and feel hurt and saddened by it. So, is this the reason you isolated Gu Xiao? While she understood, it did not mean she could accept it. Don't you find this utterly ridiculous? Just because you didn't want the junior brother to feel like a substitute, you treated Gu Xiao in such a manner. You all are concerned about the junior brother. But have you forgotten everything Gu Xiao has done for you? Everything he has sacrificed for the sect? This line of questioning plunged the three into silence. They had not felt it before. But hearing Nian Chaoshi's words, they found themselves at a loss for how to respond. They could not answer that question. After reading, remember to bookmark for easier access next time. Regardless, the matter has come to this point. What more is there to say? Furthermore, Gu Xiao's previous actions surely illustrate that our choice was indeed the correct one. Do they not? It is still Lu Qingyao. She cannot confront Nian Chaoshi's probing inquiries. Yet she understands perfectly how to defend herself. Perhaps we initially did neglect Gu Xiao and isolated him. And for that, we are indeed at fault. But does Gu Xiao truly bear no blame whatsoever? Senior sister, look at the things he has done since then. If his response to our neglect is to target us in this manner, then I believe our actions bear no fault. This statement left Nian Chaoshi utterly astonished. Instinctively, she glanced at Su Wanqing and Qin Muron, hoping for differing perspectives from them. Yet, to her dismay, they both agreed that Gu Xiao's subsequent actions were indeed unjust. Su Wanqing shook her head and spoke. Qin Muron nodded in affirmation. I've already stated that after that incident, I could never forgive Gu Xiao for the rest of my life. Nian Chaoshi suddenly felt an overwhelming pain in her heart. In that moment, looking at her three junior sisters felt akin to gazing at complete strangers, as if for the first time she truly perceived the three junior sisters she had watched grow up. Taking a deep breath, Nian Chaoshi refrained from scolding or raising her voice. After a moment of silence, she softly uttered, "You say that Gu Xiao has wronged you. If that is the case, then let us see how Gu Xiao has wronged you." With that, Nian Chaoshi prepared to activate the celestial cycle mirror to delve deeper. However, unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao interjected, "I have some matters to attend to. Senior sister, even if you wish for me to continue, I currently have no time that I must assist junior brother in completing the beast enclosure for the beast taming technique. I must take my leave." With that, Lu Qingyao swiftly departed. Su Wanqing, reminded by her words, immediately rose to bid farewell. "Senior sister, my batch of medicinal pills should be nearly ready as well that I must return to oversee them. As for what you mentioned, we can discuss it next time." Both women left in succession, not affording Nian Chaoshi the opportunity to speak. By the time Nian Chaoshi regained her composure, only one of the original three remained. She understood that they were unwilling to continue. Or rather, they likely already comprehended the forthcoming scenes in their hearts. Yet, despite this realization, Nian Chaoshi found herself powerless to intervene, her gaze shifting to Qin Muron. "Surely, fifth junior sister, you do not have matters to attend to as well." Qin Muron furrowed her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to be forthright. "Senior sister, I know what you are about to say. You wish for us to accompany you in seeking Master S intercession, to reinstate Gu Xiao within the sect. I do not oppose this notion, but I also cannot endorse it. Since you are aware of all that Gu Xiao has done to me, you must also understand that he has ruined my path. The enmity of having my path severed is something I can never forgive him for. regardless of the circumstances. Her path of talismans had been brought to a standstill by Guxiu. No matter what, she could never forgive him, nor could she harbor any guilt towards him. Nian Chaoshi understood this well. Yet at this moment, she felt no sense of loss. Rather, she stated, I have always believed that junior brother must have his own grievances. Since fifth junior sister believes that Guxiu has wronged you, why not utilize this celestial cycle mirror to uncover the truth of the matter? Is this truly necessary, senior sister? Qi Muron frowned. It is necessary, Nian Chaoshi affirmed with earnestness. I firmly believe that Guxiu is not as despicable as you portray him to be. Qi Muron frowned again that in truth, she did not wish to engage in a dispute with her senior sister. But this was Ma Shufeng, her territory. Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao could make their excuses to leave. But where could she go? This mirror not only reveals the past, but also allows for inquiries. The celestial cycle mirror responds to the questions posed to it. Since fifth junior sister believes that Guxiu has harmed you, I will not deliberately control the mirror to seek answers. I shall simply pose the question directly, Nian Chaoshi declared as she began to channel her technique. This is the primary function of the celestial cycle mirror, an inquiry mirror. Soon, radiant lights began to manifest on the surface of the celestial cycle mirror. As Nian Chaoshi commenced her control over it, seeking the past, searching for the truth behind Guxiu's destruction of Qin Muron's summoning, the images swiftly materialized. However, to Nian Chaoshi's astonishment, instead of displaying the moment when Guxiu disrupted Qin Muron's summoning, the mirror began to rewind, transporting them back over 500 years. Junior brother, as we begin our journey into the path of talismans, the first thing we must do is remember all the common heavenly and earthly rhythms. Then we shall write continuously and contemplate deeply. This talismanic tome is one I obtained from Master. I have specially transcribed a copy for you, so we can study the path of talismans together and become talisman masters in the future. The scene in the mirror depicted a youthful Qi Muron and Gu Xiu was 500 years ago when Qi Muron began her studies in talismans, coincidentally learning alongside her junior brother Guxiu. Nian Chaoshi was perplexed. What she saw was the reason Guxiu had disrupted Qi Muron's summoning, yet unexpectedly, the mirror presented this. What does this mean? Guxiu's destruction of Qi Muron's summoning is connected to his initial foray into the path of talismans. Nian Chaoshi was bewildered. The imagery unfolded further. Junior brother, do not look at the later sections. The talismans recorded there are of the 6th rank and beyond. Even if you study them, they will be of no use. For these rhythms only manifest during summoning. We shall focus on the earlier sections. Junior brother, why do you keep staring at the later rhythms? Quickly, focus on the front. Junior brother, we must progress step by step. We cannot expect to achieve everything at once. The two began their studies in the path of talismans, yet for some reason, the young Guxiu did not proceed systematically from the beginning. Instead, he seemed fixated on the latter sections. Qi Muron remarked, he is too impetuous, wishing to soar to great heights in one leap. Yet the path of cultivation abhors such lofty aspirations, which is why he has made no progress in the art of talismans. Nian Chaoshi pressed her lips together, feeling that Guxiu did not fit this description. However, the scene before her left her at a loss for words. Soon, the imagery shifted again. This time, it displayed a silver-haired Guxiu. It was evident that over 500 years had passed since he had returned from the Forbidden Grounds, now residing at Zhuo Peak. Yet remarkably, Guxiu was still perusing the same talismanic tome that Qi Muron had given him during her childhood. And he was still fixated on the latter pages. What is he doing? Nian Chaoshi was bewildered. His cultivation had been completely lost. This should have been the moment he began studying the path of talismans at Ma Shufeng. I wondered why he had made no progress in the art of talismans over the years. It turns out he had continued gazing at the latter sections all this time. Qi Muron remarked coldly. Her eyes filled with disdain. Nian Chaoshi frowned. She sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. Immediately, an idea sparked in her mind, and she began rummaging through her storage ring. Previously, when Guxiu's wooden cabin at Zhuo Peak had been damaged, she had collected all his belongings. Now, after a thorough search, she quickly unearthed the talismanic tome that had appeared in the mirror. This is a beginner's talismanic tome, documenting a vast array of known talismanic rhythms. It was handwritten by Qin Muran herself. Nian Chaoshi mimicked Gu Xiao and flipped to the latter pages. Indeed, as Qin Muran had said, it solely contained rhythms of divine quality, all above the 6th rank. These rhythms would be of no use, even if an ordinary person were to learn them. Unless the divine summoning is successful, no matter how much is written, it remains a futile endeavor. Even the current Qin Muran's efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, this tome is relatively comprehensive, encompassing not only a wealth of known talismanic rhythms, but also detailed introductions, particularly regarding the divine rhythms beyond the 6th tier. Such numerous distinctions exist among the divine rhythms. Each divine rhythm possesses unique abilities. Nian Chaoshi expressed her astonishment. Qin Muran nodded. Divine rhythms are inherently singular, thus they naturally differ from other rhythms. Her countenance remained unflattering, especially as she gazed upon one particular rhythm. Nian Chaoshi lowered her head, realizing that Qin Muran was fixated on a divine rhythm named Jia. Could this be the divine rhythm that 5th junior sister had inadvertently overlooked during her summoning? This aura is the summoning. 5th junior sister is initiating the summoning. How splendid! How splendid! 5th junior sister has finally attained the opportunity to summon the divine. Once successful, she shall irrevocably step into a new realm. While Nian Chaoshi pondered, she noticed Gu Xiao in the mirror speaking. His head turned. She saw him previously engrossed in carving wood within the room. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his face alight with surprise as he spoke to himself. Nian Chaoshi's heart raced with anxiety, for she understood that the time in the mirror must have arrived for Qin Muran's divine summoning. This meant that Gu Xiao was about to be ensnared by the spiritual injury, plunging into madness. Indeed, just as she thought this, she saw Gu Xiao, who had intended to leave for Ma Shufeng, suddenly emit a muffled groan, nearly toppling over. The torment of the spiritual injury manifested, and Gu Xiao writhed in unbearable pain, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground. Moreover, it seemed the agony had rendered his gaze utterly unfocused. He was on the verge of madness. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gu Xiao abruptly rose to his feet, making a rush for the door. However, at the threshold, his hands gripped the door tightly. His eyes flickered between clarity and insanity as he struggled to articulate. Today is 5th junior sister's most crucial moment. I cannot succumb to madness. I must maintain control. With that, he grit his teeth, forcefully closed the door, and proceeded to bind himself with chains. He was resolutely attempting to restrain himself to avoid disrupting Qin Muran's summoning. Witnessing this scene brought tears to Nian Chaoshi's eyes, and even Qin Muran's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. Were it not for the heavenly cycle mirror, no one would have fathomed that Gu Xiao would go so far as to self-bind to protect Qin Muran's summoning. Alas, all of Gu Xiao's efforts were in vain. Just as he was about to completely secure himself, the clarity in his eyes finally faded away, plunging him into a state of madness. Subsequently, Gu Xiao, encumbered by chains, burst through the door, seemingly guided by some unseen force, making his way directly toward Ma Shufeng. Gu Xiao stumbled along his path, evidently battling against the spiritual injury, intermittently regaining clarity in his mind, striving to halt his advance. Yet, how could a mere mortal contend with the spiritual injury? Ultimately, he staggered onward, arriving at Ma Shufeng. Nian Chaoshi felt a profound sorrow, as if all was predestined and inescapable, despite Gu Xiao's utmost resistance. He could not alter his course. Qin Muran's expression was equally complex, soon replaced by a frigid demeanor. For in the mirror, Gu Xiao stood before a courtyard gate, while at that moment, Qin Muran was within, summoning the divine. However, just as Gu Xiao was about to step across the threshold, one of his hands suddenly reached fiercely toward his chest. With that single grasp, blood and flesh were torn asunder. He sought to awaken himself through self-infliction, through pain. Nian Chaoshi immediately discerned Gu Xiao's intent. Indeed, the mirrored Gu Xiao was clearly intent on this, his fingers clawing at his own body like hooks, each action tearing away a piece of flesh. He then forcefully controlled his body, slamming his head against the stone wall. The scene was grotesquely bloodied, in mere moments. Gu Xiao's body was left in tatters, resembling a rag doll. Upon witnessing this, Nian Chaoshi was reduced to tears. She wished to stop Gu Xiao from inflicting harm upon himself, Yet this was merely a reflection of the past. This event had already transpired. And now she could do nothing but watch helplessly. She observed as Gushio nearly tormented himself to death. Even Qin Moran, with her typically indifferent gaze, revealed a hint of compassion. This spectacle was so harrowing that she found it difficult to continue harboring hatred. Anyone could see the immense determination within Gushio. Meanwhile, in the mirror, amid such self-inflicted torment, Gushio's consciousness seemed to finally reclaim control of his body. Yet he had no time to catch his breath or voice his pain. He merely cast a hurried glance at Qin Moran, who remained with her eyes shut, her hands still diligently inscribing the divine rhythm. What a close call! Fifth junior sister appears to have gained recognition from this rhythm. I nearly ruined her opportunity to summon. Gushio murmured to himself, then quietly exited the courtyard, pulling the door closed behind him. Intent on leaving, throughout, he had not once glanced at his own injuries. His sole focus remained on not disrupting Qin Moran's summoning. Nian Chaoshi sighed in sorrow. Qin Moran's expression turned somewhat unnatural, but she quickly shook her head. Has sister ever considered that since Gushio has regained clarity? Why did my summoning still fail? Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned. Indeed, since Gushio had managed to control the spiritual injury, why had Qin Moran's summoning still faltered? Just as she contemplated this, she noticed that as the courtyard door was about to close, Gushio suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman in Qin Moran's hand. In the next instant, he unexpectedly pushed the courtyard door open again and strode purposefully toward Qin Moran. What is he doing? Nian Chaoshi's heart sank, a foreboding sensation creeping in. She perceived that the Gushio in the mirror, though frowning, bore an unmistakably clear gaze, evidently not under the control of the spiritual injury. He was lucid, but why would a clear-headed Gushio suddenly act in such a manner? While Nian Chaoshi grappled with this confusion, Gushio had already reached Qin Moran's side at that moment. Qin Moran was endeavoring to summon the divine rhythm, enveloped in a state of sensory deprivation. Although one hand continued to inscribe the divine rhythm, she remained utterly oblivious to her surroundings, completely unaware that Gushio had approached her. His complex gaze fixed upon the talisman she was writing, in the next heartbeat. Gushio reached out, attempting to seize the brush from Qin Moran's hand. What is happening? Why is this occurring? What transpired? Nian Chaoshi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Just moments ago, Gushio had been desperately striving to awaken, to avoid disturbing Qin Moran. Why then would he suddenly act in this manner? Elder sister, should we continue watching? Qin Moran coldly inquired. Nian Chaoshi's lips trembled. She understood Qin Moran's implication. From the moment Gushio decided to take action, Qin Moran's attempt to invoke the divine had already failed. This was because invoking the divine required the recognition of the transcendent essence of the world, which needed to be meticulously inscribed. If this process were interrupted, the attempt would culminate in utter failure. Indeed, as Gushio made his move within the mirror, a sudden struggle appeared on Qin Moran's face, and soon the sky darkened with ominous clouds. In the next moment, Qin Moran unexpectedly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. And at the instant she fell, a crimson arc of light soared from her body, dissipating rapidly. Qin Moran's attempt to invoke the divine had failed. How could this be? Why did this happen? Senior sister, I do not understand why you hold Gushio in such high regard. But now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you should comprehend. I harbor nothing but hatred for Gushio. Qin Moran spoke coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet, as Nian Chaoshi wished to say more, she saw Qin Moran sigh. Senior sister, I am weary. Could you please take your leave? Nian Chaoshi opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself unable to argue, biting her lip in resignation as she stowed away the heavenly mechanism's reincarnation mirror and turned away in despondence. Behind her, Qin Moran's indifferent voice rang out. Senior sister, I advise you to heed my words. Gushio is no virtuous individual. He is merely a cunning and treacherous person adept at disguise. Do not be deceived by his facade. His departure is the best outcome for our sect. Nian Chaoshi trembled, but then suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, Junior sister, regarding your grand invocation. Why was there not a single other person from the sect present throughout this entire ordeal? Huh. Chinamo Ran was taken aback. Nian Xiaoxi, her brow furrowed, pressed on. Guxiu is merely an ordinary person without any cultivation. Yet even he could perceive that you were invoking the divine. How could the others in the sect not have noticed? Why was Guxiu able to traverse from Zhuo Peak to Yuremo Shu Peak without any obstruction along the way? Do you not find it peculiar that this entire affair is shrouded in mystery? Previously, Nian Xiao, she had been preoccupied with sympathy for Guxiu, which led her to overlook the oddities. It was only now that she grasped the implications. Why had Guxiu encountered no one from beginning to end? Qin Mo Rant's invocation was discernible even to this mortal, yet no one from the sect had detected it or come to investigate. After all, by all accounts, one would expect the master, sisters, and even the disciples of the sect to instinctively protect Qin Mo Ran during such times, so why was there no one to safeguard her? Had senior sister forgotten so quickly? Qin Mo Ran, however, remained unperturbed, responding, "That day was the grand birthday celebration of the old master of the Yin Tian sacred land. The master took the sisters to attend. Did you not accompany them as well? The birthday of the old master of Yin Tian sacred land." Nian Chao, she recalled that it indeed occurred as such, but she remained perplexed. What of the other disciples? Although we were not in the sect, how could it be that not a single one of the numerous disciples and elders of the Qing Xian sacred land came to offer protection? Are you implying that my failure to invoke the divine is someone else's fault, thereby exonerating Guxiu? Qin Mo Ran inquired, her brow furrowing. Of course not. Nian Chao, she hastily shook her head. I merely sense that this situation is exceedingly strange. What strangeness? Qin Mo Ran's delicate brow knitted tighter. Regardless, I have failed to invoke the divine. It was Guxiu himself who caused this destruction. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Nian Chao, she found herself momentarily speechless. O Ran, senior sister knows you are reluctant to discuss the matter of your failed invocation, but this situation is suspicious. Do you not think there could be another reason behind it? Whatever the reason, it does not alter the fact that Guxiu ruined my invocation, does it? Yet, Nian Chao, she sought to continue. But Qin Mo Ran interrupted. Senior sister, I hope you will refrain from discussing this matter further. Y path has been destroyed, and it was Guxiu who wrought this calamity. What more is there to say at this juncture? But, Nian Chao, she opened her mouth, yet upon seeing Qin Mo Ran's impatient expression, she ultimately fell silent. For some reason, she felt that Qin Mo Ran was unwilling to delve deeper into the underlying reasons. Could it be that there truly existed some hidden circumstances? However, with Qin Mo Ran having issued her dismissal, Nian Chao, she could not press further and left the grand hall, her heart heavy with doubt. Upon exiting the hall, she found that the talisman class had just concluded. Elder Zeng, I have a question. A disciple approached the teaching elder, inquiring. I noticed that in the talisman texts, any description of the divine patterns above the sixth tier is prefaced with the phrase "if invoking the divine normally." Does this imply that there exist alternative methods of invocation? I suggest you ground yourself and consider whether this is a matter you are equipped to ponder. The teaching elder replied, displeased. However, upon hearing this, Nian Chao, she was momentarily taken aback. She reopened the talisman text she had been holding, one that Qin Mo Ran had personally transcribed. This text had appeared multiple times within the heavenly mechanism's reincarnation mirror, and Guxiu had been observing it almost continuously. Just moments ago, Nian Chao, she had also perused it and indeed noted this description, though she had not paid it much heed. Yet at this moment, elders and Nian Chao, she interjected, halting the elder who was still reprimanding the disciple. The elder, upon seeing Nian Chao, she was startled and quickly bowed. Greetings. Master Ant, what is your command? I would like to inquire about the same question posed by the previous disciple. Nian Chao, she stated it. Elder Zeng was taken aback, unsure why this esteemed leader of the inquiry pavilion suddenly took an interest in such matters. But he promptly replied. In response, Master Ant, the essence of the talisman path lies in harmonizing with the transcendent essence of the world, thereby utilizing it for one's own purposes. Although, according to common understanding, divine patterns are naturally bestowed upon recognition of the transcendent essence. Some individuals, feeling unsatisfied without the opportunity for invocation, may resort to special means to attract the technique of divine invocation. However, such methods are not endorsed by us talisman masters, as they can indeed invoke the divine, but at a tremendous cost. Cost? What kind of cost? Nian Chao, she inquired with curiosity. That is not certain. Elder Zeng shook his head. Noticing Nian Chao, she was still intent on questioning. Elder Zeng continued to explain. It truly varies, as the divine essence attracted can differ greatly. However, it is certain that it will have a significant impact on the talisman master themselves in fact, unless the divine essence descends of its own accord. Even if the invocation is ultimately successful, the talisman master will still experience varying degrees of consequence. Some may have their lifespans drained, leading to death at dawn and rebirth at dusk. Others may suffer a decline in their realms, losing all possibility of cultivation in this lifetime. Yet more often, their dispositions change drastically, rendering them almost unrecognizable. In fact, many 6th-tier or above talisman masters exhibit peculiar temperaments due to the influence of the transcendent essence. What? Is this truly the case? Nian Chao, she was astonished. While she specialized in the path of heavenly mechanics and had some understanding of formations, she had not delved deeply into this area. At least the information that Elder Zeng presented was something she had never encountered before. However, upon reflection, she recalled that many high-ranking talisman masters she had met, aside from a few who appeared ordinary, exhibited exceptionally strange personalities. Some indulged in gluttony, others were haunted by desires, and some were even ruthless killers, driven to madness. Could it be that they had forcibly invoked the divine through special means? Suddenly, Nian Chao, she had an epiphany and quickly opened the talisman compendium, pointing at the characters within and inquired, what are the side effects if one were to forcibly invoke the divine with this essence? This is the Jia character. Elder Zeng glanced at it and was instantly alarmed. This divine seal must not be forcibly invoked. Otherwise, it will lead to disaster. What? Nian Chao, she was taken aback. Elder Zeng elucidated, Master Uncle. You may not be aware that the Jia character is an exceptionally unique entity within the 7th-tier divine runes, capable of pacifying souls, sealing demons, and vanquishing evil. Immensely powerful. While summoning spirits may ordinarily pose no issue, forcibly invoking a spirit associated with the Jia character would spell disaster for the talisman practitioner. Although this talisman is meant to repel malevolence, an unwarranted summoning would incite the wrath of malevolent forces. Consequently, not only would the practitioner suffer a significant depletion of their lifespan, but they would also be plagued by misfortune henceforth. Historical records indicate that several individuals have attempted to forcibly summon spirits using the Jia character. And without exception, they all faced dire consequences within 1 to 3 years. Elder Zeng continued his discourse, yet Nian Chao, she suddenly regained her composure. With a swift motion, she returned to the grand hall. Qin Majian, deep in contemplation, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Nian Chaoxi's abrupt reappearance. Senior sister, is there something else you require? Nian Chaoxi spoke up. I would like to ask you to examine another matter. Before Qin Majian could refuse, she promptly produced the celestial mechanism reincarnation mirror and activated it with haste. However, just as she initiated the divination, Nian Chaoxi was seized by a violent coughing fit, her aura diminishing drastically in an instant. For a fleeting moment, she nearly succumbed to oblivion. Senior sister, what did you inquire about? Stop immediately, Qin Majian exclaimed, startled, as she rushed to support Nian Chaoxi. Nian Chaoxi, equally alarmed, realized that her intent was to directly inquire about Gu Xiu's contributions to their sect, for their master and her sisters. Yet, before she could articulate her question, she was met with backlash. This indicated that the celestial mechanisms were shrouded, impervious to scrutiny. I'm fine, Nian Chaoxi exclaimed internally, though she dared not voice her concern. Instead, promptly reformulating her question. This time, her inquiry was straightforward. Gu Xiu, why would you disrupt Qin Majian's spirit summoning? Upon posing this question, the youthful visage of Gu Xiu, from 500 years prior, re-emerged within the copper mirror. Gu Xiu. The path of talisman craft must be approached methodically, beginning from the fundamentals. The latter portions hold no value. Within the mirror, Qin Majian was seen advising Gu Xiu to study the talisman scriptures from the beginning rather than fixating on the latter sections. Gu Xiu did not respond, yet he murmured a phrase that resonated within the mirror, amplified just enough for the two onlookers to hear. Actually, senior sister, I do not wish to pursue the path of talisman craft. All I desire is that when I grow up, I can assist you. The words of the youth carried a hint of naivety, coupled with an unwarranted sense of confidence. Yet, paradoxically, this very innocence exuded unwavering determination. Both Nian Chaoshi and Qin Majan were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with astonishment. It became clear that Gu Xiu's persistent focus on the latter parts of the talisman scriptures was not born from ambition or arrogance, but rather from an initial intention to forego the path of talisman craft entirely. He diligently recorded those details solely out of the simple hope to aid his senior sister, Qin Majan. In the future, as the two women remained in shock, the scene within the mirror shifted once more, revealing an older Gu Xiu who had become aware of the concept of forcibly summoning spirits and the repercussions it entailed. He began to delve deeply into the various effects and functions of the divine runes inscribed in the talisman texts. Recognizing the dire consequences of such reckless actions, he meticulously committed every detail to memory. And at one point, even inquired of another, if a 6th-tier talisman practitioner is unable to summon a spirit, what methods could I employ to redirect the backlash onto myself, thereby ensuring the 6th-tier practitioner successfully summons without harm? This inquiry, though naive, struck Nian Chaoshi like a thunderclap, bringing her to tears once more. She understood the significance of Gu Xiu's question. He had grasped the formidable challenge of spirit summoning and was contemplating whether he could sacrifice himself to safeguard the future of Qin Majan. Even Qin Majan, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of emotion on her countenance. Eventually, the mirror revealed the moment when Qin Majan attempted her spirit summoning. However, this time, the scene commenced with Gu Xiu awakening, closing the door and preparing to depart. Just as he was about to shut the courtyard gate, his expression shifted dramatically. No, this is a forced spirit summoning. Senior sister is not performing it correctly. She is forcibly invoking a spirit. After much deliberation, he chose not to retreat, but instead reopened the door and made his way towards Qin Majan, who was engaged in the summoning. He moved swiftly yet quietly, thinking, why is my senior sister so foolish? She understands the risks of forced spirit summoning better than I do. I hope she does not attract an insufferable divine rune. Gu Xiu muttered to himself until he finally reached Qin Majan's side. However, upon observing the talisman she was inscribing, his face darkened with foreboding. He recognized all the divine runes instantly and could discern the nature of the rune she was inscribing. The Jia character. How could it be the Jia character? What should be done? Gu Xiu stood frozen, myriad thoughts racing through his mind. These were thoughts that should have remained unvoiced, yet at that moment, they escaped him as audible murmurs, resonating within the celestial mechanism reincarnation mirror. If the Jia character were to successfully summon a spirit, it would undoubtedly lead to his senior sister's demise. Even the methods I learned to redirect backlash would prove futile. No, I cannot allow my senior sister to tread this path of despair. I am sorry, senior sister. In that instant, Gu Xiu acted decisively, seizing the talisman brush from Qin Majan's grasp. The spirit summoning failed, and the Jia character began to drift away from Qin Majan, who subsequently fainted. Sister, do you still believe that Gu Xiu wishes to harm you, that he deliberately seeks to sever your path? Nian Chaoshi inquired, each word deliberate. Qin Majan lowered her gaze, offering no reply. Gu Xiu has always sought to assist you. He was the one who discerned your attempt at forced spirit summoning, and he was the one who realized you were invoking the Jia character, which portends certain death. He intervened to prevent your reckless endeavor. He did not intend to obstruct your path. He aimed to save you. Nian Chaoshi spoke through gritted teeth, clarity dawning upon her. It was evident now. The reason no one had noticed Qin Majan's spirit summoning was that she had deliberately concealed her actions from others. She employed special means to obstruct the scrutiny of her fellow disciples. Furthermore, she had likely awaited Guan Xuelan to lead the other disciples to the Yin Tian sacred land before initiating her forced spirit summoning. Gu Xiu's interruption was not a bid to destroy her path, but rather a desperate attempt to prevent her from courting death. At this moment, as Nian Chaoshi articulated her thoughts, Qi Majian's form trembled slightly. Yet ultimately, she regained her composure, her voice cold as she responded, "Did I ask him to save me?" "What?" Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. "I did not ask him to come to my aid," Qi Majian continued. "I do not require his assistance. I do not need anyone's help." "What do you mean?" Nian Chaoshi was incredulous, feeling as though this sister before her was a stranger. In contrast, Qi Majian offered a self-deprecating smile and said, "Sister, you should know that spirit summoning relies on fate, not mere effort. I have been a 6th-tier talisman practitioner for 300 years. For 300 years, I have exerted countless efforts. Yet, despite my endeavors, I have been unable to summon a spirit, nor have I even sensed the call of one. Do you know what this implies, senior sister? It means that my 300 years of toil have been in vain. It means my sacrifices have become a jest. More importantly, it signifies that if I wait any longer, I may never encounter another opportunity for spirit summoning in this lifetime, that I need to strive. I need to fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, I am willing to accept it. I was clearly prepared for everything, and I had nearly completed the summoning of the divine. Yet, due to Gu Xiao, all of it was ultimately ruined. It is all because of him. But he is merely preventing you from walking to your death." Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, he is indeed obstructing my demise, but how could he possibly know that I do not wish to perish?" Qin Moran retorted. "To learn in the morning is to die in the evening. The choices I made were my own. What right does he have to interfere? To speak frankly, I have contemplated this matter more than once and regretted it countless times. Yet, never once have I regretted forcibly summoning the divine. The only regret I harbor is why I did not eliminate him sooner. I lament why, despite my meticulous precautions to shield myself from the scrutiny of all cultivators, I overlooked him, a worthless being devoid of cultivation." At this moment, Qi Moran's face was etched with a sinister expression, filled with resentment, and upon witnessing such a countenance, Nian Chaoshi stood there, dumbfounded, her face a mask of incredulity. "You are simply unfathomable." Qi Moran scoffed. "Yes, I am indeed unfathomable. Sister, have you only just realized this?" Nian Chaoshi found herself at a loss for words. Just then, "Oh no, why is the backlash of the Za character still ongoing?" A sound emerged, drawing the attention of the two arguing women, who then discovered that the scene in the heavenly mechanism reincarnation realm had not yet concluded. After Gu Xiao disrupted Qi Moran's forceful summoning, he did not leave immediately. Rather, he carefully lifted Qi Moran, intending to lay her down on the bed to rest. However, just as he set her down, he noticed a peculiar crimson glow manifesting on her face, faintly accompanied by several flickering talisman seals, causing the unconscious Qi Moran to display signs of distress. Upon seeing this glow, Qi Moran's heart sank. The backlash. This is the backlash of the Za character. Although the force had been forcibly interrupted, she had still suffered the backlash of the Za character. While it was weak, it was sufficient to torment her to death. Yet soon, Qi Moran could not help but feel puzzled. If she was truly experiencing a backlash, she should have sensed it by now. But why? As she pondered, Qi Moran suddenly froze in place. In the mirror, Gu Xiao had already seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and then took out the talisman brush he had just seized from Qi Moran. He opened his palm and began to inscribe the Tao rhythm of the Za character, stroke by stroke, upon his hand, and, as Gu Xiao wrote, the ever-faint backlash force of the Za character surrounding Qi Moran slowly began to emerge from her body, as if drawn by some unseen force, and began to cling to Gu Xiao. This is using oneself as bait to reverse the backlash. This is a case of sacrificing one to save another. Gu Xiao is helping Qi Moran absorb all the backlash force that was meant to torment her, taking it all upon himself. He is shouldering the backlash force for her. In that moment, the once furious Qi Moran, who had been embroiled in an argument with Nian Chaoshi, now stood frozen in shock. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. This scene was far too shocking for her. This was the backlash of the Za character. Even if the backlash force was not overwhelmingly strong, it was still enough to inflict considerable suffering. Even cultivators struggled to withstand it, let alone Gu Xiao, who was merely immortal. How could he possibly endure it? He clearly knew. He clearly understood what the backlash of his character entailed. Qin Moran murmured, her eyes displaying a hint of panic for the first time. She did not know what to do. This truth was far too heavy. Nian Chaoshi, however, was not concerned with her thoughts and urgently pressed. What will happen if he absorbs this backlash force? This, Qin Moran hesitated. Nian Chaoshi pressed further. Speak. This, Qin Moran bit her lip. I do not know. Although the interruption of the summoning will weaken the backlash force, even if it is weakened, it will still be quite distressing. Especially since this is the Za character. If a cultivator suffers the backlash, they would be tormented day and night by vengeful spirits. What? Nian Chaoshi gasped in shock. Day and night tormented by vengeful spirits. So, this means that since Qin Moran's summoning failed, Gu Xiu has been plagued by vengeful spirits and haunted by malevolent forces every day. This, even cultivators would find it hard to bear. How could Gu Xiu endure it? Though I do not comprehend why, despite Gu Xiu saving your life, you still harbor such prejudice against him. I hope you remember this. He is enduring his own suffering to grant you a chance. Nian Chaoshi coldly glared at Qin Moran, and after dropping that remark, swiftly turned to leave. She could not afford to wait any longer. She had to find Gu Xiu. Under no circumstances could she allow such a person to roam the Tianqi mountain range and encounter danger. After Nian Chaoshi departed, the hall of Mashifu fell into a profound silence. Qin Moran's eyes remained filled with astonishment, still incredulous. She truly despised Gu Xiu, and although deep down she understood that he was saving her, she had always believed that Gu Xiu was interfering with her path. But now, at this very moment, Qin Moran's heart suddenly became frantic. She recalled her attitude towards Gu Xiu over the past 3 years. Her biases against him, and the hurtful words she had once spoken to him. Did she truly make a mistake? A single tear rolled down Qin Moran's cheek. This was the first time she had wept for Gu Xiu since his return from the Forbidden Land. Meanwhile, as Qin Moran shed tears for Gu Xiu and felt a sense of trepidation for him, on the other side, the caravan of Wanbao Tower in the Tianqi mountain range was currently shrouded in silence. Everyone sat quietly in their places, and even when someone spoke, they did so in hushed tones to avoid disturbing a certain carriage. Surrounding the carriage were several experts from Wanbao Tower, standing guard against any potential danger. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would be the first to eliminate it. The reputation of Wanbao Tower has been built on such meticulous practices, and for that reason, I will always choose to shop at Wanbao Tower from now on. Indeed, such a reputation is cultivated little by little. However, that person called Feng Buguwei is truly fortunate. Not only did he enter the Dao, but he also gained the protection of Wanbao Tower. To enter the Dao at the 4th level of Qi refinement is no small feat. And such an occurrence cannot simply be attributed to good fortune. This person's talent must be extraordinarily formidable. Many people whispered among themselves, their conversations filled with admiration and envy as they glanced toward the carriage where Gu Xiu resided. It was impossible not to envy him. Achieving entry into the Dao at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and coincidentally encountering the principled Wanbao Tower for protection. Every aspect was enviable. That I wonder how much his realm will improve next? Someone curiously inquired. The opportunity to enter the Dao is incredibly rare. Not only does it establish one's Dao heart, but it also allows for rapid cultivation improvement. For any cultivator, it is a tremendous opportunity. However, discussing Dao heart at the Qi refinement stage is somewhat premature, as it is more relevant in later stages. Thus, what is currently more noteworthy about Gu Xiu entering the Dao is how much his realm will elevate. I have heard that Qi refinement cultivators can improve one small stage upon entering the Dao. Foundation establishment cultivators can improve a bit more, although there are not many foundation establishment cultivators. They do exist. It is said that someone once advanced from the late foundation establishment stage to achieve great perfection in foundation establishment. The entry into the Dao at the Qi refinement stage, especially at the 4th level, is unprecedented. You think there is a possibility he could leap to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Do not speak of merely reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. With such a remarkable speed of spiritual energy absorption, I would not hesitate to believe that he could indeed attain the foundation establishment stage. At the very least, he is bound to achieve the great perfection of Qi refinement. A group of cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, speculating on the heights that Gushio might reach after his entry into the it was not just these ordinary cultivators who were curious. Even Surume was intently observing the situation surrounding the carriage. Entry into the Tao. Entry into the Tao. Truly, it is a rare opportunity for cultivators, and the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is astonishing. Surume remarked, then turned to the shadow beside her. What do you think regarding this elusive wind that has not returned home? How much will his cultivation level increase this time? Although the shadow appeared devoid of life. At that moment, as Surume inquired, a figure emerged from the shadow, contemplating for a moment before offering a conjecture. Foundation establishment. Oh, Surume exclaimed in surprise. You are quite optimistic, aren't you? The swift absorption of spiritual energy during his entry into the Tao has already filled his dantian to the brim. And foundation establishment is inevitable, affirmed the figure in the shadow. Surume nodded in agreement, but contemplated further before replying. I hope he can achieve at least the great perfection of chi refinement. The figure expressed curiosity. Surume smiled. If that is the case, my heavenly grade foundation establishment pill will indeed come in handy. As she spoke, a sudden wave of spiritual energy surged from within the carriage. The entry into the Tao has concluded. Let us see what realm that young cultivator has attained. Could it be that he truly established his foundation in a single day? Many voices chimed in. Gushio's entry into the Tao has come to an end. Surume, equally filled with curiosity, immediately extended her consciousness outward. In an instant. However, her expression froze, and she stood there, dumbfounded, feeling an odd mix of bewilderment and disbelief. How does this realm differ from what I envisioned? The shadow beside her also gazed curiously at the carriage, and after a long moment of contemplation, spoke. There are only two possibilities in this situation. What are those two? Surume inquired. The shadow pursed its lips and replied. Either he is a complete waste, incapable of even entering the Tao, or, it continued, he is a true genius, destined to achieve heights that will leave us in awe. Outside, Surume and the shadow engaged in their discussion, while inside the carriage. Gushio remained unaware at this moment. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, deeply attuned to the changes brought forth by his recent entry into the Tao. The myriad paths of the Tao. One's Tao heart represents the principles that one will steadfastly uphold and believe in throughout their cultivation journey. This concept is profoundly enigmatic. For ordinary cultivators, it holds little significance, and its very existence may even be called into question. Even for those of exceptional cultivation, the Tao heart seems optional, as its presence does not inherently elevate one's cultivation level, nor does it guarantee a path to the pinnacle. Nevertheless, a greater number of individuals acknowledge the existence of the Tao heart. They believe that while a strong Tao heart may not guarantee ascendance to the peak, it is indeed indispensable for anyone aspiring to become a true powerhouse and to ultimately reach the apex. The strength and resolve of one's Tao heart will undoubtedly confer greater determination in the arduous path of cultivation ahead. However, the authenticity of this claim has always been debated. One thing remains certain. A steadfast Tao heart will undoubtedly lead to greater strength. Perhaps its immediate utility may be unclear, but as one progresses, the significance of the Tao heart will become increasingly apparent. Gushio is fortunate, for he had successfully entered the Tao 500 years ago and had attained a nascent Tao heart. Yet, he is also unfortunate, as 500 years ago, prior to entering the Forbidden Zone, his Tao heart had been singular in focus. Protection, he sought to safeguard his sect, his senior sister, and his master, as well as those friends and companions on the path of cultivation. Yet, in the end, Gushio's Tao heart became a source of mockery. This time, however, as he was granted another opportunity to enter the Tao, his Tao heart transformed, and no longer solely about protection. It evolved into a concept of freedom. Like the wind, unfettered and unburdened, as free as the breeze. Simultaneously, it embodies the ability to nurture like a gentle spring rain or to unleash the fury of a tempest. This is the Tao that Gushio has discovered during his entry, that it is not merely the establishment of a goal, nor is it the imposition of a character upon oneself, but rather a profound realization. It is not just an epiphany. It enables Gu Xiao's understanding of the Tao to ascend to new heights. This moment. As Gu Xiao resumes his cultivation, he senses within himself a remarkable feeling. The bottleneck that had constrained him for 500 years has vanished. If his cultivation were sufficient, he could immediately advance to the next level. This is the essence of the Tao heart. 500 years of suffering and 3 years of prejudice have culminated in this newfound Tao heart. All of this, Gu Xiao reflects, his eyes shining brightly, is worth it. He then begins to examine his dantian. His cultivation, which had only recently broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, has now ascended due to his entry into the Tao. He is now at the 7th level of qi refinement. While this increase may seem modest, even rather disappointing, Gu Xiao's expression is devoid of any trace of despondency. Instead, he radiates exuberance. The elevation of his cultivation is not merely a matter of speed. At its core, it concerns the size of the dantian. The smaller the dantian, the less spiritual energy is required for cultivation. Thus, unless one possesses exceptionally poor aptitude or practices subpar techniques, the speed of cultivation would naturally be quicker. Conversely, if the dantian is too large, the requisite spiritual energy for cultivation will also increase. If one's cultivation aptitude is not particularly high and their techniques are not sufficiently robust, they may find it exceedingly difficult to make any progress throughout their lifetime. This signifies that rapid cultivation is not always advantageous, as it may indicate that a person's dantian is not sufficiently expansive, while faster cultivation and quicker elevation may allow one to leverage qualitative changes to overwhelm quantitative ones. Using a lower aptitude to suppress those with superior talent but lower realms, such dominance is merely temporary. Ultimately, they possess a fragile foundation, akin to a castle in the air. While they may progress swiftly in the early stages, the disparities will only widen as they advance, resulting in a lower ceiling for future achievements. As for Gu Xiao, his dantian is genuinely vast, an ocean of limitless potential. It surpasses that of ordinary cultivators by countless magnitudes. This will render his ascension more challenging, necessitating greater opportunities and requiring him to invest more time in his cultivation than others. Yet at the same time, his foundation will be far more solid, and his future potential will be extraordinarily high that he can even leverage this to engage in battles beyond his rank. As for cultivators of the same tier, he could outlast them through sheer perseverance. This is evident from the immense spiritual energy that Gu Xiao attracted during his entry into the D. An ordinary individual encountering such a potent surge of spiritual energy would find it sufficient to break into the foundation establishment realm. Yet Gu Xiao has only crossed 3 minor realms. The crucial point is that this vast spiritual energy has neither dissipated nor been squandered. Instead, it has become part of Gu Xiao's dantian. In other words, although his cultivation is merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, the richness of his spiritual energy can already rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator. This is the true strength. However, aside from Gu Xiao, others cannot perceive these nuances, and thus, the cultivators outside who have been watching his entry into the Tao have begun to shake their heads. 7th level of qi refinement? Merely the 7th level. This is undoubtedly the worst entry into the Tao I have ever witnessed. Indeed, such a dense concentration of spiritual energy has resulted in an increase of only 3 minor levels, a disappointingly meager enhancement. This cannot be attributed to the entry itself. It can only be blamed on his own inadequate aptitude. Thus, the spiritual energy that had just been gathered could not be fully absorbed. Perhaps the inadequacy of the cultivation method was to blame, which was indeed a great pity. Many individuals sighed deeply, believing that Gu Xiao's poor aptitude prevented him from completely absorbing the recently acquired spiritual energy, resulting in a squandered opportunity for enlightenment. Naturally, there were those who relished the misfortune. Ha ha ha. To enter the path in such a manner, he is bound to become a laughingstock in the future. Indeed, they had initially believed him to be a person of extraordinary talent, only to discover that he was merely a waste unworthy of the chance presented to him. If his progress were to be merely this, then such an entry into the path was hardly worth it. Many others observed Gushio's carriage with eyes filled with derision and mockery. However, these scornful sentiments abruptly ceased the moment Gushio stepped out of the carriage. For, at that very instant, Tsurume had already emerged ahead of him, extending her congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist foe, on your successful entry into the path and your acquisition of the resources for the great Tao. If that statement alone was insufficient to silence the mocking crowd, what followed truly rendered them speechless. Fellow Taoist Feng's spiritual essence is indeed formidable, and his aptitude is enviable. Now that fellow Taoist Feng has just ascended in realm, it is only fitting that he devote himself to cultivation to solidify his newfound strength. Therefore, it is inappropriate for fellow Taoist Feng to share a carriage with others. Hence, I have arranged an independent carriage for you, so that you may cultivate in peace when unoccupied. As she spoke. A carriage that was decidedly more exquisite than the one Gushio had previously occupied was brought forth, causing the faces of the formerly mocking individuals to change instantly. Travel alone. Was this not a privilege reserved for those who had achieved the consummation of chi refinement? Although he had entered the path, he was still merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. How could he possibly merit an independent carriage? Why should he be afforded such a privilege? They had already reached the 9th level of chi refinement and still found themselves cramped within a carriage. Why was this person deemed worthy? True, he had entered the path, but his aptitude was too low. Such an abundance of spiritual energy and an unprecedented opportunity had been squandered by him. How could someone like him be entitled to travel alone? Many voiced their doubts, deeming Tsurume's actions unjust and excessively biased. Yet, such expressions of discontent merely elicited a calm response from Tsurume. Esteemed guests, it has always been the rule of Wanbao Tower that those who achieve the consummation of chi refinement may travel independently. Naturally, those who enter the path may also do so. This declaration silenced the murmurs of discontent among the cultivators. Such was the rule of Wanbao Tower, and the carriage belonged to them. They were under no obligation to justify their choices to anyone. Nevertheless, while they may have ceased their complaints, many continued to gaze at Gushio with resentment, particularly several cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement, whose looks were tinged with dissatisfaction. They resented the perceived inequality. Gushio, at the 7th level of chi refinement, had been granted the privilege of solitary travel, inciting envy and indignation among the others. In the face of such glares, Tsurume paid them no mind, and instead smiled at Gushio. If fellow Taoist Feng does not mind, you may take your leave now. Though her visage was obscured by a veil, her smile still tugged at the heartstrings. Gushio regarded her intently, but without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude with a generous tone. In that case, I'm deeply grateful to you, Manager Su. With that, Gushio promptly transferred to the new carriage. Throughout the entire process, he did not cast a single glance at those who harbored resentment, as though their stares were unworthy of his attention. Just as he was about to enter the carriage, he stole another glance at Tsurume, his gaze somewhat peculiar. In response to his look, Tsurume felt her heart skip a beat, sensing that he had discerned her intentions. Are you attempting to test Feng Bugue? The shadow could not help but inquire as the caravan set off once more. Indeed, Tsurume did not deny it. Neither you nor I can ascertain whether he is a born failure or a prodigy. Therefore, the best course of action is to have him demonstrate his abilities and see how he fares out on the surface. Her actions appeared routine, but in truth, she had deftly dismissed the disgruntled cultivators, and could easily have quelled their dissatisfaction towards Gushio. Yet, she chose a more straightforward and blunt approach. This would inevitably exacerbate their resentment. While they would not wish to offend Wanbao Tower, they would certainly harbor disdain for Gushio. Consequently, it was likely that someone would intentionally target Gushio, perhaps even pushing him to reveal his skills. She executed her plan with subtlety. Ordinary individuals would not suspect a thing, but would instead appreciate the carriage and the attention given to them. However, now reflecting on Gushio's gaze, Tsurume could not help but smile wryly. It seems I may have miscalculated. He appears to have seen through my intentions. That I do not believe so. The shadow countered unexpectedly, shaking his head. Pardon? Tsurume was puzzled, but listened as the shadow continued. If he has already perceived your thoughts, he should have declined your carriage. Yet he did neither refuse nor hesitate in the slightest. Are you implying that? What I mean is this phone Bugaway does not mind your little schemes that in fact, he may even wish to showcase himself, aiming to earn greater favor from Wanbao Tower. This revelation left Su Rumei astonished, and upon further contemplation, she found the Shadow's reasoning quite plausible. After all, Wanbao Tower was a significant establishment, and countless wandering cultivators aspired to gain its favor and join its ranks. If Gu Xiu truly harbored such intentions, then the future certainly held promise. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei and the Shadow engaged in their discussion, Gu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, once again sitting cross-legged within his private carriage. In truth, the Shadow had only partially grasped the situation. Gu Xiu was indeed indifferent to Su Rumei's little ploys, but he had no desire to attract the attention of Wanbao Tower through such means. His sole intention had always been straightforward. Like the wind, to flow with circumstances, to embrace the natural way. He recognized Su Rumei's attempt at probing, yet he remained unaffected. He had joined Wanbao Tower as a guard on this journey. Should the time come for him to act, he would not shy away from doing so. He was also acutely aware of the dissatisfaction emanating from the 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators, but he remained unfazed. Their discontent would not stir a single ripple within him. Even if their grievances manifested into tangible actions, Gu Xiu would remain indifferent. After all, a single sword strike would suffice. The wind is formless, unpredictable, and impermanent. It can caress the mountain peaks just as easily as it can whip up a tempest. As for whether the mountains are comfortable or the waves resentful, such concerns are irrelevant to the wind. Moreover, Gu Xiu had more pressing matters at hand. The solitude of the carriage afforded him greater freedom. In his hands, he once again grasped the green bamboo pole. 3 days had elapsed since he joined the Wanbao Tower caravan, and it had been 10 days since he last employed the green bamboo pole. It was now ready for use once more, without a hint of hesitation. As the clock struck midnight, Gu Xiu promptly activated the celestial fishing power of the green bamboo pole once more. Having utilized the pole twice before, Gu Xiu was now quite familiar with its workings. Much like the previous attempts, this time the fishing was remarkably smooth. Before long, he felt a subtle tug as the pole dipped slightly. He immediately focused his mind, preparing for this contest of endurance, ready to contend against the force on the other end of the line. However, to his astonishment, this time the object he was fishing did not exhibit the slightest struggle. In fact, as Gu Xiu gently lifted the rod, he effortlessly drew the object from the void. Yet when the object materialized before his eyes, the previously composed Gu Xiu could not help but display a flicker of astonishment. For this time, the item he had drawn was none other than the opportunity that rightfully belonged to his junior brother, Jiang Sun. Is this the 7-star pendant? What lay before Gu Xiu was an ancient jade pendant, intricately carved with the likeness of the Big Dipper. Most remarkably, this pendant radiated a complex and unique power. Although it was an inanimate object, gazing closely at the 7-star pendant instilled an irresistible sensation that the 7 stars were shimmering, seemingly moving along a peculiar trajectory. Yet upon a second glance, one would find the pendant appeared utterly still. That Gu Xiu's eyes were filled with astonishment, for he recognized this pendant in that dream of 1,000 years. He had witnessed this object shine brilliantly. This artifact, known as the 7-star pendant, had an enigmatic origin and an obscure crafting method, yet possessed an extraordinarily powerful function. 7-star array breaking. The Big Dipper etched upon it could decipher countless formations. Regardless of the array encountered by its bearer, this pendant would aid its owner in finding a way out. Its mysteries were beyond comprehension. In that dream of 1,000 years, this 7-star pendant was Jiang Sun's treasure. He too had drawn it using the power of the green bamboo pole, and after acquiring it, had shone brightly on numerous occasions. The pendant had assisted Jiang Sun in resolving countless crises and unraveling numerous formations, leading to boundless opportunities. But now, this pendant had been acquired by Gu Xiu ahead of time. Moreover, he recalled that in that dream of 1,000 years, his junior brother had spent a full 3 days fishing for this 7-star pendant. How could it have been so effortless for him? Curiosity welled within Gu Xiu as he held the 7-star pendant, feeling a warmth emanating from it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. but he sensed that the pendant was radiating goodwill toward him, as if it were eager for him to use. Gushio pondered. Is this pendant truly mine, or does my heart resonate with it? This question was destined to remain unanswered. Gushio decided not to dwell on it further and promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the 7-star pendant. The moment the blood touched the pendant, it was entirely absorbed. Blood oath established. Success. Meanwhile, at the distant Qingxian sacred land, atop the outcloud peak, Jiang Sun, who was seated in meditation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His previously stable aura dissipated, and a look of astonishment and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Why? Why do I feel that an opportunity that should belong to me has been seized by another? He could not comprehend why this feeling arose so suddenly, yet it was overwhelming, causing him great distress. Even the sword intent he had been honing nearly faltered. Only after expelling another mouthful of blood did the suffocating sensation in his heart ease slightly. Nonetheless, the feeling of having something that belonged to him taken away by someone else continued to torment him, casting a shadow of resentment in his eyes. Who dares seize my opportunity? However, this fleeting expression of emotion vanished almost instantly, for a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by a concerned inquiry. Junior brother, has the elder sister sensed a change in your aura? Have you encountered any issues in your cultivation? Thank you for your concern. Elder sister. I am fine, Jiang Sun quickly replied, opening the door to reveal his third sister. Su Wanqing. A warm smile graced his face as he expressed, Thank you for your care, elder sister. I merely felt a momentary disturbance in my heart, thinking I lacked something in my path, but it is of no consequence now. Lacking something in your path? Su Wanqing paused, her worry evident. Jiang Sun chuckled. Elder sister need not be concerned. It was merely a fleeting thought. I am well now. Such thoughts are not trivial. Do not take them lightly. Su Wanqing shook her head and handed him a collection of bottles filled with medicinal pills. These are calming and soul-stabilizing elixirs. Take them as needed. Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy within, yet his face displayed hesitation. Elder sister, I cannot accept so many of your pills, especially since these calming elixirs are extraordinarily rare. Take them. Why be courteous with me? Su Wanqing dismissed his objections, firmly placing the pills in his hands. Elder sister, Jiang Sun protested. As your junior brother, should your medicinal pills not be given to others instead? However, just take them. Regardless of what you lack in your path, you shall receive the best from the master and elder sisters that we would spare no effort, even depleting all of Qingxian's sacred land, to support you. Her words evoked a deep sense of gratitude in Jiang Sun. Coincidentally, this declaration reached Qin Yuan, who had just arrived at Outcloud Peak to seek solace, causing an inexplicable pang in her heart. She recalled the figure she had seen in the mirror. Jiang Sun had received everything from his sect. But what about Gushio? He had departed the sect, his fate unknown that if he had indeed resumed his cultivation. Would he have the resources to do so? Such thoughts further weighed down Qin Yuan's already troubled heart. However, moments later, she suppressed these chaotic musings, her expression returning to one of cold detachment. Gushio had acted to assist her. Yet ultimately, he had severed her path. She could not allow her heart to waver because of him. He was a part of the past, and she could not be at fault. With this resolution, Qin Yuan turned away, her demeanor returning to indifference. Yet, glancing back at Jiang Sun, who was graciously engaging with Su Wanqing, she ultimately chose to leave without approaching him, unable to articulate why she felt compelled to depart. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Gushio had successfully recognized the 7-star pendant as his own. However, no surprise or exhilaration flickered in his eyes. He remained as calm as still water. Whether this 7-star pendant had originally belonged to him or to Jiang Sun mattered little. He understood that this was merely the beginning. After gazing upon the eternal dream for but a fleeting moment, Gushio had already acquired an intricate understanding of the myriad fortunes that lay before him. Naturally, over the course of the ensuing millennia, he would endeavor to reclaim every opportunity that once belonged to Jiang Xe. Although the enmity between Gushio and the Qingxian sacred land had dissipated into the ether since the abandonment of the sect's spiritual pact, he had never forgotten his junior brother, Jiang Xe. This junior brother, who had usurped his rightful place, had cunningly devised schemes to seize a multitude of opportunities that were originally his. While it may seem that these matters were but ephemeral shadows to the current Guxiu, and that he had long since let them go, relinquishing the past did not imply that he would greet Jiang Xian with amiable warmth upon their next encounter. Such a reconciliation was inconceivable. Sooner or later, Guxiu would wield his 3-foot Qingfeng sword and ascend to the Qingxian sacred land to exact vengeance upon Jiang Xian. Thus, the 7-star pendant held little sway over Guxiu's emotions. He could grow even stronger. At the moment Guxiu re-entered his meditative state, the caravan of Wanbao Tower, which had been progressing steadily without pause, came to an unexpected halt. "What is happening?" Su Rumei inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. The Tianqi mountain range was fraught with unpredictable dangers. Even a caravan as formidable as Wanbao Tower traveled ceaselessly day and night. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, the convoy would never stop. The sudden halt without warning prompted Su Rumei's immediate apprehension. Her subordinates quickly reported, "Manager Su, there seems to be an issue with the road ahead." "Issue?" Su Rumei raised an eyebrow, not waiting for further explanation, and promptly left the carriage to investigate. Indeed, she found that what was once a clear path had inexplicably been overtaken by a dense bamboo grove, stretching endlessly before her, leaving only a narrow trail. This was the very route Wanbao Tower had consistently traversed, and it was customary for cultivators to follow this path to reach Yinshao City. Just 3 months prior, her subordinates had traveled this way, and although there had been some obstacles, there had certainly been no bamboo grove. Listening to her subordinates, Su Rumei approached the bamboo thicket for a closer examination. The bamboo was ordinary green bamboo, devoid of any peculiarities. After taking a few steps inside, she found nothing amiss. However, the lack of findings only deepened her frown. While green bamboo could thrive rapidly after a spring rain, such a dense growth was abnormal. "Can we take another route?" she inquired. "I'm afraid not," her subordinate replied, shaking his head. "If we were to change course, we would have to retreat to yesterday's fork, which would prolong our journey and complicate our path, likely wasting a considerable amount of time." That Su Rumei's brow furrowed further. As cultivators, they could utilize flying artifacts to bypass the bamboo. The thicket posed no issue. Yet this was the Tianqi mountain range, a place concealing myriad unknown dangers. While brief travel was manageable, navigating such a large caravan through the air could be perilous. "Shall we send someone to scout the path?" a subordinate suggested. "That would be prudent," Su Rumei nodded. "Send a few individuals into the bamboo to ascertain if there are any issues." Her subordinate immediately set off to fulfill her command. However, not long after, he returned with an unfavorable expression. "Manager Su, everyone is making excuses and is unwilling to proceed." "Why is that?" Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. The individuals her subordinate had selected were a few roaming cultivators. Each claimed either insufficient cultivation or that they were at a critical juncture in their training, thus refusing to go, insisting, "Why not send that cultivator who is capable of traveling alone in a carriage? Surely he is more formidable than us." Upon hearing this, Su Rumei's frown deepened. She had suspected these individuals would seize an opportunity to undermine Guxiu, eager to observe his performance. Yet, Guxiu had scarcely emerged from the carriage, and she had nearly forgotten about him. To her surprise, they would target Guxiu at such a moment. Merely scouting the path could be handled by a few qi refining cultivators. They were mere drifters accompanying the caravan, which compensated them for their efforts. That it was disheartening to see them shirk their responsibilities. Su Rumei hesitated momentarily before finally saying, "Ask if that friend of the wind is interested in taking a look. Oh, and let him know that we will provide additional compensation if he goes." Her subordinate quickly departed, and soon a shadowy figure appeared. "Do you wish to give him an opportunity?" "Indeed," Su Rumei affirmed. "Since he is eager to perform in front of Wanbao Tower, I see no reason to impede him." As the manager, she would not allow herself to be easily swayed by a group of wandering cultivators. While it appeared to be a concession, it was primarily an opportunity for Guxiu. After all, she had always believed he was waiting for a chance to showcase himself at Wanbao Tower. Now, that opportunity had arrived, and she trusted he would not refuse it. Sure enough, not long after, her subordinate returned with news. "The esteemed Taoist of the Wind has agreed. stating that this is within the scope of his duties and that no extra spirit stones are necessary. This response only reinforced Tsurume's suspicions. Making her way to Gushio's carriage, she beheld him, clad in white with flowing hair, emerging slowly from within. However, he was met with a chorus of mocking gazes from those around him. "Kid, this bamboo grove was never here before. Be cautious when you enter. You wouldn't want to lose your life in there. Surely someone who has garnered Manager Su's favor and achieved enlightenment at the 4th level of chi refining must be quite formidable. Why would we need to concern ourselves?" Another chimed in. Indeed, even if he encounters danger, he could easily dispatch any foes. The derisive tones of these individuals were unmistakable, and even Tsurume could not help but frown at their remarks. Yet, Gushio remained unfazed, his expression calm and unperturbed, as if their jibes were not aimed at him at all. He simply picked up the wooden staff that had accompanied him throughout his journey, nodded at Tsurume, and stepped towards the bamboo grove without casting a single glance at the chi-refining cultivators. This indifference only served to infuriate those who sought to provoke him, leaving them feeling as though they had struck a cotton pillow. Their irritation mounted, and their words grew ever more scathing, with some even resorting to malevolent curses, wishing for Gushio to encounter peril within the bamboo. Tsurume frowned, wishing to admonish them to cease their antics. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, several cries of alarm erupted. "This is not good. The bamboo grove is a formation. It has changed. It truly is a formation. What?" Everyone was taken aback, and Tsurume rushed to the bamboo grove's in trance. Indeed, she found that the previously narrow passage had now been entirely sealed off. The bamboo remained ordinary and unremarkable. Yet had she not inspected the grove moments ago, she would have been completely oblivious to the transformation. To achieve such a degree of concealment could only mean one thing: a formation. Someone had laid a grand array here, awaiting their entry. Realizing this, Tsurume immediately took to the skies. For safety, she did not ascend too high, but as she gazed at the bamboo grove before her, she could not suppress her astonishment. Before her eyes stretched an endless expanse of bamboo, and the grove was in constant flux, resembling a rotating Bagua diagram from above, intricate and complex. This formation was the Qing bamboo dragon trapping array. Tsurume's eyelids twitched violently, and her heart sank as she thought, "This is not good." As soon as she finished speaking, Tsurume instinctively began to descend, in that very moment of her movement. Several bamboo poles, radiating with a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, suddenly shot towards the spot where she had just been. Had her reaction been even slightly slower, she would have surely been impaled by those green bamboos, turning her into a pincushion. However, even though Tsurume narrowly escaped this calamity, as she landed, a multitude of bamboo shoots erupted from the ground in rapid succession. They swiftly rose from the earth, instantly separating the convoy of Wanbao Tower in layers. What is happening? Where did these bamboos come from? Is this some kind of formation? This is bad. Retreat quickly. There is no way out. This sudden turn of events immediately elicited cries of alarm from everyone in the convoy. Upon witnessing this scene, Tsurume felt an urgent sinking sensation in her heart. She realized that they had unknowingly entered a grand formation long before. The bamboo forest that had obstructed their path was not a recent discovery of the formation. Rather, they had already fallen into its trap and reached a dead end. There was no possibility of escape. Now, the formation was fully activated and ready to strike against them. Tsurume had some understanding of the Qingzhou Kunlong formation, recognizing its unmatched power. However, constructing such a formation required an immense amount of time and spiritual stones. It was evident that the one who set up this grand formation had targeted the merchant caravan of Wanbao Tower. They had ventured too deep into the formation, their retreat obstructed and their path ahead blocked. They were thoroughly ensnared. At that moment, the shadow reappeared as Tsurume's brow furrowed in concern. The master of the formation intends to completely divide our convoy, to conquer us piece by piece. This time, we are likely to suffer heavy casualties. How can we break this formation? I don't know. The two exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly dire. This was a predicament, a true dead end. Someone had schemed for a long time against the merchant caravan of Wanbao Tower, aiming to annihilate them in one fell swoop. More terrifyingly, they were already trapped within the formation, with no means of escape. Just as they were deliberating on how to break the formation and preserve their lives within it, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. "Hey, why are these green bamboos withering?" This remark left Surume momentarily stunned. She turned her head to look and, indeed, saw that the once mysteriously flourishing green bamboos around them were now beginning to wither in rapid succession, visibly turning to ashes in mere moments. The bamboo formation that had previously separated the convoy had entirely collapsed. Everything happened so swiftly that the members of the convoy had not yet grasped the situation. Even Surume and the Shadow, who had discerned the formation's intricacies, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. What on earth is happening? At that moment, footsteps approached, and they saw a white-haired man in white attire leisurely walking towards them as the countless emerald bamboos rapidly withered to ash. Feng Bugue. It is he. The figure that emerged was none other than Gu Xiao, who had ventured deep into the bamboo forest to scout ahead, when they had suddenly realized they were ensnared by the formation. Panic ensued, causing everyone to forget about Gu Xiao's earlier scouting. To say they had forgotten would not be entirely accurate. Rather, many anticipated what the ultimate outcome would be. Feng Bugue was undoubtedly doomed. After all, although he had entered the Dao at the 4th level of Qi refining, which was indeed rare, he was ultimately just a 7th level Qi refining cultivator. What fate awaited someone of such cultivation trapped in a formation that even golden core cultivators found insurmountable? It was certain death. Yet now, this man, who appeared destined for demise in the eyes of the crowd, emerged unscathed from the ruins of the bamboo forest, leaving everyone astonished. The most shocking revelation came from Surume and the Shadow, who had already grasped the formation's complexities and dangers. Did he somehow break the formation? Is this individual proficient in formation techniques? This was the Qingzhou Kunlong formation, which required significant resources and time to establish. Even if a skilled formation master were to attempt it, they would need time and cultivation support to break it. Could it be that simply hacking at a few bamboos could dismantle the formation? Nonsense. As they pondered this, Surume furrowed her brow, recognizing the voices of those who had previously mocked Gu Xiao. This kid is still alive? What a lucky fellow to— IT must have been an unexpected flaw in the formation. Otherwise, he would have surely been pierced by the multitude of bamboos. If I'm not mistaken, the formation we encountered was the Qingzhou Kunlong formation, which is said to be exceedingly profound and resource-intensive. However, should the arrangement falter, the formation would immediately collapse. It must have been sheer luck. These conversations caused Surume to frown, glancing over to see that it was those same 9th-level Qi refining cultivators who had previously derided Gu Xiao. Yet at this moment, she paid them no mind and quickly approached Gu Xiao. "Feng Daoyu, are you all right?" Upon seeing Gu Xiao shake his head to indicate he was fine, Surume eagerly pressed. "What did you do just now?" "Not much, just cut down a few bamboos and dealt with a few people," Gu Xiao replied nonchalantly. However, this calm response left Surume utterly astounded. He had cut down a few bamboos. Could it be that he had severed the eye of the Qingzhou Kunlong formation? As for dealing with a few people, could it mean that the one who had set the formation had already been slain? Just as Surume was about to inquire further, Gu Xiao interjected. "The path ahead is clear. We can continue moving forward to reach Yunshao City as soon as possible." Regaining her composure, Surume promptly ordered the convoy to proceed. After all, with someone having laid a grand formation against them, lingering here could pose unknown dangers. Yet once she had arranged everything and turned back, she found Gu Xiao already entering his carriage, holding that wooden stick. Surume hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from stopping him. Having noticed that the earlier mockers were still debating among themselves. "What did you say? You think that kid broke the Qingzhou Kunlong formation? What a joke! Does a mere 7th-level Qi refining cultivator possess such power?" The Qingzhou Kunlong formation, at the very least, is a legitimate grand formation. Even a formidable formation master would require time to dismantle it. Wouldn't they? Do they truly believe that hacking down a few bamboos could suffice to break it? Nonsense. As for killing a couple of people, that's even more absurd. Perhaps he merely wanted to claim credit for something he didn't do. The speaker of these words was a robust figure, his face marred by a prominent scar. an itinerant cultivator. Su Rumei recognized him. His name was Mao Xingxing. Known by the moniker Mad Victory Blade, he had once engaged in combat with a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner, defeating and slaying his opponent despite being only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This battle had brought him fame, and he was highly revered among the ranks of itinerant cultivators. Mao Xingxing proved adept at managing his reputation, rallying a group of wandering cultivators to form a small faction known as the Mad Victory Gang. Primarily undertaking tasks where merchant guilds or sects required external assistance. Initially modest in size, the gang expanded significantly over time, establishing a presence in several nearby cities. Consequently, many sects and forces in need of aid began to seek out the Mad Victory Gang directly for convenience. Further bolstering its growth as a result, it had reached a point where many itinerant cultivators had to join the Mad Victory Gang to find work. Moreover, the gang did not merely oppress the powerless. They had begun to exert pressure on certain sects as well. In this instance, when Wanbeilu requested assistance from the Mad Victory Gang, Mao Xingxing not only hiked the price, but also demanded several of their own carriages to enhance their stature. He insinuated that if Wanbeilu failed to give the Mad Victory Gang the respect it deserved, they would struggle to find any itinerant cultivators willing to assist them in the future. This left Su Rumei feeling quite displeased. Yet after careful consideration, she ultimately acquiesced to the compensation. Though she refused the request for carriages as a means of reprimand, it appeared that Mao Xingxing believed that by granting the carriage to Feng Buge, he could target them, but it is likely more than that. Su Rumei shook her head. I have heard that the Mad Victory Gang has been rather unstable lately. Mao Xingxing may be attempting to suppress Feng Buge. This outsider, as a way to intimidate his own gang members, that a group of disorganized individuals, lacking sufficient cultivation yet skilled in scheming. What is this Mad Victory Gang but a band of fools? It would be better to eradicate them with a mere wave of the hand. That cannot be the case. Although their cultivation is not high, there may still be times when we require their services. As long as the Mad Victory Gang remains compliant, it can be beneficial for us, Su Rumei countered, as the person in charge. There were many considerations she had to keep in mind. The shadow understood and changed the subject, asking, do you think what he said is true or false? Did Feng Bugue truly not break the Qingzhou Kunlong formation? That, Su Rumei furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of doubt. After all, Guxiu's strength was undeniably weak. Although being at the 7th level of Qi refinement could be considered late stage, it was still insufficient when confronted with such a formidable formation. To claim he had broken the Qingzhou Kunlong formation seemed quite implausible. Let us proceed further. Perhaps we can discern something. Ultimately, Su Rumei could only state, Feng Bugue merely chopped down a few bamboo stalks and killed a few people. We shall see what kind of bamboo he has cut and who he has slain. The shadow nodded in agreement, and the two of them began to tread cautiously. After a while, they discovered that the path ahead had indeed opened up, and they encountered no dangers along the way. Even the identity of the mysterious formation master remained unclear. They continued. A sudden realization struck. Halt! What is this? These bamboo stalks. Why are they cut and left behind? They had been cleaved. In front of their caravan lay several severed bamboo stalks, each as thick as a man's thigh, adorned with faintly etched formation patterns, emanating an extraordinary spiritual energy. Without exception, all these stalks have been severed. This what Feng Bugue referred to when he spoke of the bamboo he cut. Just a few broken bamboo stalks, and this merits special mention. I previously asserted that the Qingzhou Kunlong formation could not possibly have been broken by him. With his level of cultivation, he could only manage to chop down a few worthless stalks. Mao Xingxing scoffed at the sight of the severed bamboo, prompting laughter from the group of cultivators behind him. Have you all noticed? At that moment, someone suddenly inquired. The vast bamboo forest was reduced to ashes. Why have these few severed stalks not vanished? Everyone paused, astonished. Then, those who had reached the severed bamboo first began to scrutinize it closely, erupting in exclamations of surprise. These severed stalks bear formation patterns and Tao rhythms. Yes, they still possess profound energy. These are remnants of the Qingzhou Kunlong formation. These bamboo stalks are the formation's core. Someone has not merely disrupted the formation, but has destroyed its very essence. Accompanied by this chorus of astonishment, many began to notice the intricate patterns and Tao rhythms on the severed bamboo, which still held a subtle, potent energy that had not yet dissipated. Gasp! Some drew in a sharp breath. Instinctively glancing towards the carriage where Gu Xiu resided, could it be that the bamboo he claimed to have severed was precisely these core stalks? After all, were a few broken bamboo stalks. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck that he happened upon them, that if I were in his position, I would have done the same and cut down whatever bamboo lay before me. Mao Xingxing scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. It seemed plausible, yet could it truly be just luck? The Qingzhou Kunlong formation was incredibly intricate. Its core was constantly shifting. What ordinary person could happen upon it so fortuitously? Moreover, the master of the formation would undoubtedly be manipulating it. Could it be that the core was left so blatantly in front of Gu Xiu, waiting for him to strike? Was that not a sign of folly? For a moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even those from Mao Xingxing's Mad Victory Gang appeared somewhat subdued. Humph, are you all truly intimidated by a few broken bamboo stalks? Do you genuinely believe that a mere practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who was previously only at the 4th level, possesses the understanding to navigate such an elaborate formation? Mao Xingxing spoke once more. This time, the crowd nodded, acknowledging his reasoning. Although they found it somewhat forced, it was a rational explanation, even causing Su Rumei to feel a flicker of doubt. Could it be that it was simply a coincidence? These severed bamboo stalks were indeed vexing. Meanwhile, Mao Xingxing, intent on persuading the crowd, raised his hand and struck towards the bamboo. Yet, he was taken aback. His casual strike, which should have obliterated ordinary bamboo, failed to even dent the severed stalks. What sorcery was this? Clearing his throat, Mao Xingxing summoned 5/10 of his strength, but sizzle! The bamboo produced a strange sound, as if his strike had been absorbed and dissipated upon contact. The bamboo remained untouched, not even a scratch to show for it. Mao Xingxing was left bewildered, and the others shared his confusion, their gazes shifting towards him, as if questioning his capabilities. This bamboo possesses some remarkable resilience. I underestimated it, he muttered awkwardly, yet he quickly regained his composure and struck again, this time channeling his full strength. Though he maintained a calm facade, he was secretly unleashing the entirety of his power. A full-force strike from a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, while not earth-shattering, could easily pulverize stone. Yet sizzle! The bizarre sound returned, and he felt his power diminish significantly, though the remaining force still impacted the bamboo. With a sharp crack, the bamboo caved in at the point of contact, yet it merely cracked. His full-force strike failed to sever it completely. In that moment, Mao Xingxing was left stunned, glancing between his hand and the bamboo, questioning whether he had grown old and feeble, or if the bamboo was simply too formidable. But if the bamboo was indeed extraordinary, how had Feng Bugui managed to accomplish this? Upon examining the locations where several green bamboos had been severed, the cuts appeared remarkably smooth, as if cleaved by a single sword stroke, seemingly imbued with residual force. Could Feng Bugui truly possess such formidable prowess? Although the green bamboos lay broken, the intricate array patterns and the essence of the Tao remained. Continuing to empower these stalks, if Brother Mu were to underestimate them, he would indeed struggle to sever them. One voice interjected. Mu Xing nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, indeed, I have underestimated these green bamboos. With that, he drew forth his treasured blade, channeling all his strength into it, and then struck down upon the bamboo to last. The bamboo responded with a crack, yielding to the force. However, the smile on Mu Xingsheng's face was strained, for he sensed that even with his full might, he had barely managed to cleave the bamboo as cleanly as before, which left him feeling perturbed. Could this truly be the work of that white-haired loose cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi refinement? Was Feng Bugui genuinely this powerful? Witnessing all of this, Ingzi could not help but exclaim in Su Rumei's ear, and this is merely the already severed bamboo. The array shattered, if the array had not collapsed. The power of this bamboo would certainly be beyond Mu Xingsheng's capacity to cut. It would require the strength of a foundational cultivator to achieve such a feat. Su Rumei furrowed her brow. Instinctively glancing towards the carriage where Gu Xiu resided, her eyes filled with astonishment. Not only did she recognize this, but she also contemplated another point. Just moments ago, the crowd had claimed that the bamboo was casually sliced by Feng Bugui, breaking the arrays purely by chance. But which cultivator of the seventh layer of Qi refinement would wield such power to effortlessly sever bamboo? And how fortuitously did he manage to strike the array's eye? This could hardly be coincidence. Instead, it seemed that Feng Bugui had truly discerned the location of the array's eye and utilized transcendent power to breach it. He was indeed an array master. Moreover, he was an array master capable of fighting beyond his rank, employing the strength of a foundational cultivator. Continue onward. Without hesitation, Su Rumei commanded. Her gaze was ablaze with fervor and delight. She yearned to witness the individuals Feng Bugui had previously mentioned slaying. Eagerly anticipating the surprises he might unveil, she had a premonition that she had stumbled upon a treasure. Soon, the caravan advanced once more, and it wasn't long before several corpses materialized on the road ahead. I recognize this person. This is Qiu Lindong, a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. This one is Fu Haijia, a 7th layer, Wu Huanran, also a 7th layer. And here lies another, a practitioner of the 8th layer, Ko Wenyu. A chorus of gasps erupted in succession. The caravan from Wanbao Tower, composed not only of their own members, but also included over half of the individuals who had come to aid with bounties, many of whom were loose cultivators, recognized acquaintances among the pile of corpses. Yet, it was the identities of the deceased that sent chills down their spines. For the individuals now lying lifeless upon the ground had all been notorious figures in life. And yet, without exception, they had all met their demise. Even more ominously, the wounds on their bodies bore striking similarity. Their heart meridians had been pierced, a single fatal strike, 10 steps to kill a person. This was a feat of 10 steps to take a life. What terrifying existence could achieve such a degree of lethality? These were not insignificant characters. Had these individuals managed to breach the array, we would all have perished. There would have been no way to withstand them. Was this the work of Feng Bugui? Was his strength truly so fearsome? As they traversed further, the crowd's trepidation only deepened. The scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking. Every few paces they encountered one or more corpses. Alarmingly, the owners of these corpses had all been formidable individuals in life. 10 steps to kill a person. While it sounded simple, the reality was fraught with difficulty. These were cultivators, not mere cabbages. As they progressed, the gazes directed at the carriage where Gu Xiu sat became increasingly frequent. Even the loose cultivators from the Quanxin gang could not help but tremble, their legs quaking with fear. Just moments ago, Feng Bugui had claimed to have severed a few bamboos and slain several individuals. Yet who could have anticipated that he had actually taken down these figures? That the number he had slain was so substantial? Not only they, but even the foundational cultivators from Wanbao Tower, and even Su Rumei, who had already reached the golden core stage, were left astonished. These were individuals of great renown, who had prepared the green bamboo dragon trap array in advance. Such a force had come fully prepared, united in their intent to strike against us. Had they succeeded, we would have suffered catastrophic losses. Not only catastrophic losses. Beside her, Ingzi was equally shaken, stating, "This green bamboo dragon trap is sufficient to ensnare both of you. In the best-case scenario, we might escape with our lives. While the others perish." Su Rumei nodded gravely. Golden Core cultivators were indeed powerful, and even with the tactic of sheer numbers, Qi refinement cultivators could not hope to defeat a Golden Core. However, if combined with the array, and perhaps some other preparations that had yet to be executed, the situation could become dire. Instinctively, both of them glanced once more at the carriage where Gu Xiu sat, filled with uncertainty. This is Tu Biqiong's downfall to the Yellow Springs. Is it truly her? Tu Biqiong has also perished. Had she not advanced to foundational cultivation 6 months ago? How could she have met her end here? At that moment, the group at the forefront of the caravan made another discovery. There lay a female corpse. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her attire so alluring that one could hardly resist falling into it. Yet now, she had become a crimson skeleton. Of course, it was not her beauty that captivated the crowd. but rather the fact that this woman was a genuine foundational cultivator. Known by the moniker by Luo Huangquan, her signature move, the soul-piercing stab, instilling terror in those who heard of it. The foundational cultivators present could no longer contain their composure. Although they were foundational cultivators, facing a woman skilled in the sinister arts left them far from confident. More importantly, it was unfathomable that one could so easily slay her. For at this moment, Tu Biqiang's cause of death mirrored that of the previous group, a single strike penetrating the heart meridian. She seemed not to have reacted until her last breath. Her face still bearing an expression of disbelief. T appeared she was still in shock, unable to comprehend how her assailant possessed such overwhelming power. Could it truly be the handiwork of that esteemed foe? Someone asked hesitantly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Others shared similar sentiments, their expressions filled with incredulity. Impossible! It was absolutely inconceivable that this was the doing of that Feng Bugui. Mu Xingsheng spoke without hesitation, his expression a mixture of shock and fear. Yet he remained composed as he declared, "This is Tu Biqiang of Luo Huangquan, a true foundational cultivator. Can a mere 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator slay a foundational cultivator? Do you truly believe such a thing?" The crowd fell silent for a moment, then instinctively shook their heads that, to be honest, they found it hard to believe. After all, the ranks of cultivators, Qi refinement, foundational, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, and great ascendance were strictly delineated. Each advancement in realm represented a qualitative change. Even the disparity between Qi refinement and foundational cultivation could be likened to that between heaven and earth. Many Qi refinement cultivators could not even ascertain the techniques possessed by foundational cultivators. How could such a feat be accomplished? Although there were instances of fighting beyond one's rank, and some prodigies could manage it, every such encounter required the utmost effort and favorable circumstances. Often, luck played a crucial role as well. How could one achieve such an effortless, lethal strike? Do not be deceived by that lad's current cultivation level. It is true he is at the 7th layer of Qi refinement now. But only a short while ago, he was merely at the 4th layer. In such a brief span, it would be remarkable for him to stabilize his realm, let alone fully master his power or swiftly overcome a foundational cultivator. Mu Xingxing continued, prompting others to fall into contemplation as well. Indeed, everything was imbued with a sense of the fantastical, rendering it almost unbelievable. Even Su Rume and the shadow beside her couldn't help but furrow their brows, exchanging glances laden with unspoken thoughts. If these individuals were not slain by Feng Bugui, then who could it possibly be? Someone inquired, sparking curiosity among the others. Indeed, with so many casualties, it is implausible that they simply fell victim to divine retribution. This group clearly aimed for Wanbelu, and the only one who had just departed was Feng Bugui. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? This question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Mu Xingxing momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us proceed," Su Rume commanded, urging the convoy onward. Yet, she too felt a sense of uncertainty, wishing to observe more along the way. The journey ahead remained anything but tranquil, as sporadic corpses began to appear, most of which belonged to Qi refinement cultivators. However, 2 more corpses of Foundation establishment practitioners surfaced, deepening Su Rume's frown the further they advanced. The ambushers had evidently prepared thoroughly. Such a formidable force made her question whether she could truly survive within their array. "This is Ji Xiaoming," a voice cried out, eliciting a wave of attention. Ji Xiaoming, a renowned rogue genius of Yanxiao City, lay there, lifeless. After traversing a bit further, the shock of discovery struck again as they beheld yet another prominent figure sprawled before them. Indeed, it was Ji Xiaoming. Although merely in the early stages of Foundation establishment, his unpredictable prowess allowed him to contend even with mid-stage practitioners, earning him the title of genius in Yanxiao City. How could such a luminary meet such a fate? Could a genius truly perish? This was inconceivable. How could he be slain with a single strike to his heart? Who could possess such power? Surely, it could not be Feng Bugui. You must be mad. While I might have entertained doubts before, the presence of Ji Xiaoming's corpse makes it abundantly clear that Feng Bugui could not have accomplished this. No matter how strong he is, he could never slay a genius of this caliber. But who can say for certain? It is true that Ji Xiaoming is a genius, yet he does have his limitations compared to the true paragons. Besides, Feng Bugui entered the path at the fourth layer of qi refinement. Who can guarantee that he could not achieve this? A debate erupted among the group, with some attributing the deed to Gu Xiu, while others argued against it, each side striving to persuade the other. However, this contention did not last long, for soon after, near Ji Xiaoming's body, another corpse was discovered. It was a snow-white bear, its physical form lifeless, its inner core extracted. Yet, the onlookers quickly recognized the creature's formidable status as a third-tier spirit beast, a being powerful enough to rival mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners. The revelation of this body quelled the earlier disputes, silencing those who had claimed Gu Xiu was responsible. The combination of a genius like Ji Xiaoming and a third-tier spirit beast indicated a clear synergy between the two, an alliance that could spell doom for any ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, with even late-stage practitioners being hard-pressed to survive. Even if Feng Bugui were extraordinarily strong, he could not possibly reach such heights. At the seventh layer of qi refinement, there must be a limit. It was utterly implausible for Feng Bugui to achieve such a feat. Thus, it seemed the assailant could not have been Feng Bugui. This was now the most reasonable conclusion. After all, while the world boasts many geniuses, even the mightiest must have their limits. Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of good fortune, and the notion of turning the tables was mere fantasy. Even Su Rumei and the Shadow began to waver, wishing to maintain their hopes for Feng Bugui, yet hoping did not equate to believing in the absurd. The situation was simply too far-fetched. However, as these thoughts crossed their minds, a cultivator trailing behind suddenly gasped in shock, producing a glowing orb. This is the inner core of the spirit beast, drained of its spiritual energy. The crowd turned to see a lowly qi refinement practitioner who had kept to the back of the convoy, now holding a round, transparent orb. This inner core, devoid of energy, held little value and was not sought after by ordinary cultivators. Yet this individual, clearly inexperienced, cradled it carefully as if it were fragile. What was once an inconsequential matter now captured the attention of everyone present. "Where did you find this inner core?" Su Rumei promptly inquired, her tone urgent. The others turned to the small rogue cultivator as well, for the aura lingering on the orb matched that of the white bear's corpse lying on the ground. It was unmistakably the inner core of the third-tier spirit beast. Just moments ago, they had been debating who had slain the spirit beast and Ji Xiaoming. Now, a qi refinement practitioner stood before them, holding the very core of the spirit beast. The revelation was staggering. The qi refinement practitioner, now under the collective gaze of the crowd, felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered. This was cast aside by Senior Feng. "I have never seen it before, so I just picked it up." As he spoke, his embarrassment was palpable. Fortunately, at that moment, no one seemed to care about his discomfort, for all were astonished by his revelation. Could it truly be that Feng Bugui was responsible for this? How could that be possible? How could it not be? If it were not Feng Bugui, where would this inner core have come from? Yet, how could he possess such strength? Regardless of how he accomplished it, this act was undeniably his. The astonishment in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, even Mu Xingxing, the leader of the Guangxing gang, appeared incredulous, unable to refute the reality laid before them. The evidence was irrefutable. Everything was indeed the doing of Feng Bugui. He had shattered the formation and vanquished the foes. With his mere presence and a single strike, he had silently aided the entire convoy in averting an unprecedented crisis. And yet, here they were, doubting his capabilities. It was truly shameful. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to fellow Daoist Feng for his assistance in resolving this crisis for Wanbo. Su Rumei declared, stepping forward before Gu Xiu's carriage to express her thanks. As a gold core cultivator, she ought not to demean herself in such a manner. Yet she humbly lowered her stance in that moment. Yet, no one raised an objection. In fact, others soon followed suit, rushing to express their apologies. "Senior Feng, I was blind to your prowess and doubted you. I spoke thoughtlessly before. I hope you can forgive me." Even Mu Xingsheng, who had been so critical earlier, stood before Gu Xiu, drenched in sweat, bowing in deference. Among cultivators, none were fools. Perhaps Gu Xiu's entrance into the path was not remarkable, and his cultivation level was indeed modest. Yet, shattering the Qingzhou Kunlong formation and defeating such a multitude of formidable foes was no small feat. Each incident, every detail, when accomplished by Gu Xiu, signifies that this individual is unequivocally not to be trifled with nor offended. Although the means by which Feng Bugui achieves all this remain shrouded in mystery, such considerations pale in comparison to the present moment. Even if he has resorted to underhanded tactics, it merely serves to underscore his exceptional nature. Moreover, it implies that if this individual wishes to take their lives, it would be as effortless as eating or drinking. The members of the Guangxing gang tremble in fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. The Guangxing gang is composed entirely of scattered cultivators in the qi refinement stage, who have managed to expand their influence despite their meager strength. Their success is not solely attributed to their ability to rally qi refinement practitioners, but also to their understanding of whom they can provoke and whom they cannot. They dare to inflate their demands before the Wanbao Tower precisely because they know that the tower would not resort to killing them over trivial matters. However, Feng Bugui is an entirely different story. This man is a rogue cultivator, one whose strength is not only peculiar, but formidable. Being a rogue signifies a lack of connections or backing, yet it equally signifies the absence of reservations and concerns. Should he take a fancy, he could easily rend the heavens apart without a second thought. Naturally, he could also slaughter them like poultry, mercilessly executing all who dare to offend him. In this moment, Mao Xingxing is filled with regret, his insides churning with remorse that he merely intended to assert his authority, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Yet, this single misstep has landed him on solid ground. Now, he is consumed by fear, terrified that Feng Bugui will harbor a grudge. Yes, he watches his followers prostrate in apology while the carriage remains unmoving. Mao Xingxing grits his teeth and retrieves a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring. He hopes to use wealth to avert disaster. However, before he can approach, he finds someone swifter than himself. Feng Daoyu, I was once ensnared by madness, foolishly attempting to act against you. Thankfully, Steward Su arrived in time to redirect my misguided path. These are my savings from the past years, and I humbly hope that Feng Daoyu can overlook past grievances and grant me the opportunity to make amends. This is Ren Qing, a foundation-building practitioner from Wanbao Tower, who had previously harbored ill intentions towards Gu Xiu's storage bag, but had his fingers severed by Su Rumei in a timely intervention, while Mao Xingxing's actions were mere verbal disrespect. Ren Qing had audaciously sought to kill and plunder. Initially, he felt aggrieved, believing Su Rumei to be excessively harsh. Yet now, he is utterly pale, his legs trembling with fear. This individual has already killed several foundation-building practitioners. If he desires to take my life, what can I use to defend myself? Apologies are imperative. Seeking forgiveness is crucial. With Ren Qing's lead, the previously disdainful scattered cultivators of the Guangxing gang hastily offered their resources, pleading for this white-haired rogue cultivator to grant them mercy. This scene left Su Rumei in a state of disbelief. She had prepared a gift to bequeath to Feng Bugui in hopes of befriending him. But now, with this sudden turn of events, can her prepared offering still hold value? It seems that to befriend Feng Bugui this time, she may have to part with something substantial. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei contemplates what she should present to surpass the others and successfully befriend Gu Xiu. In another location, within a cavern in the Tianqi mountain range, the silhouette of Nian Chaoshi has emerged. This is the very cave where Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling once sought refuge, the site where Gu Xiu vanquished foes under the moonlight. After several days, the cave that Gu Xiu had previously cleared has gathered a thin layer of dust. The bodies of the 3 cultivators slain by Gu Xiu have vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Nian Chaoshi is still able to analyze the remnants of the cave and, using her divination skills, deduce the circumstances of the time. Her junior brother and his companions had fled here, seeking refuge to recuperate. That individual must have been an injured cultivator, originally in the early stages of foundation building, But due to injuries or poison, his cultivation could not be exerted. Point 3 pursuers arrived at this location. Reflecting on this, Nian Xiaoxi's eyes filled with concern as she swiftly approached the entrance of the cave. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly made a discovery on the stone wall. There lies a nearly imperceptible mark. A few droplets of splattered blood. Due to the passage of time, the traces have become exceedingly faint, easily overlooked by the unobservant. However, Nian Xiaoxi, through these subtle remnants, has managed to find a clue. This is where her junior brother intercepted formidable foes. The adversaries sought to enter the cave, but were thwarted by her junior brother's strike, which shattered their heart meridian, severing their life force. This move is the Jinghong. It is the sword technique Jinghong, created by her junior brother 5 centuries ago. Suddenly, Nian Xiaoxi is filled with elation, for through these minute bloodstains, she has discerned the origins of this sword technique, which Gu Xiu had developed 5 centuries prior. Graceful as a startled swan, akin to a gliding dragon, the Jinghong sword technique, which Nian Xiaoxi had witnessed Gu Xiu perform 5 centuries ago, appears deceptively simple, merely a strike to vanquish the enemy. Yet this technique is extraordinarily challenging, as it requires the compression of spiritual energy into a single point, unleashing a force of thunderous might, enabling one to fight beyond their level. When Nian Xiaoxi first beheld this technique, she was left in awe, for it demands not only skill, but also profound combat experience, allowing one to anticipate the enemy's moves and precisely identify their weaknesses to deliver a fatal blow. Recalling the shock she felt upon first witnessing this sword technique, Nian Xiaoxi is filled with sentiment. Her junior brother truly resembled a celestial being, a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. Yet, soon her joy deepens. For the reappearance of the Jinghong sword technique signifies that her earlier conjecture holds true. Her junior brother has embarked once more on the path of cultivation. Although he has not regained his former peak, he has shattered the shackles. Moreover, compared to 5 centuries ago, this Jinghong technique seems to have matured further, potent yet subtle, and even after penetrating the opponent's heart meridian, it has left the stone wall unscathed. This is the realm of subtlety. This iteration of Jinghong has reached the level of mastery. Nian Xiaoxi cannot help but clench her fists. There is no better news than this. Her junior brother has regained his cultivation. This means that when he returns to the Qingxian sacred land, neither the master nor the junior sisters will harbor any prejudice against him as they once did. To this day, Nian Xiaoxi's desire remains to bring Gu Xiu back to the Qingxian sacred land, restoring everything to its former state. Yet, can they truly return? Nian Xiaoxi harbors a premonition deep within, yet she dares not dwell on it. She is also unwilling to contemplate it. Her junior brother is being pursued. The urgent matter at hand is to locate Gu Xiu. She must ensure nothing befalls him. Recalling her thoughts, Nian Xiaoxi promptly resumes her divination, and moments later, she exits the cave, hastening towards a specific direction. However, as she steps outside the cave, the sect jade pendant on her person suddenly emits a buzzing sound, signaling an urgent summons from her master, Guan Xuelan, for her to return to the sect. Previously, Nian Xiaoxi had been called back. Yet this time, she merely furrows her brow. Then with a flick of her finger, she silences the jade pendant. Immediately, she displays no intention of returning to the sect. Instead, she resolutely continues toward her destination. Since the day she and Qin Moran beheld the Tianji reincarnation mirror, Nian Xiaoxi has made her decision to find Gu Xiu and bring him back. Furthermore, she cannot afford to delay any longer. She refuses to witness Gu Xiu suffer and cannot allow herself to bear the lifelong regret of inaction, letting him encounter peril due to her negligence or the affairs of the sect. As for the urgent summons from the master, Nian Xiaoxi understood that this time it was certainly not a matter of significant importance to the sect, but by calculating the time, it was evident that the small junior brother Jiang Kun's Dao sword had likely been completed and required her to bestow her blessings upon it. Previously, she might have found herself hesitating, but now it was merely a matter of bestowing power upon a sword. While it might become more formidable with her blessing, lacking it would not render it completely useless. Moreover, junior brother Jiang was a sensible individual. During their time in the sect, he had maintained an excellent relationship with Gu Xiu. Should he learn that her current quest was to seek out Gu Xiu and that she could not assist him with the sword, she was confident he would understand. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi finally cast aside all doubts, quickening her pace as she pursued Gu Xiu's trail. "Junior brother Gu, wait for me. Please do not encounter any misfortune." Meanwhile, at the Qingxian Holy Land, within the Grand Hall of the sect, Guan Shulan, who had been awaiting a response from the communication jade tablet, suddenly wore a grim expression. The few senior sisters below, witnessing her demeanor, felt a weight in their hearts. Only the fearless junior sister, Lu Qingyao, hastily inquired, "Master, what did the senior sister say? When will she return?" The moment the question was posed, Guan Shulan's countenance darkened further. "Your senior sister has severed my urgent summons and shall not return." "What?" Observing Guan Shulan's expression, the others sensed something was amiss. They presumed Nian Chaoshi was simply too far to return. However, they never anticipated that the senior sister would defy a supreme summons. What could possibly be more significant than the imminent completion of Junior Brother's divine weapon? Was there a misunderstanding? The senior sister was not the type to act this way, was she? I recall that the senior sister had a good relationship with Junior Brother. Surely something must have happened. For otherwise, she would have rushed back. The disciples below voiced their concerns, their brows furrowed. At this moment, the Qingxian Holy Land had mobilized its forces. Not only were the third senior sister Su Wanqing, the fifth senior sister Qin Moran, and junior sister Lu Qingyao present, but even the usually reclusive fourth senior sister, Shi Siling, and sixth senior sister, He Mengyun had arrived. Apart from Yan Chaoshi, who was away, and the second senior sister still forging the divine weapon, the core of the Qingxian Holy Land had gathered. Listening to the women's words, Guan Shulan's expression grew ever darker. What else could it be but because of Gu Xiu? Gu Xiu, Su Wanqing, Qin Moran, and Lu Qingyao seemed to grasp the situation to some extent. However, the fourth senior sister Shi Siling and the sixth senior sister He Mengyun were completely oblivious. Upon hearing Guan Shulan mention Gu Xiu, they recalled that they indeed had a junior brother by that name and inquired, "What has happened to Gu Xiu? Has he committed some heinous act?" But when Lu Qingyao revealed that Gu Xiu had left the sect and was no longer a disciple of the Qingxian Holy Land, both women were taken aback. Gu Xiu has signed a contract of abandonment and left the sect? He actually withdrew from the sect? When did this happen? Gu Xiu had departed for over a month. Yet this duration was but a fleeting moment to most cultivators, hardly surpassing the time spent in seclusion. The two senior sisters had been in closed-door cultivation and were utterly unaware of the significant events occurring outside. They directed their questions toward Qin Moran, who was a talisman master and well-read, capable of elucidating many matters. However, this time, Qin Moran found herself at a loss for words. During this period, Qin Moran had been in a dreadful state. She struggled to enter a state of cultivation, unable to concentrate on her studies of talismans, as her mind would incessantly drift back to Gu Xiu. She loathed this feeling, but found it inescapable. Even when she attempted to do nothing but sleep, she would dream of Gu Xiu, tormenting her greatly. She was filled with resentment toward him, or at least believed so. Yet at this moment, faced with the inquiries of her two senior sisters, she found herself uncertain of how to respond. "Fifth senior sister, Moran?" the others inquired curiously, only to see Qin Moran shake her head. "I have not been well lately. Let the junior sister explain it to you." I'll do it. Lu Qingyao eagerly interjected. "I am most familiar with this matter. Allow me to explain." She began recounting the events with considerable bias that, of course, her view of Gu Xiu was quite poor. Even though she had glimpsed many moments of his past through Nian Chaoshi's heavenly mirror, she had felt a fleeting sense of compassion. However, after several days, she had regained her composure. As she spoke, she could not help but embellish the tale, laden with personal prejudice that in her narrative, Gu Xiu transformed into a scheming and petty individual, driven by jealousy toward Jiang Kun and harboring hatred for them, ultimately resorting to a contract of abandonment to threaten their master and the sect, only to be expelled by Guan Shulan. Lu Qingyao concluded, "In short, Gu Xiu deserves this. To play tricks on our master and leave is indeed a blessing for the Qingxian Holy Land. Who would have thought that even after leaving, he would resort to such methods, deceiving the senior sister? How utterly despicable." no one contradicted her. Hearing these words, Shi Siling and He Mengyun could not help but frown slightly. Gu Xiao's departure with the abandonment contract and the senior sister's defiance of the sect's command were difficult for them to believe. However, if Gu Xiao had indeed left, why would he still seek to harm the junior brother? Did the senior sister not understand the gravity of the situation? If the junior brother's Dao sword encountered issues without her blessing, what would happen? Since Gu Xiao had already severed ties with the sect, it should have been a clean break, with no need for further entanglements. If Gu Xiao's actions delayed the junior brother's matters, he would be held accountable. The two did not express a hint of regret for Gu Xiao's departure. Instead, they openly voiced their contempt. After all, Gu Xiao was merely an inconsequential failure. While his departure surprised them, now was not the time for astonishment. The completion of junior brother Jiang Kun's Dao sword required their utmost effort and was of paramount importance. Indeed, Gu Xiao was a source of harm, and such a person should be swiftly eliminated to prevent further damage. Lu Qingyao vehemently stated her disdain. Upon hearing this, Qi Moran's expression shifted dramatically. Yet when she turned to look, she was startled to find that the other senior sisters merely frowned slightly, remaining indifferent. Even Master Guan Shuolan wore a neutral expression, as if they perceived no issue with the words spoken. What is going on? Qi Moran was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this should not be the case. The individuals before her seemed unfamiliar. Just then, Master Guan Shuolan cast her gaze upon her. Moran, what troubles you? Disciple. Qi Moran opened her mouth, but before she could respond, Lu Qingyao chuckled. Fifth junior sister must be pondering whether there are any talismans that could bring misfortune upon Gu Xiao. Hastening his demise, this. Qi Moran pressed her lips together, wishing to deny it, but under the scrutiny of her sister's gazes, she found herself at a loss for denial, and could only nod. Indeed, I have thought as such. Do not concern yourselves with Gu Xiao. He has already left the sect, and he shall receive whatever hardships are due to him if you were to take action against him. How would the Qingxian Holy Land justify itself? Though it was a reprimand, there was not an ounce of anger in her tone. In the past, Qi Moran might have accepted this as normal. However, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. It seemed as though things were not as they should be. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated, instantly captivating the attention of everyone within the grand hall. Stepping outside, they looked up to witness dark storm clouds swirling ominously in the sky, all converging swiftly toward a crimson spiritual peak in the Qingxian sacred ground. It was the Qiming peak of the second senior sister. The forging of her divine weapon had been completed, attracting the heavenly tribulation. This thunderous calamity was no trivial matter. The weapon crafted by the second senior sister was likely at least a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. With her formidable strength and the abundant resources at our disposal, it could very well exceed that. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they hurried towards Qiming Peak, eager to behold the miraculous artifact forged by the second senior sister for Jiangqing. Yet in contrast to the eager rush of the others, Qi Moran lagged behind, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Beside her, the sixth senior sister, He Mengyun, whose demeanor was rather reclusive, also fell behind. Noticing Qi Moran's distracted expression, she inquired curiously, Senior sister, what occupies your mind? Nothing. I am not thinking of anything, Qi Moran replied, shaking her head repeatedly. However, feeling He Mengyun's unwavering gaze upon her, she bit her lip and eventually confessed, I just suddenly recalled that 500 years ago. The second senior sister also forged a sword for Gu Xiao. Are you referring to the Qi Xiao sword? He Mengyun asked, puzzled. That indeed happened. Back then, the Qingxian sect was not as affluent as it is now. And the second senior sister's skills were not as refined, resulting in it being merely a yellow-grade artifact. Yes, a yellow-grade artifact. I remember that when Gu Xiao returned 3 years ago, that sword was already broken. Wasn't it? Qi Moran couldn't help but inquired if it seemed so. He Mengyun nodded. Why do you ask? Nothing, Qi Moran murmured. I just suddenly thought that since the Qi Xiao sword was broken, Gu Xiao hasn't had any new artifacts since then. Has he? He Mengyun looked at her in confusion, that he is merely immortal. What use does he have for artifacts? Investing energy in a crafting one for him would be a waste. Waste, that a simple phrase. Yet upon hearing it, Qi Moran felt a tremor in her heart. Just then, shouts erupted ahead, and turning her head, she saw several junior sisters had already reached Qi Ming Peak. Jiang Qin, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his realm, was also drawn out by the thunderclouds. Upon seeing this junior brother, He Mingyun's face brightened with a rare smile, and she quickened her pace. Even Qi Moran momentarily set aside her peculiar thoughts about Gu Xiu. Regardless of Gu Xiu's circumstances, he paled in comparison to junior brother Jiang. A rare scene of festivity unfolded in the Qinxian sacred ground that a throng of senior sisters surrounded Jiang Qin, who remained courteous and charming, eliciting smiles even from Guan Xuelan. Yet soon, her smile faded. She was reminded of the disobedient eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, and her good mood was shattered. That wretched girl. When she returns, I shall administer a proper punishment. Moreover, if Gu Xiu truly returned to the sect in desperation, he deserved to be confined to the reflection cliff for 3 years. No, 30 years. As these thoughts crossed her mind, bolts of heavenly lightning began to strike down. Amidst the tempest, a magnificent long sword, resounding with the cry of dragons, soared into the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura. This was the 7th celestial thunder calamity. Indeed, it was the 7th celestial thunder calamity, though it had not reached the legendary 9 celestial level. The artifact forged by the second senior sister was undoubtedly a heavenly grade treasure, likely a heavenly grade artifact. Astounding. This is truly remarkable. With such a heavenly grade artifact, junior brother, your combat prowess will ascend to new heights. If we all lend our support, this sword will become even more formidable. The crowd erupted with excitement, and Jiang Qin's face radiated uncontainable joy. Artifacts were categorized into celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow grades, with the first 2 being beyond mortal craftsmanship. Within these grades, they were further divided into divine, spiritual, and magical sublevels. Heavenly grade, just the utterance of these 2 words signified the sword's immense power. Although it was merely a heavenly grade artifact, it was still a sword. And with the backing of their master and senior sisters, this sword would become a legendary weapon that could instill fear across the realms. As the 7th celestial thunder calamity concluded, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards the dragon-crying sword. The tribulation was completed. A heavenly grade artifact had been forged. At that moment, the second senior sister, the artifact master, tossed the long sword to Jiang Qin, exclaiming, "Junior brother, hurry and drop your blood to recognize it as your own." "Thank you, second senior sister." Jiang Qin quickly accepted the sword, realizing the urgency of the situation, and immediately began the process of blood recognition. Once he succeeded in recognizing it, he could present the sword to their master and senior sisters for enhancement, claiming it as his own unrivaled divine weapon. The process was smooth, as a newly forged, unowned divine weapon was inherently easy to bond with it. In mere moments, Jiang Qin established a connection with the dragon-crying sword. However, just as he completed the recognition and smiles spread across his and the senior sisters' faces, a terrifying black lightning bolt, previously thought to have dissipated, suddenly descended from the calamitous clouds, striking towards Jiang Qin. "Junior brother, Jiang Qin!" The alarmed cries of Guan Xuelan and the senior sisters echoed, while Jiang Qin felt a chill run down his spine. Almost instinctively, he hurled the dragon-crying sword away. Yet, the black lightning, moving with astounding speed, struck the newly forged dragon-crying sword. In the next instant, the sword emitted a piercing wail. "Jiang Qin, junior brother, are you all right?" The status of Jiang Qin in the Qinxian sacred ground was unquestionable. And at this moment, the sudden anomaly of the 7th celestial thunder calamity prompted Guan Xuelan and several senior sisters to act immediately. They formed a protective barrier around Jiang Qin. Each of them possessed formidable strength. Particularly Guan Xuelan, a supreme being in the Great Ascension phase. Her presence alone was enough to be deemed invincible. However, their protective efforts were evidently unnecessary, for the black lightning had not once glanced at Jiang Qin. Instead, it focused entirely on the newly forged heavenly grade artifact. The dragon-crying sword point one bolt of black lightning after another struck it. Each impact unleashed an overwhelming force. Under the relentless onslaught of the tempestuous lightning, the dragon-crying sword could only emit cries of despair, its blade trembling violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. This is dire. What is happening? At this rate, the dragon-crying sword will surely be in peril. What should we do next? The scene left the onlookers in a state of uncertainty. The sheer might of the black lightning seemed catastrophic, instilling dread within everyone, and they were utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Even Guan Xuelan, as a great Ascension Supreme, felt an unsettling apprehension in the face of the black lightning. The most troubled was Jiang Qin. Having just recognized the sword, he could clearly sense that the dragon-crying sword was nearing its limits. If this continued, the sword would be destroyed. He could only plead, "Master, I feel the dragon-crying sword is in agony. It can barely hold on." Guan Xuelan glanced between the terrifying black lightning and her beloved disciple, gritting her teeth as she prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, the second senior sister, Wei Qi Chunlei, stopped Guan Xuelan, exclaiming, "Master, do not intervene. This is a monumental opportunity for junior brother, a once-in-a-lifetime chance." What? As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned to Wei Qi Chunlei. She was the second sister of the Qing Xian sacred land, her appearance rather unremarkable compared to her six sisters. Tall and muscular, she resembled a formidable beast despite being a woman. Moreover, she was the strongest among the seven sisters, possessing a cultivation level in the void refinement realm, exuding an air of sheer dominance. Additionally, she possessed an extraordinary talent for artifact forging, having already reached the pinnacle of this craft. At this moment, facing the gazes of the crowd, Wei Qi Chunlei's eyes sparkled with fervor and delight. Our junior brother is truly blessed. This is not merely the seven luminaries' thunder calamity. It is the rare seven luminaries' fortune calamity. Seven luminaries' fortune calamity. What is that? The crowd was perplexed, but Wei Qi Chunlei explained. The seven luminaries' thunder calamity is immensely formidable, yet every aspect of existence embodies both yin and yang. Peril often accompanies opportunity. The seven luminaries' fortune calamity presents the greatest chance. This calamity is a fusion of the seven luminaries' thunder calamity and the fortune calamity, but it manifests only in places of great fortune. Once it appears, its might is unstoppable, and others must not interfere. Otherwise, they will inevitably be tainted by the power of this thunder calamity. We merely need to observe, for if the artifact successfully navigates this fortune calamity, there will be immense benefits. First and foremost, it allows the spirit of the artifact, which typically requires extensive nurturing time, to be born prematurely, potentially even stronger. More importantly, the grade of the artifact may ascend once again. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing. Heavenly grade artifacts can give birth to artifact spirits, but this is an exceedingly protracted process, requiring various means of nurturing to strengthen them as allies. Yet now, should they overcome this thunder calamity, they could bypass this lengthy ordeal and directly birth the spirit. Not to mention the elevation in grade. The Longing Sword was already a heavenly grade artifact, unmatched in power. Although it was the weakest among heavenly grade artifacts, it was still incredibly potent. Should it ascend even further, it could become a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, or even a heavenly grade Tao artifact. If that were the case, this sword would rank among the most formidable treasures here, truly worthy of being a revered treasure of the sect. This indeed presents an extraordinary opportunity. Our junior brother is exceptionally blessed to encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The name of the Longing Sword is destined to resonate through the heavens. The sisters spoke in unison, their previously anxious expressions transforming into joy. Yet, some remained uneasy. Sister, what if it does not overcome this calamity? Not overcoming this calamity? Wei Qi Chunlei laughed heartily. That is impossible. Our sect is profoundly blessed. The seven luminaries' fortune calamity can only manifest when great fortune is at hand, and each occurrence has nearly no chance of failure unless the fortune itself changes. Her words eased the crowd's apprehension. Thus, they settled into a patient wait. However, as a tea's worth of time passed, brows began to furrow. Sister, why does this thunder calamity seem so prolonged, yet still shows no signs of ending? This is a good sign, Wei Qi Chunlei replied with a smile. The seven luminaries' fortune calamity is inherently a blessing. The longer it lasts, the greater the benefits. The crowd nodded, resuming their vigil. After the burning of a stick of incense, they frowned again. Sister, is this time not excessive? Moreover, I sensed the aura of a longing sword growing weaker. This duration was indeed prolonged, and the waning aura was somewhat expected. Wei Chi Chunlei responded. The birth of an artifact spirit is inherently difficult. It requires a state of extremity before emergence. Let us be a bit more patient. The crowd nodded once more, enduring the wait. Yet, as an hour passed, then 2, then 3, when night had fully descended, the crowd could no longer contain their unease. The so-called 7 luminaries' fortune calamity had yet to dissipate. Even Wei Chi Chunlei found it hard to maintain her smile. Her brow furrowed in deep concern. This is impossible. Why is it taking so long? The 7 luminaries' fortune calamity should be just that, yet it had not concluded after such an extended period. Observing her mutter anxiously, the sisters could not help but worry, their gazes frequently darting toward the longing sword. Unfortunately, the black lightning obscured all vision, rendering it impossible to ascertain the sword's condition amidst the thunder calamity. But then, a piercing scream shattered the tension. The crowd turned to see their junior brother Jiang Sun suddenly losing composure, frantically shaking his head as if in agony. Junior brother, what is wrong? What has happened? The sisters scrambled in a flurry, with Su Wanqing immediately producing a pile of elixirs, eager to force them into Jiang Sun's mouth. But at that moment, Jiang Sun, racked with pain, suddenly spat out blood. The elixirs he had just been given expelled in a torrent. His aura weakened drastically, as if he would slip from this world at any moment. It's a backlash from the artifact. Quickly, seal his aura and cut off the backlash. Wei Chi Chunlei shouted, a backlash from the artifact. How could that be? The crowd was bewildered, yet there was no time for speculation. They noticed that, as Wei Chi Chunlei spoke, the black lightning began to surge toward Jiang Sun. Several skilled individuals sprang into action, severing his aura connection, while their master, Guan Shuolan, moved with incredible speed, striking Jiang Sun with several precise points. Finally, they barely managed to cut off the connection between Jiang Sun and the longing sword. Yet, despite their swift actions, a strand of black lightning struck Jiang Sun, causing him to tremble violently. Once that bolt of black lightning dissipated, the once gentle and graceful youth now lay charred and weakened. His aura diminished to a critical state, and as the black lightning lost its target, it rapidly dispersed, the hours-long storm vanishing in the blink of an eye. The crowd looked on, only to find that the newly forged heavenly grade artifact, the longing sword, had shattered into mere scraps of metal, devoid of any spirit. What had just been born had now perished before it could even take its first breath. The onlookers were left in a daze. Yet Wei Chi Chunlei was now filled with terror. I misjudged. This is not the 7 luminaries' fortune calamity. It is the 7 malevolent thunder. This is divine retribution. Upon hearing her words, the core members of the Qing Xian sacred land stood frozen in place. The notion of divine retribution had existed since time immemorial. After all, cultivators draw upon the fortune of heaven and earth, seizing the energies of the Tao, if one can receive the blessings of the heavenly way. Naturally, there exists the notion of being spurned by the heavens, with fortune avoiding them. However, nonsense. The so-called divine retribution was merely a curse of the defeated. How could such a thing truly exist? As soon as Wei Chi Chunlei's words left her lips, Guan Shuolan rebuked, "Stop talking nonsense and save Jiang Sun." At her command, the crowd snapped back to reality, turning to Jiang Sun and gasping in horror. Our junior brother's aura is chaotic, and his vitality is waning. Quick, save him! He has suffered a backlash from the blood oath artifact, and the heavenly lightning has struck him, damaging his meridians. Su sister, please save our junior brother. Junior brother, you must hold on. You cannot come to harm. The following night, the entire Qingxian sacred land trembled that a group of the absolute core members of Qingxian sacred land became flustered, as numerous precious elixirs and spirit stones were hastily delivered to the Qian Peak. Third senior sister Su Wanqing provided treatment throughout the ordeal. Other senior sisters, including the esteemed Guan Shuolan, joined forces, expending vast amounts of spiritual energy and effort in a desperate rescue. Finally, after a full night of tireless endeavor and substantial resources. Jiang Jun was saved from peril. Fortunately, our timely intervention, coupled with ample resources and your esteemed presence, Master, made it possible. Otherwise, our junior brother would have faced grave danger. The backlash from the magical artifact was manageable. But the most terrifying aspect was that black thunder tribulation. Even a mere wisp of it seemed intent on devouring our junior brother's flesh and blood, which was truly horrifying, within the courtyard of Jiangjun at Qingyan Peak. Su Wanqing wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke with lingering fear. She had nearly failed. The flicker of black thunder that had entered Jiangjun's body carried a terrifying force, ruthlessly destroying everything in its path, imbued with an overwhelming sense of malice towards him. Guan Shuolan also felt a deep unease, clearly realizing that had she not already attained the great ascension stage, she would have been unable to protect Jiangjun's life today. This thought darkened Guan Shuolan's expression as she fixed her gaze on Wei Qi Chunlei. What on earth was that? Wei Qi Chunlei, still somewhat dazed, instinctively replied to the inquiry. Master, that was the heavenly punishment. Cease your nonsensical talk. The concept of heavenly punishment is utterly fictitious. Moreover, Jiangjun is a person of great fortune. How could he possibly be entangled with such punishment? Guan Shuolan reprimanded. This left Wei Qi Chunlei momentarily speechless, yet her heart was filled with regret. She had originally intended to forge a sword for her junior brother, gifting him a divine weapon, yet she never anticipated such a calamity would arise. Not only was the Longyin sword destroyed, but her junior brother had also nearly lost his life on the spot. What was even worse was that the appearance of that black thunder indicated that Jiangjun's fortune might have already run dry. Other senior sisters, witnessing Wei Qi Chunlei's reprimand, immediately spoke up. Sister, please elaborate. You previously mentioned that it was the 7 evil thunder. What exactly is that? Indeed, sister. What is the situation? Their inquiries were not only to ease the tension, but also stemmed from genuine curiosity regarding the matter. The 7 evil thunder is a phenomenon that exists in opposition to the 7 celestial fortunes. If the 7 celestial fortunes manifest due to immense fortune, then the 7 evil thunder arises from great misfortune. Wei Qi Chunlei bit her lip, noticing Guan Shuolan's impending fury, and immediately stated, I understand, Master, that you do not believe in such notions of fortune. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it either. However, I am certain that it was indeed the 7 evil thunder. The 7 celestial fortunes are a tremendous opportunity. Even if one were to fail, their life would not be at risk. But the 7 evil thunder is entirely different. Though it bears a resemblance to the 7 celestial fortunes, it is filled with poison. Once manifested, it is a fight to the death. This is also why the thunder tribulation could last for several hours, and why even a mere wisp of its power nearly claimed our junior brother's life. The more Wei Qi Chunlei spoke, the more grim Guan Shuolan's expression became. Why did you not detect it earlier? With her head bowed, Wei Qi Chunlei replied, I did not foresee that in our Qingxian sacred land, a place of fortune, such a thing as the 7 evil thunder would appear. Yes, she spoke. Wei Qi Chunlei gritted her teeth. Master, this matter is of great importance and must not be taken lightly. Do you believe I have not taken it seriously enough? Guan Shuolan retorted. Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head. No, what I mean is not solely regarding our junior brother's injuries, but why our Qingxian sacred land would suffer heavenly punishment. Guan Shuolan's expression darkened further, but before she could erupt in anger, Wei Qi Chunlei continued, I understand that you have always dismissed the notion of heavenly punishment. Yet this matter is of great significance. It is better to believe in its existence than to disregard it. Our Qingxian sacred land has always been shielded by fortune, enabling us to accomplish tasks with half the effort. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to encounter such wicked entities as the 7 evil thunder. However, now that it has appeared within our sect and even targeted our disciples, it indicates that something has gone awry with our fortune. What of the first senior sister? She should be most knowledgeable about this matter. It was only at this moment that Wei Qi Chunlei realized that her first senior sister, Nian Chaoshi, was absent. Yet, the mention of Nian Chaoshi caused Guan Shuolan and the other senior sisters to instantly look displeased. Your first senior sister indeed spoke to me regarding the matter of fortune, Guan Shuolan said. Furrowing her brow at Wei Qi Chunlei's eyes brightened. Did she offer any solutions? She did not specify, Guan Shuolan replied coldly. She merely mentioned that our sect's fortune was dissipating and leaving the sect. What? Wei Qi Chunlei felt as if struck by lightning. Why is that so? Did the first senior sister elaborate? Your first senior sister stated that it was due to Gu Xiu's use of the abandoning sect's spiritual contract, which led to his departure from the sect, Guan Shuolan answered coolly. Jiu Xiu. Abandoning sect's spiritual contract. Departing from the sect? Wei Qi Chunlei's face registered utter confusion. She had been preoccupied with forging divine weapons for Jiang Jun and was entirely unaware of this matter. The other senior sisters also displayed varying degrees of shock. Is this true? But before they could fully process it, Guan Shuolan sneered. As cultivators, we are inherently at odds with heaven. The concepts of fortune and heavenly punishment are nothing but nonsense. Not to mention that this matter is inherently fictitious. Even if it were true, do you truly believe that Gu Xiu's departure would cause our Qingxian sacred land's fortune to dissipate, resulting in our sect facing heavenly punishment? This seemed to hold some merit. Yet, before they could respond, Guan Shuolan had already turned to relay orders. Inform the others. Qingxian sacred land shall continue to gather treasures from all over the world. Since this attempt to forge a divine weapon has failed, then we shall try again. Next time, we shall utilize even greater resources and more exquisite treasures. I refuse to believe in this so-called heavenly punishment. Next time, let dare to come. Meanwhile, as Jiang Jun had barely grasped the heavenly grade artifact before it became useless, and he himself had narrowly escaped disaster, on another front, within the Wanjing Tower merchant convoy of the Tianqi mountain range, Gu Xiu was meticulously examining a long sword, entirely black as ink and devoid of any aura. Xu Rumei was smilingly introducing it. This sword is named Shadow Caesar, although its rank is merely at the Earth grade. It possesses remarkable uniqueness, rivaling even Earth-grade Dao artifacts. Xu Rumei's introduction was somewhat limited, as her understanding of this sword was not particularly profound. However, it was unnecessary for her to elaborate further. Upon seeing this Shadow Caesar sword, Gu Xiu felt an undeniable shock within his heart. In the dream that felt like an eternity, he had once laid eyes upon this sword. And this sword was an unparalleled divine weapon surpassing the heavenly grade, an immortal grade divine sword. It is well known that the realms of treasures are categorized by the principles of heaven and earth. The higher the rank, the more powerful the artifact. Among them, the most formidable is naturally the heavenly grade divine artifact. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare, as crafting one requires not only the skill of the artifact master, but also the fortuitous alignment of heaven and earth, an abundance of fortune, and the intricate interplay of fate. As for the heavenly grade divine artifact, it is something one might encounter only once in a millennium. Countless top-tier artifact masters dedicate their lives to creating such treasures, and if one manages to forge even a single piece, their name will echo throughout the ages, immortalized forever. Thus, the heavenly grade divine artifacts are also regarded as the strongest divine weapons in existence. Yet few are aware that above the heavenly grade divine artifacts lies an even stronger tier, the immortal grade. For this grade is beyond the capability of any artifact master to forge. It is an entity that genuinely exists beyond the confines of creation. Even the mightiest artifact masters cannot craft it. Its origins and destination unknown. One thing is certain. Any immortal grade artifact possesses the power to obliterate the heavens, annihilate the earth, sever paths, and vanquish immortals. Before Xu Rumei stands a shadow sword, a celestial artifact. Gu Xiu had once glimpsed this sword in a timeless illusion, having witnessed its formidable prowess as it purged the mundane and vanquished saints and sovereigns. However, despite its celestial classification, the sword seems to have endured unimaginable damage, rendering it incapable of displaying its full potential. Otherwise, it would not have been offered by the Wanbao Tower as a mere earthly treasure. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, the sword retains an extraordinary essence. More importantly, it can be restored. Yet, it appears that although this sword indeed belongs to Wanbao Tower, it was ultimately not acquired by Jiangqin. after expending thousands of years restoring its former glory. Why has it now surfaced so soon and found its way into my possession? Gu Xiu felt a flicker of surprise, though it was merely a fleeting thought. This item was destined to be his. Receiving it ahead of time spared him considerable effort. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Su Rumei, saying, "Thank you, Manager Su. I am grateful if Daoist Feng does not disdain this order." Su Rumei chuckled heartily. The gratitude should be directed towards Wanbao Tower. If it weren't for Daoist Feng's intervention, the previous Qingzhou Kulong formation might have inflicted catastrophic losses upon us, perhaps even leading to our total annihilation. I noticed that Daoist Feng seems to lack a suitable weapon, so I bestow this sword upon you, hoping it conveys the intentions of Wanbao Tower. Since Renqing took the lead in offering apologies, Gu Xiu had received numerous gifts over the past few days, primarily in the form of spirit stones. Many magical artifacts and spiritual tools were also among the offerings. This inundation of gifts posed quite a dilemma for Su Rumei. For the potential of Feng Bugue was undeniable. His prowess and capability as a formation master made him a vital ally for Wanbao Tower. With so many gifts being presented, she was keen to cultivate this relationship and could not afford to offer him anything ordinary. Ultimately, she resolved to present the Shadow Sword. Coincidentally, this sword had recently been acquired by Wanbao Tower from a down-and-out loose cultivator. It was intended for auction, but upon noticing its unusual nature, Su Rumei refrained from including it in the sale. Instead, she had offered the loose cultivator an irresistible deal to obtain the sword, intending to study it in detail later. Now, it serendipitously found its way to Feng Bugue. Moreover, her gift did not end with the Shadow Sword. She remarked, "In the past few days, I have observed that Daoist Feng has garnered much affection and received considerable spirit stones and elixirs. I anticipate that your cultivation will soon advance, and a breakthrough in your foundation is imminent. As such, I also present you with a heavenly grade foundation establishment pill to preemptively congratulate you on your forthcoming success. The heavenly grade foundation establishment pill is a coveted treasure sought after by countless qi refining stage cultivators. Consuming it during a breakthrough not only enhances the success rate, but also solidifies the foundation for future advancements, raising one's potential to new heights. The mere value of this single pill could reach 100,000 spirit stones." Su Rumei's generosity was truly substantial. Gu Xiu, not one to be oblivious, understood the implications behind Su Rumei's gesture and did not refuse her goodwill. Accepting the foundation establishment pill, he expressed, "Thank you, Manager Su, for your generous gift. Should you require any assistance in the future, please feel free to inform me." Upon hearing this, Su Rumei's smile brightened radiantly. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further, Daoist Feng. We will arrive at Yinshao City in 3 days." With that, Su Rumei took her leave. She was astute enough to recognize when to advance and when to retreat, understanding that not all words need to carry a utilitarian weight. Since Gu Xiu had offered a commitment, she felt her aim had been achieved. "You're already a golden core cultivator, while he is merely a loose cultivator at the qi refining stage. Although his formation and strength are commendable, at present, he is as fragile as an ant. Such courtesy truly necessary?" The Shadow asked curiously. She knew that Su Rumei had been racking her brain to present a gift to Feng Bugue over the past few days. Yet she sensed that Su Rumei seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, Su Rumei shook her head. Golden scales are not mere fish in the pond. When they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. Such a person may soon require our admiration. It is far better to treat him as a friend than as an adversary. You hold him in such high regard? The Shadow asked, astonished. Not just high regard, Su Rumei replied. Su Rumei glanced back at the carriage. I utilized the fortune source peering technique on him. The Shadow was taken aback that Su Rumei, with her golden core strength, relied not solely on her cultivation as the steward of Wanbao Tower, but on her skills. She was adept at forging friendships and connecting with powerful individuals, having never provoked those beyond her reach. Each person she treated with sincerity had an extraordinary background or potential. Many deemed her lucky. But the Shadow, having accompanied Su Rumei for years, understood that her success stemmed not from luck, but from a unique ability. She possessed a special sensitivity to the elusive fortune source, and even wielded a technique to peer into others' fortunes. The individuals she befriended were all endowed with great fortune. Hearing that she had employed this technique on Gushio, the shadow couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "What do you perceive about his fortune?" "Extremely profound. Extremely profound." The shadow remained puzzled until Su Rume elaborated. "In simple terms, his fortune is the most formidable I have encountered in my lifetime." "What?" The shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, and what astonished her further was Su Rume's subsequent remark. "Moreover, not only is his fortune profound, but what? But he is enveloped by fortune. I can vaguely discern a powerful and unparalleled force of fortune continuously flowing toward him." In that instant, the shadow was completely taken aback. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred as Gushio opened the carriage window, resuming his meditation within. Although the shadow possessed no fortune-peering technique, she momentarily perceived a faint, ethereal rainbow light descending from the heavens, perpetually directed toward Gushio. At that moment, she noticed Mao Xingxing, who was up to something. The shadow was slightly taken aback, for she observed Mao Xingxing of the Xing Shang gang stealthily approaching Gushio's carriage. Surume's brow furrowed slightly. Mao Xingxing had previously made several disparaging remarks toward Feng Bugue, and now he was scheming to ingratiate himself. Was he plotting to harm Feng Bugue? However, just as the two were filled with curiosity, they saw Mao Xingxing knock on Gushio's carriage door. He then produced numerous cultivation manuals from his storage ring and handed them inside. Daoist Feng, "Look, these are the cultivation manuals I have prepared for you. All from our Kuang Shun gang's inventory. Of course, the grade may not be high that we cannot offer high-grade manuals, but please take a look at these." "Ah, thank you," Gushio replied. "You are too kind, Daoist Mao. The previous matters are the fault of my Kuang Shun gang. That it is already a great honor for you to overlook past grievances. How could I accept your spirit stones?" "Haha, then Daoist Feng, please take your time to peruse them. I will take my leave for now. If there are more manuals available later, I will gather them for you." Under the watchful eyes of Su Rume and the shadow, Mao Xingxing bowed and nodded before turning to leave, his face alight with excitement. This demeanor piqued the curiosity of both Su Rume and the shadow, who extended their senses to investigate further. They discovered that Mao Xingxing had already gathered a group of loose cultivators from the Xing Shang gang, instructing them, spread the word, and see who still has cultivation manuals that have not been submitted. Ensure that all are accounted for, that if there are none, then go find them. No matter what type of cultivation manuals, bring them all to me. Indeed, we are approaching Cloud City. Let's relay the message ahead of time. Urging our brethren in the gang to procure various cultivation manuals within the city. Are any manuals acceptable? A curious individual inquires. Yes, any will do. Mao Xingxing nods affirmatively. Daoist Feng has stated that regardless of rank or quality, we shall accept all that come our way. Acquire as many as possible. At this, Surume and Ingzi exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. What could this mean? It appears that Feng Bugue seeks cultivation manuals. This is understandable, although the origins of Feng Bugue remain enigmatic. As a rogue cultivator, he would undoubtedly find these sect-specific manuals to be exceedingly rare treasures. However, his insatiable appetite for all manuals raises questions. Shouldn't he merely seek a high-ranking cultivation method? Why the indiscriminate desire for everything? What could he possibly intend? Inside the carriage, Gushio was fully aware that Surume had taken note of this exchange. However, he remained unconcerned, for this was precisely his intention, that Jiuxiu had made significant gains during this venture. Beyond acquiring numerous spirit stones and the elixirs and shadow sword bestowed by Surume, his most substantial achievement lay in the realm of cultivation techniques. Since uncovering the secrets of the Wuji ancient tome, Gushio recognized his pressing need for not only resources for cultivation, but also more formidable manuals. The path of cultivation emphasizes both innate talent and the resources one possesses. With the aid of the ancient tome, Gushio had already attained the innate holy rhythm and supreme Dao Bone, enhancing his cultivation speed and future potential. Yet mere talent is insufficient. It must be complemented by sufficiently powerful manuals. After all, Gushio's Dantian reservoir is extraordinarily vast, while this is a symbol of strength, enabling him to slay foundation-building cultivators with mere 7th-tier Qi refinement skills backed by 5 centuries of battle experience in the Forbidden Lands. The sheer expansiveness of his Dantian also results in a slower progression compared to others, a disparity that talent alone cannot bridge. Thus, he requires a different solution: the support of higher-ranked, more powerful cultivation methods. For rogue cultivators, this path is often fraught with peril, as it implies a disconnect from the traditional lineages and sects, making high-level manuals a rarity. Yet, Gu Xiao is different. With the Wuji ancient tome at his disposal, he can elevate any cultivation manual, even integrating them. This means he can continuously practice various manuals, merging them into increasingly powerful forms. While excellent manuals are hard to come by, mediocre ones are far more accessible, especially with the assistance of Mao Xingxing and the Chaoxing gang comprised of rogues. When Mao Xingxing came to apologize, Gu Xiao expressed his interest in acquiring some manuals, offering spirit stones in exchange. That very day, Mao Xingxing presented him with 5 manuals, 3 of no discernible rank and 2 of yellow grade. With these 5 manuals, Gu Xiao successfully transformed the Xianting Shujing within his Dantian into the Tianlu Heart Sutra. The rank remained modest. It was originally a low-grade Xian manual, now elevated to mid-grade Xian. It was evident that the process of fusion becomes increasingly challenging with progress. Nevertheless, the advancement was significant, as the Tianlu Heart Sutra's cultivation speed improved by at least 2-fold compared to the previous Xianting Shujing. Moreover, just moments ago, Mao Xingxing had prepared over 10 additional manuals for Gu Xiao. With further fusion of these manuals, Gu Xiao firmly believed that his cultivation rank would rise once more to AES for intentionally allowing Su Rumei to witness this. Gu Xiao had his reasons, given her interest in befriending him due to his innate talent. Even going so far as to offer him treasures, it would be beneficial to openly showcase more of his capabilities. In the context of cultivation, companions does not refer narrowly to romantic partners, but rather to fellow practitioners and allies. As a rogue, Gu Xiao is disinclined to seek out like-minded individuals or join any sections. However, this does not preclude him from establishing connections with others. At the very least, he requires access to some cultivation resources and materials for practice. Not to mention, the existence of the Wuji ancient tome necessitates a wealth of manuals for Gu Xiao. He does not mind maintaining a relationship with Wan Beilu, as long as it is mutually beneficial. Yet to establish such a connection, he must demonstrate his strength and potential for collaboration. At this moment, Gu Xiao was unaware that Su Rumei was also probing the secrets of the fortune source technique. Nor did he realize that his standing in Su Rumei's heart had already reached an apex. Patiently, he began to transcribe the newly acquired manuals onto his nameless ancient tome, continuously merging them. This scene, predictably, caught the attention of both Su Rumei and Yingzi. Ever since witnessing the plethora of manuals Mao Xingxing had gifted Gu Xiao, they had been observing him closely as Gu Xiao flipped through the manuals one after another. A sense of curiosity arose within them. What is he doing? If I'm not mistaken, he should be cultivating a Xian-grade manual. Given that he possesses such a manual, why not make use of it instead of seeking out inferior ones? It seems his previous sect was merely a minor one, with cultivation methods limited to Xian-grade. However, surely he would not resort to practicing even lesser techniques. Yingzi, unable to suppress her thoughts, shook her head in disbelief. She observed Gu Xiao engrossed in studying the mundane manuals provided by Mao Xingxing, struggling to comprehend his intentions. After a while, noticing Su Rumei's silence, she turned to her in curiosity, over surprise. Su Rumei was staring wide-eyed at Gu Xiao, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Suddenly, Su Rumei turned to Yingzi. Did you notice? Feng Bugui's cultivation method is changing. The method is changing. Yingzi, perplexed, scrutinized Gu Xiao once more. However, with Su Rumei's prompt, she too found herself astounded. High-grade Xian manual? Am I mistaken, or was he not operating this method earlier? No. His method has transformed again, although it remains a high-grade Xian manual. It is even stronger than before. Moreover, why does his new method bear some resemblance to those manuals he just examined? What is happening? Suddenly, Yingzi fell silent, struck by a startling realization that sent chills down her spine. Glancing sideways, she noticed Surume regarding her with a similar expression. "What are you thinking?" Surume inquired. Ingzi swallowed hard. "I thought of a term that only appears when describing immortals." "What is it?" "All methods return to one." The moment those four words escaped her lips, Surume's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Indeed, their thoughts aligned perfectly. As the ancient sages stated, all methods return to one. All methods return to the Tao. This is the foundation of heaven, earth, and humanity, and this path may also lead to immortality. This statement has long been open to interpretation. The concept of all methods returning to one has never been witnessed. Regardless of how exalted a cultivator may be, or how extraordinary a genius, no one has achieved this feat, while some may create their own techniques or refine existing ones. These individuals are exceptionally rare and cannot truly be called the embodiment of all methods returning to one. Just look at Feng Bugue before them, that he has managed to grasp the essence of various manuals he recently acquired within the briefest span of time, integrating them into his own cultivation to evolve into an even more potent technique. Surume did not comprehend whether this was the culmination of all paths, yet she understood. The future achievements of this individual are likely to surpass imagination that I may have spoken in error previously. This person may not be one to whom we, the lesser, need to look up. Surume offered a bittersweet smile. The accomplishments of this individual in the future will likely render us incapable of even glimpsing their departing figure. Rare indeed. And no matter how much praise had been lavished upon Gushio before, it had never been wholeheartedly accepted. However, this time, she refrained from voicing any rebuttal, merely nodding in quiet agreement. She found herself unable to continue her argument. Entering the Tao, a master of formations, vanquishing enemies across realms, with a profound source of fortune. Each of these accomplishments is sufficient to illuminate the immense potential of the person before her. And now, if one were to add the principle of all paths culminating into one, then the potential of Feng Bugue could be deemed absolutely unparalleled. Such potential, concentrated within a single individual, could indeed render their future achievements and existence we could hardly aspire to comprehend. What manner of monster is this? Looking at him, it is evident that he has emerged from some prominent sect or clan. One cannot fathom which clan would allow such a figure to slip through their fingers. Truly, an act of utter folly. The shadow expressed a sentiment, to which Surume smiled. Regardless of which sect or clan he has departed from, one thing is certain. He must be at his lowest ebb now. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" But Surume cast another deep glance at Gushio within the carriage. Although I have previously maintained that it is better to embellish the already splendid than to provide aid in times of dire need. That was merely because the returns for aiding in adversity were insufficient. However, should it concern Feng Bugue, my thoughts are singular. "What is it?" the shadow inquired with curiosity. Surume replied, "Wealth and nobility lie in peril." Without hesitation, Surume promptly ordered the transmission of a message, and Wanbao Tower began to scour for various cultivation manuals. Compared to the scattered cultivators led by Mao Xingxing, the intervention of a power like Wanbao Tower is certainly extraordinary. And Surume's demands are considerably higher. Collect every available cultivation technique, both Xian and Huang tiers. As for the Earth tier, I shall discuss it with the Tower Master, as for the Heaven tier. Keep an eye out. Should it appear, it must be secured at all costs. The shadow did not express any dissent, but upon hearing Surume's aspirations towards the elusive Heaven tier techniques, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Yet, Surume stated, "Shadow, I have a premonition." The shadow asked, "What kind of premonition?" Surume cast another glance at the carriage whose windows had been closed, her eyes gleaming. "This Feng Bugue may represent the greatest opportunity of our lives." In the following 2 days, the journey was smooth. They were now less than a day's journey from Yunshao City, and the expressions of the caravan's members gradually relaxed. Over these 2 days, they encountered some petty bandits. Mostly scattered cultivators seeking opportunity, alongside a number of nefarious figures masquerading as scattered cultivators, committing heinous acts. However, these individuals, upon seeing the flag of Wanbao Tower and the formidable aura emanating from Surume, would immediately flee, even when confronted by Golden Dan cultivators along the way. After all, they were nearing Yunshao City, where Wanbao Tower held considerable influence. Without the confidence to strike decisively, no one dared to provoke this caravan. The journey continued without incident. Yet, just as the caravan was approaching Yunshao City, Su Rumei, who was arranging matters for their arrival, suddenly furrowed her brow. "There are powerful beings watching us," the shadow communicated telepathically. Su Rumei frowned in response. "Can you discern their cultivation level?" "Unknown, but they are undoubtedly stronger than us." The shadow's voice was tense, at least at the late stage of Golden Dan cultivation. "Possibly a nascent soul expert. Are they friend or foe? There's been a palpable murderous intent, yet they have not made a move that, if that is the case, they likely wish for us to mind our own business." Su Rumei quickly commanded, "Instruct the caravan to proceed swiftly." Soon, the caravan resumed its normal pace, and a group of cultivators engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing where to relax after their arduous journey. Their cultivation was insufficient, rendering them oblivious to the hidden observers. However, Su Rumei and the shadow remained acutely aware, their throats tight and cold sweat beading on their brows as they passed close to the other party, any moment potentially heralding an attack. Fortunately, the caravan soon passed the halfway mark, and it appeared the hidden observer had withdrawn their gaze. "It seems we have made it through to..." I sensed an anomaly in the local terrain. "It seems someone has employed a secret method, likely the hidden expert's doing." "Hush, let us not discuss matters irrelevant." "Very well," Su Rumei and the shadow both breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, a soft exclamation pierced the air. Suddenly, a figure cloaked entirely in black appeared amidst the caravan. "Who dares to intrude upon our caravan? Such audacity!" Two guards immediately took notice and were about to take action when they saw Su Rumei swiftly intervene, halting them. She then slightly bowed towards the figure in black. "I am Su Rumei, steward of Wanbao Tower. May I inquire as to the purpose of your interruption? If there is something you require, please feel free to express it." Her smile remained, yet her heart raced with apprehension, for she and the shadow had already discerned this person's cultivation level. Nascent soul. This individual was a nascent soul expert, and their attire suggested a desire to conceal their identity, which only heightened her unease. Fortunately, the nascent soul expert did not act immediately, but instead scanned the caravan, asking, "I wish to inquire if there is a master of formations among you." Everyone was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Gushio's carriage. Fortunately, Su Rumei reacted swiftly, responding, "Senior, you jest. We are merely an ordinary merchant caravan. How could we possibly have the qualifications to employ a master of formations? However, if you have need, we could assist in finding a skilled master of formations upon our return to the city." The nascent soul cultivator frowned, clearly displeased with this response, and continued to scrutinize the caravan for a moment before shaking their head in resignation, preparing to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, the nascent soul cultivator suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Their gaze fixated on a specific carriage, eyes filled with disbelief, even tinged with fear, and where their gaze settled, Su Rumei felt a tightening in her chest, for this person was looking directly at the carriage where Feng Bugue resided. Just as her anxiety peaked, the nascent soul cultivator spoke, the person inside. "Step out so I may see you." With this declaration, the atmosphere grew tense. Meanwhile, within Gushio's carriage, not a single sound stirred this moment. Half an hour journey away from Wanbao Tower's caravan, Nian Chaoshi came to a halt. Her eyes filled with urgency. "According to the divination, my junior apprentice brother should be nearby. Why have I not seen him for so long?" Her face was etched with worry over the past few days. She had relied on divination techniques to trace Gushio's whereabouts, although it seemed Gushio had concealed his presence, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Nian Chaoshi had never lost track of him. Yet this relentless pursuit had only deepened her anxiety. Along the way, she had witnessed numerous battlefields, countless severed limbs, and pools of blood, which heightened her concern for Gushio's safety. Although she had previously affirmed that Gushio had regained his cultivation and could even wield his self-created technique. The stunning swan sword, how long had it been since he restored his powers? Without the support of spirit stones and resources, even if he had begun to recover his cultivation, he would undoubtedly be far from formidable. In such circumstances, amidst the perilous Tianqi mountain range, Unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. With gritted teeth, I chant the name of Zhao Yang and press onward. Little junior brother, wait for me. Above all else, do not perish. Your senior sister will undoubtedly come to rescue you soon. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao carriage team, the request suddenly voiced by the Yuan-Ing cultivator caused the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Senior, Su Rumei hastily stepped forward. I wonder what guidance you might offer. Please, speak freely to this humble woman. You? Yes, begone. Before Su Rumei could utter another word, the Yuan-Ing cultivator let out a disdainful snort. Wielding the terrifying force of his realm, Su Rumei staggered back as if struck by lightning, retreating several steps and spilling a trickle of blood from her mouth. Such is the power of the Yuan-Ing. The chasm between realms is vast. Even a mere huff was sufficient to inflict grievous harm. Yet in this moment, how could Su Rumei retreat? Ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, she stepped forward once more, bowing deeply. Senior, I harbor no intention of offense. That IT is merely that our Wanbao pavilion does not involve itself in the disputes of cultivators, and the individuals within our carriage are esteemed guests. If there is a matter at hand, please state it, and if it is within my capacity to assist, I shall do my utmost to help you. Her words, though courteous, retained an air of dignity. The Yuan-Ing cultivator, discerning her underlying meaning, remained fixated on the carriage where Gu Xiu resided. Could it be him? The one from 5 centuries past? A fleeting scan of his consciousness revealed a familiar aura, sending a tremor through him. But that individual had entered a perilous domain 500 years ago, with no chance of return. Moreover, if he were truly alive, his cultivation could not possibly be so feeble. With this thought, the Yuan-Ing master advanced another step and commanded, "Step forth." The overwhelming pressure of his Yuan-Ing realm surged toward the carriage, causing it, inscribed with array symbols, to tremble violently. In that instant, the entire carriage team was engulfed in a palpable fear. The might of the Yuan-Ing should not be underestimated. Many lower-tier Qi refinement cultivators collapsed to the ground, trembling with dread, while even the Foundation establishment cultivators turned ashen, scarcely daring to breathe. Senior, Su Rumei, gritted her teeth, determined to speak again, but the Yuan-Ing cultivator cut her off with a cold threat. "If you utter another word, I shall slay you here." At these words, Su Rumei once more coughed up blood, staggering backward. Yet she quickly regained her footing, her resolve hardening as she stealthily probed her storage ring. Inside lay a formidable weapon, capable of slaying even late-stage golden core cultivators. She was uncertain, however, if it would be effective against the Yuan-Ing master before her. For this individual was no ordinary Yuan-Ing. His strength was overwhelming, his aura remarkably steady. Nevertheless, Su Rumei resolved to protect Feng Vugue, even at the potential cost of great sacrifice. Just then, a calm voice emerged from within the carriage. "If you wish to see me, approach my side." What? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, incredulous that Feng Vugue would display such audacity. "A Yuan-Ing master desires to see you, and instead of stepping forward, you demand he come to you? What folly!" Yet even more astonishing was when Feng Vugue, from within the carriage, posed another question. "Are you afraid?" Madness! Everyone felt that Feng Vugue had truly lost his mind. This was a Yuan-Ing master. Such a figure could establish a sect of their own, and even among the esteemed families of the Holy Lands, they were unparalleled. Yet Feng Vugue dared to provoke such a being, suggesting that the master was afraid? Strangely, the Yuan-Ing master did not erupt in rage at these words. Instead, he regarded Feng Vugue with wary suspicion. "Is it truly you?" He did not approach, seemingly reluctant to lower himself. However, Su Rumei could not shake the feeling that this Yuan-Ing master might indeed harbor fear of the one inside the carriage. At that moment, Gu Xiu replied calmly, "It is I. How came you to be here?" The Yuan-Ing master questioned, his skepticism evident. "And what is the meaning of your current cultivation?" Guess. Gu Xiu responded once more. "I guess." The Yuan-Ing master frowned, clearly filled with doubts. Yet he hesitated to advance, remaining rooted in place. Silence enveloped the scene once more, and in this charged atmosphere, none dared to breathe, their hearts filled with astonishment. Feng Vugue knew a Yuan-Ing master, Moreover, he could even instill trepidation in such a formidable being. Who then was this enigmatic yawning master, cloaked in secrecy? And what of Feng Bugue? Who was he? At that moment, Gu Xiu spoke again. The young lady utilized a sect's secret technique, did she not? Young lady? The crowd was perplexed. Indeed, the yawning master showed no surprise, nodding. Do you know her? I do. We have journeyed together. Do you wish to rescue her? The yawning master asked. His vigilance renewed. Gu Xiu replied. Know that is unlike your former meddlesome self. The yawning master remained skeptical, his gaze increasingly wary. Gu Xiu, however, merely replied calmly, bowing my head. I say, all is but fleeting clouds. Fleeting clouds? The yawning master pondered this, his wariness easing somewhat as he glanced at the carriage and then at Su Rume. Yet that simple glance sent a chill down Su Rume's spine, and her scalp prickled with dread. She realized her plans had been seen through. He had discerned her intent to fight desperately, and that gaze was both a warning and a mockery, warning her not to act rashly, and mocking her futile efforts. What of your senior sisters? They do not seem like the kind to part ways with you. The yawning master inquired. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, meeting the yawning master's gaze without answering. His eyes were clear, his expression serene. Yet such calmness made the yawning master feel increasingly uneasy, as if Gu Xiu had seen through all his secrets. Why do you look at me so? He could not help but ask. Gu Xiu simply shook his head. Let them depart first. You would not want others to discover your identity, would you? Very well. The yawning master nodded, turning his gaze to Su Rume. Su Rume was reluctant to leave, but facing the yawning master's gaze, she ultimately sighed. Bowing to both individuals, she said, as the two seniors reminisce, this humble woman shall not intrude further. We shall await you ahead. The latter statement was clearly directed at Gu Xiu. She refrained from calling Feng Bugue by name, knowing it must be an alias, lest she bring unnecessary complications to him. Gu Xiu noted this as well, offering her a gentle smile. That smile brought Su Rume a measure of comfort, and she promptly led the team onward, her heart set on summoning aid. Though she knew not Feng Bugue's origins, nor the nature of the conflict between these two, she was certain that they were far from good friends. Once the carriage team had distanced themselves, the yawning master could no longer restrain his curiosity. So, you have yet to answer me. What of your senior sisters? Eldongshan. The yawning master was taken aback. Eldongshan was his true name. Gu Xiu continued. You contemplate striking against me, yet remain uncertain whether I am concealing my true strength. There is no need for such testing. You and I, Eldongshan, have laid bare our true intentions. Are you truly still too daunted to act after all these 5 centuries? These words struck like a blade, severing the veil of hesitation that had cloaked Eldongshan. His aura suddenly surged, fierce light glinting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gu Xiu, as if he were about to transform into a ferocious beast ready to devour. The terrifying aura of the nascent soul rose from Eldongshan in that moment. The nascent soul is not to be humiliated. To insult, it is to invite death. 5 centuries ago, Eldongshan had already reached the nascent soul realm, and although he had yet to break through, he had long since attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Moreover, he had once been a prodigy. In his eyes, ordinary nascent soul cultivators were as inconsequential as weeds. At this moment, the overwhelming aura surged forth, as if it could move mountains and part waters, and everything around seemed to freeze in place. Yet this formidable presence appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, all traces of that aura vanished completely, and Eldongshan's form suddenly appeared somewhat desolate. The fierce battle intent in his eyes ultimately transformed into frustration and regret. He bitterly smiled. I have truly become a coward. 500 years ago, Gu Xiu, with his extraordinary talent, was hailed as a transcendent immortal. He paved his way with the bones of prodigies, ascending step by step toward the heavens. Along this path, some were slain by his sword. Others retreated in defeat, and still others trembled in fear before even making a move, ultimately lacking the courage to face him. Eldongshan belonged to the latter. Over 500 years ago, he had battled Gu Xiu, but upon witnessing the bloodied figure in the azure robe, eyes gleaming with brilliance, and seeing the corpses of prodigies at his feet, El Dongshan retreated, that he believed it was a means of preserving himself. A step back to gain a broader perspective, a temporary retreat. Yet he forgot that in the contest of the great Tao, a step back meant losing the qualification to advance further. His invincible resolve shattered. For 5 centuries, El Dongshan made no progress. He had not once sought to alter this situation, nor had he ceased to lament his past timidity. Years passed, and he believed he had rediscovered his resolve. Especially upon hearing that Gushio had entered a perilous realm from which he had not returned, he thought he had shed that terrifying mindset. However, upon seeing Gushio once more, he found himself once again dominated by the fear of Ur. Even though the Gushio before him had undergone a profound transformation, the once dazzling figure akin to the blazing sun now seemed to bear the marks of time, no longer imposing and difficult to gaze upon. Yet, he appeared to have grown more composed. Despite his aura fluctuating only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, El Dongshan felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him. He sensed that even the slightest movement on his part could summon unimaginable calamities, even leading to his immediate obliteration. "I dare not strike at you," El Dongshan sighed, his eyes filled with desolation. "Could you tell me your current cultivation level? Are you at the Great Ascension, or perhaps already a legendary immortal?" "Neither," Gushio replied, shaking his head. "What is it then?" 7th level of Qi refinement. Is that true?" El Dongshan was momentarily stunned, but indeed, Gushio remained calm. Yet El Dongshan found it hard to maintain his composure. His face filled with astonishment. "How can this be possible?" Gushio shook his head in silence. How could it be? Surely, the self he was 500 years ago would never have imagined such a possibility. "Do you not fear?" El Dongshan's gaze sharpened. "Do you not fear that I might take advantage of your decline and slay you? Would you?" Gushio inquired. El Dongshan was at a loss for words. The sharpness in his eyes had finally vanished, replaced by self-mockery as he asked Gushio, "Do you find me laughable?" "It is lamentable," Gushio replied. "Lamentable," El Dongshan murmured, then bitterly smiled. "It is indeed tragic. A dignified nascent soul cultivator, yet I lack the courage to draw my sword. Even when I know that my greatest enemy in this life has met with misfortune and fallen in cultivation, I still do not dare to unsheathe my blade." "Ha ha!" As he laughed, tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. He was furious, he was unwilling, but he was also pitiful, shaking his head. El Dongshan turned to leave. In that moment, his figure appeared increasingly forlorn, having relinquished all grudges against his foe of 500 years, the heart demon of 5 centuries, and the schemes he had harbored in this place. He seemed to transform in an instant, aimless, devoid of desire, and without schemes. Yet as he gazed at El Dongshan's retreating figure, Gushio, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Wait for me to battle you." "Huh?" El Dongshan was taken aback, then turned in astonishment to look at Gushio. "What did you say?" "When I feel my strength is sufficient, I will challenge you at that time. I want you to fight me." Gushio's tone was calm, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. Yet those words left El Dongshan speechless, his expression one of sheer incredulity. "He wants me to wait for him. He will also make me wait for him." Before El Dongshan could collect his thoughts, Gushio had already turned away, leaving him with the words, "There are myriad paths in the great Tao. If one path is blocked, simply choose another." "Choose another?" El Dongshan stood frozen in place. Boom! It was as if a mighty hammer struck down upon a rusted chain. In an instant, the chain shattered into pieces. Within the confines of those chains lay a once vibrant green sprout, now lifeless and covered in dust. Yet alongside the shattering chains, a brand new, tender shoot began to grow beside the lifeless sprout, soaring skyward in an instant, as thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Countless creatures did not flee, but instead craned their necks to observe. Meanwhile, within El Dongshan, the long-culminated nascent soul began to rise of its own accord, heading toward the platform of divine consciousness, ultimately merging into one. Transformation into the divine. This marked a complete entry into the realm of transformation. The realm that had confined El Dongshan for 500 years began to shift, to advance, transformation into the divine. even as the thunderclouds gathered ominously overhead, signaling the impending descent of heavenly tribulation. Dongshan did not rush to prepare for the storm. Instead, he bowed deeply to Gu Xiao and proclaimed, "Gu Xiao, I shall never forget the grace of your awakening." Gu Xiao's words had awakened him, akin to a celestial being bestowing wisdom, allowing him to see clearly. He understood well that Gu Xiao had no obligation to utter such words. They had been enemies 500 years ago. If Gu Xiao had remained silent, he would have inevitably turned to dust, dying in some forgotten corner, a figure of ridicule until the end. What is called kindness. It is but a fleeting moment, scattered by the wind. Gu Xiao did not look back. He simply waved his hand, leaving behind those words before disappearing from Dongshan's view. Yet Dongshan continued to gaze in the direction Gu Xiao had vanished. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, he could not comprehend what had transpired with Gu Xiao, but he could surmise that Gu Xiao must have encountered unimaginable upheaval, no matter how one perceives it. To me, kindness is kindness, eternal and unforgotten. Dongshan bowed once more, then suddenly smiled bitterly. This fellow has endured 5 centuries, and his realm has fallen to mere chi refinement. Yet why does his mindset surpass mine? Such a person, how could I even compare? Just then, a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down, yet Dongshan seemed utterly unconcerned. With a mere gesture, the first thunderbolt dissipated in an instant. Next comes the second and third trials. When the thunderclouds finally dissipated and the transformation into the divine realm was fully consolidated, Dongshan found himself only slightly drained, with not a single injury on his body. He, too, had once been a prodigy. He had nearly been qualified to stand against the prodigy Gu Xiaodao. Yet, just as Dongshan completed his tribulation and solidified his cultivation, a figure, brimming with tears, finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it you, Nian Chaoshi?" Detecting the newcomer, Dongshan raised an eyebrow, but upon noticing Nian Chaoshi's frost-white hair, he couldn't suppress a frown. "Is there something wrong with you people from the Qingxian Holy Land? Why do you all like to turn your hair white?" But just as he began to speak, Nian Chaoshi suddenly glared at him fiercely. "You've seen Gu Xiao, haven to you?" "Indeed," Dongshan replied. Nian Chaoshi hastily pressed, "Where is he?" "He is not." Dongshan was about to answer when he suddenly recalled Gu Xiao's unusual demeanor earlier. Observing Nian Chaoshi's anxious expression, a suspicion flickered in his mind. Nian Chaoshi continued to press. "Quickly tell me, where's my junior brother Gu?" "Guess," Dongshan shrugged. Remembering that Gu Xiao had also said this to him not long ago, he felt a sense of vindication in turning the tables on his senior sister. However, just as Dongshan entertained this thought, he suddenly felt a terrifying force erupt from Nian Chaoshi, followed by her right hand reaching out as if to grasp him. Instinctively, Dongshan wanted to flee. Despite having just broken through to the divine realm and experiencing a surge in power, he found himself utterly unable to resist before Nian Chaolevan. It was as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, lifting him into the air. Nian Chaoshi, her face frosted with coldness, demanded, "What I want is an answer. Answer me. Where's my junior brother Gu?" Under duress, Dongshan should have begged for mercy, yet he scoffed defiantly. "You think you can force an answer out of me? You must be dreaming." "Humph." Nian Chaoshi channeled her spiritual power, tormenting Dongshan. "Will you speak or not?" Concerned for Gu Xiao, she had grown weary of words and even harbored murderous intent, seeking the simplest method to extract Gu Xiao's whereabouts. But the more anxious she became, the more arrogant Dongshan remained. Having resolved his inner turmoil and reforged his Tao heart, he showed no sign of yielding, remaining stubbornly silent even as Nian Chaoshi pressed him. Desperate to find Gu Xiao, Nian Chaoshi could not genuinely kill him, so she relaxed her pressure slightly, urging, "Tell me, where is Gu Xiao? Where do you think he would be?" Dongshan coldly responded. Though spoken without intent, Nian Chaoshi's heart sank at his words. She suddenly harbored a sinister suspicion Dongshan and Gu Xiao had enmity. He had even suffered a blow to his Tao heart because of Gu Xiao. After 500 years of stagnation, what would he do upon seeing Gu Xiao again? Moreover, his cultivation had already broken through to the divine realm. Nian Chaoshi's mind spiraled into chaos. her eyes filled with regret and despair. Could it be that Gu Xiao? Seeing her expression, Lu Dongshan's initial doubts solidified into certainty. The Qingxian Holy Land was in trouble. Gu Xiao was likely suffering because of his sect. No wonder he had spoken as he did. No wonder his expression had been so indifferent when discussing his most cherished master and senior sister. This wretched sect had undoubtedly wronged Gu Xiao. Realizing this, Lu Dongshan sneered. You guessed correctly. Gu Xiao is my lifelong nemesis. I have been hindered by him for 500 years without making a single advancement. Now that he has fallen, if I do not seize this opportunity to slay him, when shall I wait? What a relief it would be. Killing him would immediately allow my cultivation to break through. How exhilarating. Ha ha. Lu Dongshan's maniacal laughter echoed, unrestrained in its delight. Achieving the divine realm was indeed exhilarating. Yet, each of his laughter rang in Yin Chaoxi's ears like a knife, slowly carving away at her heart. It was heart-wrenching, excruciating. Even the hand that had been gripping Lu Dongshan loosened at that moment. Not daring to delay any longer, Lu Dongshan seized the opportunity created by Yin Chaoxi's disarray, quickly breaking free from her grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the void and activated his escape technique. Vanishing from her sight, that be why the time Yin Chaoxi regained her senses, it was too late. She could only strike out with a palm. Alas, she ultimately failed to retain Lu Dongshan. As he fled, he covered a distance of 100 miles. And when he finally revealed himself again, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just from that single strike, he was gravely injured. This demonstrated Yin Chaoxi's power, disregarding his own condition. Lu Dongshan swiftly produced a wooden doll. He then performed a series of intricate hand seals, channeling a profound force into the wooden figure to Ji Xiao. This wretched woman possesses formidable strength. Even I cannot withstand her. When you meet her, you will surely find yourself in a perilous position that I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I would never repay kindness with malice, though I know not the enmity between you and that accursed sect. Since you wish to avoid the Qingxian sect, I shall lend you my assistance, as Lu Dongshan murmured to himself. The incantation was finally completed, gazing at the doll that bore trace of Gu Xiao's aura. He chuckled. Wretched woman, you boast of your prowess in divination. I shall see whether your celestial insights surpass my skills in deception. Break from me. Without hesitation, Lu Dongshan crushed the doll. After completing the task, a triumphant smile crept across his face. While Yin Chaoxi's divination skills were indeed formidable, being strong in such arts did not mean she had no means of concealment. He had his own methods for dealing with those from the Celestial Strategy House. However, his smile did not last long. Lu Dongshan's expression suddenly shifted. Damn it, that little girl from the Celestial Strategy House is still here. Gu Xiao, you bastard, you've put me in danger again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Chaoxi, who had just performed the celestial divination to ascertain Gu Xiao's safety, suddenly changed countenance. In her quest to divine for Gu Xiao, she discovered that the omens indicated Gu Xiao was dead. No, it couldn't be. Junior Brother Gu could not have died just like that. It must be false. It must be fake. Unwilling to accept this, Yin Chaoxi repeatedly performed the celestial divination, yet the results were invariably the same. Gu Xiao was truly dead. Junior Brother Gu. Yin Chaoxi cried out in anguish, hastily retrieving her celestial reincarnation mirror. This mirror was perilous yet immensely powerful. Junior Brother, you cannot be dead. You must not be dead. As she performed the incantation, memories flooded her mind, and she felt as if a needle was incessantly pricking her heart, driving her to the brink of madness. Had she truly been a moment too late? Poof! She spat out a mouthful of essence blood, her lifespan diminishing once more. Yet the celestial reincarnation mirror failed to reveal whether Gu Xiao was dead or alive. Instead, the image displayed a female general. What is happening? I clearly sought Gu Xiao. Why does the mirror show me this person? Who is she? Could it be that Junior Brother Gu is truly dead? Yin Chaoxi was at a loss, ultimately retracting the celestial reincarnation mirror at that moment. She felt as if her entire strength had been drained, her complexion utterly desolate. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, searching for Gu Xiao. Even a trace of him would suffice. Little Junior Brother, whether alive or dead. Your sister will find you. If you still breathe, no matter where you are, I shall surely locate you, that if you have perished, I will bring you back to the sect, clear your name, and honor your grave. As for that Lu Dongshan, no matter where he flees, this lifetime, I shall use his flesh and blood to commemorate you. After a thorough search, Nian Chaoshi found nothing related to Guxiu. Instead, within a small formation, she discovered a female general seated cross-legged, blending seamlessly with the mountain's contours. This show Russian of the Tian, so mansion. To merge one's soul with the mountains and rivers, one must extinguish all vitality in this land to annihilate her completely. This life-preserving technique is employed to counter Lu Dongshan. Yet she is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Such a technique requires at least the golden core to be executed to stand against Lu Dongshan. It seems that a golden core sacrifice would be necessary. Nian Chaoshi felt a flicker of confusion, but it was only fleeting. All she could grasp was the grim news of Guxiu's demise. Leaving no room for anything else, just as she was about to turn away, a sudden realization struck her. Is she the woman in the mirror? Moreover, does she carry the aura of my junior brother Gu? Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi sought a way to assist Yi Hongling from the Tiansa mansion, the Wanbao Tower's convoy, eagerly awaiting Guxiu's return, had already journeyed a short distance before coming to a gradual halt. Guxiu remained within the carriage, continuing to integrate his techniques, while outside, Su Rumei's voice rang out. Friend Feng, we have arrived at Yunshao City. The name Yunshao City is derived from an ancient poem. Now a guest returns to the rivers and seas. One day, 1,000 miles into the clouds. This city is inhabited mainly by loose cultivators, yet it is not, as the name suggests, a city built in the clouds. On the contrary, it is a heavily fortified settlement nestled within a valley. Surrounding it are towering, dark cliffs suffused with the aura of prohibitive forces, casting a chilling and ominous atmosphere over the city. Had it not been for its name, many first-time visitors might even suspect it ought to be called the Hall of Yama. Most residents of Yunshao City are independent cultivators, including some who have betrayed their sects and are being hunted. As long as they abide by the rules, they can receive protection from the city's lord and its inhabitants. Naturally, the city is under strict surveillance. Flying and the use of cultivation are prohibited, at least to the extent that they cannot be detected. Furthermore, there are no teleportation formations within the city. Entry is only permitted through the city gates. Where a curfew is also in force, the convoy awaited entry into the city. Su Rumei began explaining the city's regulations to Guxiu, but she suddenly halted mid-sentence upon noticing the complexity in Guxiu's gaze as he regarded Yunshao City. However, before she could inquire further, Guxiu seemed to regain his composure, the intricate emotions in his eyes fading away, replaced by an unchanging tranquility, as gentle as a breeze, devoid of joy or sorrow. Let us proceed, he stated, stepping down from the carriage with an air of determination, striding purposefully towards the city. Su Rumei was taken aback, hastily calling out, Friend Feng, wait, this is Yunshao City. If it's your first time here, you need an entry permit, or you may trigger the city's defenses. Yet before she could finish, Guxiu had already taken a light step into Yunshao City. Su Rumei was left dumbfounded. Guxiu had entered without triggering any defenses? No, there hadn't even been the most basic verification of the prohibitive measures. The reason Yunshao City is so revered among wandering cultivators, aside from its lord, lies in the formidable strength of its prohibitive formations. Typically, newcomers must obtain an entry permit at the city gate. Only upon successful registration can they enter smoothly. Attempting to force one's way in would activate the city's great array to eliminate intruders. Even those with permits must undergo verification. Just moments ago, as Su Rumei took a few steps, she was halted by an invisible barrier, only feeling the jade token at her waist grow warm before the unseen restriction dissipated. It was nothing like Guxiu's effortless passage, unless the shadow beside her evidently shared Su Rumei's thoughts. It is rumored that a select few are regarded as eternal friends of Yunshao City. Their entry allows them to bypass the city's verification. Could it be that this Feng Buguwei is one of them? Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, far away on the Qiming peak of the Qingxian sacred land, a figure is staring blankly at a jade token. Second senior sister, what are you doing? With your personality, how could you be dazed? Little junior sister Lu Qingyao approached, tilting her head curiously. Second senior sister Wei Qi Chunlei snapped back to reality. Offering a simple smile, this is the entry token for Yunxiao City. Yunxiao City, the city of loose cultivators? Lu Qingyao pondered for a moment. Have you been there, second senior sister? Yes, I have. When was that? About 500 years ago. Ah, 500 years ago. I went there with Gu Xiu, Wei Qi Chunlei replied candidly. However, the mere mention of Gu Xiu caused Lu Qingyao, as previously playful demeanor, to sour into disdain. Second senior sister. You're not actually thinking of him, are you? Indeed, I was. Wei Qi Chunlei scratched her head, nodding. Lu Qingyao grimaced. What is so good about that kind of person? A hopeless case, and on top of that, a scheming wretch. Just mentioning him sullies my mouth. Little junior sister, you misunderstand. Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head with a smile. I was thinking of Gu Xiu, not out of concern for him. What do you mean? I was pondering whether the sect's fortune had truly been taken by him. Again with the sect's fortune? Lu Qingyao frowned. Senior sister, you don't believe in that nonsense, do you? It's all just fairy tales. Only the eldest senior sister believes in it. How could you? Little junior sister, you don't understand. Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head. Lu Qingyao, dissatisfied, was about to retort when Wei Qi Chunlei interjected, although the idea of fortune cannot be proven. The concept of heavenly fortune is certainly not baseless. I believe there is a strong possibility that fortune truly exists. Think about it. Over the past 500 years, our sect has faced numerous crises. Yet time and again, we've turned misfortune into fortune. And many times, it was due to mere luck. Wouldn't you say that is rather coincidental? That is because our sect stands united. It's the strength of our sisterhood and our master that has brought us through. Lu Qingyao asserted. Wei Qi Chunlei countered. There must be a reason for this. What about the incident with Junior Brother's Dragon Roar Sword? Well, Lu Qingyao hesitated, unsure how to respond, knowing that second senior sister, as a master craftsman, understood far more than she did. Yet she couldn't help but say, but master has said that the idea of fortune is a falsehood. She is a Mayana grandmaster. Surely she wouldn't be mistaken? While master is indeed a Mayana grandmaster, whether fortune exists or not is irrelevant. Have you ever considered what if this fortune is real? What if the fortune of our Qing Xian sacred land was actually taken by Gu Xiu? He dares. Lu Qingyao ground her teeth, her face contorted with fury. If he truly dares to do so, I will strip his tendons, flay his skin, and bind his soul to a dog for all eternity. Wei Qi Chunlei laughed heartily. That one do. Second senior sister, are you really going to defend Gu Xiu? Lu Qingyao protested. Not quite. Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head. I just feel that if that were the case, it'd be better to use another animal. After all, I quite enjoy eating dog meat, and I wouldn't want my perception of dogs to be tainted by Gu Xiu. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Second senior sister, master always says you speak too bluntly. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Of course, one can't be scolded by master all the time. Can they? Wei Qi Chunlei broke into a hearty smile. Lu Qingyao patted her chest and exclaimed, second senior sister, now that you've said that, I feel reassured. I was worried that you, like elder sister, had fallen under the insidious machinations of Gu Xiu and were still pining for him. How could that possibly be? Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head resolutely. She glanced at the jade token guiding the way to Yunxiao City in her hand, then, without a moment's hesitation, crushed it and tossed it into the forging furnace. Him! How could he be worthy? What I was contemplating was something entirely different. What were you thinking about, second senior sister? Lu Qingyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wei Qi Chunlei gazed into the furnace, with a spirit energy from the jade token ignited the flames even more fiercely. Her eyes sparkling with a flicker of firelight. I was pondering how to kill Gu Xiu. Upon uttering those 4 words, even Lu Qingyao was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she covered Wei Qi Chunlei's mouth with her hand. Second senior sister, how dare you utter such words? If others overhear, it would spell disaster for our Qing Xian sanctum. Even if you share my sentiments, we cannot voice them aloud. She was somewhat taken aback. As the youngest disciple, she was cherished by her senior sisters, and their master was reluctant to reprimand her, allowing her to act without restraint within the sect. Yet, she still dared not openly express such sentiments. Indeed, second senior sister remained as straightforward as ever, unable to conceal her thoughts. Rest assured, release your hand. However, you must refrain from speaking such words again. There are restrictions here. Others cannot hear us. So, it is of no consequence. Really? Of course it's true. Seeing Wei Chi-chunlei's unwavering confidence and noticing the apparent restrictions in their surroundings, Lu Qingyao finally let go of her grip. Her eyes then ignited with fervor. I've always felt that my favorite senior sister is indeed you. Second senior sister. Now I realize I've not been mistaken. Let me confide in you. My thoughts mirror yours exactly. I have long wished to kill Gu Xiao, if it weren't for his uncanny luck. He would have perished long ago. They say calamities can last for 1,000 years. A person like him is a scourge that has endured for millennia. As Lu Qingyao expressed her indignation, she felt that Gu Xiao's continued existence was the greatest misfortune in the world that a year prior, she had attempted to unleash her beast-taming skills to have Gu Xiao meet his end at the jaws of a spirit beast. But unfortunately, her plan had failed, and no one noticed, except for their master, Guan Xuelan, who perceived it but chose not to disclose it. Instead, she had been taken back and severely reprimanded, leading her to avoid openly discussing her desire to kill Gu Xiao ever since. However, Lu Qingyao was taken aback when she thought she had found a kindred spirit, only for Wei Chi-chunlei to shake her head without a moment's thought that, I am not like you. In what way? Lu Qingyao asked, puzzled. Wei Chi-chunlei replied, I act for the sake of the sect, to forge weapons for our junior brother. For the sect, to forge weapons for our junior brother. So, you wish to kill Gu Xiao? Lu Qingyao was perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Do you intend to turn Gu Xiao into a weapon to give to our junior brother? What are you thinking? Wei Chi-chunlei rolled her eyes, setting aside the notion of using a person as a weapon. Unless one consents, it is simply not feasible. Furthermore, Gu Xiao's cultivation is utterly wasted, his meridians and bones completely ruined. Even if he were truly forged, he would only be a hindrance. Lu Qingyao instinctively nodded. Finding some sense in this, I was considering what elder sister mentioned about fortunes. Wei Chi-chunlei provided her answer. Lu Qingyao remained confused until Wei Chi-chunlei continued, regardless of whether elder sister's claims are true or false, or if fortunes truly exist. The emergence of the seven-een calamity thunder signifies that there is certainly an issue at hand. If it is indeed Gu Xiao who has absconded with the fortunes, then, are you suggesting that if we kill Gu Xiao, the fortunes might return? Lu Qingyao's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. Yes, regardless of the truth of those fortunes, as long as Gu Xiao is dead. Won't the fortunes return? Exactly. That wretched Gu Xiao, we currently have no idea where he's gone. Otherwise, we could indeed give a try, Lu Qingyao lamented. Her words suggested a trial, specifically to see if killing Gu Xiao would suffice. The existence of fortunes and whether they would truly return remained uncertain. However, what was lost would merely be Gu Xiao's insignificant life. There would be no significant loss. Just as these words left her lips, a thunderous bolt suddenly struck from the heavens. The next moment, Lu Qingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, what happened to you? Wei Chi-chunlei exclaimed in alarm, quickly supporting her. However, Lu Qingyao shook her head, scrambling to her feet and hastily flying toward her Spirit Beast Peak. Upon reaching Spirit Beast Peak, she found her meticulously nurtured Shattered Summit lion lying on its back, its pitch-black body motionless on the ground. Black smoke slowly rising. This sight caused Lu Qingyao's heart to shatter with despair. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Yinxiao City, at the small courtyard of Tingyu residence, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged in his training room, surrounded by a plethora of martial arts texts piled before him. These had all been personally delivered by Mao Xingxing after his arrival in Yinxiao City. He was indeed an ambitious individual, and upon discovering that Gu Xiao's true strength surpassed his expectations, particularly after even the renowned Su Rumei from Wanbao Building had sought to ingratiate herself with him, he continuously sought ways to win Gu Xiao's favor. His intentions were not pure, nor were his motivations. However, for Gu Xiao, it mattered little. Despite the low quality of these martial arts texts, their sheer quantity was sufficient. this moment, he was diligently transcribing each of these texts into an unnamed ancient tome in his Dantian's Qi. This process appeared tedious, yet only Gu Xiu understood that it felt akin to the moment of enlightenment. For each text he transcribed, he experienced a profound sense of clarity, deepening his understanding of the Tao. This sensation was indescribable. If forced to articulate it, it was akin to an exceedingly challenging question suddenly becoming clear. Moreover, this feeling of clarity persisted. His speed was remarkable. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Nearly 100 various low-grade martial arts texts were fully transcribed into the ancient tome, and one after another began to merge. The cultivation methods circulating within Gu Xiu's body continued to evolve. Finally, when the last martial arts text was thoroughly comprehended, an overwhelming surge of insights erupted, and the already peak-level martial art technique burst forth with golden light. In the next moment, the fusion of the martial arts was complete. A brand new technique titled Mysterious Tao Method materialized beside the unnamed ancient tome in Gu Xiu's Dantian Qi. This was an earth-grade martial art technique. Almost instantaneously, as he comprehended this earth-grade technique, Gu Xiu could distinctly feel the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increase by more than tenfold. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu seized a nearby spirit stone. A powerful suction force instantly emerged. The spirit stone, which would ordinarily take considerable time to exhaust, was effortlessly reduced to powder in Gu Xiu's grasp. The spiritual energy that had been accumulating within him for a long time surged forth after the spirit stone was completely absorbed, causing Gu Xiu's cultivation to break through once again. 8th layer of Qi refinement. Though it was merely a minor advancement, it still illuminated Gu Xiu's eyes with a glimmer of delight. The unnamed ancient tome could indeed fuse martial arts techniques, and his cultivated techniques could continuously improve. Gu Xiu suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. If his cultivated techniques were to ascend from earth grade to sky tribulation, or even scale the heights of the highest tier, what kind of martial art would that yield? The future was indeed promising. As Gu Xiu ascended in cultivation, on the other side, Nian Chaoshi, still lingering in the Tianqi mountain range, anxiously gazed upon Yi Hongling, who was enveloped by the formidable defensive technique known as guarding like a mountain. The brows of Yi Hongling trembled slightly. Remember to bookmark for easier reading next time. Guarding like a mountain is one of the defensive secret arts of the Tianzi mansion, capable of harnessing the surrounding mountains and rivers to form a protective barrier. To attack someone shielded by this technique is akin to assaulting the very mountains and rivers themselves. It is said that those of profound cultivation within the Tianzi mansion can even summon the strength of an entire continent to resist. This technique is immensely powerful, but it bears a significant flaw. The greatest drawback lies in the fact that once this technique is invoked, the user becomes akin to the mountains and rivers themselves. At this moment, Yi Hongling could neither move nor speak. While she was impervious to harm, if no one came to her aid, she would be forever suppressed in this state until her life essence completely dissipated. This is a perilous secret art that should never be employed lightly unless one is at the very brink of despair. Even a golden core cultivator sacrificing their life to wield this technique could not hope to break free. Not even El Dongshan at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, Nian Chaoshi's strength was adequately formidable. As she employed her meticulous methods, Yi Hongling gradually began to extricate herself from the state of guarding like a mountain. Finally, at the moment the last strand of spiritual energy surged into Yi Hongling's body, this previously immobile general, who had melded with the mountains, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura weakened to an alarming degree. She was already gravely injured and on the brink of death, her life preserved only by the invocation of guarding like a mountain by her fellow disciples. But even that was merely a temporary reprieve. Thankfully, Nian Chaoshi had prepared for this scenario. She immediately placed a medicinal pill into Yi Hongling's mouth, followed by an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy to aid her recovery. I could see this moment. Anxiety filled Nian Chaoshi's eyes. Her sole purpose for doing this was for Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu was dead. Whether it was the divination or El Dongshan's assertions, all pointed to the same grim conclusion. Yet, Nian Chaoshi refused to believe it. Someone like Gu Shidi could not possibly perish so easily. He possessed great fortune. Even if he truly was dead, it could not have happened without a trace. This was her unwavering trust in that fortune. Yet, such trust left her feeling uncertain, with all her hopes resting upon Yi Hongling. Although Yi Hongling was unable to move or speak, perhaps her awareness of her surroundings lingered. Nian Chaoshi hoped to uncover the truth from her lips. Awaken! Awaken! Under Nian Chaoshi's assistance, Yi Hongling's condition began to stabilize. As she called out, Yi Hongling finally opened her eyes once more and immediately bowed. Yi Hongling of the Tiansa mansion pays respects to the senior and thanks you for your timely rescue. Yi Hongling, is it? Nian Chaoshi nodded and immediately pressed. Tell me, when you were trapped here, were you able to perceive the circumstances around you? No, Yi Hongling shook her head in reply. When Hongling was sealed within, guarding like a mountain, she was already on the brink of death and could not perceive anything from the outside. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, Yi Hongling responded hastily, unable to suppress her curiosity. Might I ask for your name? Senior, Hongling shall repay your kindness in the future. However, Nian Chaoshi showed no interest in the notion of repayment. Her brow had furrowed tightly. Why, Yi Hongling's situation was indeed dire. Her complete lack of perception of the outside world did not seem to be a lie. What should be done next? Could it be that Shidi is truly dead? Senior. Yi Hongling's inquiry brought Nian Chaoshi back to the present, and she promptly asked, have you encountered a white-haired cultivator? A white-haired cultivator? Yi Hongling paused for a moment, her mind instantly conjuring the image of Gu Xiao. Is the senior referring to that loose cultivator at the third level of qi refinement, who wields a wooden staff and possesses an aura as steady as a mountain? Wielding a wooden staff, a loose cultivator at the third level of qi refinement? Nian Chaoshi's heart stirred. Please elaborate. That fellow is also a benefactor to Hongling. We encountered each other due to a wolf demon. Yi Hongling felt a tinge of curiosity, yet knowing that this person had saved her life and possessed unfathomable strength, she began to recount her tale faithfully, from her first meeting with Gu Xiao to her misfortunes and their eventual parting. However, as Nian Chaoshi listened, disappointment began to gnaw at her heart. She had held onto a flicker of hope, believing that this woman bore a hint of her Shidi's aura, but it seemed now that their connection was merely one of shared travel. That companion was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Although he was only at the third level of qi refinement, when facing the wolf demon, he exhibited no fear whatsoever, which led me to believe he was no ordinary person. Later, while hiding in a cave, the prowess he displayed was truly astonishing, defeating foes beyond his level with the ease of drinking water. Unbeknownst to Yi Hongling, Nian Chaoshi was feeling increasingly despondent. This was her Shidi she was speaking of. She felt a sense of pride. After all, 500 years ago, before Gu Xiao entered the Forbidden Lands, he had shone like a meteor, evoking admiration and reverence wherever he went. Now, having resumed his cultivation, it was only natural that he would astonish a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, alas, she lamented that although she had sensed that companion's strength, she had not heeded his advice. Had she done so, her three fellow disciples would not have perished. That why Yi Hongling felt a twinge of sadness that Ji Xiao had once warned that the Qian Wu Ji would become a tool for their enemies. Yet no one took it seriously. The ultimate consequence was that all three of her fellow disciples met their demise, and if not for that golden core senior sacrificing himself to invoke guarding like a mountain, she too would have long since become a wisp of a soul. Can you tell me more about him? Nian Chaoshi asked, her own emotions mirroring the depths of her regret, with all leads severed and the possibility that Gu Xiao may indeed be dead. She was consumed by a sense of despair, wishing only that she had arrived sooner. More about him? Yi Hongling responded, somewhat perplexed. To be honest, I know little about that fellow. You must have spent many days together. Could it be that you learned nothing in all that time? Many days? Yi Hongling looked somewhat bewildered. That fellow rarely spoke. When we were not on the move, we were evading cultivation, so we hardly conversed at all. Rarely spoke? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. How could that be possible? Gu Xiao had never been a quiet person. Whenever he was with her, he was quite talkative. Even now, Nian Chaoshi remembered vividly 500 years ago. Whenever Gu Xiao returned from his travels, he would always visit her, at the One Tian Pavilion, where they would spend an entire night gazing at the stars together. He not only enjoyed stargazing, but also loved sharing tales of his adventures. Sometimes speaking for 3 days and nights without pause that a person with so much to say could not possibly have grown taciturn. Yet Yi Hongling countered, indeed, that fellow seldom initiated conversation, and just by looking at him, one could tell he had grown accustomed to solitude. Nian Chaoshi wished to refute this, but as she opened her mouth, a sudden pang of pain gripped her heart. She realized her impressions of Gu Xiu were largely frozen in time, before he entered the Forbidden Lands. Back then, he was beloved by everyone in the sect. The master cherished him, the senior sisters cared for him, and all were his close friends, even akin to family. But since returning from the Forbidden Lands 3 years ago, no one had spoken to him, and he gradually transformed from the gregarious person who adored conversing with every senior sister into someone who preferred silence, tranquility, and solitude. All of this was a result of his experiences after returning from the Forbidden Lands. At this moment, Nian Chaoshi's face turned as pale as a ghost. Why Yi Hongling looked on with concern. Senior, it's nothing. Nian Chaoshi shook her head. Please continue. I wish to hear more about him. Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, uncertain of Gu Xiu's name and origins, yet equally unfamiliar with the background of the formidable senior before her. Nonetheless, she grasped that this individual bore a connection to her former benefactor. Realizing this, Yi Hongling found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Senior, perhaps it would be best not to inquire further. Why not? Nian Chaoshi asked, puzzled. Yet, Yi Hongling hesitated, expressing, I fear that if I divulge too much, you may find it hard to accept. Nian Chaoshi paused, then understood Yi Hongling's implication. Had he spoken of his past? No. Yi Hongling shook her head. It was merely that particular friend who once said to me, the world is indifferent, human feelings are harsh. Rain brings dusk, flowers easily fall. Upon hearing these words, Nian Chaoshi's already tormented heart felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 needles, each stab intensifying the anguish as if it were gradually tearing her heart apart. Gu Xiu. How could he utter such sentiments? Once, he was vibrant and full of spirit, surrounded by countless adversaries, yet he cultivated friendships across vast lands. He never judged others by their cultivation level, but rather by whether they resonated with him, whether they were congenial, and whether they were worth befriending, regardless of whether one was a commoner or a noble. As long as Gu Xiu acknowledged them, he would treat them with sincerity. Nian Chaoshi had once asked him why he so cherished friendships and why his companions spanned such diverse backgrounds. At that time, Gu Xiu responded with a line of poetry. In the world, true friends are like neighbors at the ends of the earth. This statement had once filled Nian Chaoshi with admiration and envy, leading her to regard her junior disciple as deserving of the title of an otherworldly immortal. Yet, this grand figure, who advocated for the bonds of friendship and cherished connections with all, had one day uttered, Rain brings dusk, flowers easily fall. What could this mean? More importantly, what had transformed him into such a state? Deep down, Nian Chaoshi understood the reason, and thus her heart ached even more, feeling as if even her breath was a laborious task. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and heartache. Junior brother, senior sister, I am so sorry. I truly, truly apologize. In that moment, Nian Chaoshi was overwhelmed with an immense sense of guilt, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yi Hongling, observing her state, could not help but feel astonished. Although she was unaware of why this powerful and fearsome senior appeared thus, she speculated whether there was a connection between them. Senior, was that friend I encountered? Your brother, Yi Hongling inquired. Not a friend, Nian Chaoshi replied firmly, shaking her head. He's my brother. A brother who is closer to her than any blood relation. What? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously remarked. Surely you jest, senior. That friend, while indeed astonishing, could not possibly be your brother. Might you have mistaken him for someone else? Nian Chaoshi's expression turned perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yi Hongling would say such a thing, only to hear her continue. That friend possesses extraordinary qualities, yet he likely does not hail from any prestigious sect, nor does he have an exceptional background. Why do you say that? Nian Chaoshi asked. Intrigued, why, Yi Hongling answered without hesitation. It's quite simple. That friend does not even possess a proper weapon. These words struck Nian Chaoshi like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place from the very first moment she laid eyes on that friend. His weapon had always been a broken stick, picked up from the roadside, that, if he belonged to a sect, even the most ordinary third-rate sect would surely provide at least a mundane weapon, if not a spiritual artifact. Given that her senior possessed numerous treasures, if that friend were indeed her senior's brother, his weapon could not possibly be so meager as to be a mere stick. Thus, I surmise that the person you are thinking of is not the same individual I am referring to, Yi Hongling asserted with conviction. She felt certain that a misunderstanding had occurred. After all, the Guxiu who had rescued her, while indeed impressive, could not possibly be the brother of such a powerful figure. How could a sister possess so many treasures while her brother lacked even a single weapon? Yet her unwavering certainty caused Nian Chaoshi's complexion to shift uncomfortably. Stammering, she tried to explain. His weapon was damaged in an accident. He just hasn't had the chance to repair or replace it. A weapon damaged? Yi Hongling shook her head, smiling slightly. That could only be a coincidence. It cannot possibly pertain to the person you described. And why is that? Consider the spirit stones, Yi Hongling replied, although that friend possesses only a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement. His aura is steady and refined, indicating he is undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Such individuals, within any sect, would be allocated abundant resources for cultivation, yet this friend seems to lack any significant possessions. Even spirit stones, that Tio say he lacked spirit stones, is a generous understatement. That why Yi Hongling recalled how Guxiu had shamelessly extorted her spirit stones and immediately used them for his own cultivation. He was truly penniless. If he were truly a prodigy of a sect, how could he possibly need to resort to extorting her meager spirit stones? He would hardly find them worthy of his attention. But the moment she uttered those words, Nian Chaoshi's expression grew even more awkward. What could she say? That Guxiu's monthly stipend was even less than that of a servant disciple. That he, as her brother, had neither a single spirit stone nor a storage artifact. He had quarreled with his family and left without taking anything with him. Nian Chaoshi could only stammer another vague response. She felt far too embarrassed to reveal that she hailed from the Qingxian Holy Land. Such matters were far too sensitive to share. However, Yi Hongling shook her head once more. That cannot be the case. You must have mistaken him. And why is that? Nian Chaoshi felt a twinge of fear. She had visited that cave, and what Yi Hongling described matched perfectly with her own findings, not to mention that Yi Hongling had been infused with some of Guxiu's aura. There was no way she could have made a mistake. Yet the notion that he lacked a weapon or artifact was due to damage, or that he had no spirit stones or storage artifacts because he had not taken them when he left, could not explain one thing. Why Yi Hongling stated with certainty, while Nian Chaoshi felt both helpless and curious. What is that? Quite simply, his cultivation technique, Yi Hongling elaborated. When that friend cultivates, the surrounding spiritual energy seems to bow before him, creating a truly astonishing scene. However, all this is attributable to his remarkable cultivation talent. In truth, I have closely observed his practice. His cultivation technique is quite ordinary. Of course, when I say ordinary, I mean in comparison to your standards. His technique is unlikely to exceed the low-grade Xian level. For an average loose cultivator, this technique would be considered excellent. Yet for the brother of someone with your strength, it is simply impossible. Yi Hongling spoke with unwavering certainty, which is why she believed Nian Chaoshi had mistaken him. After all, while a low-grade Xian technique is not lacking, it will be considered among the finest accessible to most loose cultivators and ordinary third-rate sections. But who was she comparing him to? This immortal senior before her, adorned with countless treasures. Even her flowing robes were evidently of considerable worth. The cultivation technique of such an individual would not merely be of a low grade. It should at least meet the standards of a high grade. As the younger sibling of such a formidable predecessor, endowed with exceptional talents, how could one neglect to cultivate their elder sister's remarkable techniques in favor of a mere low-tier method? Is this not a case of misplaced priorities? Who would believe such a thing? If that were true, how malevolent must this sister be? At this moment, Yi Hongling was almost entirely convinced that the benefactor who had saved her and the esteemed figure before her could not possibly be connected in any way. However, as Yi Hongling entertained these thoughts, she was met with an unsettling silence from Yan Chaoshi, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Senior, why have you ceased to speak?" Yi Hongling's question pierced through the air like a deadly blade aimed at the heart, its angle so precise and the intent so ruthless that it could be deemed a fatal strike. At least, this was how it felt to Yan Chaoshi, who found herself in utter disarray. Faced with Yi Hongling's inquiry, she could only stammer, "I." After a prolonged struggle to articulate her thoughts, Yan Chaoshi remained at a loss for words, her previously maintained image of a wise sage crumbling, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was not merely due to her inability to explain, but also because she understood why Gu Xiu's method was so ordinary. 500 years ago, the Qingxian sacred land was known as the Qingxian sect, a mere third-rate sect at the time. The highest technique available then was a manual called the Qingxian Secret, a method of mysterious grade. It was this very manual that enabled Gu Xiu to become the unrivaled prodigy of his era. Subsequently, he had bound himself to a forbidden area, participating in the contest for the source of fortune. After Gu Xiu entered the forbidden zone, the Qingxian sect unexpectedly began to receive boundless blessings from the source of fortune, transforming from a third-rate sect to a prominent power within just 500 years. Although it was merely a typical sect among the sacred lands, lacking deep foundations and accumulated resources, the blessings had nonetheless elevated many aspects. Whether it was the artifacts gifted to disciples or the cultivation methods bestowed upon them, the latter experienced a stroke of extraordinary fortune, acquiring a heavenly grade technique. While not everyone could learn it, all the direct disciples were indeed taught this method. In contrast, the mystical grade manual from 500 years ago had become the standard cultivation method for the most ordinary inner disciples. 3 years prior, when Gu Xiu returned from the forbidden area, he was gravely injured and deemed by the sect leader as having no hope of ever cultivating again. Naturally, the heavenly grade technique of the sect was not available for Gu Xiu to study. In truth, it was not a matter of study. The entire sect was reluctant to even let Gu Xiu glance at it. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Gu Xiu was ruined. What was there left to see? What if he were to divulge this technique to the outside world? Initially, upon hearing such sentiments, Yan Chaoshi had thought that her master and junior sisters were being overly extreme. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that the feelings of those in the sect had not only grown distant, but had also turned into a sense of wariness. The more she pondered, the clearer it became that for the past 3 years, no one had genuinely regarded Gu Xiu as one of their own. If not, why would her master assert that Gu Xiu could never cultivate again? And why? After Gu Xiu resumed cultivation, was he relegated to the most mundane of mystical grade techniques? This series of thoughts plunged Yan Chaoshi into silence as she faced Yi Hongling's inquiry. She could neither clarify nor explain to it would be absurd to reveal that the Qingxian sacred land's treatment of its heroes was to relentlessly torment them upon their return. Viewing them as outsiders, this was the truth. It was a truth that could not be spoken aloud. In this moment, Yan Chaoshi was suddenly struck by a question she had never considered before. She had always pursued bringing Gu Xiu back to the sect, hoping for reconciliation and the restoration of their past. But was this truly the right course of action? Even if Gu Xiu were to return with her, could they ever truly return to the way things were 500 years ago? Meanwhile, in the serene courtyard of Tingyu residence in Yanshao City, Gu Xiu paused his cultivation and stepped outside. A petite maid dressed in a jade-green skirt approached him with a bright countenance, announcing, "Xianzhong, the meal is ready. Xiaohe has prepared it for you." "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Gu Xiu replied gratefully, taking the bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. He then turned to ask, "Have you eaten yet?" The maid quickly shook her head. "You haven't eaten yet. How could I dare?" Before she could finish, Gu Xiu interrupted her gently. "There's no need to wait for me. If you're hungry, feel free to eat first. Come, let us eat together." He extended a bowl of rice toward her. What seemed to Gu Xiu as a mere act of kindness left Xiao, he frozen in disbelief. Was this a mortal truly inviting her to dine at the same table? Even serving a meal to a mere maid? Xianzhong, no, absolutely not. I am but a servant. That it is improper for you to serve me. and I lack the qualification to share a table with you. Xiao He stammered, visibly startled, but Ji Yuxiu shook his head in response. I have said before, I merely require your assistance with laundry, cooking, and tidying up. There is no master-servant relationship here, so you need not be so formal. However, seeing Xiao He so clearly distressed, Gu Xiu understood that his reassurances were futile, and thus chose to remain silent as they began to eat in peace. Having settled into the city for 2 days, Gu Xiu now felt entirely at ease. The Tingyu residence he occupied cost him 800 spirit stones, a bargain he had secured from Wan Bailu, which was more akin to a gift than a purchase, considering the high demand for real estate in Yinxiao City. As for the maid named Xiao He, she was a commoner gifted by Wandu, her father having been a chi-refining level 8 rogue cultivator until he was slain by enemies, leaving her to sell herself in his servitude. Ji Yuxiu did not refuse her assistance. For although he was a cultivator, he had yet to achieve the golden core stage. With his days consumed by cultivation, he needed someone to help with chores. While they were eating, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Accompanied by a boisterous shout, "Open the door! Quickly! This month's tribute is due. Listen closely. The southern market is now under the control of our Qingyu gang. Hurry up and present your offerings. If you delay, any misfortune that befalls your courtyard is none of our concern." The raucous shouts caused Xiao He, who had intended to answer the door, to freeze in fright. It must be noted that Yinxiao City, known as the haven for rogue cultivators, is often seen as the sacred land of dreams for many. For most rogue cultivators, arriving here is imagined to bring a life of ease and comfort. Yet, in reality, it is a place where youthful aspirations wither as they navigate a treacherous world. Even ordinary sects experience various internal conflicts, let alone a city brimming with rogue cultivators. While Yinxiao City lacks established sects, it overflows with gangs. Many hopeful rogue cultivators, upon arriving in Yinxiao City, quickly learn a hard lesson. The idealized land exists only in dreams at this moment. Even though Gu Xiu had purchased his residence and remained indoors, he could not escape the strife. Each year, numerous gangs arise and fall, and ordinary rogue cultivators in Yinxiao City can only survive in the cracks of conflict. Bang! 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 I know someone is inside. I advise you to open the door quickly, or you will be opposing our Qingyu gang. Seeing that the door remained unopened for too long, the person outside grew increasingly impatient, banging on the door with the intent to break it down. Xiao He turned pale with fear, casting a desperate glance at Gu Xiu, who, without even setting down his bowl, calmly reassured her, "Do not be afraid." However, Xiao He swallowed nervously, poised to say something, when suddenly a robust voice erupted from outside the door. "What insignificant little fish dares to provoke our esteemed Feng Senior?" Feng Senior is a distinguished guest of the Guangxing gang, and if you come looking for trouble again, we shall dispose of you. Yet, the Qingyu gang clearly held the Guangxing gang in contempt, immediately retorting, but as the insults escalated, it swiftly devolved into cries of pain. Then a cold snort echoed. "Feng Daoyu is a guest of the Wanbao Tower. Idle individuals must not provoke or offend him. Anyone who violates this will be considered an enemy of the Wanbao Tower." At this, the commotion outside subsided once more. Xiao He, trembling with fear, eavesdropped at the door until the crisis had passed, finally releasing a long sigh of relief. Turning around, she noticed Gu Xiu had just finished his meal, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before rising to leave. Xiao He hurried forward to tidy up, only to discover that many of the dishes Gu Xiu had eaten were left half-finished. It was apparent whom that was intended for. Xiao He suddenly looked up, gazing at Gu Xiu's retreating figure with a hint of gratitude. However, thinking back to the earlier commotion outside, her gratitude was swiftly replaced by astonishment. She had come to serve Gu Xiu as a maid, indeed dispatched by the Wanbao Tower. Yet throughout this time, they had merely instructed her to serve him well, without disclosing his true identity, nor had they elaborated on any additional duties she was to perform. This had led Xiao He to believe she was simply attending to an ordinary guest of the Wanbao Tower. Although this particular senior seemed somewhat extraordinary, she had never given it much thought. But now, it appeared that his status was far beyond her initial assumptions. The mere fact that the Wanbao Tower had assigned someone to protect him and prevent disturbances from idle individuals was certainly not something just anyone could warrant. Unbeknownst to Xiaohe, Guxiu remained oblivious to her astonishment. Even if he were aware, he would hardly care to that moment. He had returned to his training chamber, and after activating the protective wards, he prepared to cultivate once more. However, before he could begin, a sudden excruciating pain surged through his spirit, causing his complexion to turn ashen in an instant. The injury to his Tao had flared up again. Fortunately, this was not the first recurrence of such an injury. Guxiu settled into a meditative posture, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain until the sky had completely darkened, marking the end of this episode. At this moment, Guxiu was drenched in sweat, his clothing clinging to him, and his white hair strewn about, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet he paid it no mind, harboring not a shred of complaint. After a brief wash and changing into clean clothes, he settled back into meditation to continue his cultivation. The matter of his Tao injury needed resolution, and the reason for his journey to Yunxiao City was precisely to find a means to address it. However, before that opportunity arose, he needed to focus on further enhancing his own abilities. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Guxiu stepped out of his room, he encountered Su Rume, who had come to pay a visit. Having arrived in Yunxiao City 2 days prior, this manager of the Wanbao Tower had been exceedingly busy. Although she had made all the necessary arrangements for Guxiu, she had yet to visit Tingyu residence. This rare moment of free time prompted her to come and see him first. She had not come empty-handed. Feng Daoyu, she began, I have heard that you recently enlisted the help of the Xingxing gang to gather martial arts manuals. Coincidentally, the Wanbao Tower possesses quite a few such manuals, and I have brought them along to present to you. Though their quality may not be remarkable, they may prove useful to you. Additionally, while the Tingyu residence is indeed elegant, it has been neglected for quite some time that I have brought several spirit plants and some Taihu stones to place in the courtyard. Not only will they enhance the aesthetic appeal, but they will also aid in gathering spiritual energy. Furthermore, I know you have been diligently focused on your cultivation, but perseverance and spiritual stones alone are insufficient. I have brought some talismans that possess spirit-gathering effects to present to you as well. Su Rume was indeed a skilled manager. From the moment Guxiu first met her, this unassuming manager of the Wanbao Tower had consistently treated him with courtesy. The gift she presented, while not extravagantly valuable, clearly reflected her thoughtfulness. Manuals, garden enhancements, and talismans for cultivation. These items precisely addressed Guxiu's needs. Naturally, Guxiu expressed his gratitude profusely and reiterated that should the Wanbao Tower require any assistance, he would be at their service. Speaking of needing help, there's indeed a matter, Su Rume replied, but it's this. Our Wanbao Tower has 2 formations that frequently experience minor issues. You are well-versed in formations. We hope you might spare some time to assist us in examining them. The nuances of human relationships are indeed a delicate art. Gifts given without expectation of return do not always foster deeper connections. At times, they may even impose pressure or suspicion. Cultivating a habit of mutual assistance allows both parties to benefit, thereby nurturing lasting relationships. This principle was understood by both Su Rume and Guxiu. The formation issues were merely trifles, and he did not hesitate to agree. In that case, shall we go now? Now, indeed. Then I must trouble you. Feng Daoyu. With that, Guxiu and Su Rume exited the courtyard and climbed aboard her carriage. Just before boarding, Guxiu noticed numerous discerning gazes directed towards him. However, as those gazes approached, Su Rume let out a cold snort, effectively warding off the prying eyes of those around them. This action signaled to the onlookers that Feng Buge was a guest of the Wanbao Tower and someone of significant importance to her. On the way to the Wanbao Tower, Guxiu examined a spirit-gathering talisman that Su Rume had gifted him, scrutinizing it closely. Su Rume, curious, inquired, Do you have some understanding of talismans, Feng Daoyu? I know a little. Guxiu replied. This response caught Su Rume off guard. Goodness, who exactly is this Feng Bugue? He can enter the Tao, is proficient in formation techniques, can easily defeat foes of higher tiers, and even knows powerful yuaning beings. Now, he even possesses knowledge of talismans. While formations and talismans are closely related, they are fundamentally distinct. Just because one understands formations does not guarantee comprehension of talismans. The breadth of Feng Daoyou's learning is truly astonishing. Su Rumei remarked, though to avoid making Gu Xiu feel as if she were prying into his past, she quickly added, by the way, our Wanbao Tower has numerous talisman masters here in Yanxiao City, including some 5th-tier talisman masters that, if you have any questions regarding talismans, I can assist in making introductions for you. Her words were quite sincere, almost directly suggesting that if Gu Xiu wished to learn about talismans, she could facilitate that for him. It wasn't that she underestimated Gu Xiu. Rather, throughout their journey, he had not used a single talisman, which hardly aligned with the demeanor of a talisman master. When he claimed to have a bit of understanding, Su Rumei felt he was indeed being modest. He likely had only just begun to scratch the surface. However, with the existence of the heavenly script talisman and having thoroughly understood it, Gu Xiu had no need to seek out a 5th-tier talisman master for instruction. After just a brief exchange, he inquired, Manager Su, does the Wanbao Tower accept talismans? Of course, Su Rumei replied with a smile. To be frank, Yanxiao City is a place for independent cultivators, and there is a significant demand for talismans. Selling talismans is one of the main businesses of our Wanbao Tower in Yanxiao City. Therefore, we not only employ a large number of talisman masters, but also purchase talismans from outside. And the volume we acquire is substantial. Many independent talisman masters in the city collaborate with us. So, are you interested in this? Indeed, Gu Xiu was very much interested. Gu Xiu nodded slightly. He then inquired about which categories of talismans were in high demand, as well as their acquisition prices. Every formidable cultivator is the product of an immense accumulation of resources. The reasons for Gu Xiu's relatively slow cultivation speed are manifold. First, his Dantian Qi Si is exceedingly vast. Second, the rank of his cultivation techniques is not particularly high. And third, which is currently the most pressing issue, is that his cultivation resources have always been rather limited. Previously, he had gleaned resources from Yi Hongling, vanquished enemies along the way, and received offerings from a group led by Mao Xingxing. In addition to the resources lost from a treasure box belonging to Wanbao Tower, it appeared that he had amassed a considerable amount of resources. For an ordinary qi refining cultivator, it would be more than sufficient for advancing to the foundation establishment stage. However, in reality, it was not nearly enough for Gu Xiu. His Dantian Qi Si required resources that were several times greater than that of an average person. Thus, to maintain a swift pace in his cultivation, the issue of spirit stones must be resolved promptly. Su Rumei, unaware of these circumstances, recognized Gu Xiu's intent to collaborate and smiled, saying, if you, Daoist Feng, are able to inscribe talismans, that is undoubtedly a good thing. How about this? I will inform the people downstairs shortly. If you draw talismans, we shall accept them all, and the prices will be absolutely fair. As for the pricing, there is no need for special consideration. Gu Xiu shook his head, harboring some reservations. That is, what do you mean? It means that the talismans I produce may be in considerable quantity. In considerable quantity. Su Rumei paused for a moment before smiling again. Let me put it this way. Even if you were to gather dozens or hundreds of talisman masters to work day and night, it is uncertain whether it would suffice for our Wanbao Tower sales. Su Rumei spoke with complete confidence. She indeed possessed such confidence because Wanbao Tower's enterprise was substantial, covering hundreds of cities. And the talisman market was inherently one with immense consumption. She was confident that no matter how many talismans there were, she could easily accommodate them. Yet, at this moment, Su Rumei was unaware that sometimes words can be spoken too boldly. In the following 2 hours, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei inspected several formations within Wanbao Tower, which indeed presented only minor issues. Not only could Gu Xiu resolve them effortlessly, but even a random apprentice with a modicum of understanding in formations could manage them. However, Su Rumei's intentions lay beyond mere repairs. She brought Gu Xiu to Wanbao Tower not only to fix the formations, but primarily to showcase the strength of Wanbao Tower and to introduce Gu Xiu to the manager of Yanxiao City and other officials. Both the manager and the officials clearly had been briefed by Su Rumei in advance. Regardless of their true feelings towards the esteemed guest, they all maintained a facade of courtesy in Su Rumei's presence. It was at this juncture that Gu Xiu learned that while Su Rumei was referred to as a steward, Her actual status was that of the chief steward of the Tianqi mountain range, overseeing 10 large cities along the route. Her position was immensely elevated. Even the manager of Yinshao City ranked below her. This revelation left Gu Xiu somewhat astonished. Wanbao Tower was indeed a significant power. Yet there were only 9 chief stewards in total, most of whom were experts at the nascent soul stage. The fact that Su Rumei could secure her position as chief steward with her golden core cultivation indicated her remarkable capabilities. However, upon further reflection on Su Rumei's demeanor, it was evident that her ascent to the position was well-deserved. Now that the formations have been repaired, I shall no longer impose, after completing the formations and meeting the necessary individuals. Gu Xiu was the first to propose his departure. However, he declined Su Rumei's offer to see him off and instead sought out the miscellaneous steward of Wanbao Tower to order some materials. Su Rumei did not accompany him, opting instead to enjoy tea with the manager. What do you think of this Daoist phone? Anyone whom Steward Su values must possess unique qualities, the manager, Jean, replied with a hint of humor. Really? Well, to be honest, my old eyes are not sharp. Aside from his ethereal demeanor, I did not discern much else. Not discerning much is precisely the point, as Su Rumei was not displeased. Rather, she smiled faintly, quite satisfied. To her, the more inconspicuous Feng Bugui appeared, the better. This afforded her more time to engage with him and more opportunities to forge alliances. This left Jean puzzled. Steward Su holds this Feng Bugui in such high regard. It is not merely regard, she clarified. I intend to recommend him to the Tower Master as an 8th-rank patron. What? Jean was taken aback, his expression one of shock. Wanbao Tower was inherently a commercial entity and had established patron positions, primarily to attract individuals of significance. However, patrons were categorized by rank. According to Wanbao Tower's regulations, patrons of all types received varying treatments, and the level of cooperation with Wanbao Tower differed accordingly. The ranks range from 1st to 9th. With only about 38th rank patrons that be granted such a title, one must possess at least nascent soul-level strength, or if considering the art talismans, one must reach the level of a 6th-rank talisman master. Jean knew that Su Rumei valued Feng Bugui, but he had never anticipated that her first statement would be so astonishing. Even if Feng Bugui were truly extraordinary, he was still merely an 8th-layer qi refining cultivator. Recommending him as an 8th-rank patron seemed rather hasty. Su Rumei, however, merely shook her head. In fact, if possible, I would prefer to have the Tower Master list Feng Bugui as a 9th-rank patron, affording him the highest honors of Wanbao Tower. Have you lost your mind? Jean gasped, taken aback by the absurdity of her statement. Before they could delve deeper into the conversation, a portly middle-aged man rushed in. Breathless. Manager, please notify the surrounding cities to prepare some materials. We are in urgent need. Cheng Fusho, you are in charge of the miscellaneous affairs. What could possibly be so urgent? Jean reprimanded. The steward responsible for Wanbao Tower's miscellaneous matters replied hastily. We are short on many items. Spirit Awakening Talisman paper, silicate vermilion, and so forth. Jean was bewildered. Aren't these all materials for talisman crafting? Shouldn't we have plenty? Is it insufficient? Insufficient. Cheng Fusho shook his head. That Daoist Feng just ordered 8,000 sets at once. Daoist Feng, 8,000 sets of talisman materials. Is he out his mind? Jean was utterly flabbergasted, while Su Rumei wore a similarly astonished expression. She was aware that Gu Xiu had an interest in crafting talismans and intended to sell them to Wanbao Tower. However, she had not anticipated such a massive order. A typical talisman master, no matter how skilled, could produce at most 30 to 50 talismans a day with relentless effort, which would still take months or even years to reach 8,000. How could one possibly place such an order? The miscellaneous steward, oblivious to their astonishment, pressed on. Manager, we need to expedite the delivery. Recently, there's been an increase in gang conflicts, leading to a significant demand for talismans. And our crafting materials are nearing depletion. 8,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? Our Yinshao city is resource-rich. Surely we can gather 8,000 sets of talisman materials? Jean was still puzzled. However, Cheng Fusho sighed. We can gather them. But that Taoist Feng has also specially ordered an additional 50,000 sets of talisman materials. This, what? As Su Rume and her companions found themselves at a loss. On the other side, Gu Xiao, having procured 8,000 sets of talisman materials, was leaving Wanbao Tower. Exuding a spirited demeanor, he strode briskly towards his residence. Today, he had exhausted all his spiritual stones, and with these 8,000 sets of talisman materials, Gu Xiao planned to accomplish something grand. He also wished to ascertain the efficacy of the knowledge he had gleaned from the celestial book of talismans, Ti Ching Xian Sacred Ground, atop Ma Shifeng, under the watchful eyes of numerous talisman disciples. Qin Moran, wielding her 7-treasure glazed brush, was intensely focused on inscribing talismans. Despite having previously failed in her divine induction and being unable to advance to a 7th-tier talisman master, she was undeniably a solidly foundational 6th-tier talisman master. This was evident from the speed at which she produced talismans. With a deft flick of her wrist, she inscribed profound rhythms of heaven and earth upon the paper, each stroke executed with impeccable precision. In no time, 3 talismans floated into the air, resting beside her, producing 3 talismans simultaneously. This remarkable speed left the other disciples in awe. Incredible. Our master is truly extraordinary. I fear I shall never reach such heights in my lifetime. Elder Qin was effortlessly harnessing the rhythms of heaven and earth, forcibly etching them onto the small talisman paper, a level of control that no ordinary 6th-tier talisman master could rival. The true strength lay in her steadiness. Elder Qin had been writing talismans for 3 consecutive days without pause or error. This alone was enough to leave them in a state of admiration. The disciples gasped in amazement, their breaths hitching in disbelief. It was undeniable. Qin Muron's grasp of talisman crafting was profoundly solid. Writing tirelessly for 3 days without a single mistake, she had produced nearly 500 talismans within this short span. Such an ability was nothing short of astounding and worthy of respect. Just as the disciples were marveling, a cold snort pierced the air, causing them to turn in unison. But a strikingly beautiful woman, reminiscent of the girl next door, approached. However, upon recognizing her, the disciples of Ma Shifeng immediately bowed in fear. Greetings. 7th Martial Ant, greetings, Elder Lu. This enchanting figure was none other than Gu Xiao's 7th senior sister, Lu Qingyao. Many disciples were well aware that, despite her seemingly innocent and sweet demeanor, she was a person of unpredictable temperament. In moments of joy, she could bestow tremendous opportunities, yet in her displeasure, she could find any reason to punish mercilessly. At this moment, her stern expression made it evident to all that her mood was far from pleasant, and none dared to provoke her. Indeed, upon her arrival, Lu Qingyao began to scold. "You bunch of good-for-nothings, how dare you praise my 5th senior sister's talisman crafting skills? Shouldn't you be reflecting on why my 5th senior sister has to toil so hard for 3 consecutive days?" These words caused the disciples to bow their heads in shame, filled with guilt. Qin Muron's relentless efforts in crafting talismans were indeed a result of their shortcomings. It was rather peculiar. During this period, their talisman crafting had been unusually unsuccessful. Where they once had a success rate of 70 to 80%, it had recently plummeted to merely 20 to 30%. Aside from a few disciples with solid foundations, most had faced this troubling trend. Talismans that had previously been easy to inscribe now felt just out of reach, and not only had the success rate declined, but the efficacy of the talismans produced had also diminished. This was indeed strange. It must be noted that Qing Xian Sacred Ground was a legitimate sacred sect, with talisman consumption being a significant aspect of their daily operations. Typically, the talismans they crafted were frequently sold to generate income for the sect. Yet recently, not only had they been unable to sell their wares, but Qing Xian Sacred Ground was also struggling to sustain itself. This left them feeling immense guilt and remorse. Some disciples even began to speculate whether the recent calamity that befell their junior brother, Long Yingjian, was a sign that the heavenly path had truly forsaken Qing Xian Sacred Ground. Otherwise, how could such strange occurrences transpire? Or perhaps it is your lack of diligence and skill. If you were truly dedicated, how could this happen? I dare say, it is my 5th senior sister's kindness that has made you all so complacent. Lu Qingyao scolded the group fiercely. The atmosphere was tense, with no one daring to retort. The disciples feeling aggrieved yet uncertain if their lack of effort was indeed the root cause. Qingyao. Fortunately, just as Lu Qingyao's reprimands grew harsher, Qi Muron paused her talisman crafting and approached, providing relief for the chastised disciples. Sister, why does your complexion appear so pale? It's nothing, perhaps just a bit fatigued. Sister, as the leader of a peak, how can you do everything yourself? These disciples should be held accountable. Rest assured, I will. Qi Muron replied. Glancing back at the group of disciples, all right, you may disperse. Though Lu Marshall Ant's words may seem harsh, they hold truth that go back and reflect, practice diligently. The disciples felt as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily dispersing to avoid further scolding from Lu Qingyao. Sister, I believe you are too soft-hearted. Given their current state, if it were me, I would certainly impose a severe punishment. Lu Qingyao remarked. Qi Muron smiled gently. Enough, that, as the sages say, a teacher's negligence leads to a student's laziness. If they are to be punished, then I, as their master, would be the first deserving of reprimand. Not at all. I have heard that you have not rested for 3 days in your quest for talismans. If it were not for them, you would not be in such a state. Qi Muron's expression dimmed slightly. This is not their fault. I simply wish to find some peace of mind. Peace of mind? Lu Qingyao inquired. Are you worried about our junior brother's Long Yinjian affair? Something like that. Qi Muron replied, nonchalantly. In truth, she was preoccupied with thoughts of Guxiu. The images she had witnessed in the Wheel of Fate had lodged themselves in her heart. And in moments of quiet, they would resurface, leaving her restless. Oh, not fret, sister. Master has already prepared ample materials, and it will not be long before he reforges the sword for our junior brother. This time, the resources allocated will surpass those used for Long Yinjian, ensuring it will be even more formidable. Sister, the beast pen for our junior brother Zhuopik has been completed. I plan to give him several spirit beasts to teach him the art of beast taming. Sister, what is it? I can't shake the feeling that your thoughts are elsewhere. Lu Qingyao noted, observing Qi Muron's distracted demeanor. Qi Muron pursed her lips, ultimately unable to contain her thoughts. I am wondering, where is Guxiu at this moment? Guxiu. Lu Qingyao paused, then furrowed her brow. Sister, how can you think of that wretched scoundrel? Is it because of what you saw in the Master Sister's Wheel of Fate that you are now dwelling on such matters? Qi Muron hesitated. Well, sister, do not forget that Ji Yuxiu severed your path. He is the root of your troubles that not speak of his suffering. It is of his own making. Otherwise, you would have already found your way to the great path. Lu Qingyao exclaimed indignantly. Qi Muron, however, remained unmoved by this reasoning, instead biting her lip and inhaling deeply. Little junior sister, what if I told you that even before I forcibly induced the divine, Guxiu had mentioned he had other ways to assist me, urging me not to force it. Qi Muron's voice dwindled to a whisper. Lu Qingyao did not catch her words. Perplexed, sister, what did you say? Qi Morian's face betrayed a moment of hesitation, but ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to speak. What I meant to say is that before I forcibly summoned the deity, Guxiu had. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qi Morian was suddenly struck dumb. In that instant, she sensed an unexpected, rapid fluctuation of the heavenly Tao rhythm, followed by a series of intangible Tao rhythms weaving through the universe. Suddenly, they began to materialize one after another. This revelation stifled her subsequent words, leaving her gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She had witnessed this before. The 10,000 rhythms bowing. It was indeed the 10,000 rhythms bowing. Why had it reemerged? What was happening? A chorus of gasps erupted as countless disciples of Ma Shifeng rushed out of their quarters, their faces pale with terror, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Previously, the 10,000 rhythms bowing had occurred once, but then many lower-level talismancers have been oblivious to it. Their insufficient abilities had rendered them incapable of perceiving such phenomena. Only those of considerable cultivation, who had delved deeply into the Tao rhythm, could grasp its essence. Yet this time, even ordinary talismancers were acutely aware of it. The scene was too overwhelming, plunging everyone into a state of shock, engulfing them in fear. I can no longer inscribe talismans. My faint connection to the heavenly Tao rhythm has been severed. It felt as though the heavenly Tao rhythm awaited a certain individual's call. Yet no matter how hard she tried to summon it, she could not beckon it forth. She found herself utterly incapable of inscribing even a single talisman. What in the world was happening? Was the cosmos undergoing some transformation, or had some terrifying entity descended upon the world? Was it true that the last incident concerning her junior uncle's heavenly grade sword drew divine retribution? Had the Qingxian Holy Land truly been forsaken by the heavenly Tao? Countless talismancers from Qingxian Holy Land felt an unprecedented dread wash over them. Their greatest strength lay in their ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao rhythm, harnessing it for their own ends to inscribe talismans. Yet at this moment, they found themselves unable to inscribe even a single talisman. The heavenly Tao rhythm had utterly disregarded their summons. Even Qin Moryan wore a look of horror as she attempted to inscribe talismans herself. But the Qinglei talisman could not be inscribed. The Fire Dragon talisman could not be inscribed. The Divine Movement talisman could not be inscribed. After attempting dozens of talismans, Qin Moryan, in a state of terror, realized that it was not only the ordinary talismancers who were unable to inscribe anything. Even she, a sixth-tier talismancer, was equally incapable of producing a single talisman. Her prior suspicions had come to fruition. The 10,000 rhythms bowing truly rendered talismancers incapable of inscribing even the slightest talisman. This matter demanded thorough investigation. It must be investigated thoroughly. If this was a treasure descending upon the world, then it was imperative for the Qingxian Holy Land to obtain it. And if this phenomenon was artificially induced, that individual must be swiftly courted or eliminated. As the Qingxian Holy Land descended into dread, countless talismancers outside also encountered the heart-stopping spectacle of the 10,000 rhythms bowing. The scene was so astonishing that it rendered all talismancers unable to maintain their composure. However, in contrast to the Qingxian Holy Land, where not a single talisman could be inscribed, some talismancers experienced something altogether different amidst the 10,000 rhythms bowing. While inscribing talismans became increasingly challenging, each attempt yielded new insights. This was a fortuitous opportunity presented by the cosmos. A divine revelation from the heavenly Tao. I discovered that this 10,000 rhythms bowing was a prime opportunity for refining my understanding of talisman crafting to be, while observing the 10,000 rhythms bowing. I could gain deeper insights into the art of talisman creation. Was this the descent of the supreme talisman path, or was the talisman art on the verge of a grand revival? Otherwise, how could such momentum be explained? It was foreseeable that the future of talismans would flourish, and we talismancers would reclaim the pinnacle of the six paths. They say that the joys and sorrows of individuals differ greatly. While a group of talismancers in the Qingxian Holy Land was gripped by terror, many others were filled with excitement. This matter was beyond words, beyond description, yet it bore a unique flavor. However, for Gushio, it seemed to hold no significance whatsoever. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in his room, eyes closed, crafting talismans. To be precise, he had not inscribed any talismans in fact, since his return, he had made no movements at all, merely sitting quietly in place. Onlookers might suspect he had no interest in crafting talismans and was solely focused on cultivation. However, if someone were to observe Gushio's surroundings, they would discover an extraordinary sight unfolding. Sheets of spirit paper, specifically designed for talisman crafting, floated one after another before him. The heavenly Tao rhythms that accompanied the 10,000 rhythms bowing rushed towards the spirit paper. Even more astonishingly, these heavenly Tao rhythms seemed to realize that their previous approach was somewhat foolish, failing to truly transform into talismans, and thus began to swirl about, rolling in the nearby sheepine vermilion before once again settling upon the talisman paper. This scene would surely leave any talismancer who witnessed it utterly astounded, perhaps even in tears. After all, every talismancer must carefully coax the heavenly Tao rhythms, beseeching them with utmost politeness, hoping to earn their mercy and allow for the inscription upon the spirit paper. To say it involved a plea for pity would not be an exaggeration. Yet Gushio, He was not merely inscribing talismans. It was as if the heavenly Tao rhythms were eagerly imploring him to write them down. They appeared almost anxious, as if afraid he might refuse, actively seeking to present themselves to him. No action was required on his part. He didn't even need a talisman brush, as they willingly came forth. Assisting in the crafting of talismans, what kind of phenomenon was this? The disparity was staggering. Fortunately, this extraordinary scene went unnoticed for the time being. Otherwise, Gushio might have become a target of public ire. Regardless of whether this scene had occurred, one undeniable fact remained. Gushio's speed in crafting talismans was nothing short of miraculous. Qin Moyin, capable of simultaneously crafting 3 talismans, had already left countless talismancers in awe of her extraordinary talent. But Gushio, 300 talismans. No, it was 300 talismans. Those densely packed 300 talismans required no effort from Gushio. He began mass inscribing them effortlessly. More importantly, this was not his limit. The only reason he could only inscribe 300 at once was that he wished to keep this spectacle from prying eyes. It was simply that this room could accommodate no more talismans being inscribed. Remember to bookmark for convenient reading next time. The harmony of heaven and earth embodies a manifestation of universal principles. These ethereal rhythms permeate the cosmos, concealed beyond the 3 realms, and theoretically, the essence of heaven and earth is inexhaustible and unfathomable. However, these celestial rhythms cannot be employed directly. They must be transformed into talismans through the use of specific materials, relying on these talismans for practical application. Due to the diverse nature of these heavenly and earthly rhythms, the effects of the talismans vary greatly. If one were to categorize them, they could be broadly divided into 3 classes: auxiliary, offensive, and special types. The auxiliary class encompasses talismans such as the speed enhancement talisman, the breath concealment talisman, and the spirit gathering talisman, all of which serve to assist cultivators. The offensive class consists of talismans that can be utilized against adversaries without the need to mobilize celestial energy, with the thunder summoning talisman and fire dragon talisman being the most prevalent. The special class, however, is more intricate and cannot be subdivided further. It includes exceedingly rare talismans that enhance the success rate of artifact recognition, expedite the growth of spiritual plants, and even invoke the ferocity of warriors on the battlefield, instilling fearlessness through bloodthirsty talismans. Beyond these classifications, talismans also adhere to a strict hierarchy, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Each elevation in tier represents a significant qualitative leap. Similarly, the materials required for crafting talismans of each tier and category differ remarkably, imposing high demands on the talisman maker. Among the foremost requirements is spiritual consciousness. Ordinary talisman makers can produce talismans up to the 3rd tier at most, but beyond that, they must possess formidable spiritual power, and at the 6th tier, specialized celestial rhythms are essential. This constitutes an exceedingly complex system. It is indisputable that as one advances in tier, the effectiveness of the talismans intensifies. However, this does not imply that higher tier talismans are invariably the most sought after. Quite the contrary, the most popular talismans have consistently been those of lower tiers. The reason being that higher tier talismans necessitate increasingly precious materials and impose greater demands on the talisman maker, making them less accessible to the average cultivator. For most practitioners, the affordability and practicality of lower tier talismans, when utilized appropriately, can yield superior results. Of course, financial constraints may also play a role. Gushio's objective is to amass spiritual stones and resources, hence he does not engage in the laborious crafting of high-tier talismans, often disregarding even 2nd and 3rd tier talismans. Instead, he focuses exclusively on 1st tier talismans, which are the most marketable due to their reasonable prices. Even the most financially constrained among loose cultivators can afford them. And crucially, they require the least amount of time to produce. With the momentum generated by the heavenly book talisman, Gushio resembles an unyielding overseer, rapidly producing a multitude of 1st tier talismans. Each batch consists of 300 talismans. Completed in a mere hour, a staggering total of 8,000 talismans has been crafted. Remarkably, upon completion, Gushio feels only a slight weariness. It is noteworthy that while talismans above the 3rd tier demand high levels of spiritual consciousness, This does not imply that lower-tier talismans are devoid of spiritual energy consumption. Producing 8,000 talismans would still entail significant expenditure, even for a master like Qin Moran, not to mention the considerable time required. However, Gu Xiu does not revel in his rapid talisman crafting. Instead, he furrows his brow, pondering, is my talisman crafting creating such a commotion? It is only now that he realizes he has inadvertently invoked the worship of myriad rhythms. The first time he triggered this phenomenon was while comprehending the heavenly book talisman, and the second time occurred as he was wholly engrossed in talisman crafting, unaware of the considerable stir he was causing externally. Withdraw, without hesitation, Gu Xiu commands firmly. Instantly, the previously manifest celestial rhythms dissipate entirely. For some unknown reason, he even senses a lingering reluctance from these vibrant celestial rhythms to depart. It is said that those recognized by the celestial rhythms can theoretically receive the worship of myriad rhythms. Although the heavenly book talisman is powerful, it should not have the capacity to invoke such a phenomenon. Why does this occur? Gu Xiu muses to himself, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Yet, dwelling on this query seems futile. His primary focus now shifts to another matter. Let me test the effectiveness of the talismans I have crafted. As he contemplates, Gu Xiu picks up a spirit-gathering talisman, designed for consumption during cultivation retreats. True to its name, it rapidly draws in spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the efficacy of one's cultivation. Its effects are akin to those of spirit-gathering array, but require less energy and yield comparable results. Most importantly, this talisman can synergize with the spirit-gathering array to amplify its effectiveness. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu activates the spirit-gathering talisman in his hand. In an instant, the first-tier spirit-gathering talisman ignites and ascends into the air, drawing in an immense surge of spiritual energy that rushes toward Gu Xiu. Astonishingly, before him, a vortex of spiritual energy begins to form, rapidly absorbing the already enriched energy from the spirit-gathering array. Witnessing this spectacle causes Gu Xiu's eyelids to twitch. The air currents converge, and the spiritual energy spirals. Shouldn't such an effect be characteristic of at least a second-tier spirit-gathering talisman? Re-examining another spirit-gathering talisman closely, Gu Xiu is certain that it is indeed a first-tier talisman, indistinguishable in materials and design from a standard first-tier talisman. If one were to identify anything extraordinary, it would merely be the talisman's intricate and ethereal script, which appears almost naturally formed. After all, these talismans are not inscribed by Gu Xiu's hand, but are rather a spontaneous manifestation of the celestial rhythms, which cannot be faithfully replicated by ordinary practitioners. I have heard that when talisman makers craft talismans, they may enter a transcendent state akin to enlightenment. In such a state, they can potentially transcend boundaries and even invoke celestial spirits, resulting in talismans whose effects surpass their current tier, a phenomenon known as Dao talismans. Thus could my creations be deemed perfect Dao talismans. Gu Xiu proceeds to test 2 additional talismans, and as anticipated, he finds that all the talismans he has crafted reach the level of Dao talismans, even surpassing them in terms of potency. Perfect Dao talismans. This is no jest. This revelation ignites a brilliant spark in Gu Xiu's eyes. His purpose in crafting talismans has always been to accumulate spiritual stones and resources. His crafting speed already eclipses that of all other talisman makers. And now, each talisman rivals the quality of a perfect Dao talisman. What does this signify? It signifies both quality and quantity. However, amidst his elation, Gu Xiu cannot help but furrow his brow once more. His prowess in talisman crafting is so formidable that, provided he has sufficient materials, he can ensure both quality and quantity, with every talisman reaching perfection. Yet, the spectacle of the worship of myriad rhythms was too grand. Gu Xiu knows, without a doubt, that this commotion will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous talisman makers. At such a moment, if he were to